Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
How could this happen? Hagrid fell to his knees on the bank of the stream, tears streaking down his cheeks as he cradled the unicorn's lifeless head. Who could be so cruel to slaughter such a pure, helpless creature? He sobbed, voice cracking with grief. Don't they fear the curse of life itself? Dracula stood a few paces behind, expression unreadable. With a sigh, he covered his ears, walking forward into the shallow stream. The crystal water parted around his feet, unnaturally avoiding even the hem of his cloak, leaving not a drop behind. He knelt beside the unicorn's corpse, frowning at the sight, the same withered, lifeless state as the other victims. Behind him, Hagrid's sobbing intensified. He clumsily blew his nose into a tattered handkerchief, the sound grating in the otherwise quiet forest. Dracula found both the noise and the display unhygienic. Without looking up, he extended a hand and touched Hagrid's shoulder. Immediately, a chilling sensation surged through Hagrid's body, like falling into the depths of the Black Lake in midwinter. The grief didn't disappear, but it was buried beneath a heavy, unnatural calm. Hagrid flinched, feeling his sorrow dulled unnaturally. It left him unsettled, as though he'd skipped over something vital. "Be quiet," came Dracula's soft, emotionless voice. "And listen." Hagrid shivered at the sound, turning to look at the man kneeling beside the unicorn, black and crimson cloak flowing, pale silver hair falling across his shoulders. The atmosphere had shifted, cold and still like the eye of a storm. "This is a kind of sacrificial magic," Dracula said, his voice analytical. "Dark magic that drains vitality through blood. The killer first tested it on ordinary animals, but they weren't enough. They needed more life force." His eyes narrowed. "They chose the strongest source they could find, a unicorn." Hagrid's voice trembled. "But unicorn blood's cursed. Anyone who drinks it lives a cursed half-life. Who would want that?" Dracula didn't answer immediately. Instead, he recalled something, a conversation in a long-abandoned classroom, forbidden magic. Horcruxes. A theory formed. "Maybe," he said quietly, "the one who did this already has a half-life. One worse than any curse." Suddenly, twang. The sound of a bowstring being pulled taut echoed from the woods. Thwip. An arrow tore through the air. Dracula raised a hand without even turning. Between two fingers, he caught the arrow effortlessly. "Step away from that evil creature." A deep, commanding voice growled from the forest. A centaur galloped into view, hooves pounding against earth and root. He had a rich chestnut coat, flowing red hair and beard, and a long crimson tail swaying behind him. He came to a halt near the stream, raising his front hooves before leveling a massive bow straight at Dracula. "You in the black and red, don't move," the centaur snarled. "I can feel the darkness in you." "Ronan, wait." Hagrid stumbled to his feet, still rattled. "There's a misunderstanding. This is Professor Dracula. Hogwarts' new defense against the dark arts teacher. We came here to investigate." But Ronan didn't lower his bow. "Don't be fooled, Hagrid," he said grimly. "Darkness clings to him like shadow to flame. He appeared right after a unicorn was murdered. Are you sure he's not the cause?" More movement rustled through the trees. Another centaur emerged, tall, with jet-black skin and hair. His build was bulkier, rougher. "Bane." Hagrid gasped. "You too? What is this?" More followed. One after another, centaurs emerged from the underbrush, bows raised, surrounding them at the stream's edge. "Hold on," Hagrid pleaded. "There's no need for this. Just let me explain." "No." Ronan's voice was grim. "Hagrid, we respect you. But this is not a matter for words." He raised his arm, and arrows filled the sky. Dozens of them, whistling through the air, blocking out the moonlight like a deadly swarm. They curved around Hagrid's massive frame, each arrow aiming for one target alone, Dracula. "Damn it, these centaurs don't listen to reason." Hagrid muttered, moving on instinct. He stepped in front of Dracula, arms wide, trying to shield him with his enormous body. To his surprise, Dracula only raised an eyebrow. "You should worry about yourself," he said coolly. "I don't need protection, Hagrid." For the first time, something in his voice felt gentler. He lifted one hand. In an instant, the arrows froze in midair. Time seemed to halt. Then, with a whisper of gravity, they fell, clinking against stone, dropping harmlessly into the stream with soft splashes. Dracula's expression darkened. A cold smile touched his lips. "Centaurs," he said with quiet disdain. "How fortunate. I still have a score to settle." And then he vanished. Where did he go? Ronan shouted, spinning. "Bane, anything. We can't let him escape the forest." But across the clearing, the other centaurs weren't responding. They were staring, eyes wide with horror. Ronan turned slowly. Dracula stood right beside him, silver hair gleaming like moonlight. Around him, the centaurs who had drawn their bows now lay unconscious on the ground. A glint of amusement shone in his crimson eyes. "No need to search. I'm right here." His voice was smooth, almost musical, and yet to Ronan, it sounded like the final breath before death. Seeing Dracula up close, Ronan acted without hesitation. In one swift motion, he drew a dagger from his waist and drove it straight toward Dracula's heart. But Dracula merely lifted his hand, elegant, pale, and effortless. Tink. His finger flicked the blade mid-air. The dagger, painstakingly forged by centaur craftsmen, cracked like glass upon contact. Fractures spiderwebbed across its surface before the entire weapon shattered, the hilt left pitifully in Ronan's grasp. Ronan's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively reared back, hooves scrambling to escape. But Dracula was faster. In a blink, he appeared in front of Ronan, seizing the centaur by the throat. With no visible effort, he hoisted him into the air. A heartbeat later, two enormous bone-framed wings unfurled behind Dracula. Jet black, membranous, and terrifying, they cast an immense shadow over the snow-covered forest floor. As the wings beat once, a gust of icy wind howled through the woods, lifting both Dracula and Ronan into the sky. The snow swirled in a blinding cyclone, obscuring them from the sight of the other centaurs and Hagrid. Ronan choked in Dracula's grasp, his limbs flailing. "Why, you're a vampire," he rasped, voice nearly lost in the howling wind. "I was right, all along." Dracula's red eyes gleamed like molten garnet, and his lips parted in a sneer, revealing sharp, gleaming fangs. He didn't answer. He flew. Trees shattered beneath them. The vampire cut through the forbidden forest like a blade, Ronan dangling in his grasp. Massive oaks snapped like twigs, collapsing under the sheer force of Dracula's flight. The crashes echoed through the woods like thunderclaps. Finally, they emerged into a clearing. Dracula descended, dropping Ronan onto the snow as if discarding trash. The centaur groaned, clutching his bruised neck, coughing up blood. Dracula landed beside him with slow grace, folding his wings behind his back. "I've grown tired of you, centaur," he said coldly, his voice low and razor-sharp. "I've never understood your kind. Arrogant. Pretentious. Living in the shadows of wizard kind, and yet you still act like you're above it all." Ronan gasped for air. You'll be punished." "Punished?" Dracula crouched beside him. "Only the weak are punished, Ronan." He tapped the centaur's chest lightly. "Did you not realize I shielded you during the flight? Were it not for me, your fragile frame would have broken apart midair." His tone sharpened. "You talk of pride, of strength, of the stars. But tell me, what gave you the right to stand above others?" "The stars." Dracula's voice turned mocking. "Look around you. The one standing over you now is the very creature your kind has scorned for generations." He leaned closer. "The forbidden forest you claim to live in harmony with?" He whispered. "It belonged to me, thousands of years ago." Ronan's eyes widened. A memory stirred, a legend passed down through the centaur generations. In 1811, Minister Grogenstump had redefined magical species. Those recognized as beings, goblins, vampires, hags, even werewolves in human form, were extended rights. But the centaurs and merepeople, prideful and disdainful of vampires and hags, had refused to be classified as beings, choosing instead to be categorized as beasts. Their arrogance had consequences. The legend told of a vampire lord who, furious at their decision, stormed the territories of the centaurs and merepeople alone. None of their forces could stop him. He reached the leaders of both tribes, even the mermaid chief deep beneath the lake, and changed them forever. After that night, their leaders bore new, unnatural traits, an aversion to sunlight, to garlic, and the unmistakable thirst for blood. It had been a warning, one carved in blood and legacy. "Are you Count Dracula?" Ronan gasped. Dracula smiled. "So my story hasn't been entirely lost to time." He stood tall, silver hair flowing like silk in the wind. Ronan coughed violently, blood staining the snow. "Even if it's true, We would rather die than ally with monsters like you. His legs gave out. The once proud centaur collapsed in the snow, his limbs twitching weakly. Still, he stared defiantly, prepared to suffer the same fate as the ancient centaur leader who had chosen death over dishonor. But then, voices. The sound of hooves pounding across frozen ground. Dozens of centaurs burst into the clearing. Not just warriors, there were women, elders, even adolescents. All with bows drawn, trembling hands gripping string and shaft. They surrounded Dracula, their faces taut with fear and determination. Let him go. Bane, dark-skinned and broad-shouldered, stepped forward. Let Ronan go, or we'll use all the force of our clan to cleanse you from this forest. Dracula crossed his arms, amused. Still eager for extinction, I see. Bane. Ronan croaked, trying to rise. Get everyone out. Leave me. You don't understand, he's. But before Bane could respond, another voice bellowed from behind the crowd. Bane. Are you all completely daft? A massive figure forced its way through the centaur ranks, pushing past them like reeds in a river. Hagrid emerged, panting hard, face red with fury. I told you, he's the new defense against the dark arts professor. And this has nothing to do with him. The unicorn was already dead. You attacked him. This is all just a bloody misunderstanding.
Do anything. There must be a misunderstanding here. Ronan, Bane, take care of your people, don't let them move around. He looked at Ronan and Bane and shouted angrily. However, the horsemen had no intention of stopping their movements. Instead, with the sound of the bowstring tightening, the bows and arrows in their hands were ready to go. Hagrid, you are a friend of our centaurs, and we will not let you be deceived by this dark creature, Ronan said. Then he waved his arms to the centaurs around him. Countless arrows shot out from all directions, covering the sights of Hagrid and Dracula, and even the starlight in the sky was blocked for a moment. The centaur's archery skills are very good. Every arrow deliberately avoids Hagrid's huge body. It is bound to shoot Dracula next to him to death. Damn it, these centaurs can't communicate well. Hagrid cursed secretly, then stood in front of Dracula, trying to use his thick body to block some of Dracula's sharp arrows. Seeing this, Dracula, who was still smiling lightly, raised his eyebrows. Take care of yourself first, he said softly. I don't need you to block my arrows yet, Hagrid. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Hagrid felt that Professor Dracula's voice seemed to have become softer compared to the indifference just now. As he spoke, Dracula raised a hand. All the arrows suddenly froze in midair. Are you a horse person? A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It just so happens that I still have an account I haven't settled with you. The next moment, the arrow lost all power to fly and fell softly among the white snow flakes on the ground. It landed in the clear stream on the pebbled bank, making a weak splash. At the same time, Dracula's figure disappeared from Hagrid's side. How could it happen? Where has he gone? Ronan looked at the bank of the stream with an ugly face, and then turned to the opposite side of the centaur's encirclement. Bane, can you see where he is over there? You can't let him leave. Forbidden Forest. However, he suddenly found that the horses on the opposite side all had horrified expressions, looking at him in astonishment. Ronan seemed to realize something and turned back stiffly, seeing a silver-haired figure standing next to him with a playful look on his face. Surrounding him were the fainted centaurs. No need to look for it, I'm right next to you. Dracula's voice is clear and mellow, which is very nice to hear. However, in Ronan's ears, it was no less terrifying than the whisper of death. Seeing Dracula close at hand, Ronan suddenly pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed him in the heart. Dracula's eyes moved slightly, and he stretched out his left hand lightly, but he reached it first and flicked his finger on the dagger. The tough dagger carefully crafted by the centaurs collided with Dracula's slender white fingers, but it was like a piece of wood hitting a steel bar. First, spider web-like cracks appeared, and then it shattered inch by inch, leaving an empty handle still in Ronan's hands. Ronan was startled, and subconsciously wanted to drive his forehooves backward to escape Dracula's attack range. Dracula took a step forward, and in a flash, he was close to Ronan, and a hand was firmly around his neck. The next moment, a pair of dark, wide wings supported by several sharp bones spread out behind Dracula, casting a wide shadow on the snow. The wings flapped, driving up the cold wind, which also dragged the bodies of Dracula and Ronan off the ground. Dracula pinched Ronan's neck and gave him a sneer, his two sharp side teeth exposed without any reservation, and his wine-red eyes looked like blood. It turns out you are a vampire. I was not wrong at all, Ronan said with difficulty. However, his neck was strangled, and his voice was extremely dry and hoarse, which was not strong enough for the third person to hear. The snowflakes on the ground were stirred up by the strong wind, forming a whirlwind, shattering the morning fog in the forest, obscuring Dracula's appearance and Ronan's panic, and disturbing the sight of Hagrid and the centaurs. Behind the whirlwind, Dracula grabbed Ronan's neck and flew forward, ignoring the obstacles in front of him as if they were nothing. In an instant, several thick giant trees in the Forbidden Forest broke one after another and fell heavily to the ground, making a deafening sound. It wasn't until he reached a clearing with no trees that Dracula stopped and threw Ronan to the ground like trash. I've been unhappy with you for a long time, centaurs. Dracula slowly lowered his figure from the air, landed next to Ronan and looked at him, his eyes full of coldness. I have never understood what the centaurs are like. He has a long brain. He lives under the shadow of the wizard, but he thinks highly of himself and thinks he can transcend things. Cough cough cough, you will be punished. Ronan covered his purple neck and coughed violently, and a line of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. I won't. It's just the weak who will suffer retribution. Dracula put away the dark wings on his back and squatted down. Didn't you notice that I put it on for you during the flight just now? Several shields, just because I am worried that your weak body will die easily. If your body is not strong enough and your magic is not proficient enough, then who gives you your arrogance? The stars in the sky? You see clearly, the person who is trampling you under your feet now is precisely the vampire that your tribe has always looked down on, and your tribe depends on it for survival. The Forbidden Forest is my private territory that belonged to me thousands of years ago. Ronan opened his eyes wide, and a legend that had been circulating in the clan for more than 100 years appeared in his mind. In 1811, the then Minister of Magic Grogan Stump set a new definition of man, and the Wizarding Society reached an agreement to define beast together. Humans, that is, wizards and muggles, are classified into this category, along with goblins, vampires, hags, giants, house elves, vila, and werewolves in human form. However, because centaurs and mermaids were unwilling to share the term human with vampires and hags, they refused to accept being human and voluntarily were classified as beasts. The two groups who regarded themselves as noble soon paid the price. Legend has it that after the meeting that defined man and beast, a powerful vampire was extremely disgusted with this self-righteous behavior, so he broke into the territory of centaurs and mermaids alone. He didn't care at all that the two tribes were besieging him with all their strength. He easily broke through all the sieges and quietly came to the side of the two tribe leaders. Even the mermaid hiding in the deep lake water did not escape that disaster. No one knows what happened specifically, but after that, the patriarchs of the two groups at that time, in addition to the characteristics of mermaids and centaurs, also acquired the habits of another creature, blood-sucking, fear of sunlight, and aversion to the sun garlic. The vampire master seemed to be using his actions to make them make multiple choices. If their clan leader becomes a vampire that they despise, will these two groups silently accept it, or will they completely abandon their clan leader? Ahem, are you Count Dracula? Ronan asked in shock. It seems that more than 100 years have passed, and my story has not been completely forgotten. Dracula said with a chuckle. Ahem, so what? We centaurs will never associate with evil half-dead existences like you even if we die. Ronan's brown-red horse body fell on the snow, and its 4 horse hooves struggled feebly, but it could not stand up. It looked very miserable. But he still coughed up blood while weakly but firmly saying that he would not associate with vampires. He was ready to repeat the mistake of the centaur's leader who committed suicide under the stars. At this moment, a burst of messy and loud footsteps came from a distance. More centaurs surrounded them, including not only male warriors of the centaur's family, but also many topless female centaurs and elderly centaurs. They held the bows and arrows of different lengths tightly in their hands, and nervously set up the bowstrings to point at Dracula. Their knuckles were so hard that they looked a little white, as if these backward crossbows could give them a sense of security facing Dracula. Generally, did everyone move? Dracula crossed his arms and looked at the scene in front of him with a half-smile. Evil life, let go of Ronan. The dark-skinned Bane stepped forward and shouted loudly, if he makes any mistake, we will use all our clan's strength to purify you. Oh, are you still the same as before? Do you really want to wipe out your entire clan? Dracula raised the corners of his lips and said nonchalantly, Bane, leave me alone, get out of here quickly. He suddenly used one hand to barely hold up half of the human body, and shouted to Bane loudly. Ronan, who was lying on the ground, had already learned the identity of Dracula. He was extremely anxious and did not want his tribe to experience another failure more than 100 years ago. Bane looked at him doubtfully, and before he could say anything else, a huge figure panted and followed him, forcing his way through the crowd of centaurs and coming to Bane's side. Bane, you centaurs can't understand human language at all, he said angrily. I told you, this is the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, and he and the unicorn were killed. It has nothing to do with it, it's all a misunderstanding. In the early morning, the night gradually faded in the sky above Hogwarts Castle, and the light of the stars gradually dimmed. A ray of sunlight quietly penetrated the clouds in the sky and slanted in the dense Forbidden Forest. However, the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts is not as peaceful as it appears on the surface. The atmosphere deep inside is extremely solemn and tense. Hagrid, lower your head now, look at your friends, look at Ronan's pain. Bane stared at Hagrid's unshaven face and asked sternly, you still think that such a cruel existence is just a harmless Hogwarts professor? Hagrid hesitated for a moment, but then realized that Dracula was one of his own who had Dumbledore's trust, and the centaurs were actually just outsiders. His eyes became firm and he wanted to defend Dracula. Hagrid had a quarrel with Bane, but due to his clumsy tongue, his neck turned red and he never said anything about Bane. In the end, he reluctantly gave up the verbal communication with the centaurs, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight Bane. At this moment, the encirclement of the centaurs silently opened a passage. That's enough, Bane. A centaur with extremely outstanding appearance walked over from the passage and said in a gentle but suppressed angry voice. His hair is white blonde and he has the body of a silver-maned horse. Why are you here, Firenze? Bane looked at the centaur and asked doubtfully. We are the first to take action, Bane. If you are not as skilled as others, there is no need to show off. The white blonde centaur named Firenze did not answer Bane's question and went directly to the topic. The war is coming. We cannot impose crimes that do not belong to others because of the stereotypes we have formed all along. This will only benefit our real enemies. Do you know what you are talking about, Firenze? Bane said angrily. Remember, Firenze, we swore an oath and never disobey God's will? You think I didn't see the trajectory of the planets? Is it an omen? After hearing this, Ronan, who was still lying on the ground, raised his eyes and glanced at Dracula. His face became a little uneasy, and he kept digging at the snow on the ground with his hooves. I don't know what mechanism Bane's words touched. Firenze's face instantly darkened, and he suddenly stood up on his hind legs in anger. Didn't you see that unicorn? He changed his gentle tone and roared to Bane. Don't you understand why it was killed? Now I really doubt that you are stupid enough to not see it. Uncover the secrets revealed in the planetary trajectories. I must resist the guy lurking in our forest, Bane. Yes, if necessary, I will stand with any group that may unite. After speaking, Firenze ignored Bane and walked straight towards Dracula, who was surrounded by centaurs. Professor, please let Ronan go once, and I will ensure that you leave the Forbidden Forest safely. He bowed slightly to Dracula, and then looked thoughtfully into Dracula's eyes. Firenze, you better know what you are doing. Bane saw this scene and continued to say sternly, what does that matter have to do with us? Centaurs have always been neutral and only care about the astrology. It's just a prophecy. We don't need to violate the principles of the group and go with those evil creatures just to fight against the wizard's enemies. However, Firenze was too lazy to pay attention to him at this time, and just stared straight into Dracula's burgundy eyes with astonishingly blue eyes, like light sapphires. Looking at the unusual centaur in front of him, Dracula chuckled. I didn't expect that there would be such an interesting centaur like you in this stubborn and old tribe. He glanced at the nervous centaurs around him and said to Firenze with a chuckle, for your sake, that's it for today. Of course, if there's another time, I won't show any mercy. When he said the last sentence, Dracula's tone became extremely cold. Bane opened his mouth in embarrassment and wanted to say a few more words of rebuke and ridicule, but he suddenly found a tiny bat with sharp teeth beside his ear, flapping its wings and flying towards the sky above the Forbidden Forest. He felt an extremely dark and dangerous aura from the bat's teeth, but he had no sense of it before. As the first tiny bat flew away, the sound of flapping wings was heard endlessly. Countless smiling bats flew over the Forbidden Forest where there was a hint of sunlight, and turned into a piece of powder in the sunlight and disappeared. Bane noticed that each bat flew from the centaur's ear. None of the centaurs were left behind, and each one had a corresponding bat. He looked at the sharp teeth of these bats and felt their dark breath. He was horrified and subconsciously looked at Ronan lying on the ground with questioning eyes. Ronan looked solemn and shook his head at him. Bane raised his hand, stopped the centaur's pursuit, and watched Firenze leading Dracula and Hagrid disappear into the shadows blocked by trees not far away. Ronan, did you stop me from taking action just now because you knew those evil bats? Bane stared at the retreating figures of a centaur, a vampire, and a hybrid giant. The moment they disappeared, he walked quickly to Ronan, bent down and asked, well, if my judgment is correct, those small bats are the ones that the legendary vampire used on the two clan leaders more than 100 years ago. Ronan said with difficulty. If Firenze hadn't appeared, he would have turned all of us centaurs into vampires. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Dracula said goodbye to Firenze and Hagrid, held up a parasol, and walked on the Hogwarts campus under the pale spring sunshine. The day was Wednesday and he had a class in the afternoon. It is a defense against the dark arts class for first-year Gryffindor and Hufflepuff wizards. When Dracula came to the classroom, all the first-year wizards were already here, sitting upright and neatly paying attention to their defense against the dark arts professor. Dracula nodded with satisfaction and picked up the lesson plans and textbooks that Quirrell had carefully prepared from the desk. It was rare for him to follow the pace of the lecture and reach the point where he was supposed to talk about this lesson. At this time, Harry, who was sitting in the audience, suddenly raised his hand. Mr. Potter. Dracula looked at him with some confusion. Professor, Hagrid told us at noon today that some dead animals with their blood drained appeared in the Forbidden Forest. Let us stay away from the Forbidden Forest. Harry said. Hermione said that only vampires can do this kind of death. We want to know if there are really vampires in the Forbidden Forest. Hearing Harry's question, the corners of Dracula's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect that the tight-lipped Hagrid didn't even persist for half a day and directly told Harry and the three young wizards about the situation in the Forbidden Forest. Of course, Hagrid's intention was probably good. He didn't want these three dishonest little wizards to get close to the dangerous Forbidden Forest, so he revealed a little bit about the situation in the Forbidden Forest, hoping that they would be afraid. But what he didn't consider was that this level of danger might not be able to stop the Gryffindor among the three Gryffindors from wanting to commit suicide. It was even more likely that it would further trigger their desire to commit suicide. Curiosity. In addition, the innocent vampire was once again involved, and the Earl was unhappy, very unhappy. So he motioned Harry to sit down, disrupted the teaching plan again, threw aside the lesson plan written by Quirrell, and then flipped the Dark Arts, Self-Defense Guide on the desk to the position near the end. Since Mr. Potter mentioned vampires, let's talk about vampires today. He said to the little wizards in the audience, turn your textbooks to the second to last chapter. The little wizard in the audience has long been accustomed to Dracula's unconventional teaching style, and he quickly opened the catalog. There was a sound of turning books in the classroom. Before we start the lecture, can any of the students who have previewed this lesson tell me how the wizarding world defines a vampire? Since Dracula himself had never read the textbook for this lesson, he thought of a good way to quickly understand the contents of the book. He cast his gaze on the little witch with messy hair in the first row. Hermione indeed lived up to Dracula's expectations. She had previewed the contents of this chapter more than once and quickly raised her hand. Vampires are dark creatures that feed on the blood of living things. They are afraid of the sun and cannot go out during the day, so they often roam and forage at night, and they are extremely evil and pierce the throats of their victims with their fangs. Dracula was still listening with great interest to the wizard who compiled the textbook's views on vampires. However, as he listened, he felt more and more something was wrong, and his face gradually darkened. He quickly glanced at the textbook and saw the words above. Vampires are dark magical humanoid creatures known for biting human necks and sucking blood. They belong to the category of living dead creatures together with zombies, and are highly contagious and highly dangerous. Dracula exhaled and suppressed his irritability. You memorized the definition very well. 1 point for Gryffindor. He interrupted Hermione's rambling recitation and said calmly. Hermione was enjoying the recital, but she still had some unfinished thoughts after being interrupted, and the extra points this time seemed too stingy. She felt like a beggar who had been dismissed. However, Dracula's traditional intimidation prevented her from refuting, so she could only pout and sit back on the stool. Okay, let's close the textbooks. Dracula was silent for a moment and then suddenly said. Upon hearing this instruction, the little wizards who had just opened the book raised their heads in shock. Dracula ignored the doubtful looks of the little wizards and started the defense against dark arts class on his own. The definition recited by Miss Granger is not wrong. A vampire is indeed a dark creature. He first confirmed the content of the textbook, and then said in a deep voice, but the definition given in your textbook is too one-sided. The content in it is all about the characteristics of low-level vampires, and there is no reference to higher-level beings at all. In fact, vampires can be regarded as a cursed creature, with a life form between life and death, and this curse can be spread through blood. Dracula whispered his definition of a vampire. This form of curse between life and death is actually somewhat similar to the wizard who drinks unicorn blood to extend his life, except that the vampire's life form is more contagious and has less negative effects. According to the degree of purity of blood, vampires can be divided into many levels. Among them, low-level vampires are the lowest. They often look like they have been infected with a serious infectious disease, with a haggard appearance and difficulty in controlling their eating instincts. He said, this kind of low-level vampire is the form described in your textbooks, and the common image of vampires in the eyes of most wizards and muggles is these large and low-level groups. Higher-level vampires are often able to control their bloodthirsty instincts and are willing to live in peace with wizards. It is for these vampires who have close contact with wizards that the magic world classifies this group into the definition of human. At this time, there was a dense rustling sound in the classroom. The little wizards who reacted quickly took out their notebooks and wrote down the content that did not exist in the textbooks with quills. In the magical world, the biggest reason vampires are feared is the same as werewolves, both because of their strong contagiousness. Dracula continued, wizards are afraid of being infected and turning into vampires and werewolves, so they avoid them, like snakes and scorpions. But if you deal with it promptly enough, even if you are bitten by an irrational werewolf or low-level vampire, there is still room for recovery. In the final analysis, the essence of infection is blood-to-blood transmission. As long as the infected blood is drained in time and then detoxified with silver powder or corresponding magic potions, the risk of turning into a werewolf or vampire can be avoided with a high probability. At this time, a little Hufflepuff wizard wearing a yellow scarf raised his hand and asked, Professor, if a person has been infected, is there a chance to turn back into a human? Dracula slowly shook his head. After being completely infected, the wizard's bloodline will be completely transformed into another species, and there is no possibility of reversal. He said solemnly, so I hope everyone can take precautions and try to avoid such an incident. If it really happens if you are infected, it is important to treat it as early as possible. The sooner you act, the higher the chance of recovery. Hufflepuff's little wizard looked a bit regretful. Dracula's eyes moved slightly, and he saw an exquisite book on the little wizard's desk, with the words Hairy Nose, Human Heart written on the cover. This appears to be a bestseller, telling the poignant story of a werewolf-infected wizard battling lycanthropy. It resonated with many wizards and was once tied with Wandering with Werewolves by the famous author Gilderoy Lockhart as the most acclaimed werewolf-related book. Thinking of this, Dracula looked at the little witch in the first row. Hermione's desk is filled with various books on defense against the dark arts, and more than half of this pile is occupied by a set of exquisite and gorgeous works by Gilderoy Lockhart. Dracula did not pay attention to other books, but looked directly at a book called Traveling with a Vampire. It was this book that made him interested in the famous author Gilderoy Lockhart. But while he was still in class, he had not yet fallen to the point of abandoning all the students to find fun with Lockhart. So, Dracula turned his wandering attention back to the defense against the dark arts classroom. In addition to timely treatment and prevention, there is another very important point. He said to the students seriously, this is the key point, you'd better write it down honestly. Unlike werewolves who lose their minds after transformation, vampires can communicate most of the time. If you really happen to encounter those low-level vampires who want to suck your blood, you can give full play to your communication skills and have friendly communication with them. Hearing Dracula's words, Hermione raised her hands high again. Professor, I have read in books that hungry vampires cannot reason with wizards. She asked, can we really communicate with them smoothly? Good question. Dracula smiled and nodded, so remember, when you meet this kind of vampire, try to say the most crucial sentence before they bite you. Just say, your professor is Dracula. I think they will give me a face. The little wizards laughed knowingly in the classroom. They thought the professor was joking. Defense against the dark arts. Time flies by. Unknowingly, the bell for the end of get out of class came quietly from the clock tower of Hogwarts. That's it for today. We've almost talked about vampires. Dracula said. He took out a goblet filled with bright red wine from somewhere, leaned on the lectern, and moistened his throat gracefully. At this time, Hermione anxiously took out a piece of parchment and kept winking at Dracula. Seeing the hint in Hermione's eyes, Dracula suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to collect his homework. Oh, by the way, don't leave yet. Assistant Professor Quirrell will come over soon to collect your homework from last class. He shook his head with a smile and said to the little wizards. Suddenly there was a cry in the classroom. Professor, are the blood-drained animals in the Forbidden Forest the work of vampires? Harry, as an outstanding student who had completed his homework, proudly asked, raising his hand. Mr. Potter, I went to see it. Those animals were not killed by vampires. Dracula glanced outside the door as if aware, with a playful smile on his lips. In contrast, I prefer to believe that Voldemort killed them. Quirrell, who was holding a large pile of parchment, had just walked to the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. After hearing Dracula's speech, his face suddenly became extremely stiff, and the corrected homework in his hand was not steady for a moment and fell to the ground. Damn it! Dracula knows everything, he just keeps playing tricks on me. In Quirrell's cramped teaching assistant's office, the young Voldemort, who looked much more solidified than in his previous form, now had a ferocious face, and his handsome appearance looked extremely distorted. You loser, haven't you found a way to deal with that beast until now? He glared at Quirrell fiercely and threw the thick pile of homework he had just collected on his face. What else do you do with homework and writing lesson plans? I asked you to sneak into Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone, not to find a hard-working assistant for Dracula. Quirrell knelt on the ground, trembling all over, letting his homework scatter on the floor, not daring to make any move or rebuttal. Oh, I should have let you, a loser, die in the hands of Dracula back in the leaky cauldron. Voldemort's voice was cold. I spent a lot of my soul saving you from Dracula's control that time. Part of the consumption of the original energy can be replenished after obtaining the Horcrux diary. However, in order to protect your identity, the curses used on the Quidditch pitch once again consumed most of my original energy. The blood of the unicorn sacrificed some time ago did have some effect, but I am still far from recovering. It is impossible to use this power again just because of a trivial matter. In this case, you can't even kill a beast. Could it be that do I have to take action personally every time? Then what use do I need from you? I'm sorry, Master. Kylo said tremblingly, I have actually thought of a way. As long as the Romanian smuggler I contacted transports the dragon eggs, I can use the dragon eggs to make a bet with Hagrid. And figured out his method of dealing with the three-headed dog. That's too obvious, idiot. Voldemort roared. That stupid big guy Hagrid wanted to raise a fire dragon, but someone just lost the bet to him and thoughtfully gave the dragon egg to him? A 10-year-old kid can see there's something wrong with this. Don't you understand yet? Both Dracula and Dumbledore are just fishing for a big fish with a long-term goal. They may expose our purpose at any time. As long as we show the slightest sign of wanting to take action, an unbreakable net will immediately be thrown over our heads. Then we don't have any solution. Quirrell raised his head, showing an extremely pale face, his eyes full of despair. How can we not be noticed by them even if we are at such a disadvantage? Voldemort's face also became extremely ugly, and he could not think of any feasible solution at this time. Defeating the three-headed dog in the first level by him personally seems to be the only way now without showing any signs. However, the few remaining soul sources are what he relies on to save his life, and are the last insurance for him to make a comeback. It is really not worth the gain to deal with a beast. What's more, there are many levels set up by other professors behind the three-headed dog. Who knows if there will be more dangers waiting for him? So we can only give up on this magic stone that is so close at hand? Voldemort raised his head slightly, and his gaze seemed to go beyond the ceiling and saw the restricted area on the 4th floor. At this moment, the diary on the desk suddenly opened without any wind. A line of beautiful handwriting appeared out of thin air on the blank page. I have an idea. Quirrell and Voldemort were not the only ones upset at Hogwarts. Snape was also upset because the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was about to begin, and he was worried that Quirrell, who was controlled by the Dark Lord, would do something detrimental to Lily's child again. So he squeezed Ms. Hooch out by any means and became the Quidditch referee of this game. After becoming a referee, he can focus on Harry and remove the curse on him in time. He can also easily scan the entire Quidditch field to find the person who cursed Harry. Of course, it would be better if we can cause some trouble for the Gryffindor team and let the team with the most points currently lose to Hufflepuff. If this continues, Slytherin may still have a chance to win the championship. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were also distraught because they were afraid that Harry would experience another vicious incident of being cursed. Harry was lucky last time and was saved by the giant bat conjured by Professor Dracula. This time, however, Hermione and Ron agreed that the person who hexed Harry would use a more vicious and powerful curse and throw him to the ground before the professors could react. I have to participate in the competition, Harry said to Ron and Hermione with a firm look in his eyes. If I quit, the Slytherins will think that I am afraid and dare not face any difficulties. I just want to see the kind of scene where the smug smile disappears from their face after we win. As long as we don't lift you off the field. Hermione was a little sad, but then her eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, Professor Snape is the referee this time, and he will definitely protect you. Yes? He tried his best to save people in the audience last time, and this time when he is the referee, it will be no exception. Harry was stunned for a moment, thinking of Snape's expression of extreme disgust when he usually looked at his face, and couldn't help but feel an extremely unreal feeling. The key is that the last time Snape recited the counter curse for him did indeed happen, and he couldn't refute it at all. I just hope that when he is the referee, he won't keep deducting points from Gryffindor like he usually does. Thank God. After all, he couldn't bear to say good things about Snape and said harshly. In the defense against the dark arts professor's office, looking at the two red-haired twins with playful smiles in front of him, even Dracula became a little upset. What are you two trying to do? He asked helplessly, looking at the Weasley brothers wearing red Quidditch uniforms. Professor, today is an important battle between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. If we win this battle, our Gryffindor will basically be sure to win the Quidditch Cup. George said, but now there is a problem. Harry's old enemy Snape is the referee of this game, and as usual, he will definitely favor Hufflepuff House. So we need to find a stronger professor to suppress Snape. In addition, it would be better if this professor can give Harry the courage to win. That's right. And you saved Harry when he was cursed in the last Quidditch match. Fred nodded repeatedly, and after George finished speaking, he added, Professor, you don't want the little wizard you are covering to be plotted against, do you? After all, Dracula held an umbrella and walked on the path to the Quidditch pitch, lost in thought. Why does that sentence just now sound so familiar? The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff almost focused the attention of the entire Hogwarts. On the one hand, in the last game between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Harry's performance and the accidents that occurred at that time were too contagious. They were passed around among the various houses, making it difficult for them to do so. The performance of the Gryffindor team attracted the interest of many young wizards. On the other hand, thanks to Dean Snape's unremitting efforts, Slytherin has won the Hogwarts House Cup for 7 consecutive years. Other houses have already been working hard to knock Slytherin from the position of house champion this year. So now the Gryffindor team's game, which has the highest score among the 4 teams, is very important. Because the Quidditch game is based on points, some people even encouraged the Hufflepuff team and Gryffindor to set points together, so that the points could reach a height that was beyond the reach of the Slytherin team. As a result, Slytherin House, which cannot win the Quidditch Cup, will have less chance of winning the House Cup. Of course, this immoral idea was rejected by the upright Hufflepuff team captain. On the day of the Quidditch match, almost everyone in Hogwarts poured out of the castle gate and marched toward the Quidditch pitch. The interior of Hogwarts Castle became empty and deserted. No one passed by in the corridors that were originally crowded with people for a long time. Only the torches hanging on the walls were burning persistently. No one noticed that a figure wearing a purple turban sneaked out of the office, passed through the deserted corridor, arrived on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts Castle, and then sneaked into an abandoned girls' bathroom. The Quidditch pitch was buzzing with people, with countless yellow and red flags waving, cheering for their respective teams. Outside the Gryffindor dressing room, Ron and Hermione were wishing Harry good luck. Harry sighed to himself, knowing that his 2 friends were actually secretly worried about him, worried that they would never see him come back alive again. In his wild thoughts, Harry put on a gold and red Quidditch jersey, picked up the Nimbus 2000 given to him by Professor McGonagall, stood in the team, and listened to Wood's pre-war mobilization. But he was too distracted to hear anything. Seeing Harry's distracted state, Wood pulled him aside. I don't want to put pressure on you, Potter, but today more than ever we need to catch the snitch as soon as possible. We need to do it quickly and not give Snape time to favor Hufflepuff too much. Wood patted hard, patting him on the shoulder. Don't worry about safety issues, Fred and George invited Professor Dracula. He will definitely save you like last time. Harry grinned stiffly, feeling like he would definitely fall off the broom. All the students in the school have come out. At this time, Fred peeked out of the door and exclaimed, oh my God, Dumbledore is here to watch the game. Harry's heart lurched. Dumbledore, he said, rushing to the door to confirm with his own eyes. Fred was right, there was no other person besides Dumbledore with that long white beard. Harry saw that Dumbledore was sitting in the sunshine on the west side of the Quidditch pitch, waving cheerfully to the students below the pitch, while Professor Dracula was sitting in the shadow of the backlight on the east side, seeming to have something to say in his mouth. Holding a lollipop in his mouth, he looked impatient. Harry was relieved and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. He knew he was in no danger. Although he didn't want to admit it, Snape as the referee had indeed given him a lot of psychological security. If Snape was not safe enough, the arrival of Dumbledore and Professor Dracula was more like a shot in the arm, completely putting him at ease. If such a luxurious lineup can make him fall off his broom, then Hogwarts will be regarded as the safest place in the world. Harry thought this as he stepped onto the Quidditch pitch with confidence and waved happily to the spectators around him. The game begins. However, what Harry didn't expect was that as soon as the game started, the situation on the court was already unfavorable to Gryffindor. Snape blew the whistle first, then stopped acting and began to award penalties to the Hufflepuff team on a large scale, frequently and without any reason. Fred and George raised their hands to protest to Snape on the spot, and then he awarded Hufflepuff a penalty for contradicting the referee. Thanks to Snape's diligent efforts, the score between the two teams quickly opened up. "Harry, you have to hold on tighter," Wood shouted to Harry nervously. Hearing the captain's urging, Harry felt helpless, and the good impression he had just had towards Snape disappeared without a trace. Just when he was anxious, his glasses suddenly reflected a little golden light. Harry's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly made a beautiful dive, crashing straight into Snape. The audience burst into exclamations and cheers, with Lee Jordan, the commentator, shouting for Harry to run into it and teach the old bat a lesson. Snape showed a disdainful smile and turned around on his broomstick to look at Harry, ready to send him off the field directly for charging the referee. This will not only make Gryffindor lose the game, but also protect the safety of Lily's son, killing two birds with one stone, Snape thought proudly. Then he saw a golden thing whizzing past his ear, just inches away from him. Then Harry stopped his dive and raised his arms in triumph. There was a golden snitch held tightly in his hand. Snape looked at this scene in astonishment, forgetting even his duty as a referee to blow the whistle. SHSHSH. 3 final whistles were blown, and Ms. Hooch flew up on her broom and glared at Snape fiercely. It was obvious that she deeply regretted giving up the referee's position to Snape. With a look of disbelief on his face, Harry jumped off his broomstick a foot above the ground. He couldn't believe he made it. Even the match lasted less than 5 minutes. For the little wizards watching the game, most of them didn't realize what happened, and the game was over. Except for Gryffindor, who gradually started cheering. Students from other houses left the Quidditch pitch with constipated expressions and walked towards Hogwarts Castle. What about the accident that happened to Harry? What about Snape's cool moves as a referee? Why do you sit in the auditorium and wait longer than the game time? They now look angry and just want to raise their arms. RNM, refund the money. On the other side, in the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts, before Quirrell had time to explore the surrounding environment, footsteps could be heard one after another. He was a little surprised and poked his head out of the bathroom. Immediately afterwards, a scream sounded. Quirrell became famous. Although he is the only assistant teacher at Hogwarts, wears strange headscarves for a long time, and has a series of reasons such as timidity, kidney deficiency, and stuttering, he already has a high reputation at Hogwarts. But what happened on the day of the Quidditch match was what made him completely popular. No one expected that Quirinus Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts assistant teacher, would sneak into the girls' bathroom while everyone was leaving the castle. If Harry hadn't caught the golden snitch in just 5 minutes, ending a Quidditch match that should have lasted for several hours or even a whole day, I'm afraid others wouldn't have discovered his true identity under the mask. It turns out that wearing the purple headscarf with special connotations all year round is just a facade. Quirrell is actually a wretched man and a pervert who peeks into the girls' bathroom. The little witches at Hogwarts are all in danger. No matter who sees Quirrell, they will choose to walk around him, and they must walk together when going to the toilet. All to avoid being followed and peeped by the perverted Quirrell. The boys also had an extremely bad impression of Quirrell, thinking that such a perverted man had lowered the moral standards of wizards and was simply unworthy of being a teacher. "Professor, why did you choose someone as humble as Quirrell as your assistant?" Penelope Cravat, Ravenclaw's 5th-year prefect, was complaining in the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. The red-haired Percy Weasley kept nodding beside him, indicating that Penelope was right. This time it was the 5th-year Gryffindor prefect who organized the protest. Percy took the initiative to unite with the prefects of each college and came to Dracula's office to protest, saying that a dirty scum like Quirrell must be expelled from Hogwarts, otherwise the little witches will never give up. What happened to Quirrell this time was really too big. Although he is only a teaching assistant and not a formal professor, he is still a staff member within the establishment. It was such a faculty member who sneaked into the girls' bathroom to do something bad while the students were not around. This kind of incident is too bad, and not being fired is not enough for the people to get angry. If it weren't for Dracula's high charisma and extremely high intimidation, I'm afraid even his reputation would be negatively affected by Quirrell. Who made Quirrell the assistant teacher of Defense Against the Dark Arts? Facing the protests of many prefects, Dracula gave Percy, the organizer of the event, a hard look. Seeing his familiar red hair, Dracula could only sigh that none of the Weasleys were easy to worry about. If Quirrell was fired because of this incident, would the tool he finally found to correct homework, write lesson plans, and produce papers, a hard-working and conscientious model worker, and the source of happiness for having fun for a long time be so gone? Already? Thinking of this, Dracula glared at Percy Weasley again. He waved his hand and impatiently sent the prefects to Professor McGonagall, and then began to think about why Quirrell sneaked into the girls' bathroom when everyone was not around. Of course Dracula knew that Quirrell wouldn't be the kind of pervert who peeked into girls' bathrooms. If he really wanted to do something bad, why would he choose a semi-abandoned bathroom instead of one that was always being used? This is somewhat unreasonable. That can only mean one thing: there's something wrong with that semi-abandoned girl's bathroom? Dracula thought for a moment, then stood up decisively, stepped on the window frame of the office, and jumped out lightly. Under the night outside the window, his figure suddenly shrank and deformed, turning into an elegant-looking bat. He flapped his wings and flew to an extremely narrow window on the third floor of the castle. He ducked through the glass and flew in. Inside the window, the small window was dusty, as if it hadn't been cleaned in decades, and barely let in much light. It wasn't until you entered the window that you discovered that this was a semi-abandoned bathroom, and its interior was extremely dark and dull. The layout of the bathroom is very messy. There is only a large mirror with stains and cracks. Under the mirror is a row of stone sinks with peeling surfaces. The floor was wet, and a few candles burned low in their brackets, reflecting dim light on the floor. This was the semi-abandoned bathroom that Quirrell had sneaked into. Dracula transformed back into his human form, landed lightly on the ground, and carefully looked at the dark bathroom, trying to find out what secrets there were. At this moment, with a heavy creak sound, the old bathroom door was opened a crack. Dracula was shocked and quickly cast a disguise spell on himself to hide his figure. If another little wizard discovers that he secretly appears here and behaves exactly like Quirrell, he will really have no excuse. However, after the door opened a crack, Dracula waited for a long time, but no one came in. He frowned, wine-red light flowing in his pupils. The next moment, an elderly figure appeared in front of the bathroom door. The figure in front of the door seemed to have noticed something was wrong in the bathroom. His sharp eyes looked through his glasses at where Dracula was. When they saw through their respective illusion spells and saw each other's figures, their expressions froze. What a coincidence, Headmaster Dumbledore. Good evening, Professor Dracula. The two people said in unison. Ahem, Professor Dracula, I'm here to check the situation at the crime scene. Dumbledore coughed, lifted the illusion spell on himself, and spoke first, but as a professor, isn't it inappropriate to appear in the girls' bathroom at night? Isn't it a coincidence? I'm also here to inspect the scene. Dracula also removed the disguise of the phantom spell and said calmly, I think my assistant Quirrell was bewitched by some black magic, so he acted abnormally. As a defense against the dark arts professor, is it normal to check for traces of dark magic? Dracula and Dumbledore looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Immediately, the two of them cast a protective magic on the bathroom door at the same time, and then breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The headmaster of Hogwarts and the defense against the dark arts professor joined forces for a night tour of the girls' bathroom. If a little wizard saw this scene, I don't know how big of a news it would make. Principal Dumbledore, why don't we check the crime scene together? Dracula curled his lips slightly and extended an olive branch to Dumbledore. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore readily accepted. Just when Dracula and Dumbledore smiled knowingly and were about to examine Quirrell's crime scene together, a ghost suddenly emerged from the bathroom stall. This is a ghost that looks like a short, fat schoolgirl. She wore thick glasses, had acne on her face, and looked unhappy. This is the girls' washroom. What bad things are the two professors doing secretly here? She looked at the two professors in front of her and said suspiciously, no, even if no one uses it, the girls' washroom is not the same as the male professors. You can come anywhere you want. I must tell the truth about you two. Dracula and Dumbledore's expressions froze. They never expected that while avoiding everyone else's sight, they did not escape a ghost that always resided in this bathroom. Myrtle, the two of us are here to check what's wrong here, Dumbledore said gently, obviously knowing the ghost. Myrtle seemed a little disbelieving, and retorted, I have been here all the time, and I can guarantee that there is nothing wrong with this bathroom. You must be making excuses for your behavior. With that said, Myrtle wanted to go through the bathroom roof to spread the news that the principal and professor were in the girls' bathroom. How could there be nothing wrong? Weren't you here when Quirrell sneaked in here this morning? Dracula stopped her from behind and asked. If I say no, then I don't. If you don't believe it, just. Myrtle turned her head dissatisfied and looked at Dracula. Then she froze in place. Are you, the new professor? Myrtle's eyes seemed to light up, and her voice became tense. It was completely different from before. Wow, I have never seen such a handsome professor. Would you like to go to your classroom to listen to the class? The corners of Dracula's mouth twitched. That's right, Myrtle, this is our new defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore took over with a smile, while not forgetting to wink at Dracula. If you want to attend the class, you can go to the defense against the dark arts classroom on the second floor, not far from here. Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Upon hearing Dracula's position, Myrtle's eyes suddenly filled with joy. Then you will definitely have problems this year, right? If you die, you must come here to find me. Ah, I'd love to share this toilet with you. Myrtle blushed and rolled her eyes, completely immersed in the imagination of a better future. Dracula turned his attention to Dumbledore, with a very unkind expression on his face. Dumbledore, don't tell me that as a headmaster, you don't know that there is a mentally ill ghost here, he asked. After all, this place is a girl's bathroom, so I wouldn't normally come in. Dumbledore said, I remember Myrtle passed away decades ago, but I didn't expect that she would still stay in this place. Is this the place where she died? Dracula frowned, feeling that there must be some secret hidden here. How did she die? Is it because of the bathroom itself? This is related to an event from the past 50 years ago. Dumbledore sighed and said softly, there were a series of attacks at Hogwarts that year, and Myrtle was the only one who died in the attacks. Wizard. But I still don't know the truth of the attack. So Dracula turned his attention to this ghost named Myrtle. Madam, can you tell me what happened here 50 years ago? The light in his eyes was flowing, and he showed a strange smile. However, Dracula's previously invincible questioning method failed today. After seeing Dracula's smile, Myrtle not only did not answer his question, but started a new round of madness. Professor, you were my professor. So she is really not mentally normal, is she? Dracula's smile froze on his face, and he looked back at Dumbledore, who was watching the show next to him. Is there any way you can make her return to normal? Obviously, Professor Dracula, Myrtle's mental state is like this because of you. Dumbledore shrugged and laughed a little gloatingly. So, it is you who should restore her. It's just normal. Dracula glanced at Myrtle, who was still going crazy, and fell into deep thought. You keep an eye on this ghost here and don't let her go out and talk nonsense. I'll find some foreign aid. After a moment, he suddenly said to Dumbledore. Before Dumbledore could respond, Dracula disappeared in the shadow of bats. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment when he saw this, then he spread his hands, took out a pack of honey candies from his pocket, and ate them in the bathroom with relish. Not long after, Dracula returned to this gloomy and dull girl's bathroom. At this time, Myrtle was floating in the air, crying and wailing, while Dumbledore comforted her while chewing sizzling honey candies. Do you think I don't know what people call me behind my back? Fat Myrtle? Ugly Myrtle? Poor, sniveling, sullen Myrtle, she cried. Now that good-looking professor, also if you dislike me, I won't live anymore. Myrtle dejectedly believed that Dracula left because he disliked her, although in fact it was true. Now she was trying to stuff herself into the toilet and drown. Don't be sad, Myrtle. Dumbledore comforted. Professor Dracula definitely didn't leave you because he disliked you. Look, isn't he back? He pointed to Myrtle, the newly returned Dracula. Seeing Dracula back, Myrtle seemed to feel a little happier and got out of the toilet. Yes, there is no need to treat yourself like this, Myrtle. Dracula also nodded. Don't forget that you are already a dead person. You can't drown yourself if you do this. After hearing his words, Myrtle suddenly felt even sadder and stuffed herself into the toilet again. Professor Dracula, I thought you would say some comforting words. Dumbledore looked at Dracula helplessly. What's the point of comforting others? I would never do such meaningless things. Dracula said calmly, look, isn't it interesting to see a ghost flopping in the toilet like this? An xin. Well, she can't drown anyway. Dumbledore was helpless. To Dracula, things that are meaningless are meaningless. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Dumbledore changed the subject. Where is the foreign aid you found? It's over there. Dracula pointed to the back wall of the bathroom with his chin. A slender ghost with waist-length hair slowly passed through the wall and floated towards the two of them. What came face to face was a slender ghost witch with waist-length hair. Her appearance is very delicate, but there is a proud and cold expression on her face. As her figure fluttered, a floor-length cloak swayed gently behind her. Long time no see, Uncle Dracula. She bowed slightly and said softly to Dracula. Well, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, Helena. I haven't seen you for hundreds of years, and my arrogance has gotten a lot bigger. Dracula looked at her with a half-smile, and teased, if I hadn't had something to ask for today, you don't even plan to come over to see me, right? A trace of embarrassment appeared on Helena's pretty face, and she said without confidence, it's not that I'm arrogant, it's just, I don't have the face to see you. When facing Dracula, the proud and cold expression on her face suddenly disappeared, as if she had turned into a little girl who had been caught by her parents and had done something wrong. Looking at Helena's familiar and delicate face, Dracula's thoughts drifted to more than 900 years ago. Helena Ravenclaw is the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders. At that time, Rowena had always maintained a very good relationship with Dracula, and her daughter was naturally very familiar with Dracula. Sometime after the construction of Hogwarts Castle, Dracula left his territory in Scotland and returned to Romania to rectify the new vampire community. It was during this time that something happened to Helena and her mother. As the founder of Ravenclaw, Rowena has always adhered to the motto extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. So she was extremely strict with Helena, to the point of being harsh. Helena quietly stole Rowena's crown and escaped from Hogwarts because of the unique rebellion of young people and the disappointment of being unable to meet her mother's requirements. Helena left Scotland with the crown. She believes that her mother's crown can help her become as smart as her mother, thereby helping her meet her mother's strict requirements. Rowena, who was at Hogwarts, was ashamed of her daughter's running away from home and stealing. She kept it in her heart from beginning to end and did not tell anyone else, including the other 3 founders and Dracula. However, Rowena eventually became heartbroken because of her daughter's escape, and soon became seriously ill. Before she died, she asked Barrow, who loved Helena deeply, to find her daughter and bring her back to see her for the last time. And this was the thing she regretted most before she died. Helena refused to return to Hogwarts with Barrow, and once again rejected his feelings for her. Helena, who was too familiar with Dracula, completely looked down on someone who was not very good looking and had a bad temper. The irritable Barrow, and Barrow lost his mind for a moment and stabbed her with a knife in anger. The final outcome is that both people have now become ghosts in Hogwarts. One has become the cold Lady Grey of Ravenclaw College, and the other has become Peeves' nemesis Bloody Barrow. It's been almost 1,000 years since this happened. Helena, there's no need to keep blaming yourself. Dracula sighed and said softly, Roner doesn't want you to spend the rest of your time immersed in guilt and self-blame. But, guilt, or bondage, is the foundation of the existence of ghosts. Helena shook her head gently. If I figure it out one day, maybe I won't exist in this world. Dracula fell silent. Professor Dracula, aren't you able to comfort people? In the frozen air, Dumbledore suddenly said with great interest, I think you just don't mean what you say, whether it's to Nico or Ms. Grey. This way, you can change your behavior for those you care about. Dracula immediately became silent. He found that Dumbledore seemed to be happy to put some worldly things on him to add weight to his so-called bond theory. Stop talking nonsense, we still have business to do. Dracula changed the subject directly and turned to look at Helena. There is a mentally unstable ghost over there. I need your help to get rid of it. She's got her emotions under control. Headmaster Dumbledore and I are going to ask her some questions. Helena nodded slightly and floated to the toilet where Myrtle was. At this time, Myrtle was still flopping in the toilet bowl, and it took a lot of effort to make a tiny splash. She was trying to find a suitable position to drown herself in the water. Myrtle Warren, stop what you are doing. Helena frowned, looking at the imageless Myrtle standing upside down, burying her face in the little toilet water left. Coldly he said quietly, do you know that your behavior is tarnishing the image of Ravenclaw College? When not facing Dracula, Helena returned to her cold image. Although no one knows her true identity as the daughter of Ravenclaw, Helena still has high prestige among the students of Ravenclaw House because of her always cold and aloof image. Myrtle Warren recognized Helena's voice and realized that the Ravenclaw ghost was coming. She was so excited that she hurriedly got out of the water and turned her body over awkwardly, while trying to sort out her image in the process. Okay, come here quickly. Principal Dumbledore and Uncle Dracula have something to ask you, Helena said sternly. Myrtle nodded obediently and floated towards Dracula and Dumbledore. The next second, her eyes suddenly opened wide. Uncle Dracula. Myrtle asked in shock, that handsome professor is your uncle? Yes, Professor Dracula is my elder. Is there any problem? Helena said. Myrtle suddenly became depressed again, with a sad face, and whispered, that's bad, Professor Dracula is Ms. Grey's uncle. After living for so long, he must not be very weak, and it is probably difficult to die. The position of defense against the dark arts professor has been offered. With his excellent hearing, Dracula easily heard what Myrtle was muttering, and his face turned dark. Helena also looked back at him dumbfounded, and couldn't help but joke, you are still as charming as before, Uncle Dracula. As the culprit who single-handedly raised her own beauty standards and made her completely unable to accept Barrow, Uncle Dracula is as always a bad guy, Helena thought with a smile. Ahem, Myrtle, I have a few questions to ask you. Can you answer them truthfully? Dracula coughed twice and forcibly changed the subject. Of course, if that's what you want to ask. Myrtle nodded repeatedly, looking excited, feeling that she finally had a place to use. Dracula paused and asked, did you see a wizard wearing a purple turban come here around 9 o'clock this morning? No, I vaguely saw a very handsome guy passing by in the morning, heading towards the prefect's bathroom, so I followed him. Myrtle murmured, and then her expression changed. He became angry and said, who knew I had been waiting in the prefect's bathroom for a long time, but I didn't see anyone at all. I must have been deceived. Dracula and Dumbledore looked at each other, feeling eye-opening about meeting such a strange ghost. Helena next to her looked a little angry. How could there be a student like you in Ravenclaw who would even think of peeking at boys taking a shower? She subconsciously imitated her mother and scolded her seriously. No wonder you look like Uncle Dracula when you see him. It's like losing your mind and going crazy. Myrtle lowered her head and did not dare to speak, but Dumbledore next to her became interested. How handsome is that handsome guy you saw, that he could seduce you to the point where you go to the prefect's bathroom and wait for him? Dumbledore asked with a smile. Maybe I can give you a reference point. Professor Dracula is so handsome. Handsome. Myrtle raised her head and glanced at Dracula, then hurriedly moved her gaze to the ground, nodded, and then shook her head. What does this mean? Dumbledore didn't quite understand what she was doing. It's just, both are handsome, I really can't tell who is more handsome, Myrtle said cautiously. Her words made Dumbledore frown. Does Hogwarts have a prefect or Quidditch team captain who is as handsome as Professor Dracula? He looked at Dracula and asked doubtfully. I don't know, but exclude Percy Weasley first, Dracula said decisively. Before coming to the semi-abandoned girls' bathroom, he had just met most of the prefects in the office, as well as the organizer of the protest, Percy Weasley. Dracula was unhappy with the man who organized a protest to drive his main source of amusement out of school. Coupled with the blessing of red hair that was tainted by the Weasley twins, it felt even more unpleasant. So he denied Percy's appearance without hesitation. But Percy is already handsome among the prefects, and Wood is also good as the captain of the Quidditch team, but he is still far behind. Dumbledore turned to look at Helena. Ms. Grey, Ravencrow's Robert Hilliard seems to be one of the few handsome prefects. What do you think? Hilliard is much worse than Uncle Dracula. Helena shook her head decisively and said, that's strange. Dumbledore frowned, lost in thought. Dracula looked at the current scene in the bathroom and felt that something was not quite right. 2 male professors and 2 female ghosts were discussing in the girls' bathroom which male prefect was more handsome. It feels strange to think about it. The key is that Dumbledore and the 2 face-controlling female ghosts seem to be enjoying themselves. Stop guessing here. Hasn't Myrtle seen that prefect? We can almost tell who it is by asking her to tell us his appearance. Dracula interrupted their heated discussion and looked directly at Myrtle asked, Myrtle, do you still remember what that handsome student looks like? Let me think about it. Myrtle held her round double chin and recalled the appearance of the handsome boy before. The hair and eyes were black, as thick and pure black as ebony. The face was very white, with a somewhat gloomy expression, and a very special temperament. Ah, yes, that kind of evil villain temperament. I like it so much. Listening to Myrtle's description, Dracula became interested and thought about who this prefect was. He had a strong villainous temperament at a young age. But Dumbledore and Helena gradually changed their expressions. Dumbledore's expression became very solemn, while Helena was a little dazed at first, and then an angry expression appeared on her pretty face. What's wrong? Dracula soon realized that something was not right about the expressions of the 2 of them, and asked in confusion. Tom Riddle. Dumbledore and Helena said a name in unison. Who is this? I don't think I've heard of it. Dracula looked at Dumbledore and Helena's performance with interest and asked aloud, so is there any story between this person and you? He looked around, then leaned casually on the edge of the sink in the center of the bathroom, making his usual theatrical movements. Helena turned back and glanced at Dumbledore. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking first, she closed her eyes gently and recalled the past with some pain. Tom Riddle, he defrauded my mother of her crown. She wrung her hands tightly together, and the emotion on her face seemed to be a little panicked. I still remember that he was very likable, it seems. Also seems to be very understanding and compassionate, and he's handsome. So you gave Rowena's crown to him. Dracula crossed his arms and glanced at Helena reproachfully. There are many liars these days, and you have turned into a ghost without knowing much about the world. Little girls are the easiest to be deceived. I'm sorry, Uncle Dracula. Helena muttered quietly. No need to apologize to me, this is the crown your mother left for you. Dracula interrupted her, and then a very evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But of course I will not let Rowena. The crown fell into the hands of a liar. Is it Tom Riddle? Don't let me find him. Myrtle and Helena couldn't help but shudder as they looked at his expression. Helena, where do you think the crown will be now? Dracula quickly stopped smiling and looked at Helena. After I escaped from Hogwarts, I hid the crown in a hollow tree in a forest in Albania. Helena said gloomily, but the crown should have been taken away by him, and it will not be in the original place now. Dracula nodded and looked at Dumbledore. So did the liar named Tom Riddle also lie to you, Dumbledore? Tom didn't deceive me, but he deceived almost everyone in Hogwarts. Dumbledore shook his head slowly, with a heavy expression on his face. If you tell him another name, maybe you will understand. Tom Riddle's other name is Voldemort. Tom Riddle is Voldemort. Dracula looked at Dumbledore in surprise. That's right. Dumbledore nodded lightly and told the story of decades ago. More than 50 years ago, I was the one who took him from the Wu orphanage to Hogwarts and taught him magic. Opportunity. Tom is very good at acting and winning people over. He initially established an organization in Slytherin House while he was in school, which was the prototype of the Death Eaters. It was also at that time that he abandoned the too common name Tom, and the surname Riddle, which comes from the Muggle father. Tom's performance in school has always been very good. Almost all professors think that he is a good student with both good character and academic performance. He has deceived almost everyone in Hogwarts. Dumbledore said seriously, I am the only one because I've seen him bully other children in the orphanage, so I'm wary of his character. But I can't come up with definite evidence. Oh, this is getting interesting. In the solemn atmosphere, Dracula suddenly raised his lips. Let me think about it. A young boy who was born as an orphan endured the humiliation and pressure of a powerful professor, and finally succeeded. He emerged from Hogwarts and established a feared Death Eater force. What a touching and inspirational story. Damn it, why didn't that old guy Nico wake me up at that time? Maybe I could see what little Tom looked like when he was young, and maybe I could also participate in his experience of lurking underground to open up the Death Eater force. I think. It's interesting to think about it. After listening to Dumbledore's stories about Voldemort's youth, Dracula finally had a certain understanding of the unnamed Dark Lord and developed a new interest in him. At this time, Voldemort in Dracula's heart was finally no longer a small character with a flat image, no brains, and no character at all like a demon king. Dumbledore next to him was lost in thought. He is now a little confused about whether letting Dracula come to Hogwarts as a professor is the right decision. Uncle Dracula, don't forget that Tom Riddle defrauded my mother of her crown. You have to help me teach him a lesson. Helena saw Dracula's interested expression and was afraid that he would become interested. He joined the Dark Lord's camp and hurriedly said aggrievedly, Don't worry, Helena. Dracula gave her a reassuring expression. I will definitely teach him a lesson and make him cry bitterly and return Rowena's crown to you. The topic was unknowingly diverted. It was because Myrtle felt that she had been unable to get a word in, so she once again got into the toilet and fluttered autistically, which reminded Dumbledore and Dracula of today's business. Professor Dracula, I think the next action must be taken as soon as possible. Dumbledore said sternly. Tom dares to expose his young body to the eyes of others, which means that he feels that there is no need to hide it. In other words, he has already guessed that we have dug the hole and is waiting for him to jump in. But in order to get the sorcerer's stone, he had to jump into the pit, right? Dracula smiled easily and turned to look at Helena. When Voldemort jumps into the pit, I will go and treat him well. I'll teach you a lesson and then help you get your crown back, okay? Yeah. Helena nodded heavily. Okay, Professor Dracula, it's time to get to work. Dumbledore walked to the side and urged, it's time for us to check what Voldemort and Quirrell have hidden in this semi-abandoned girl's bathroom. It's a secret. Dracula nodded slightly and took out an old piece of parchment from his pocket. This was the Hogwarts title deed that he had already used very easily. As the magic power in his hand moved, lines crisscrossed on the paper, slowly intertwining into a grid in the shape of Hogwarts Castle. Dracula's eyes moved slightly, and then, one part of the grid suddenly enlarged, and a pattern that was exactly the same as the structure of the semi-abandoned bathroom where Myrtle was located appeared on the parchment. Every magic node in the bathroom suddenly appeared. On the paper, every corner of the picture becomes detailed. Sometimes when I see Professor Dracula's authority over Hogwarts, I don't know what the use of my role as principal is. Dumbledore sighed as he watched Dracula's actions. At this time, Dracula didn't have time to pay attention to Dumbledore's sigh. He just carefully observed the land deed in his hand and frowned slightly. The magic nodes here seem a bit complicated. He suddenly turned around and looked at the pool where he had just been leaning to watch the show. This pool is very old and can be vaguely seen to be made of marble. The surface of the stone slab has peeled off and is still a little damp, with some sparse moss growing in the cracks. There are many dirty faucets above the pool. From time to time, 1 or 2 drops of water will drip down, making a tick, tick sound. Some water splashes out of the pool and onto the ground, making the floor look wet. A large stained and cracked mirror stood behind the pool, reflecting the figures of Dracula, Dumbledore, and Helena. As for Myrtle, she stuffed herself into the toilet and was not reflected in the mirror. Is there something wrong here? Dumbledore came over, looked at the stained pool and mirror, and asked doubtfully. Dracula unfolded the land deed in his hand and placed it in front of Dumbledore. As the principal, you should be very familiar with the magic system associated with Hogwarts Castle, right, Dumbledore? He said, look at the structure of this bathroom. The magic nodes in other locations are very normal. However, when it comes to this at the location of the pool, there were suddenly 4 or 5 more magic nodes, and the backs of these magic nodes suddenly became empty, as if they were artificially shielded. So what else is there behind this pool? Dumbledore asked, are there any magic nodes that cannot be seen even with the authority of this land deed? Yes. After all, I am only the lord of this land, and the castle was ultimately built by Salazar and Godric. Dracula explained, so if the 4 founders want to be involved in the construction of the castle, it is normal for any private goods not to be shown in the land deed. Dumbledore nodded knowingly. Hey, there seems to be a faucet here that doesn't produce water. He looked at one of the copper faucets with a small snake carved on it. Dumbledore's voice of surprise drew Dracula's attention to the copper faucet that did not produce water. This snake pattern looks like Salazar's style. Maybe he secretly built a secret room behind the water pipe and it was not marked on the title deed. Dracula looked at the faucet and marveled. He was very dissatisfied with Slytherin's little move, so he teased mercilessly, I didn't expect Salazar to be such a person, putting the entrance to the secret room in the girls' bathroom, and that Voldemort was not much different, either. You can actually find the entrance in the girls' bathroom. In fact, even as a close friend of Slytherin, Dracula did not know the location where he established the Chamber of Secrets. The original entrance to the secret room was not in the bathroom. When it was first built, Slytherin and his descendants could enter the secret room through a hidden trapdoor and a series of enchanted passages without risking being scolded as a pervert to enter the girls' bathroom. But by the 18th century, as the number of students increased and water consumption increased, Hogwarts' plumbing system became increasingly complex. In the 18th century, a certain headmaster of Hogwarts planned to build a girls' bathroom near the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. This bathroom is the semi-abandoned bathroom where Myrtle is now. Also because of the construction plan of this bathroom, the concealment of the secret room was threatened. At that time, there was a student in Hogwarts named Corvinus Gaunt. He was an outstanding direct descendant of Slytherin and knew the location of the Chamber of Secrets very well. After his transformation, the entrance to the secret room was secretly protected and connected to the copper faucet of the girls' bathroom through a pipe. Thus, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets that Dracula and Dumbledore see now was formed. There has been a legend about the Chamber of Secrets circulating in Hogwarts, and now it seems that it may be true. Dumbledore said thoughtfully, according to the legend, this Chamber of Secrets is the home of Salazar Slater. Lynn built it before he left school, and only he and his heirs can open it. Legend has it that there is a terrifying monster living in the Chamber of Secrets that only Slytherin and his heirs can control. When it is put into Hogwarts, it can purify the school and remove all those who Slytherin deems unworthy of studying. Magical people. Nonsense. Dracula sneered. With Salazar's proud character, no matter how much trouble he had with Godric and the others, he would never reach out to the innocent students. Even if it were true, he left behind a monster, which is probably just the legacy he left to future generations. Uncle Dracula, do you mean to say that Dean Slytherin is not the monster left for revenge? Helena leaned over and asked curiously. I always thought he was here after having conflicts with my mother and the other two deans. I built such a secret room out of anger to eliminate those specially recruited Muggle-born wizards. Based on what I know about Salazar, I am more willing to believe that he built such a secret room to protect Hogwarts. Dracula curled his lips slightly and looked at Helena. You should know Salazar's philosophy at the time, Helena. Helena nodded. Head of Slytherin believes that recruiting Muggle-born wizards will expose the existence of Hogwarts and bring danger to the castle, she said. Well, so it is more likely that he built a secret room before leaving because he adhered to this concept. Dracula slowed down his speech and analyzed carefully. He left a secret room in the secret room that was enough a powerful monster that protects Hogwarts from invasion by foreign enemies, and is released to protect Hogwarts when necessary. This explanation seems to be more in line with his temperament. After listening to Dracula's narration, Dumbledore wiped the corners of his eyes emotionally, with an expression of being moved. What a touching story. A great founder never forgets to protect their common efforts even if he falls out with his friends. He said with emotion, it seems that the wizarding world has always had an interest in Slytherin's character. What a huge misunderstanding. Dracula looked at his moved expression and hesitated to speak, unable to bear to interrupt the emotions he had just brewed. Dumbledore, calm down for a moment and listen to what I have to say. He stood nearby and poked Dumbledore's arm. Actually, the wizarding world doesn't have much concern for him. Misunderstanding. Dumbledore looked at him doubtfully. How can that guy Salazar be as noble as you think? Dracula hesitated for a while, then held his forehead and whispered to him, his secret room must be as rumored, and only his heirs can access it. Able to open. In this case, I'm afraid Salazar wants his heir to use the power of monsters to turn the tide when foreign enemies invade. In the end, it is logical that his Slytherin house will overtake the other three colleges. Dumbledore's expression froze. The psychological gap was a bit big, and the deep emotion was gone. Forget it, it's good that Slytherin didn't intend to harm the students of Hogwarts. Dumbledore silently changed his explanation. As far as I know, that guy doesn't have any creativity. He likes to use his parcel tongue as a password for everything, and he feels very safe. Dracula turned the faucet that did not produce water with interest. But he accidentally unscrewed it. If according to previous speculation, the secret room is left to his heirs, then the entrance should also be opened with parcel tongue. This makes sense. Even if Tom Riddle is a descendant of Slytherin, it's not surprising that he can speak parcel tongue. Dumbledore showed a look of understanding and explained, Tom his mother is from the Gaunt family, so he is half of the Gaunt family. No wonder. Dracula threw the unscrewed faucet on the ground and sighed. Maybe Slytherin didn't expect that his descendants did not use what he left to protect the castle, but instead used it to it's a bad thing. At this time, Myrtle finally got out of the toilet. She had been secretly observing Dracula and Dumbledore for a long time, and saw that they had been talking around a faucet. She couldn't suppress her curiosity, and drifted to the two of them again. I died near here. She looked at the pool, suddenly showed a proud expression, and said energetically, Oh, then do you remember how you died? Dracula leaned against the pool again and asked with interest. Ouch, that's so scary, she said with relish, showing no fear at all. That's what happened here. I remember it very clearly. At that time, someone laughed at me for wearing glasses and looking like a four-eyed dog. I hid here and cried, and suddenly I heard someone coming in. But what annoyed me was that a boy came in and he said some funny and incomprehensible words to the sink here. So I ran over and yelled at him to go away and go to my boy's toilet. And then Myrtle puffed out her chest, thinking she was so great, and her face was radiant, and then I died. If I remember correctly, what you said is no different from what Principal Dippet asked 50 years ago, Myrtle. Dumbledore said gently, but actually what we want to know is, how exactly did you die? In other words, what was the method that the boy used to kill you? Actually, I don't know exactly how I died. Myrtle lowered her voice mysteriously, and said in front of Dracula's face, I only remember seeing a pair of scary big yellow eyes, and my whole body it seemed like everyone was caught, and then I floated away. Then Myrtle became excited again, and said with joy, in fact, there is nothing wrong with dying. Later, I came back in the form of a ghost. I haven't settled the accounts with Olive Humbay yet. Oh, but I really regret making fun of my glasses. Dumbledore nodded. According to Myrtle, Tom probably didn't kill Myrtle himself. Then the guess that there is a monster behind the faucet is probably close to 10. And the monster has probably been controlled by Tom, he said. Then, Dumbledore turned to look at Dracula. Can you open this entrance, Professor Dracula? Certainly. Dracula moved his wrist eagerly and raised his hand towards the faucet. An extremely dark ball of light appeared in the palm of his hand. This light ball is like a black hole that absorbs everything. It continuously gathers the magic power around it, and its aura gradually becomes powerful and terrifying. Dumbledore initially thought that Dracula was planning to use the title deed to Hogwarts and use the landlord's authority to open the entrance mechanism left by Slytherin. It wasn't until I saw this black hole with a terrifying aura that I reacted instantly. What you mean by being able to open the entrance, is to forcefully blow it open with magic. Dumbledore's eyes were twitching wildly, and he hurriedly stood in front of Dracula. Professor Dracula, don't be impulsive, I'll blow you up quickly. The magic stops. How are we going to get in without blowing it open with magic? I don't know Salazar's parcel tongue. Dracula's burgundy eyes seemed to be shining, and he looked at the faucet with the handle in front of him with interest, unwilling to stop at all costs. You will destroy the magic system of the castle, Dracula. Dumbledore's face darkened, and he even took out his wand. It's just an extremely weak Voldemort. There is no need to gamble with the safety of Hogwarts Castle. As he spoke, he raised his wand towards Dracula. Looking at Dumbledore's raised wand, an extremely fiery light appeared in Dracula's eyes. After waiting for so long, do you finally have the chance to fight with you, Dumbledore? An exaggerated smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing two extremely sharp side teeth. At the same time, the eerie wooden wand made of a little finger bone core was quietly held in his free right hand. Dracula had never seemed so excited since he woke up. Over the past hundreds of years, he has only met a few opponents who can bring him joy in battle, and those people are without exception powerful wizards who dominate an era. However, there are too few such powerful wizards who can be widely recognized as grand sorcerers, that is, whose strength can be recognized by the entire magical world. Therefore, Dracula rarely cares about fighting with others. What interest can be aroused? But today is different. Today Dracula faces the greatest wizard of our time, Albus Dumbledore. He is willing to fight with all his strength. Dumbledore looked at the suddenly excited Dracula, staring at the ball of light in front of his left palm with a very solemn expression. At this time, this ball of light, as dark as a black hole, had expanded to the size of a fire dragon egg, and the surrounding air was violently distorted under its influence. Through this distorted air, Dracula could vaguely see Dumbledore behind the black hole, and a hint of cunning seemed to flash in his blue eyes behind his glasses. Professor Dracula, I changed my mind. Dumbledore winked at Dracula happily. If you want to blow up Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, then go ahead. I won't stop you in any way. As he spoke, he wrote a rune character on the partition door next to the copper faucet. This character is like a piercing eye that gradually becomes transparent and disappears. The next moment, a large fiery red bird appeared out of thin air in a burst of fire and landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. It proudly raised its slender neck toward Dracula, flapped its wings, and disappeared into the semi-abandoned girls' bathroom with Dumbledore. Looking at Dumbledore who was walking away, Dracula froze on the spot. Then he glanced at the black hole in his hand, which was already bigger than a fire dragon egg and could not be retrieved at all, and the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. He's so plump, how can he blow it up? Do you want him to blow up the entire Hogwarts castle? So, with a dark face, Dracula raised the wand he was going to use to fight Dumbledore, and pointed at the dirty little window next to him. Fenestra. The glass was shattered, revealing the gloomy night outside the window. Dracula pinched the black hole in his hand and pushed it hard into the cloudy sky outside the window. The color of the light ball was already dim. After leaving the bathroom, it blended into the night and quickly rose to a very high altitude. Boom! A dull sound came from the sky, almost shaking Hogwarts castle, and countless years of dust fell. The dark clouds in the night sky suddenly dispersed, and the accumulated water mist was swept away. The clouds dispersed, and a bright full moon was embedded in the clear night sky, surrounded by endless stars. The reflected starlight is like countless pearls falling on the sparkling black lake, shining brightly. Dumbledore stood by the window of the principal's office, quietly looking up at the spotless and clear night sky, with a smile on his lips. Do you think Professor Dracula understands what I mean now? He looked at Fawkes on his shoulder and said to himself. Huh. Fawkes tilted his head. At this time, a clean and brand new hat jumped onto the windowsill, unwilling to be left alone. Are you talking to me, Dumbledore? It asked in a not-so-nice voice. Dumbledore's face stiffened for a moment, and the emotion he had just brewed was suddenly interrupted, and he choked a lot of sighs in his throat. And this feeling clearly appeared more than once tonight. No, I'm not talking to you, Mr. Hat. He took a deep breath and said expressionlessly. That must be talking to me. Before the Sorting Hat could speak, a portrait of Phineas Black hanging on the wall spoke. I'm telling you, Albus, this Dracula it's definitely not that worry-free. Shut up, Phineas. Principal Delis Devons interrupted him. Can't you see that Dumbledore is thinking about something? Oh, I thought he was asking us questions. There was a cacophony of portraits of former principals. Dumbledore rubbed his brows, helplessly led Fawkes away from the window, and closed the screen door that separated the portrait wall with a snap. Dracula's magic did not bombard the castle, but it still had an impact on Hogwarts. Two fifth-year prefects, Percy and Pinello, were having a tryst in the cloister of the entrance courtyard. The gloomy night suddenly became clear, and the sky suddenly lightened up. The two good students who had relied on darkness to muster their courage suddenly lost their sense of security. The two prefects, who were too thin-skinned to openly violate school rules, slipped back to their respective lounges with burning cheeks. In the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid is lurking near a group of fire crabs. He secretly placed a manticore next to the fire crab and sprinkled some animal estrus in an attempt to hybridize the two species and create a new species. However, the sudden light of night exposed Hagrid's huge body to the sight of two violent groups. The fire crabs and manticores rushed towards Hagrid with the same hatred. In various corridors of the castle, a pair of red-haired twins were playing the weekly hide-and-seek game with the administrator Filch. They used homemade cat toys to lure Filch's cat away to prevent it from smelling their scent, and then hid in a dark corner of the hall. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the air, the whole castle shook, and a large piece of dust fell down. Fred choked and couldn't help coughing. Filch heard the movement immediately and slowly walked towards the dark corner of the hall. Don't worry, it's so dark here, we can sneak to another corner without him noticing, George whispered. At this moment, the haze dissipated, and a bright moonlight poured in from the hall window, just shining on the faces of Fred and George, Weasley twins. Dracula, the culprit of all this, had already left the semi-abandoned girls' bathroom, leaving only a small bat hanging upside down in the shadows in the corner of the bathroom, monitoring the copper faucet that did not produce water. He understood Dumbledore's plan. At noon the next day, an owl came to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, delivering an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic. After receiving the letter, Dumbledore showed a knowing smile, and then planned to go to the Ministry of Magic in London through the fireplace in the office. Before leaving, he looked at Fawkes and whispered, "When there is something strange in that bathroom, bring this letter to Harry." Fawkes nodded thoughtfully and looked at Dumbledore's desk. There was a letter there, with the words "Hands from Mr. Harry Potter" written on the envelope. There was also a mirror placed next to the letter. There was a runic character engraved on the mirror. The character was like a piercing eye, clearly reflecting the image in the semi-abandoned girls' bathroom in the mirror. A row of copper faucets dripped water tick-tock, tick-tock, but there was one faucet that looked very out of place, with no water dripping, and the handle used to turn it was missing. If Professor Dracula knew that I was spying on a girl's bathroom, he would definitely take the opportunity to tease me. Dumbledore glanced at the surveillance mirror again, shook his head mockingly, and then walked into the green flames of the fireplace without stopping. Professor Dracula, whom Dumbledore was thinking about and worried about making fun of, was doing the same thing and observing the situation in the girls' bathroom. Everything seemed normal today, but there were also abnormalities everywhere. Dumbledore had just been lured away by an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic. Within a few minutes, Quirrell claimed that he had a cold and asked Dracula for a day off. In addition, Dracula had 2 consecutive defense against the dark arts classes to teach this afternoon, so it was difficult to spare any time. Everything seems normal, everything happens from time to time, but when these coincidences are combined, the coincidence is no longer a coincidence. This clearly means that Voldemort is ready to attack the Sorcerer's Stone? Although Voldemort had made a lot of preparations, 2 defense against the dark arts classes did not seem to be an effective obstacle to Dracula. In other words, he and Quirrell did not think of any way to delay this unscrupulous person. Choosing the time for defense against the dark arts class was probably just a matter of desperation. And Voldemort obviously overestimated Dracula's professionalism. This class is self-study. The class representative should manage the classroom discipline. If you have any questions you don't understand, don't ask me. If you ask, I won't be responsible for answering. What? No class representative? Then it's you, Diggory. You are responsible for the management good classroom discipline. Dracula arranged his self-study hastily, and then leaned on the blackboard behind him in boredom. But his vision switched to another place. This is the vision of a bat, or to be precise, the hearing of a bat. The bat he left in that bathroom continuously emitted ultrasonic waves that normal people could not hear. After receiving the signal bounced back from the room with the ears, a complete topographic map of the bathroom is constructed, without any visual impact from the darkness in the middle. Neither Dracula nor Fawkes had to wait long. Halfway through the first class in the afternoon, a sneaky figure wearing a purple headscarf entered the girls' bathroom and walked straight to the row of copper faucets. A creepy hissing sound came from Quirrell's turban. Suddenly, the faucet without the handle emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Immediately afterwards, the pool started to move, and slowly sank from sight, replaced by a very thick water pipe that could accommodate a person. In the principal's office, Fawkes looked at this scene in the mirror with wide eyes and realized that this was what Dumbledore was talking about. So he grabbed the letter on the table with 2 paws, and then disappeared into a ball of golden red fire. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, Dracula's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a frightening light. "You guys study well. I'll be out for a while. Diggory, don't forget to keep order in the classroom," he said seriously. However, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise, looking very interested. Seeing Dracula's smile, the Weasley twins, who were discussing in low voices how to escape confinement, shuddered. "What's wrong with Professor? That smile is so scary," George whispered. "It's indeed scary." Fred nodded, and then he suddenly realized, "No, what are we still afraid of here after the professor is gone?" As he said that, he pulled George to his feet and shouted, "The professor is gone, everyone, get excited." Cedric stood up in a hurry and tried to stop him, but in the atmosphere where many young Gryffindor wizards were gradually igniting, it seemed to be useless. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron were playing wizard chess, and Hermione buried her face in a large pile of books next to her, searching for information. Judging from the situation on the chessboard, Ron's wizard chess was played very well, and Harry was forced to sweat profusely and feel helpless. Ron once again ordered the queen on the chessboard to take a step diagonally forward, showing a proud smile. "Admit defeat, Harry," he said excitedly. "Wait a little longer, I can still hold on for a while," Harry said harshly. At this moment, a golden red light flashed. "Ron, did you see that there was a red light flashing just now?" Harry was stunned for a moment and looked back. "Harry, don't use these little tricks. Fred and George have long been tired of those distraction methods," Ron said dissatisfied. He was so focused on the chessboard that he didn't even notice the fire coming from Fawkes. "Give it up, Harry, like a man." However, Harry's attention was no longer on the chessboard at this time. He looked at the empty small table behind him and said doubtfully, "Ron, when did there be an extra letter here?" Ron thought Harry was changing the subject, so he looked over his head in disbelief. "Maybe who put it there, it has nothing to do with us. Harry, come and finish this round," he said eagerly. "I will win soon, don't try to cheat." Harry ignored him and walked over to the table and picked up the letter. "Mr. Harry Potter personally, is this a letter for me?" He opened the envelope doubtfully. Inside is a piece of parchment with very beautiful and graceful handwriting. "Harry, if you are careful enough, you may be able to recognize this handwriting." "Yes, I gave you the invisibility cloak." "Harry, if you are careful enough, you may be able to recognize this handwriting." "Yes, I sent you the invisibility cloak." Seeing these 2 lines of words, Harry opened his eyes wide and looked down quickly. He wanted to know who gave him such a valuable thing as an invisibility cloak as a Christmas gift. "I know, you may think that the invisibility cloak is used to do bad things that violate school rules. But its role is much more than that. The invisibility cloak can be used to do many more important things. I got a piece of news not long ago. The assistant teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Quirinus Quirrell, was bewitched by the Dark Lord and tried to help him steal something that was closely guarded in the restricted area of the castle, and he already had it. Enough power to break through those guarding levels. Therefore, I hope you can put on the invisibility cloak, enter the restricted area first to obtain it, and stop Quirrell and the Dark Lord with evil intentions." Harry stared closely at the letter in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became, and his heart beat wildly involuntarily. "Are you still going to play, Harry? If you don't, you will be considered a loser." Ron's voice came from behind. "There's no time to play chess now." Harry lost control of his emotions and shouted, "Quirrell will steal the Philosopher's Stone at any time." "What?" Quirrell is so stuttering that he wants to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. Ron put his hand on Harry's forehead. "Harry, are you in a bad mood after losing at chess, or are you feeling stressed because the final exam is coming soon? Too big? How about we go out and relax?" "I'm fine, but someone did write to me about this," Harry retorted. "Ron, that pervert Quirrell's stammering and cowardice are definitely an act." Hermione suddenly stood up from the stack of books, angrily took the letter from Harry and started reading. "Since if you can disguise your perverted and vulgar appearance as a weakling with kidney deficiency, then you can definitely pretend to be cowardly and make the professors look down on him and ignore him." Ron and Harry were startled by Hermione's excitement and looked at each other timidly. As a self-reliant little witch in the new era, Hermione was extremely disgusted with Quirrell's perverted behavior, and now she decisively believed the wording in the letter. But this letter doesn't even have a signature. Could it be a prank? Ron also moved next to Hermione and took a look at the letter. And why didn't he tell Dumbledore the news directly? "Want to send it to you, a first-year little wizard. But if it was a prank, why did he send me such an expensive invisibility cloak?" Harry asked. "Maybe the person who sent the letter thought it was me who defeated Voldemort, so he thought I could defeat him again." "Defeat him?" At this point, Harry's mood dropped. "But he doesn't know that I'm actually just a scumbag who couldn't even pass the first-year final exam." "Don't be discouraged, Harry," Hermione comforted. "In short, this matter has nothing to do with us. As long as you give this letter to Dumbledore, he will naturally take care of the Dark Lord's matter." Harry thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously. After making a decision, the 3 people encountered another problem. No one had ever told them where Dumbledore lived, and they knew of no one who had ever been taken to see the headmaster. So, Hermione suggested going to the vice principal, Professor McGonagall. "What are you 3 doing here?" Professor McGonagall was in the office at this time, grading a large pile of homework. Harry and Ron looked at the thick homework and swallowed, hoping that Professor McGonagall wouldn't see them at this time. "We want to see Professor Dumbledore," Hermione said calmly. "Want to see Professor Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall repeated, seeming to think it was very suspicious that they had such an idea. "Is there anything you can't tell me that makes you have to go see Dumbledore?" Harry was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. "It's a secret." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he immediately wished he hadn't said them. Because Professor McGonagall was obviously a little angry, her nose twitching. "Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago," she said coldly. "He received the urgent letter sent by the owl from the Ministry of Magic and flew to London immediately." "He left," Harry said anxiously. "At this time, Professor Dumbledore is a very great wizard. He has many things to do every day and his time is precious." Professor McGonagall was interrupted by Harry before he could finish his words. "But this matter is very important," said Harry. "Is what you have to say more important than the Ministry of Magic, Harry?" Professor McGonagall asked in a cold tone. "That's right," Harry explained quickly, subconsciously throwing the word cautious out of his mind. "Professor, it's about the Sorcerer's Stone." Professor McGonagall held the quill, and her smooth correcting movements suddenly stopped. "How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone?" she asked in surprise. "Professor, someone wrote to tell Harry that Quirrell tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We must let Professor Dumbledore know about it." Hermione wisely took the words and said to Professor McGonagall. She blithely ignored the remote connection between Harry and Ron and Nico Flamel, and at the same time motioned to Harry to hand over the letter he was holding tightly in his hand. Professor McGonagall looked at the 3 of them with a mixture of surprise and suspicion, then lowered his head and began to read the letter. None of the 4 people present noticed that when the letter was handed to Professor McGonagall, the handwriting suddenly underwent a series of changes, almost instantly turning into another font and another content. The letter removed the content about the invisibility cloak, and only mentioned Quirrell and the Dark Lord in a few sentences. Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow. Because of the change in handwriting, Professor McGonagall did not recognize it as Dumbledore's handwriting and did not believe its authenticity. I don't know how you found out about the Philosopher's Stone, but please don't worry, no one can steal it, it's well protected and foolproof. But Professor, Harry wanted to say something more. Potter, don't be fooled by these pranks, she said, turning her attention back to the homework in front of her. I know there have been a lot of bad rumors about Teacher Quirrell recently. Of course, we don't like what he did, but that's no reason for us to believe this letter. The 3 Harrys stood there stubbornly and did not move. Finding that they had no intention of leaving, Professor McGonagall had no choice but to raise her head and said, as soon as Dumbledore comes back, I will tell him about this, okay? The 3 children saw Professor McGonagall's tone and attitude gradually losing patience, and knew that there was no way they could contact Dumbledore today. So they nodded helplessly and left the vice principal's office. Quirrell might take action today, Hermione said to Harry and Ron as soon as they left the office. Otherwise there is no way to explain why Dumbledore left Hogwarts so coincidentally. But Dumbledore is not here, and Professor McGonagall doesn't believe what we say. What can we do? Ron asked. Harry paused for a moment, then pulled Ron and Hermione and walked in the other direction at a faster speed. Let's go find Professor Dracula. We would like to ask, where is Professor Dracula now? Harry and the other 3 came to the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, carefully looked inside, and asked softly. However, they immediately realized that such a gentle voice would not be heard by any students in the classroom. I saw a bunch of demons dancing around in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, a lively scene. Vlad and the Weasley twins were standing on the table, jumping up and down, waving a string of teaching dark magic warning bells, playing instruments for everyone. A Gryffindor and a Hufflepuff student were facing each other. Standing together, they kept casting spells on each other and having friendly discussions. Beside them, many enthusiastic Gryffindor seniors and seniors were cheering them on with bright faces, while the Hufflepuff students were eating. Carrying the snacks with me, I watched the excitement with relish. The classroom is not full of students who do not follow classroom disciplines. In the chaotic classroom, a handsome young wizard wearing a Hufflepuff robe was trying to straighten out the discipline, trying his best to persuade him back and forth, but with little success. Harry, little Lolo, why are you here? Fred and George, who were playing music, saw Harry and the 3 of them, and excitedly waved the string of bells in their hands to them, and asked loudly, you are coming. Want to play together? This opportunity is rare and will never come again. Ron couldn't help but blush when he heard the 2 say his embarrassing nickname. Fred. George. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush into the crowd to fight with the 2 crooked brothers, but Harry grabbed his hood and pulled him back. Ron, don't forget our business. Harry shook his head at him. After hearing Harry's warning, Ron managed to calm down and glared hatefully at the Weasley twins standing on the table. Senior, can we ask you something? Hermione quickly stopped the handsome student who was trying to correct classroom discipline and asked. No need to call me senior, my name is Cedric Diggory. The handsome student who was trying to organize discipline came over, helplessly wiped the sweat on his forehead, and said to the 3 of them, you 3 you're a first grader, what do you want to do in the 3rd grade class? We want to find Professor Dracula. Isn't he in the classroom now? Harry said. With deep admiration and a little pity in his eyes, he looked at Cedric, his good friend in classroom discipline. Unfortunately, Professor Dracula just left the classroom and said he was going out for a while. Cedric looked at Harry with a puzzled look in his eyes and explained to him. Then do you know when he will be back? Hermione asked. Cedric shook his head. Harry couldn't hide his disappointment, and left this classroom full of demons together with Hermione and Ron. As soon as they walked out of the classroom, the 3 little ones saw a tall, elderly witch walking towards them quickly with vigorous steps. Hello, Professor McGonagall. The 3 Harrys felt that they were wrong and stammered a greeting. However, Professor McGonagall ignored them and walked straight into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Your class is the most chaotic in the whole castle. I can hear you shouting here from half the distance of the main tower. She shouted angrily, it's you again, 2 Weasleys? We were just charged yesterday. Mr. Urquhart was caught wandering the castle at night, and he dared to take the lead in breaking classroom discipline today. You are truly the worst class I have ever led. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood shivering outside the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, silently mourning for the 3rd-year students. At the same time, Harry and Ron were secretly glad that their class was not the worst class according to Professor McGonagall, and it seemed they could paddle with confidence. Who should we go to then? Hermione asked in a low voice, interrupting their thoughts. Dumbledore and Professor Dracula are not here. Now I am 100% sure that Quirrell will steal the Philosopher's Stone today. Hermione and Ron both looked at Harry subconsciously. His face became very pale, but his eyes were bright. Okay. Harry took a deep breath. It seems like I can only do what I was told in the letter, right? I'll sneak into the restricted area on the 4th floor and try to get the magic stone first. You're crazy. Ron screamed. His cry attracted the attention of Professor McGonagall in the classroom, and the lecturing voice paused. Ron quickly covered his mouth. Harry and Hermione were horrified and quickly pulled Ron away from the scene and went down the marble steps to the first floor of the castle. Harry, you can't do this. Coming to the quiet entrance courtyard, Hermione said to Harry seriously, the decorations in the restricted area on the 4th floor are used to protect the Sorcerer's Stone. You are just a first-year kid. Wizard, it's too dangerous to break into the restricted area. Hermione is right. Ron also persuaded, and maybe Quirrell has entered the restricted area. Are you going to him to give yourself as a gift? So what? Harry said emotionally, don't you guys understand? If Quirrell gets the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort will come back. Haven't you heard that when he wanted to dominate the wizarding world? What's the situation here? If he succeeds, Hogwarts will not exist. He will burn the school to the ground or turn it into a school dedicated to teaching dark magic? Do you think Voldemort will let you and your family go? If Voldemort is resurrected, all I can do is find a place to die. I will never take refuge in the Dark Devil's forces. I must go through the trapdoor tonight and get the Sorcerer's Stone. Nothing you two say can stop me. Voldemort killed my parents, do you remember? Harry finished speaking a long paragraph excitedly, breathlessly, and even somewhat incoherently, and stared at them breathlessly. You're right, Harry. Hermione's voice dropped. Don't worry, I will use my invisibility cloak. Harry's mood gradually stabilized and he said softly, maybe I can bypass him without being noticed by Quirrell and get the Philosopher's Stone smoothly. But can the invisibility cloak cover all three of us? Ron suddenly asked. We, the three of us. Harry's eyes widened. Oh, don't be stupid, buddy. Do you think we will let you act alone? Ron spread his hands and put his arm around Harry's shoulders. Of course not. Hermione said immediately. Her tone was quite aggressive. How could you think of leaving us and looking for the Philosopher's Stone alone? I'd better look through my books, maybe I can find something useful. Before heading to the restricted area, Hermione suggested going to Hagrid to figure out how to deal with the three-headed dog. Because Dog's sense of smell has always been very sensitive, Harry's invisibility cloak can only block vision, but cannot cover their smell. I'm afraid it won't have any effect on the three-headed dogs. Harry and Ron agreed, feeling confident in coaxing words out of Hagrid. After all, as we all know, Hagrid is very tight-lipped, but only if he doesn't encounter a bottle opener. So, the three of them came to Hagrid's shack. Hagrid, what's wrong with you? Harry asked in surprise as he looked at Hagrid's big bandaged face, half-burned clothes, and a large bald patch of hair and beard. Ah, I'm fine. I added too much firewood when boiling water last night and accidentally burned myself. Hagrid said with some guilt. Harry, Hermione, and Ron looked at each other, feeling that there must be something fishy going on. Hagrid, did you do anything against school rules? Harry asked. No, I absolutely didn't. Hagrid was startled and shouted emotionally, don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for slander. Hermione raised her eyebrows suspiciously and moved closer to Hagrid to take a closer look. Something's wrong, she said. Not only do you have burn marks on your body, but you also have animal scratches. Hagrid quickly covered his coat with his hands and jumped back a certain distance with an unnatural look on his face, causing the whole shed to shake. No way, but maybe I accidentally scratched it somewhere. He stumbled and said, Hagrid, I remember that you have always wanted to raise a fire dragon. Hermione looked at him with keen eyes, the traces of fire, the scratches of animals on the clothes, could you really raise one? Fire dragon, right. I didn't. Hagrid blurted out, you see clearly, the scratches of the manticore and the fire dragon are different. After saying that, he regretted it and quickly covered his mouth, but it was too late. So you have a manticore? Hermione asked, then what are the traces of fire? I have read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them written by Mr. Scamander, but it didn't mention it. The manticore can breathe fire. Okay, I admit that I did something wrong last night. Hagrid said dejectedly, I tried to cross the manticore with the fire crab. I was hiding well next to it, but I don't know why the sky suddenly turned bright. Get up, and then I was discovered by the animals. Harry and Ron showed sympathetic expressions, stood on tiptoes and patted Hagrid's big belly to comfort him. At this time, Hermione quietly winked at the two of them. Harry suddenly remembered that he still had tasks today, and quickly changed his attitude. Hagrid, you have been tortured to this point by a few fire crabs and manticores. I think you are not as good at dealing with animals as you said. He raised his head and said lewdly. To be honest, his acting was a bit exaggerated, but Hagrid didn't notice it. Nonsense. I'm the best at dealing with small animals. Hagrid retorted unconvincingly, feeling that his specialty was being challenged. But we can't tell. Ron, who was as slow as he was, also reacted at this time and answered, I think it's just a coincidence that you can subdue the three-headed dog. Hagrid's unshaven face turned red and he banged the table in front of him. You're kidding, he said loudly, the three-headed dog is the easiest to deal with. As long as you know how to calm it down and play some music for it, it will fall asleep immediately. Before he finished speaking, Hagrid suddenly showed a look of horror on his face. I shouldn't have told you this, he said bitterly. Forget what I said. Hey, where are you going? At this time, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had already got what they wanted. They didn't exchange a word along the way and ran from Hagrid's shack into the foyer of the castle before stopping. They stood panting in the quiet hall, looking at each other, their expressions gradually changing from confusion to determination. Without further ado, we must get to the restricted area as soon as possible to stop Quirrell, Harry said, while taking out the invisibility cloak from his pocket. Hermione and Ron nodded and got into Harry's invisibility cloak together. Following the vague memories of their previous night outing, they soon arrived outside the corridor on the 4th floor. The door had been opened a crack. "Well, you saw it," Harry whispered. "I'm afraid Quirrell has successfully passed Luwei." Seeing the half-open door, they seemed to realize more clearly what they were about to face. Harry turned to look at Ron and Hermione under the invisibility cloak. "If you want to back down now, I won't blame you," he said. "Voldemort is what I should face, and I don't want to implicate you. You don't need to come with me to destroy his plan, so even if he does come back now, you also have a chance to save your life." "Don't say anything stupid," Ron said. "Let's go in together." Hermione shook her head and said firmly. Harry took a deep breath and pushed the door open. When he walked into this door, he felt solemn, as if he had entered a destined life. However, what greeted them was not the deep barking of the three-headed dog, but darkness and dead silence. "Hermione, didn't you say that the three-headed dog must be able to smell our scent, and the invisibility cloak has no effect on it?" Harry lowered his voice and asked Hermione. "There is no movement now. Is it because the invisibility cloak is the smell also blocked?" Hermione frowned, took 2 steps forward, and suddenly lifted the invisibility cloak. Hermione, what are you doing?" However, Hermione didn't pay attention to the two people's worries, but stretched out her wand in the dark room. Lumos. A flicker of light flickered from the tip of Hermione's wand, illuminating the dim room. Harry and Ron were shocked to see a huge three-headed dog that occupied almost half of the room standing motionless. The eyes on one of its heads were wide open, leaning forward angrily, while the eyes on the other 2 heads were closed, as if they hadn't completely woken up yet. The three-headed dog maintained this movement without any movement at all, and even lost its breath. Harry mustered up the courage to walk up to it and patted its body, only to find that the three-headed dog's fur and flesh, which should have been soft, were now as stiff as wood. "Quirrell turned Fluffy to stone with a curse we didn't know about, Harry," Hermione said softly. "We have to be prepared. He is far more powerful than we imagined." Her tone seemed very serious. After going through many dangers, Harry reached the end alone. Ron fell on Professor McGonagall's wizarding chessboard, and Hermione drank one of the potions in the last level and went back to rescue the unconscious Ron, and she also sent a message to Dumbledore and Dracula. Pull the professors and ask them to help Harry in his mission. Looking at the correct answer to the last level, the smallest bottle, Harry took a deep breath. "I'm here." He turned around to face the black flames and drank the liquid in the small bottle in one gulp. The potion penetrated his whole body like ice. He put down the bottle and walked toward the flames. The black flames licked Harry's body, but he felt nothing. Then he successfully reached the other side and entered the last room. Harry saw Quirrell standing in front of a tall ornate mirror, tinkering with something. He carefully hid under the invisibility cloak, trying to bypass him, get the magic stone first as planned before, and then leave quietly through the invisibility cloak. "I can feel it. He's coming. Harry Potter, the boy who lived." Before taking a few steps, Harry was horrified to hear a low, hoarse voice ringing in the quiet room. The voice seemed to come from Quirrell himself, but Quirrell did not speak. Quirrell suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the door. "Incarcerus." As Quirrell's voice sounded, several ropes jumped out of thin air, covering half of the room, and Harry's position was quickly found. The next moment, Harry was tied up tightly. "Invisibility cloak, right? It's such a rare thing." Quirrell smiled, stepped forward and took off Harry's invisibility hood. Now he doesn't stutter at all, and that cowardly and vulgar expression is gone, replaced by a chilling sneer. "Hermione is right, all your performances are just disguises," Harry said bitterly, staring at Quirrell who was standing close in front of him. "It's such a pity. I thought my acting skills were good enough," Quirrell said, but there was no regret in his tone. "I didn't expect that even Dumbledore and Dracula would doubt me. Even a first-grade witch can guess some clues." "What did you say?" Harry asked in shock. "Dumbledore and Professor Dracula have already doubted you." He couldn't figure out why Quirrell could still serve as an assistant at Hogwarts for so long when the headmaster and the defense against the dark arts professor had already suspected him. "Of course, I'm afraid they have been doubting me since the beginning of school," Quirrell sneered, "but they are too arrogant and take it for granted. They dug a big hole for me and wanted to use me to fish out my master. But I'm afraid they never thought that they would be the ones to blame. I just used some tricks to send Dumbledore to the Ministry of Magic to deal with emergencies. As for Dracula, since he hasn't found out about me yet, I'm afraid he is still in the defense against the dark arts classroom. Ha ha ha." Harry's eyes suddenly widened when he heard Quirrell's words. Dumbledore did go to the Ministry of Magic, which weighed heavily on him, but that was about it. Because he knows that Professor Dracula is not in the classroom right now, so where is the professor now? Could he have noticed something was wrong in the penalty area? Harry's heart was pounding. He felt that the magic stone could be saved. At this time, neither Quirrell nor Harry noticed that there was a very good-looking bat hanging upside down in a dark corner of the room, watching the movements of Harry and Quirrell with a light of interest in its eyes. Dracula had been here a long time, and he had even arrived a few minutes before Quirrell. He almost enjoyed the entire process of Quirrell and the three little ones completing the level from beginning to end. When he saw Harry being tied up with ropes, Quirrell showed a completely different arrogance from usual. He moved his wings with interest and subconsciously wanted to take out a lollipop and put it in his mouth. Then he realized that he was not in human form now, so he folded his wings behind him angrily. In the final room, Quirrell loosened the ropes that bound Harry and made him stand in front of the mirror of Arist. The next moment, Dracula clearly saw that the Philosopher's Stone quietly fell into Harry's pocket. Harry refused to admit that he had obtained the Philosopher's Stone, and Quirrell did not believe it. After a dispute, Quirrell suddenly untied the purple turban on his head. Where the back of the head should have been, there was an extremely terrifying face. The face was as white as chalk, with bright red eyes and two nostrils as slender as snakes. Really? Dracula thought to himself. The scar on Quirrell was not caused by the vampire as he said, but the mark left by Voldemort when he was parasitizing. When he was examined by the professors at Hogwarts, Voldemort should have recovered some strength and left Quirrell's body through some unknown method. But even if he leaves, the traces he left will not disappear so easily. Harry Potter. The ferocious face whispered, "Give me the Sorcerer's Stone, don't let your mother die for you in vain." Harry ignored him, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards the door burning with black flames. What happened next gradually made Dracula a little confused. At Voldemort's command, Quirrell rushed forward and grabbed Harry's wrist. Immediately afterwards, Harry seemed to feel some pain, shouted loudly, and struggled desperately. At the same time, however, Quirrell strangely loosened his grip on Harry and arched up in pain. Blisters appeared out of thin air one by one on his fingers. "Master, I can't hold him, my hand, my hand." Quirrell groaned in pain. "Then kill him, trash, act quickly," Voldemort said in a harsh voice behind Quirrell's head. Quirrell raised his hands, ready to utter a fatal incantation. Seeing this scene, Dracula moved his wings slightly, ready to take action at any time. However, at this moment, Harry instinctively raised his hand and grabbed Quirrell's face. The two people screamed at the same time. Quirrell and Harry's screams were directly stopped by Dracula. He thought that these two people didn't use magic, so why were they suddenly possessed by evil spirits? Even after living for 1,000 years, Dracula had never seen such a strange situation. So he decided not to take action yet and would wait for a while before talking. Accompanied by ear-piercing screams, Quirrell's body gradually burned red and bubbled until his whole body completely turned into black smoke and dissipated. At the same time, Harry could no longer bear the severe pain caused by the scar on his forehead and passed out. Before he passed out completely, he vaguely saw an illusory figure emerging from Quirrell's body, and at the same time, another figure wearing a long black robe jumped over the black flames and walked quickly. "Okay, as expected, I still have to take action myself." The shadow of a handsome young man appeared in the black smoke that Quirrell turned into, with a cold face. He opened his hand, and Quirrell's wand that fell on the ground flew into his hand automatically, and then he pointed it at Harry who was unconscious on the ground. At this moment, a figure in long black robes crossed the black flames at the door and stood in front of Harry. "Who are you?" He looked a little nervous. He vaguely guessed the true identity of this handsome young man, but he still didn't want to believe it. "Severus, long time no see." The handsome young man showed an intriguing smile. At the same time, his extremely handsome facial features gradually became distorted, and his ebony black hair also faded away. A moment later, a bald man with no nose and red eyes appeared in front of Snape. "This is Voldemort, the Dark Lord whose name must not even be mentioned." Snape's pupils suddenly dilated and he bent down deeply. While bending down and looking towards the ground, he quietly activated occlumency to its maximum effect. "Master, I have been waiting for you for 11 years. He slowly raised his head, looked at Voldemort in front of him with a mixture of sadness, expectation, and relief, and said seriously, "I never believed that you would just do that. Die, always believing that you will come back one day and lead us to rule the world again." Voldemort looked Snape up and down with his scarlet snake eyes, his expression intriguing, as if he was pondering the truth of Snape's words. In fact, Voldemort dared to reveal his true face when he was far from his peak, not because of trust in his former right-hand man, but precisely because of distrust. He didn't know which side Snape was on, or whether Snape held any grudge against him for killing Lily Potter, nor did he know why Snape gained Dumbledore's trust. So Voldemort had to step forward to test him, because Voldemort has always understood how powerful Snape is, and also knows that he is not as easy to deal with as Quirrell. If Snape really delayed him until Dumbledore or Dracula arrived, I'm afraid he would miss the Philosopher's Stone. Fortunately, at least for now, it seems that this former right-hand man has not completely betrayed him. But just to be on the safe side, Voldemort wanted to test him more. "You've been waiting for me for 11 years, right?" He showed a sinister smile and said coldly, "But how come I only know that you are being reused by Dumbledore, and you have never come looking for me in the past 11 years? And me? Master, since you left, I have been lurking next to Dumbledore, preparing for your comeback." Snape lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Under Dumbledore's surveillance, it is difficult to find me. Go find your opportunity." "Really?" Voldemort said solemnly, "But I think Dumbledore trusts you very much. He even gave you the position of Dean of Slytherin. That's just because when you left, most of the wizards from Slytherin House were being tried by the Ministry of Magic." Snape explained calmly, "Under such circumstances, the reputation of the house is also extremely poor. Hogwarts rarely recruits Slytherin professors anymore. But I had already made plans to lurk in Hogwarts and became the only Slytherin professor at that time. After Professor Slughorn retired, I also became the only candidate for the dean." Voldemort stared into Snape's eyes, and Snape did not give in, looking at him with extremely sincere eyes. Okay, very good. Voldemort laughed suddenly. I'm glad to have such a loyal subordinate like you, Severus. His originally suspicious and probing eyes turned into expressions of satisfaction and relief. Then Severus, now I want to tell you, the first thing I need you to do for me after I return dash. Voldemort stretched out his hand and pointed at Harry, who was unconscious on the ground. Kill him for me and get the Philosopher's Stone. He said, you will be my most powerful subordinate, above all Death Eaters. Snape's eyelids twitched without any trace, and he did not react immediately. Why, are you reluctant? Voldemort raised his eyebrows and sneered, or are you still obsessed with Lily Evans even after more than 10 years? Snape's hand was hidden in his sleeve, and he subconsciously tightened his wand. He knew that Voldemort didn't really trust him, and the relief and satisfaction on his face were just another layer of temptation. Do it, Severus. Voldemort pressed forward step by step. Snape turned to face Harry, his back to Voldemort, so that he could not see the pain on his face due to the confusion. The nails hidden in his sleeves dug deeply into the flesh, but he didn't notice it at all. He looked at Harry lying on the ground, staring at the face that resembled James Potter, the face he hated and detested the most. But he also knew that there was a pair of green eyes under the eyes of that face, which were the same as Lily's eyes. He can't let Lily's son die here? Could it be that his lurking mission has ended before it even started? Snape slowly raised his wand. His hand was steady, but his heart was trembling, ready to turn the wand to Voldemort's position behind him in the next second. Do what you have to do, and leave the rest to me. At this moment, a mellow voice sounded in his ears. Snape's eyes moved slightly. He easily identified the owner of this unique voice. This is Dracula's voice. He gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. Avada Kedavra. The frightening green beam shot straight towards Harry, who was unconscious on the ground. Voldemort, on the other hand, showed a truly relieved expression behind Snape. Boom. A heavy landing sounded in the room. A thick black wooden board hit the ground hard, denting a large piece of the floor and blocking Snape's fatal spell. The silver-haired figure walked out from behind the wooden board, curling his lips with interest. It's very lively. He took out a blood-flavored lollipop from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, then leaned on the board of his coffin. Let me take a look. Well, it seems that I came just in time. Voldemort's originally relieved expression froze on his face. It's you again, Dracula, he said through gritted teeth, while quietly pointing his wand at Snape. Snape's expression immediately turned numb. Seeing Snape's suddenly dull expression, Dracula was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed even more interestingly. Professor Snape, I haven't seen you for a while. Why have you become so miserable? He said with a half-smile. A dean is actually controlled by the Imperious Curse. I feel ashamed for you. Voldemort next to him breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the plan was going perfectly. He used the Imperious Curse on Snape at the last moment, pretending that he was under the control of the Imperious Curse before casting the Death Curse on Harry Potter, so that he still had Dumbledore's trust and could continue to lurk, possibly within Hogwarts Castle. In this way, even if he did not get the Sorcerer's Stone this time, Snape, who had penetrated into the enemy, would still provide him with information, thereby gaining more opportunities to steal it. Of course, he didn't know that Dracula actually saw the casting of the Imperious Curse, and also saw Snape's deliberate cooperation, and even watched the entire process of him testing Snape from beginning to end. It's just that it's too weak to expose. But Voldemort didn't know that. So he just nodded secretly and controlled Snape to attack Dracula. On the other side, Dracula watched Snape raise his wand and pointed it at him, and laughed happily. Boom. The next moment, Snape's figure was imprinted on the wall behind the Mirror of Erist, carving a humanoid mark. It's your turn next. After dealing with the obstructive Snape, Dracula turned to look at the infamous Dark Lord whose name was even feared to be uttered. You are Voldemort, the mysterious man who must not even be named, right? Dracula's eyes showed an extremely fiery light. Since Dumbledore was unwilling to fight him, he could only have fun fighting with this dark wizard who was also at the top of the world. The gloomy wooden wand was quietly held in Dracula's hand. When Voldemort saw this scene, he also raised Quirrell's wand with a solemn expression. Conf Ringo. Voldemort was the first to recite the spell. However, the wand in his hand suddenly changed direction, and instead of shooting the explosive spell at Dracula, it hit the wall behind him. A big hole was blown out of the solid wall in an instant. You can still miss it at such a close distance. Are you sure you are really the Dark Lord himself and not just a young wizard pretending to be a wizard? Dracula sneered. Voldemort listened to his wanton ridicule. His eyes were about to spit fire. If he didn't have a nose, he would probably have his nose crooked with anger. When had he, the majestic Dark Lord, ever suffered such injustice? You will pay for your arrogance, Dracula, he said angrily. Voldemort knew that with his current active state of soul body, there was no way he could be Dracula's opponent. So he did not hit Dracula with the explosive spell, but instead bombarded the wall of the room. With this spell, the abandoned water pipe hidden behind the wall was instantly broken. Then, a huge snake head came out of the big hole in the wall. Dracula turned his head to look over curiously, and suddenly saw a pair of large and scary yellow eyes. The next moment, he suddenly felt that his body became light and airy, and he had the illusion that he wanted to float away with the wind. Voldemort saw the sight of Dracula and the giant snake looking at each other, and his hanging heart was completely relieved. What a pity, Dracula, I accepted the Philosopher's Stone. He laughed wildly. Thanks to your arrogance and ignorance, you actually turned your head to look at the basilisk. Voldemort looked like he was sure of victory and walked towards Harry's position. However, the next moment he froze in place. Isn't this a basilisk raised by Salazar? Dracula's voice whispered in Voldemort's ears. Where did you get the confidence to think you could use it against me? Hearing Dracula's voice close to his ear, Voldemort was frightened and turned his head suddenly to look to his side. The silver-haired figure chuckled and appeared beside him so suddenly, as if he was not affected by the basilisk in the slightest. He looked back at the basilisk in disbelief, seeing that it was green and as thick as an oak trunk. Everything seemed to be healthy and normal, but I don't know why its gaze lost its effect. Wait, how can such a destructive magical animal like the basilisk be so quiet? Voldemort looked over carefully, only to find that it was lying obediently in the corner of the room, with its eyes closed and its whole body shivering. The hissing Parseltongue came out of Voldemort's mouth again, urging the basilisk to bite Dracula. If Dracula is immune to the basilisk's gaze, use poison against him? As Voldemort thought this, his Parseltongue became more and more urgent. However, the basilisk ignored his intention and even shrank back with an innocent and flattering expression. How can this be? Voldemort was extremely shocked, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Nothing is impossible. Dracula walked to the basilisk and said with a half-smile, I can only say, you are the one who is truly arrogant and ignorant, right, Mr. Voldemort? The basilisk lowered its head tamely, closed its eyes, and allowed Dracula to pat its smooth, cold head. You are neither the heir of Slytherin nor can you use Parseltongue. Why would it listen to you? Voldemort looked at this scene with difficulty and asked. Perhaps you are afraid that I will bully it. Dracula pushed the flexible snake body, coiled it up into a sofa-like shape, and then lay down on it comfortably. During this period, the basilisk did not dare to move at all. It just moved its body in accordance with Dracula's strength, willing to become a smooth snake-scale sofa. In fact, Dracula had known this Slytherin pet as early as 1,000 years ago, and had even formed a deep friendship with it. At that time, Slytherin had not yet broken with the other three founders, but secretly built an experimental base for dark magic transformation. He successfully hatched a basilisk according to the breeding method left by the despicable Herbo. Dracula was intrigued after learning about the properties of the basilisk's gaze. So as a vampire who likes to seek death, he secretly sneaked into the cave where the basilisk was cultivated while Slytherin was not paying attention, and forced the poor basilisk to look at him. The fact is, Dracula is still alive and well today. The basilisk's gaze is indeed an extremely powerful and difficult to resist natural magic, but it still has its limitations. According to Salazar Slytherin's tests, the basilisk's gaze must be looked at directly without any obstruction to have the greatest effect. Any obstruction that causes the gaze to be deflected will weaken its effect, such as through a mirror, through glass, etc. The damage caused by the basilisk's gaze will be attenuated to varying degrees, resulting in effects such as death and petrification. Secondly, the basilisk's innate magic is far from being an unlimited rule-based magic, but is activated through magic power. If a basilisk looks at a wizard with profound magic power, there is a high probability that it will not be killed immediately. In addition, this kind of magic can only have full effect on living people. If the person facing the basilisk is a ghost, inferi or other inanimate species, this innate magic will only have a partial effect and achieve the effect of petrification. Unfortunately, Dracula alone occupies the next two restrictions. His magical power is far beyond what a basilisk can match, and vampires are a species of the living dead, not actual living people, so the basilisk's gaze cannot have a complete effect. Because of this, Dracula and the basilisk looked at each other and only felt a slight lightness, and had no other reaction. The same thing happened 1,000 years ago. Dracula looked into the eyes of the basilisk many times to experience the light and airy feeling of his soul being stirred. He exhausted the magic power in the basilisk's body countless times, making it miserable. So the basilisk learned to be smart. When it saw Dracula again, it consciously closed its eyes and did not look at him, thinking that it had escaped from the sea of suffering. Then it was beaten by Dracula and forced to use the basilisk's gaze. Between being beaten up and running out of magic power, the basilisk chose to consume magic power to avoid being beaten. From then on, the basilisk would reflexively close its eyes when seeing Dracula. When it came out of the water pipe today, when it saw the demon with its scary big yellow eyes, it was almost frightened to death. It thought it had had a 1,000-year nightmare. How could it dare to follow Voldemort's instructions and attack Dracula? One is a close friend of Slytherin, and the other is an unworthy descendant of Slytherin who knows how many generations later. The basilisk uses its tail to figure out which one is more terrifying. Seeing the docile look of the basilisk and Dracula lying on top of it, Voldemort gritted his teeth and suddenly rushed towards Harry, who was still unconscious, and stabbed Harry with Quirrell's wand on the forehead. Let me go, Dracula, he said viciously, or I will kill your good student. Dracula frowned slightly, stood up from the basilisk, and took 2 steps forward slowly. I'm very disappointed, Mr. Voldemort. Dracula looked at the ugly face in front of him and said softly, if you choose to raise your wand and fight me, I might even look at you with approval. Your identity as the Dark Lord. I didn't expect that when you encounter this situation, your first thought is not how to defeat me, but how to use hostages to protect yourself and escape. Stop talking nonsense, Dracula. Voldemort said sternly, "Let me go, or let Potter die here, make a choice." After hearing this, Dracula looked at him with a very strange look, which made him feel terrified. What an honor. Dracula suddenly showed an evil smile. "Do you think I have such a high moral quality in your eyes?" Voldemort suddenly felt something bad, and his whole body turned into black smoke and spread out. The next moment, a bloody arc suddenly struck where he was just now, plowing a deep chasm into the hard ground. Voldemort had no time to take away the Sorcerer's Stone at this time. He just quickly gathered the black smoke together, forming a skull-like shadow, and quickly flew to the outside of the restricted area. "It's really troublesome, it's this operation again." Dracula curled his lips, stretched out a pair of sharp segmented wings from behind, flapped his wings and followed. With Dracula chasing after him, Voldemort did not dare to stop for a moment, and he was flying crazily with the convenience brought by the incorporeal smoke. It wasn't until he flew close to the Forbidden Forest, approaching the boundary of the anti-apparition curse, that Voldemort relaxed slightly and looked back. It seemed that Dracula was not flying seriously at all, but paddling like water, flapping his wings twice from time to time, hanging leisurely behind, already far away from the black smoke turned by Voldemort. Voldemort was ecstatic in his heart, ready to cross the boundary of the anti-apparition curse in one fell swoop, and then let the birds fly as high as the sky. At this moment, he vaguely saw an illusory dark moon emerging out of thin air behind him, and Dracula crashed into it and suddenly disappeared from the spot. How did he disappear in the anti-apparition area? Voldemort was stunned for a moment. Then, while he was still dazed for a moment, the dark moon suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Dracula emerged in the light of the dark moon, with his silver hair fluttering in the wind, and his dark wings blocking half of the moonlight, casting a deep shadow on Voldemort's gloomy face. A stream of blood as smooth as satin flows behind the wings, turning into a bright red river, winding in a graceful arc outside the dark moonlight, and flowing in the direction traced by Dracula's slender fingers. Finally, the blood river formed a circle and turned into a red water prison, completely surrounding Voldemort, flowing and swirling. "So what if you can turn into smoke? How are you going to escape when every inch of space is covered?" Dracula said softly. Seeing that something was not going well, Voldemort's body made of black smoke rushed left and right, but it was corroded by the blood and water and could not pass through the water prison built by the blood river. "Wait a minute, Dracula." Seeing that he could not break through the blood-colored water prison, he felt a little desperate in his heart, but he still forced himself to shout calmly. "What's wrong? Do you have any last words?" Dracula said impatiently. After seeing Voldemort's unstyled escape behavior before, Dracula now completely lost interest in the Dark Lord. "Don't kill them all yet, I think we still have the possibility of turning enemies into friends." Voldemort saw Dracula's impatient expression and said anxiously, "I know you are not a rigid old man like Dumbledore. There are no rules on how to do things, so you shouldn't care about making a deal with me. Forget it, making deals with people like you will only lower my standards." Dracula sneered and raised his hand. The blood-colored water prison slowly tightened inward while rotating. "Don't be impulsive, Dracula." Voldemort cringed and rolled the black smoke into a small ball to avoid the pressure of the blood flow, and shouted urgently, "I have a secret that I have never told anyone, and it will definitely make you interested. It is something that every wizard dreams of but cannot ask for." The blood-colored water prison's tightening speed stalled for a moment. Dracula became slightly more interested, thinking that even if Voldemort, the Dark Lord, had no style, the stuff at the bottom of the box shouldn't be too bad. So he said, "I'll give you one last chance." Voldemort saw the bloody water prison stop and breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, he regained his confidence and said in a proud tone, "Wise choice, Dracula. Work with me, Dracula, and I will tell you the secret of immortality." Dracula. "Dracula, what's that expression on your face?" Seeing Dracula's expression of losing all patience and becoming completely indifferent, Voldemort panicked. The black smoke he transformed into was like crazy, repeatedly colliding in the blood-colored water prison. He didn't care about the pain of being corroded and melted by the blood water. He only hoped to break through this impregnable cage and escape from the clutches of this devil. Dracula looked at this scene indifferently, and his fingers suddenly closed. The next moment, the water prison tightened, completely covering the black smoke transformed by Voldemort, gradually eroding, compressing, and annihilating it. "Why, I don't believe that anyone has no interest in eternal life." Voldemort's desperate and unwilling voice came from the bloody water prison. Dracula flapped his wings lightly and floated to the nearby position. "Would you like to open your eyes and see who you are trying to discuss immortality with?" he said softly. The shadow of the dark moon behind him has not completely dissipated, reflecting Dracula's figure into a slender silhouette, leaving only a pair of wine-red eyes shining with light, and a pair of sharp side teeth radiating from his lips. A harsh yet cold light. Voldemort's eyes widened in realization. Now everything is explained. A powerful wizard suddenly appeared in the magical world, still exuding a dark aura. Dumbledore left Quirrell and suddenly hired a new defense against the dark arts professor. He operated in Hogwarts Castle and was not restricted by counter curses. Strange characteristics. The legendary vampire count. Voldemort's angry voice came faintly from the blood-colored water prison. Immediately, the bloody water suddenly gathered, and there was no longer any gap. The black smoke that Voldemort turned into was completely destroyed, leaving no trace left. The light of the dark moon slowly dissipated, and the sky above the forbidden forest became quiet, leaving only a few distant deer calls and bird calls occasionally coming from the forest. Dracula waved away the river of blood and floated quietly in the air with a thoughtful expression. When Dracula returned to the restricted area on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle, he saw a messy scene. In the corridor, Madame Pomfrey from the school infirmary was controlling a stretcher with her wand. On the stretcher was the unconscious Harry, and Hermione was sobbing beside her. At the entrance outside the trapdoor, Hagrid was crying bitterly while holding Fluffy, a three-headed dog about the same size as him. The short and fat Professor Sprout stood nearby, trying to stand on tiptoe, carefully examining the three-headed dog's wide eyes, hoping to find suitable herbs to treat it. Relax, Hagrid, it's not dead yet. Professor Sprout couldn't stand Hagrid's super loud crying, so he covered his ears and consoled him. Generally, curses like this that change the physical state can be used. Apply Mandrake restorative potion all over your body for healing. Dracula walked around the two men, walked behind the three-headed dog, and jumped into the open trapdoor. The devil's net under the trapdoor had been taken away by Professor Sprout, leaving an empty hard floor. If Potter, Weasley, and Granger try to jump in now, they will probably be thrown to death. How can they still have the ability to reach the last level? Landing lightly on the ground, Dracula thought idly in his mind. The next two levels are the winged keys arranged by Professor Flitwick, and the large wizard chessboard made by Professor McGonagall using transfiguration. Professor Flitwick had just packed up the winged keys and was now cleaning the stone ruins of the large wizard chess piece by himself. Dracula nodded to Professor Flitwick and continued walking forward. Passing by two troll corpses that had been cleaned by Quirrell, passing through the extinguished flame door, he quickly came to the last room where the Mirror of Erised was. The last room was very lively. Albus, you already knew that Voldemort's soul was lurking in our school. As soon as he entered, Dracula heard the suppressed angry voice of Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips tightly, with a serious face. She was extremely dissatisfied with Dumbledore for concealing all kinds of extremely important things, and loudly accused him of inappropriate behavior that put the entire Hogwarts students in danger. Dumbledore stood in front of her honestly, with helplessness written all over his face, his eyes darting around, and he looked exactly like a student listening to Professor McGonagall's lecture. Seeing Dracula walking in from the door, Dumbledore seemed to have met a savior, and immediately left Professor McGonagall to greet him. It's so nice to see you at this time, Professor Dracula, he said with a cheerful face. How is it? Have you solved Voldemort? Hearing the name mentioned by Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall subconsciously took a breath of cold air, came over with a solemn expression, and looked at Dracula with inquiring eyes. Theoretically it's solved, Dracula said softly. His soul was completely wiped out, not even ashes left. Since there's not even ashes left, why do you say theoretically? Professor McGonagall asked in confusion. Because I always feel that he is still alive. Dracula glanced at her. Even if this soul body is annihilated, he may be reborn elsewhere. Dracula and Dumbledore looked at each other, and both of them saw the flash of words in the other's eyes. Horcrux. According to Dracula and Dumbledore's knowledge, they both knew that as long as they owned at least one Horcrux, the soul of the creator would remain in the world. Therefore, even if his body is attacked or destroyed, the owner of the Horcrux will not die because the soul in the Horcrux is still intact. So this time, the black smoke that Voldemort turned into was destroyed by Dracula, but his soul was not completely annihilated. At most, he was weakened to an unusually weak level, and was knocked back to the state he was in when he was hit by the rebounding curse 11 years ago. This form of existence is worse than a ghost, and weaker than the humblest wandering soul. But he is still alive after all, and there is still the possibility of a comeback. The air froze for a moment. Dumbledore was silent, thinking about how to completely eliminate Voldemort. Professor McGonagall was worried about the safety of Hogwarts and was in no mood to speak, and Dracula was thinking about where to get Voldemort out. Test what is special about people who have had their souls split compared to normal people. Just then, a rough voice broke the quiet air. Albus, come here and see how to take this little cutie away. I want to keep it in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Ketleben shouted while standing on the basilisk. I don't know how he climbed up with only one arm and half a leg left. Dumbledore turned around and looked at the basilisk that occupied half of the room and was as high as a hill when coiled up, and fell into deep thought. Is this the cutie you call me? Sylvanus, are you sure you're not kidding? Professor McGonagall pursed her lips tightly and looked at Professor Ketleben, who was stepping on the basilisk, with a very angry expression. Put such a dangerous thing in the Forbidden Forest adjacent to Hogwarts Castle. If it escapes and causes trouble for the students, will you be responsible? Or do you think 62 detentions observation is not enough? You want to break your own record again? Professor Ketleben smiled coquettishly, pretended not to hear, lowered his head and began to study the basilisk's body again. This is an absolutely rare species. I really didn't expect to see a basilisk in my lifetime. He looked at the position of the basilisk's eyes in wonder and said to himself, my impression is that it looks like a snake. Reptiles such as geckos have no eyelids, but the basilisk can close its eyes. Is it because of its innate ability? Professor McGonagall saw Professor Ketleben entering the working state of studying magical animals again. He glared at the old thorn in the professor's face angrily, then turned back, preparing to join the topic of Dumbledore and Dracula again. However, the moment she turned back, Professor Ketleben slipped off the basilisk with an agile movement that was very inconsistent with his physical condition. What a mistake. I forgot that Minerva was still here. He muttered quietly, then put on the crutches and limped towards the door. When he reached the door, he seemed to remember something and looked back at Dumbledore's position. Albus, let's discuss where the basilisk can be placed in the Forbidden Forest next time Minerva is away, he shouted. Professor McGonagall was furious and chased after him, preparing to discuss an explanation with Professor Ketleben. Professor Ketleben saw her following her, tapping the ground with a cane and walking faster. The two old men left the room with an extremely vigorous pace, as if they were racing. In a blink of an eye, only Dracula and Dumbledore were left in the room where the Mirror of Erised was, standing there looking at each other. Because he understood the characters of the two old men, Dumbledore came to his senses first, walked over to the green basilisk, and gently stroked its cold scales. Although Quirrell used some small tricks to get the Ministry of Magic to send an urgent letter to Dumbledore, he successfully lured him away from Hogwarts. But he didn't know that even in the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore was always paying attention to the scene in the castle, especially in the restricted area. After Dracula left after Voldemort, in order to prevent the basilisk left alone in the room from causing trouble, Dumbledore specifically asked the Phoenix Fox to carry him back to Hogwarts Castle. Then he knocked the basilisk unconscious, temporarily turning it into its current harmless and quiet state. This is why Professor Ketleben climbed onto the basilisk's body, but it never responded. So, is this basilisk the monster left by Slytherin to guard Hogwarts Castle? Dumbledore looked at Dracula and asked curiously. It should be right. Dracula nodded lightly. I should have thought of it a long time ago. The only magical animal that can survive for nearly 1,000 years and also have powerful abilities is probably the basilisk. He snapped his fingers in front of the basilisk's face, waking it up. The basilisk opened its eyes in confusion. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw the silver-haired demon standing in front of it. It was so frightened that it subconsciously closed its eyes again. It shrank back to the corner and coiled itself up. A big, indescribable mass. Professor Dracula seems to be very familiar with this basilisk. Dumbledore looked at the performance of the basilisk and laughed happily. Oh, I almost forgot. You and Slytherin are old acquaintances. It's not surprising to know the pets he keeps. Dracula smiled and nodded. Immediately, his expression became unnatural. Dumbledore just mentioned that the basilisk was Slytherin's pet. This suddenly made Dracula think that for fun, he forced this pet to use its natural magic continuously and exhausted its magic power many times. Could this be considered abusing Slytherin's pet? Thinking of this, he gently patted the basilisk's big head and subconsciously made his movements gentler. The basilisk felt that Dracula's pat on the head was different from the past, and couldn't help but feel flattered. He closed his eyes and obediently rubbed his head against Dracula's hand. In addition to being a little bit larger than 100 million, the current basilisk seems to have really become a house pet. Dumbledore, do you have any ideas about where to place this basilisk? Dracula rubbed the cold, smooth big head of the basilisk, looked at Dumbledore, and asked, it won't really look like this. Put it in the Forbidden Forest, as Professor Ketleben said, right. Forget it in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore waved his hand decisively. Even if you don't care about the influence and conflict of the basilisk on the native species of the Forbidden Forest, you must at least care about one other thing. I have always known that there are many bold students in Hogwarts who would sneak into the Forbidden Forest to take risks. If an animal like the basilisk, which can kill people with its gaze if not careful, is put into the Forbidden Forest, it will indeed be too dangerous. So you also knew that students would sneak into the Forbidden Forest. Dracula raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a strange look. I thought the announcement you made at the opening party about not entering the Forbidden Forest was just a joke. I've never seen you take care of this. Ahem, occasional adventures help cultivate the courage, creativity, and adaptability of young wizards. Dumbledore coughed dryly and explained, so we should do it outside the Forbidden Forest while ensuring safety. I usually won't stop adventure activities. But how can you be sure that those naughty boys will not go to the depths of the Forbidden Forest? Dracula asked. Don't worry, the most dangerous areas of the Forbidden Forest are equipped with corresponding protective magic. Little wizards cannot enter. Dumbledore smiled and blinked. If they really enter the dangerous area, I must have let them go personally. After hearing the second half of his words, Dracula couldn't help but curl his lips and stuffed a blood-flavored lollipop into his mouth without interest. He had almost guessed it, and I was afraid that Harry Potter and his friends were going to suffer again. When the time is right, the old principal will secretly unlock the protective magic in the Forbidden Forest for the destined savior, and allow him to venture into the more dangerous depths of the Forbidden Forest, thereby cultivating his so-called courage, creativity, and resilience. Ability, test his character. And this kind of long-term layout and training is what Dracula finds most boring. He silently patted the basilisk on the head and changed the subject. Since you don't want to place it in the Forbidden Forest, do you have any other ideas? Dumbledore glanced at the honest basilisk, thought for a moment, and looked at Dracula. Since it is Slytherin's pet, let it be settled by Slytherin's close friends. He said with a smile, I don't think I have the authority to dispose of the property left by a founder to future generations. Dracula laughed dumbly and shook his head slightly. Salazar has been dead for so many years, so there is no need to be polite to him. He said completely without politeness. Now, his property is my property, and I will even use his property to deal with him. Descendants. As he spoke, he rubbed the basilisk's green forehead and said to it, "How about building a new home in the Albanian forest? You can also do me a favor and search among the hollow trees in that forest to see if you can find Ravenclaw's diadem, which is Rowena's head. You should know the one I wear most often." After being cultivated by Slytherin and evolving for thousands of years, the basilisk is now very intelligent and can understand human language. After hearing Dracula's instructions, it closed its eyes and nodded its big green head obediently. Didn't Professor Dracula learn about the crown from Voldemort himself? Dumbledore asked curiously. Dracula's face immediately darkened. It can only be said that Voldemort's cunning operation of exchanging the secret of eternal life for a chance to escape did cause a lot of emotional fluctuations in him. After experiencing Voldemort's mysterious operation, all Dracula thought about at the time was to kill this guy who had no eyesight and poked his sore spot. He even forgot to ask Helena about the Ravenclaw diadem. Information. Fortunately, when thinking about how to place the basilisk, Dracula remembered his promise to Helena in time, so he temporarily decided to send the basilisk to the Albanian forest. Professor Dracula, since you have decided to send the basilisk to Albania, there is something I need to tell you. Dumbledore thought for a moment, and then said, "In the past 10 years, I have a friend, Newt Scamander discovered a strange phenomenon in one of the forests of Albania. A few years ago, Newt, as a specially invited magical zoologist, was invited by the Ministry of Magic in Albania to conduct an investigation. In a forest there, many animals lost their vitality for no reason. Their behavior was, there are no wounds, and the whole body is shriveled." Dracula looked surprised. "Isn't this what happened in the Forbidden Forest some time ago?" he said with interest. "This kind of black magic extracts the life force from living creatures in the form of sacrifice, thereby replenishing the life force that is missing. You mean, are the strange phenomena in that forest also caused by Voldemort?" He looked at Dumbledore and asked. "It's very possible." Dumbledore nodded. "After Voldemort came to Hogwarts through Quirrell, Newt sent me a letter. He told me in the letter that animals in the forest died mysteriously. The phenomenon suddenly disappeared. That is to say, after Voldemort failed to steal the Sorcerer's Stone and was annihilated by me with all the power he had just accumulated, he will most likely return to the Albanian forest he is most familiar with and has stayed in for 11 years. Dracula, the corner of his mouth raised an evil smile. "In that case, please give me one more task." He turned to look at the basilisk and said gently, "I need you to help me find traces of Voldemort, the descendant of Slytherin who controlled you before. He will come to you from time to time to ask for clues about him." The basilisk nodded tamely, abandoning the offspring of its original owner without a moment's hesitation. "Professor Dracula, I remember you once said in that abandoned bathroom that you don't seem to know Parseltongue, do you?" Dumbledore suddenly asked. "So how do you plan to get out of the mouth of the basilisk? Where's the news about Voldemort?" "Mr. Principal, how can our wizard's method of obtaining information be limited to verbal communication? That kind of efficiency is too low." Dracula turned his head and looked at him deeply, and chuckled. "Don't you think it's useful? Will the information obtained through legilimency come faster?" Dumbledore's eyes twitched. Legilimency, a magic that requires direct gaze to obtain accurate information, is theoretically very efficient in obtaining information when one has enough energy. But if you want to use legilimency to obtain the information in the eyes of the basilisk, you must first look into the basilisk's eyes. I'm afraid only a being like Professor Dracula dares to do this. Dumbledore sighed secretly. At the same time, Dracula had finished giving the basilisk the tasks it needed to complete, and finally patted its big head. Then he stepped back and looked at it thoughtfully. "Professor Dracula, Fawkes can teleport the basilisk outside of Hogwarts Castle if you need it." Dumbledore thought Dracula was struggling with how to send the basilisk to Albania, so he introduced with a smile, "I can help you contact a team that specializes in transporting large magical animals. It will be transported by 4 masters on broomsticks. It will be available tomorrow. Release it into the forests of Albania. Or we can learn from Newt's method, make a large invisible stretch spell space, put the basilisk in it, and then use the portkey to go to Albania. I happen to be very good at making portkeys." Dracula glanced at him and shook his head. "It's not that troublesome." He chuckled. "I was just wondering how big the moon would be to fit this big guy in." In Dumbledore's puzzled eyes, Dracula grabbed the basilisk's tail and disapparated into the restricted room. The next moment, Dracula and the basilisk appeared together hundreds of meters above the castle. The basilisk, which had never left the land, began to struggle and twist uneasily after a brief moment of shock. "Don't move, or I'll throw you down," Dracula said indifferently. The basilisk immediately calmed down and allowed Dracula's magic power to hold it suspended in the sky. "Very good." Dracula nodded with satisfaction. "The room just now was too small and couldn't be used, so I brought you here." As he spoke, he raised a hand. A huge dark moon quietly emerged in the sky, emitting a cold light. The huge body of the basilisk was completely shrouded by the dark moon. Then, it saw a dense forest, smelled the smell of rain soaking dead leaves and old trees, and the fragrance of dusty green grass after being washed. "Tonight, there are 2 moons, 2 moonlights, in the sky over Hogwarts." Tom Riddle is confused now. He didn't know what the situation was like now, or what he should do now, or even whether his name was Tom Riddle, because in the end, he is just an abandoned diary. Time goes back to the day before, in Quirrell's cramped teaching assistant's office. Quirrell went out to collect his homework, leaving only an illusory figure in the office. I'm going to steal the sorcerer's stone tomorrow. The shadow of the handsome young man sat quietly by the window, looking at the diary in front of him. The diary opened a few pages on its own, and a line of beautiful ink appeared on a blank page. Haven't you already occupied my body? Do you still need to discuss this matter with me? The emotion revealed in the ink stain is very annoyed, and it can be seen that it is very dissatisfied with its body being invaded. It seems you haven't figured it out yet. I am the one who created you, and I am the main soul that controls all Horcruxes. Voldemort's tone also brought a hint of anger. There is no such thing as the diary of my youth. The memories left behind. How can you have the magical attainments to condense a soul body? But you still fell on a baby, the diary read. Voldemort's face twisted for a while, as if he had the urge to tear the diary into pieces. After a long time, he took a deep breath and calmed down the anger in his heart. I didn't take you out to quarrel with you, Voldemort said in a deep voice. I have something important to tell you. It is related to whether I can be resurrected smoothly, and it is also related to our common future. Don't you want to get your body back? Okay, then I'll give it back to you. The ink on the page of the diary suddenly became scattered, which meant that its mood fluctuated violently, and it almost failed to stabilize its handwriting. Are you telling the truth? But why do you want to return your body to me? After a while, the ink marks on the diary formed a new line of writing. After absorbing the unicorn's vitality, I no longer need to use your condensed body to move around, Voldemort said. At the same time, the shadow of the handsome young man was cast directly into the open diary, and another figure with distorted facial features, loss of nose, and no hair appeared in his place at the window. Tomorrow's actions are extremely important to me, but my enemy is also extremely powerful. Voldemort, whose face became extremely ugly, said, his red eyes flashing. Dumbledore and Dracula are both the same now. I can't help but even if we can use a little trick to hold them back, it won't be able to hold them back for too long. Therefore, there is a possibility of failure in tomorrow's operation. Do you need me to do anything? The diary hesitated for a moment and wrote a line of writing. No, you don't have to do anything. Voldemort's eyes were gloomy. I will find the safest place to put you. You just need to protect your own safety. Remember, every Horcrux is my life, and I will never risk my own life. I will possess Quirrell again, and it's enough to have him, a loser, as cannon fodder. The diary was silent for a moment and wrote 2 words. I see. The diary lay quietly in Voldemort's so-called safest place, and he spent the whole day in fear. In the evening of the next day, when the sunset was just rising outside the window, Riddle's soul in the diary began to throb crazily. He suddenly sensed that the state of his main soul, Voldemort, was experiencing extremely violent fluctuations. Immediately afterwards, the position of the main soul suddenly moved quickly, the distance to him was getting closer and closer, and the reaction between the two became stronger and stronger. At the same time, the main soul's emotions were also mixed with extreme shock and urgency. Outside the window, a skull carrying a cloud of black smoke seemed to have inadvertently bypassed the 8th floor of the main tower. At the moment when it was closest to the castle, a brief and intense message was sent to the diary. Lurking in Hogwarts Castle, the diadem by your side will help you. Get the blood of Harry Potter. Shortly after receiving the message, a dark full moon suddenly rose in the sky where the red glow had not yet ended. Afterwards, Riddle in the diary could no longer sense the breath of the main soul. Well, the shadow of the handsome young man emerged from the diary and let out a sigh. He is confused now and doesn't know what to do next. Is it like lurking in Hogwarts Castle and trying to get Harry Potter's blood as requested by the main spirit? He hesitated. On the one hand, Riddle didn't know what Voldemort wanted Potter's blood for. On the other hand, Dracula and Dumbledore were like 2 mountains pressing on his head, making him dare not act rashly. As he was thinking without a clue, he suddenly thought of the second sentence in the text message Voldemort sent him. The crown at your side will help you. Riddle looked around him, but didn't find any crown or anything like that. But he didn't think Voldemort would leave any useless information in such an emergency. So Riddle raised his head and looked around the room. He was standing in a room the size of a cathedral. The high windows cast the beams of the setting sun, illuminating countless old or quaint objects. They were piled up like mountains, forming a city with high walls. Those were all it is made up of items hidden by Hogwarts students or professors over the years. The room of requirement. Riddle whispered to himself. When Voldemort was young, he mentioned this magical place in his diary. Therefore, Tom Riddle, who was born in the Horcrux in the diary, quickly identified his location. Riddle had the idea of exploring the secret. He picked up the blank diary and moved along the narrow passage left among the various debris. The aisles are filled with crumbling broken furniture, which may have been stuffed here to hide evidence of spellcasting errors. Thousands of books are placed together, most of which are banned books, scrawled books, or stolen books. Books came in, some broken bottles contained solidified magic potions, and several plugged bottles were still shining with evil light. There were also several rusty swords and a blood-stained axe. Riddle looked at the objects around him carefully, and suddenly, he gradually felt hoarse calls in the depths of his soul. He could sense that the object from which the call came from the same source as him. It's another of Voldemort's Horcruxes? Riddle suddenly turned around, turned into a path among the treasure piles, past a giant monster specimen that still exuded a stench, and walked quickly towards the place where the call came from. Finally, he stopped in front of a large cabinet with a blistered surface that looked like acid had been poured on it. There is a crate next to the cabinet, with a shabby statue of an ugly old wizard on it. A rusty and dark crown is quietly hidden behind the statue. The setting sun slowly sank under the black lake, and 2 moons of different colors lit up in the sky. A soft and cold moonlight was projected from the high window of the room. Under the moonlight, a clear sapphire shines brightly on the rusty crown. Riddle looked at the rusty crown in front of him, sensing the aura from the same source, and feeling the impulses coming from the depths of his soul. A dark light flashed in his pure black pupils, and an evil smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, Riddle suddenly stretched out his hand and placed the crown heavily on his head. At the same time, he held it firmly with both hands, not giving the crown any room to escape. Crown suddenly felt something bad, and a powerful wave of energy emerged, blasting crazily towards Riddle's soul and body. At the same time, the position where the sapphire was embedded in the crown flickered, and then, a bald man with scarlet eyes broke out from the position of the gem and quickly crashed into Riddle's eyebrows. Riddle's eyes suddenly became dull. Faintly, scarlet and jet black light spots kept intertwining and tearing in Riddle's eyes, as if 2 different souls were clashing at the level of consciousness, fighting for control of each other. Riddle's already illusory body was constantly changing, flickering between reality and reality, just like an old black and white TV, barely showing a blurry image. As time went by, the scarlet light in Riddle's eyes became weaker and dimmer, until it was completely wiped out by the dark spots. Riddle suddenly opened his eyes, and a frightening cold light bloomed. His body also stopped flashing at the same time and became extremely solid. With the naked eye alone, it is almost impossible to tell the difference between this soul body and a normal person. I really disappoint you, my main soul. Riddle laughed darkly. I have no interest in asking others for help. Because I am just like you, I only care about what I really get. If Voldemort were to see this scene, he would definitely be in disbelief and furious. Because he never imagined that Tom Riddle in the Horcrux diary would actually absorb the soul fragments in the Horcrux crown and obtain even more powerful soul power. Although Voldemort split a soul fragment of similar size in both the Horcrux diary and the Horcrux crown. But the difference is that the diary contains a large number of memories from his youth, contains rich theoretical knowledge of magic, and contains his concepts and personality. Therefore, the Horcrux diary can borrow Voldemort's soul fragments to give birth to a soul body that is very similar to Voldemort. He has a perfect personality, rich knowledge of magic theory, and most importantly, the possibility of growth. After 50 years, the diary's ability to apply soul power has grown greatly under the influence of all other wizards close to him. So without much effort, he completely destroyed the weak soul fragments in the Horcrux crown, absorbed its power, and completely merged with it. The fusion of the 2 soul fragments made Riddle's illusory body become as solid as flesh and blood. After he absorbed the soul fragments in the crown, the originally rusty crown was thrown on the crate like a piece of waste. There was no call from it, and there was no aura that had the same origin as Riddle. But strangely, the rusty and dull traces on the crown gradually disappeared as the Horcrux fragments were sucked away, gradually revealing the original color of the crown. Shining with silver and looking brand new, it seems to be the most perfect jewelry in the world, and has not been eroded by time at all. However, Riddle had no intention of calming down and appreciating this beauty. He just frowned and looked at the 2 bright moons hanging in the distance outside the high window, feeling depressed. Riddle knew that it was magic that belonged exclusively to Dracula, and he also understood the magnificence and power of the magical dark moon, so he could not think of confronting Dracula head-on. It's okay if there is one Dumbledore in Hogwarts, but why is there another Dracula? He fiddled with the diary in his hand unconsciously, his eyes wandering. Just when he accidentally opened the diary to the title page, Riddle lowered his head and took a look. He felt that the title page was a little empty, as if a name was missing. His eyes moved slightly, and the words Tom Marvolo Riddle appeared on the blank title page. The next moment, Riddle's eyes suddenly opened wide. He has a way to get the job done? 2 days later, on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle, the school infirmary. Dumbledore is bargaining with Madame Pomfrey, the head nurse. Albus, the patient needs to rest. Madame Pomfrey said with a serious face. Mr. Potter doesn't know what he has gone through, but his spirit is very weak. It is best not to be disturbed. Don't worry, Poppy, I'm just going to visit this young hero. He'll be fine soon. Dumbledore said with a smile. Well, since you are the headmaster, Madame Pomfrey said reluctantly, and when Dumbledore walked into the school infirmary, she did not forget to add, never again. Dumbledore walked straight to the hospital bed where Harry was. Looking at his sleeping face with his eyes tightly closed and a vague look of pain on his face, and thinking of his unfortunate life experience, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He wiped the corners of his eyes sensibly, sat on the seat beside the bed, and stared at the scar on Harry's forehead, not knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, the tightly sealed window of the school infirmary suddenly opened automatically, and a silver-haired figure appeared on the windowsill, looking at Dumbledore with a chuckle. Professor Dracula, you'd better close the window. Dumbledore looked at the figure on the windowsill and said helplessly, Mrs. Pomfrey is most concerned about the temperature in the infirmary. If you secretly open the window, if she finds out, she will be angry. He no longer had any hope that Dracula would take the right path. He only hoped that the unconventional professor would close the window and not attract Madame Pomfrey. Okay, Dracula shrugged, jumped down from the windowsill, and closed the window. How is Potter's situation? Thank you for your concern, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore said, Harry's condition is quite stable now, and he should be able to wake up soon. You may have misunderstood me. Dracula waved his hand. I don't mean to care about the students, I am just a little curious. How did Potter burn Quirrell with his bare hands before? I have lived for so long, it seems like I've never seen this kind of magic before. Dumbledore looked at the interested expression on Dracula's face, not caring about the student's thoughts at all, and couldn't help but shook his head. Harry's mother died to save him, he said softly, and Voldemort is a baby created by aphrodisiacs. He will never understand what love is. Wait a minute. Dracula stretched out a hand and interrupted Dumbledore. Aren't you going to come up with that bond theory again? This kind of deceitful words deceived Potter. Forget it about such a kid, there is no need for you to deal with me. But I'm serious, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and looked directly into Dracula's eyes. Harry's mother left him an amulet of love. Deep in Harry's skin, in his blood. It's for this reason that Quirrell can't touch Harry. Quirrell has sold his soul to Voldemort, and thus was contaminated with the blood of the unicorn, becoming a cursed, half-dead remnant soul. Such a broken soul as his, when touched by a wizard with the amulet of love, when you are there, you will be purified by the radiance of that powerful positive emotion. Then according to what you say, is it possible for any powerful wizard to be killed by a weakling who is powerless but full of love? Dracula snorted disapprovingly. Mr. Principal, do you think this is reasonable? Professor Dracula, but love is an unreasonable thing. Dumbledore gently stroked the wand in his hand, his thoughts drifting to nowhere. Love is the positive energy projected by the human spirit. It can let's do a lot of things that would otherwise be impossible. The same goes for Lily, who used her love to gain the power to fight against Voldemort. Dracula frowned and suddenly put his hand on the side of Harry's neck, with sharp nails sticking out from his fingertips. Dumbledore was startled and stood up quickly. What you up to? I didn't want to do anything, I see you are so nervous. Dracula took his hand back and glanced at Dumbledore. It turns out it's just a specific blood magic. I really don't understand how you can say such a simple thing. Complicated. According to my observation, when Potter's mother gave her life, she condensed a strong positive emotion, and injected these two powers into Potter's bloodline with specific blood magic. Therefore, she gained the ability to resist murder. The specific power of the person. It's a very clever magic. It really gives her the possibility of temporarily defeating the weak. Dracula said, looking at the arteries on Harry's neck with a bit of greed. If Dumbledore wasn't here, he really wanted to take away some of Harry's blood that contains unique blood magic. Just then, Harry woke up. He first stared at Dumbledore blankly, and then suddenly shouted, Sir, the Philosopher's Stone? Voldemort has gotten off Quirrell, he must have got the Philosopher's Stone. Don't get excited, dear child, what you said is a bit outdated, Dumbledore said gently. Voldemort did not get the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly thought of the last scene he saw before falling into coma. I remembered? I last saw Snape walking over from the other side of the door. He said with tears of gratitude, Sir, was it Snape? No, Professor Snape saved me. He killed me twice. After hearing Harry's words of gratitude, Dracula revealed a wilted smile and suddenly opened the white curtain between the beds in the school infirmary. Suddenly, a big oily man with a haggard face appeared in Harry's sight. Professor Snape. Harry was stunned for a moment and looked at the face in the bed next to him. He was awkward in place, and what he wanted to say suddenly got stuck in his throat. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use, download it here. You can try it now. After all, he and Snape had been feuding for a long time in just one school year. The two of them disliked each other and only wanted to cause trouble for each other every day. After waking up in the school infirmary today, it was because Snape was not here that Harry had the courage to tell Dumbledore and Dracula what was in his heart, expressing his inner feelings for Snape's two rescues. Gratitude. However, Dracula suddenly opened the curtain, like tearing away the fig leaf between the two people, allowing these two people with an extremely complicated relationship to meet honestly. This embarrassing scene made Harry blush and didn't know what to say for a long time. As for Snape on the other side, he was eavesdropping on the conversation in the next bed with his face turned sideways. The sudden opening of the curtain startled him, and he quickly rested his head on the pillow, pretending that he had never woken up. However, he overheard the movement of leaning on the pillow with his ears raised, and it was already visible to the other three people present. Professor Snape, there's no need to be so shy. I know you're awake. Dracula said with a half smile. Potter was about to thank you. Isn't it rude of you to be so indifferent? Dumbledore watched Snape's performance with a smile, and also chimed in. Severus, don't be so unkind. Today is a good opportunity to repair the relationship between you and Harry. He said cheerfully. I think Lily will also be happy to see it. You take care of her son. Snape was still lying on the bed, motionless, completely unwilling to face such an embarrassing scene. However, his tightly pursed lips and trembling eyelids all reflected the unease in his heart. Professor Snape. Harry looked at Snape's haggard face. His face gradually became frank and natural, and his speaking speed changed from stumbling to fluent. Thank you, Snape Professor. I know you saved me. After hearing Harry's sincere thanks, Snape finally could no longer pretend to sleep. I didn't save you. The one who really saved you was Professor Dracula. If you want to thank him, go and thank him. He opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "As for me, in the room in the restricted area, I even wanted to kill you at one point. Isn't it just that you were controlled by the Imperious Curse, Professor Snape?" Dracula was not too concerned about the excitement and suddenly said with a smile, "The way you stood bravely and fearlessly in front of Voldemort in order to save Potter, I remember it vividly." Snape's face darkened. "Professor Snape, I understand that facing a powerful enemy like Voldemort, not everyone can have the courage to stand in front of him." Harry's expression was sincere, and his words were also sincere. "I know that only Germany can, only powerful wizards like Professor Gola and Professor Dumbledore can confront Voldemort head-on, so it's normal that you can't defeat Voldemort." It was obvious that Harry's words made Snape's face darker. He suddenly lifted the quilt, ignoring the injuries on his body that had not yet fully healed. He limped toward the door of the school infirmary with a gloomy face. Did Professor Snape suffer such serious injuries while fighting against Voldemort? Harry looked at Snape's leaving figure, then turned to Dracula and said, "I also want to thank you for your help, Professor Dracula. It must be you who helped me and Professor Snape defeat Voldemort in the end. It's a small problem, you're welcome." Dracula's face looked a little unnatural. Dracula didn't have the heart to tell Harry that what he imagined in his mind was not the truth of the matter. In fact, Snape was not injured at all in the battle with Voldemort. The injuries on his body were all casually struck by Dracula after being controlled by the Imperious Curse. Harry knew nothing about this and looked at Dumbledore gratefully. "Sir, I really appreciate your help to me," he said with some emotion. "There are so many kind-hearted professors at Hogwarts. I don't know how to describe my feelings." This time, Dumbledore's expression became unnatural. Dumbledore didn't have the heart to tell Harry that the person who actually asked him to take the risk to break through the restricted area, protect the Philosopher's Stone, and face Voldemort directly happened to be the old headmaster whom he trusted greatly. Therefore, Dumbledore secretly decided to wait until Harry had almost forgotten the matter before telling him who sent the invisibility cloak. After answering a few more questions, Dumbledore and Dracula said goodbye to Harry, who needed to recuperate, and left the school infirmary. Madame Pomfret, the head nurse, was carrying a bowl of potion, ready to deliver it to Harry, when she met Dumbledore and Dracula coming out of the hospital bed. She nodded gently to the two of them. However, as she was passing by, she suddenly felt that something was not right. "Professor Dracula, when did you come?" Madame Pomfret asked suspiciously. "Did you sneak in without reporting to me? Don't you know that the school infirmary must arrive in advance? You can only visit patients after reporting." Dracula paused for a moment, then smiled and turned to look at her. "Don't worry about those details, ma'am," he said in a rich voice. "Shouldn't you give Mr. Potter the medicine now? Don't let the medicine get cold." Madame Pomfret's eyes became dull and she nodded in agreement. Dracula smiled at her again, and before she could react, he sped up and left the school infirmary. Dumbledore watched this scene from the side and shook his head helplessly. Madame Pomfret stood there for a while before reacting, stamping her feet angrily, and then brought the already cold potion in front of Harry. "You're awake, right? Come on, sit up and drink the medicine," she said to Harry, then took out a diary from her pocket. "By the way, is this diary yours?" Harry drank the medicine, looked at the diary in Madame Pomfret's hand, and shook his head honestly. "Not mine," he said. "But your name is in the diary." Madame Pomfret turned to the title page of the diary in surprise and showed it to Harry. Harry opened his eyes wide and saw a name written in beautiful handwriting. Harry James Potter. A week later, an uninvited guest came to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. "Professor Dracula, according to Miss Granger's reaction, you haven't given homework for a week." Professor McGonagall said to Dracula with a serious face, "It's almost time for the final exam. It would be irresponsible for students not to assign homework." Dracula sat in a soft armchair in an inconspicuous manner, with one foot on his desk and a goblet shaking in his hand. "Correcting homework is so boring. My teaching assistant has also made fun of himself, so of course I am too lazy to correct it." He opened his mouth lazily, tilted the wine glass held high in his hand slightly, and a shot of bright red wine flowed down from the air, falling into his mouth like a small waterfall, making a pleasant gurgling sound. Dracula drained a glass of wine with satisfaction, then sat up, placed the goblet on the table, and then looked up at Professor McGonagall. "Isn't it good like this now? The students don't want to do their homework, and I don't want to change the homework, so I just don't assign it. It's the best of both worlds and everyone is happy," he said with a chuckle. "Professor Dracula, not all students don't want to do homework. Hogwarts still has good students like Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and glared at Dracula. "Besides, correcting homework it is one of the most basic responsibilities of a professor, and I will not turn a blind eye to your dereliction of duty just because you are the chairman of the school board." Seemingly sensing Dracula's disapproving attitude, Professor McGonagall warned earnestly, "Don't take it seriously, Professor Dracula. Homework after class can directly serve as exercises to consolidate the review, allowing students to consolidate the knowledge learned in class. In addition, students' homework completion can let professors see that they are not if you understand something, then focus on explaining it in class. If we don't assign homework, students will lose an opportunity to make progress." Dracula poured another glass of red wine into the goblet and nodded indifferently. "Okay, it's just homework, I'm fine with it," he said. "By the way, who are the good students who want to do homework? I won't reveal their names." Professor McGonagall shook her head warily. There are only a few well-behaved and good students in Hogwarts. I can't let you take revenge on them. Seeing her defensive expression, the corners of Dracula's mouth twitched. Who do you think I am, Professor McGonagall? I just want them to do me a small favor. He looked at Professor McGonagall innocently. Actually, it goes without saying that I can guess who wants to write homework. After all, as you said, there are only a few good students in Hogwarts. As he spoke, he stretched out a hand and counted 3 fingers. Hermione Granger from 1st year, Cedric Diggory from 3rd year, Percy Weiss from 5th year, right. Professor McGonagall's expression paused, then nodded helplessly. Well, in that case, the task of grading homework will be left to them in the future. Dracula said happily, isn't it difficult to do homework? Give them more tasks to save them from having to worry about things all day long? Professor Dracula, isn't this inappropriate? Professor McGonagall considered the words and said with a strange expression, besides, according to the grades of these 3 students, there is no way to correct the 6th and 7th grade students. It's grade homework. What's inappropriate? Changing homework is also to consolidate their learning results. Dracula said nonchalantly, as for the 6th and 7th grades, they are all about to become adult wizards. If they don't have the consciousness to take the initiative to learn sex, then they deserve not to be able to finish their careers. As a result, Hermione, Cedric, and Percy became glorious defense against the dark arts teaching assistants. The 3 of them each received a badge depicting a half pair of demon wings. Under the wings were written the 6 letters Dotida, which means Deef the Dark Arts Teague Assistant. This badge was designed by Dracula himself. It looks very nice, beautiful, and high-end. But Percy made a joke about the badge, causing the Weiss twins to laugh at him about it for a while. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use. Download it here. You can try it now. Percy was very proud of becoming a teaching assistant. When he got the teaching assistant badge, he immediately wore it on his chest. However, the problem is that he is already a prefect of Gryffindor, and since he is unwilling to take off the prefect badge, there is no room for him on his left chest. So he wore the teaching assistant badge on his right chest. For a moment, Percy's 2 symmetrical badges formed an extremely funny outfit. Hey Ron, come see Percy's image. That night, in the Gryffindor common room, Fred called loudly for his brother. Ron had not finished his homework for the next day, and was currently catching up on it while gnawing on a chicken leg that Harry had brought back from the Great Hall for him. Hearing Fred's shout, he subconsciously raised his head and glanced at Percy. Puff. Ron couldn't hold back and sprayed all the chewed chicken onto the homework in front of him. Ha 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 ha, Percy, what do you think? He laughed, it's so weird to have a badge on both sides. Percy's face darkened as he passed by the common room. He originally wanted to show off his new badge, but when the twins interrupted him, he lost any sense of pride and instead felt a sense of shame. In fact, in the eyes of other little wizards, this method of wearing badges is not as funny as Ron showed. But the one who did this was Percy. The Weiss twins and Ron would never miss an opportunity to laugh at Percy, and over time Percy became a unique source of laughter in the Weiss family. Percy looked dejectedly at Fred and George who were laughing, and then looked at Ron, ready to warn him not to be like the twins and not learn well. And when he saw the homework in front of Ron, his mood suddenly became happy. Stop laughing now, my dear brother. He walked up to Ron and patted his shoulder sympathetically. Look what has become of your transfiguration paper. I remember this assignment will be finished tomorrow. Are you going to hand it over? Ron stopped smiling and looked down at his homework, but he only saw a piece of minced chicken and dark ink marks. I hate you, Fred. He shouted desperately, while his eyes began to search for signs of another little wizard in the lounge. Hermione, I can't finish the paper on transfiguration today, and I need your help. What's wrong, Ron? The little witch with messy hair came over, holding a large pile of parchment in her arms, which were all first-grade defense against the dark arts homework. Hermione, give me a copy of your transfiguration paper. No, can you learn from it? I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it today. Ron looked at her helplessly. No, I remember you just finished half of it. Hermione leaned over and looked at Ron's transfiguration homework. The parchment in front of Ron was covered with minced chicken, and the saliva mixed in it mixed the ink that had not yet dried into a dark shape. That's disgusting, Ron. The little witch looked away in disgust, then hugged her defense against the dark arts homework with her left hand and took out her wand with her right hand. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use. Download it here. You can try it now. Turjo. The effect of the spell was very obvious, and the debris and saliva on the parchment were swept away. However, the dark ink stains left on the paper could not be cleaned off. If Ron dared to hand this assignment to the stern Professor McGonagall, he would probably die without even knowing. Hermione, look, my homework is no longer useful. Ron said guiltily, it's very late now. If you don't lend me your homework, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it. If I can't finish my homework, I won't be able to hand it in. If I can't hand it in, Professor McGonagall will deduct points from me. If I lose points, Gryffindor's chance of winning the House Cup will be reduced. Look, your homework, but it plays an extremely crucial role in whether we can win the Academy Cup. Ron said a long paragraph in one breath, thinking that what he said made sense, so he confidently looked up at Hermione standing next to him. No. Hermione slammed the thick pile of parchment in front of her on the table. proudly puffed up her chest, revealing the devil wings badge on her chest. I am a teaching assistant now, and I have to teach other first-year students must set an example and cannot allow bad students like you to take advantage of others. Ron's face immediately fell. Harry, you can be fair. He cast his pleading eyes on Harry, who was sitting in the next seat watching the show. Do you think Hermione should lend us her homework to prepare for Gryffindor House? To contribute to the cause? Actually, I don't have to borrow Hermione's homework. Harry seemed to be in a good mood, smiling as he put a diary into his bag. My homework has been finished. Do you want to learn from it, Ron? What? Ron was shocked and stood up suddenly. His exclamation was so loud that all the young wizards in the common room turned to him and saluted him. Harry quickly cast an apologetic look at the students around him, and then pushed Ron into his seat. Ron, why are you making so much fuss? He asked dissatisfied. Can't I finish my homework by myself? No, buddy, there's something wrong. Ron calmed down a little, but still whispered to Harry in a somewhat unbelievable voice, I didn't even go to eat. I've been writing a paper on transfiguration, and I just finished writing half of it. But you ran from the 8th floor to the auditorium on the 1st floor to have a meal, and then walked up from the 1st floor. You were delayed for at least almost an hour, right? You can finish your homework just by doing that. It's not like you. 2 black lines immediately appeared on Harry's face. Just tell me whether you want to watch it or not, he said angrily. Look, a fool doesn't look at it. Ron snatched the parchment from Harry's hand. Hermione won't lend me her homework, so I can deal with it first with yours. Ignoring Harry's angry look, he took Harry's transfiguration paper and started copying it. He also used his own unique borrowing techniques, such as changing the order of paragraphs, changing the wording, and switching between active and passive voices. However, after borrowing 1/3 of the paper, Ron suddenly realized that something was wrong. Harry, did you really write this yourself? He patted Harry's arm. His eyes widened, without any thought of moving away from Harry's transfiguration paper. Are you sure this wasn't? Are you copying Hermione's work? No, I feel like Hermione's writing is not that good. Yes, I wrote it myself. Harry glanced at his bag unnaturally. He didn't tell anyone that he had a magical diary in his bag. This diary can answer any of his questions and solve any problems in his study or life. After selecting the teaching assistant who would correct the homework, not long after the time passed, Dracula had a new problem. He is also responsible for the proposition of the final exam paper. Hogwarts main tower, in the principal's office on the 8th floor. Dracula was lying on the sofa board, holding a brand new sorting hat in his hand, throwing it high into the sky, and then catching it casually, passing the boring time. The sorting hat howled dizzily at first, but later it was unclear whether it was knocked unconscious or gave up the struggle completely, and was tossed up and down in the air without saying a word. Professor Dracula, you have been lying here all afternoon. Dumbledore finally couldn't stand it anymore. He raised his head from the desk and looked at Dracula on the sofa through his glasses. There is this guy in a daze. By the time, your defense against the dark arts test papers have been published a long time ago. That's right, Dracula came to the principal's office this time just to dump the blame. The final exam was coming soon, and he wanted to leave the matter of publishing the exam papers to others, while he himself was responsible for enjoying the way the little wizards scratched their heads during the exam. I would rather be in a daze here than give them questions. Dracula casually threw the sorting hat back on its original stool and looked at the ceiling of the principal's office casually. I have to take care of the study progress as well as it needs to be of a certain degree of difficulty, and it also needs to increase the level of achievement. Anyone who likes to do such a troublesome thing can do it. Don't Professor Snape want to be the defense against the dark arts professor? Let him give me the questions. Professor Dracula, Severus only wants to be a teacher. He will not be obligated to help you with questions. Dumbledore said, I think you can refer to last year's question types and teach based on this school year. Use the past content to make test papers. Why can't I just use last year's questions? Dracula said lazily. The original questions that have been tested in the past can easily be found by young wizards. Many students have done those real questions. Dumbledore shrugged. This would be unfair to other students who have not done it. Dracula sighed and slammed his head on the arm of the sofa. The solid gold armrest cracked on the spot. No, I must find another assistant. I won't be able to continue without an assistant. Dracula finally prepared the papers for the final exam. It was not a test paper written by himself, but a test paper conducted by a senior professor who had been a defense against the dark arts professor for many years and had extensive experience in defense against the dark arts. That's right, that person's name is Albus Dumbledore. As a senior professor who started teaching in the early 20th century, Dumbledore first held the position of professor of defense against the dark arts. It wasn't until almost 20 or 30 years later, when he became the Dean of Gryffindor, that he became the Transfiguration Professor. Therefore, compared to many defense against the dark arts professors who have stayed in the position for at most 1 year in the past 50 years, Dumbledore has extremely rich experience in teaching and setting exams, and is fully qualified for the task of giving exam papers to students. In the principal's office, Dracula and Dumbledore bargained for a long time, until finally Dracula promised Dumbledore and agreed to renew the lease of Hogwarts for 7 years, in exchange for the opportunity for the principal to write test papers in person. Time quickly came to June. The weather in Scotland has become very hot. There is clearly a patch of green grass outside the castle, but it is actually rendered into a scene like an African savanna by the sunshine. The marble floor exposed to the sun was so hot that you could faintly see the heat. The little wizards all tiptoed when they walked by, for fear that the soles of their shoes would be burned and stick to the floor. The water of the Black Lake was steamed by the sun, and the water vapor was vaguely visible floating up into the sky, and was completely wiped out by the sun in the blink of an eye. It was extremely hot in a cloudless and windless weather. Dracula hates this kind of weather the most. He stays in the office all day and is too lazy to go out. He doesn't even want to move during such an important exam week as the first week of June. He just hopes that those naughty students can save their worries and go by themselves. Receive the paper, finish it and hand it in. However, Dracula, who was lying in his office, soon lost the peace of being alone. Boom, 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 a knocking sound came from outside the office door. Come in. Dracula snapped his fingers, and the office door opened. Two little red-haired wizards slipped in quietly. George even carefully looked at the situation outside the door from behind to make sure no one else was following. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and closed the door. Dracula is now accustomed to the various strange actions of these two guys. He was minding his own business, leaning back in his soft armchair, not bothering to pay any attention to them. Wow, Professor, it's so cool here. Fred said in surprise as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Professor, have you cast any magic spell here? George stepped forward without warning and asked curiously, if there is a magic spell for easy cooling, please teach us. Naturally, Dracula would not tell them that the cool air was caused by his constitution. He just glanced at them lazily and responded casually, you guys use a freezing spell on each other to make sure you cool down immediately. The twins' faces fell. It's not that we haven't tried it, but the price we paid is a bit high. Fred glanced at George. I froze George into a popsicle last time, and it took several hours to thaw out. You still have the nerve to say that. George jumped up angrily and slapped Fred on the forehead. You secretly used me as a test subject, and after the experiment, you were afraid of being criticized and didn't send me to the school infirmary. You have to think about it this way, brother. Haven't you been cool all day? Fred said awkwardly. Is that cool? I will freeze to death that day. Seeing that the two living treasures were about to fight, Dracula decisively stopped them. This is the office. If you want to fight, go out and fight. He glared at the two of them coldly, frightening them to death on the spot. The exam will start in 2 hours. It doesn't matter if you don't study hard. Actually, you dare to come here and disturb my rest. If we don't get down to business next, don't blame me for using the freezing spell to keep you cool. Fred and George then shut up, sneaked up to Dracula's desk, and talked about the so-called business. Professor, do you have the answers to the exam questions? Fred whispered, you see we are so familiar with each other, shouldn't we be more accommodating? Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use, download it here. You can try it now. Yes, Professor. George agreed, even if you don't want to give us answers, at least give us a test range. Dracula looked at the two of them in shock, then rubbed his brows with a headache. He really didn't expect that even after knowing each other for so long, the twins would still refresh his knowledge again and again. Are there still students who go directly to professors to answer exams? It seems that he is too talkative and cannot give them a little surprise. You want to answer, right? Dracula raised his eyebrows and raised his lips slightly as he glanced at them. The Violet twins looked at Dracula's expression and thought there was something going on, so they were overjoyed and nodded their heads like two pile drivers. Okay, no problem. Dracula said with a half-smile, go to the principal's office and ask for it. This set of questions was created by Dumbledore. Fred and George's faces suddenly froze with joy. If you go to the principal's office to answer the exam, wouldn't it mean that you can skip the formalities and be fired directly by the principal? At this moment, there was a knock on the office door again. Dracula glanced at the twins' expressions with interest, chuckled, opened the door, and let in the people outside. This time, the person who walked into the defense against the dark arts professor's office was also a familiar little wizard. He was wearing Hufflepuff's yellow-collared school robe. His face was a little childish, but he already looked very handsome. When the Weasley brothers saw this little wizard, their stiff expressions came to life again. Hey Cedric, I didn't expect that you look like you have thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you are actually like this. Fred complained bitterly. George next to him looked at Dracula angrily and said loudly, Professor, you saw it. Cedric also came here to do this kind of thing. How can such a person be your teaching assistant? If he can do it, then I can do it too. Cedric looked at the performance of the two people in confusion, completely out of the situation and had no idea what they were talking about. Dracula interrupted the two men's accusations with a headache, and looked at Cedric, whom he admired quite a bit. Tell me, Diggory, what's the purpose of your visit? He asked. Okay, Professor. Cedric nodded and said, I have a question during my review and I want to ask it in person. What? You're not here to answer the exam. Fred and George opened their mouths. Cedric. So, you two came here to ask Professor Dracula for the answers to the test paper. Cedric looked at the twins with an unkind look, then took out his defense against the dark arts teaching assistant badge and pinned it on his chest. I think I need to use my teaching assistant authority to take care of you two, he said. Ahem, Cedric, we were just joking. Fred quickly put his arm around Cedric's shoulders, as if he was intimate. We just want to test whether you, the teaching assistant, are fair and just enough. That's what it said. That's right, don't you know who we are? It's impossible to do such immoral things, George said righteously. Dracula looked at this scene and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Have you two forgotten that I'm still here watching? He said with a look of disgust on his face. Are you afraid to admit what you just did in just a few minutes? Fred and George's expressions changed, and they immediately turned their heads to face Dracula, with their backs to Cedric. They kept squinting and winking at Dracula. If your eyes feel uncomfortable, go to the school infirmary for treatment immediately, so as not to delay the exam for a while. Dracula ignored their pleading eyes and said with a chuckle. Then, Dracula looked at Cedric. Tell me, Diggory, what questions did you have when you were reviewing? Cedric nodded slightly and thought for a moment. I want to know, when we answer exam questions, do we use the knowledge in the textbook as the standard, or the content you talked about in class? He asked. A lot of the knowledge you talked about in class is based on there is a conflict with the textbook, and now I want to know which one I should refer to prepare for the exam. Do you still need to ask me this kind of question? Dracula smiled and said in a matter-of-fact tone, what I have said is correct. Anything that conflicts with the textbook means there is a problem in the textbook. Cedric was startled for a moment, then nodded seriously. I have another question, Professor. He hesitated and then said again, will the amulet you mentioned when you first started school really be given to the students who topped the exam scores in grades 1 to 3? Dracula was slightly startled when he heard this, and then he remembered that he seemed to have really made such a promise in order to mobilize the students' enthusiasm for learning defense against the dark arts as soon as possible. But he didn't take it to heart at the time and put the matter behind him after speaking. If Cedric hadn't mentioned the gift of the amulet again today, he might have completely forgotten about it. Ah, that's right, Dracula said guiltily while rummaging back and forth in the pocket where he had cast the invisible stretching charm. Don't worry, what I said will definitely be fulfilled. After a long time, he found 3 small pendants from his vast collection. Dracula took out the cross pendant made of gloomy wood and showed it to Cedric. The center of the cross pendant is engraved with an ancient rune symbol that symbolizes the moon. Different from the church's cross, its shorter horizontal bars tilt slightly upward, like a pair of unfolded devil wings. You came here to ask about the amulet before taking the exam. It seems like you are very confident about your exam. Dracula chuckled. I am bound to get this amulet. Cedric also laughed. Cedric's confident expression made the Weiss twins next to him feel envious. They looked at the cross pendant in Dracula's hand eagerly, with expressions on their faces saying give me one too. Do you have any other questions? Dracula ignored the twins' eager expressions, glanced at the 3 little wizards in the office and asked lazily. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. Although it was a question, his tone already revealed the meaning of chasing people away. Cedric thanked Dracula wisely, then turned and left the office. The Wesley twins, however, were not aware of Dracula's intention to chase people away, and they stood there stupidly, trying to find a way to get the amulet without relying on test scores. However, the next moment, 2 red-haired figures screamed and were thrown out of the defense against the dark arts professor's office like garbage. Boom! The office door slammed shut. An hour later, in order to prevent Dracula from lying in his office and pretending to be dead, Professor McGonagall, who already knew Dracula very well, rushed from the vice principal's office on the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor, and took the reluctant Dracula out of the office. He called out and asked him to come to the defense against the dark arts classroom to invigilate the exam. The weather in June is very hot, and the castle is not equipped with refrigeration magic, so the heat in the large classrooms makes the little wizards uncomfortable. Dracula was the first to disagree with staying in this environment, so he closed the classroom doors and windows and blew into the sky above the classroom. A piece of cool air falls from the sky, bringing an extremely refreshing feeling to the summer classroom. The young wizards expressed that they had a perfect experience with the defense against the dark arts exam and would come again next year. After all, the little wizards each received a quill specially used for exams and recited anti-cheating spells. The bell in the clock tower of Hogwarts rang loudly, and the defense against the dark arts exam officially began. The little wizards were immersed in writing the test questions that Dumbledore had personally asked. The classroom was quiet except for the sound of quills rustling on parchment. Some little wizards frowned and were thinking hard, some were beaming and writing furiously, and some looked calm. Of course, Dracula also saw a few little wizards sleeping on the table as if they were resigned to their fate. I'm afraid I never attended the class at all. When he first proctored the exam, Dracula was quite interested in admiring the movements and expressions of the little wizards scratching their heads and looking sad. However, before half of the exam, he gradually became interested in these little wizards who were not very rich. The performance has lost patience. So Dracula silently sat behind the podium, cast a spell to create an identical figure on the seat, and then quietly slipped out of the examination room under the cover of the disguise charm. Dracula leaned on the railing of the corridor outside the door, looking into the distance. At this moment, his eyes moved slightly. A delicate crystal ball that exuded a soft shimmer was taken out of Dracula's pocket. It was an interconnected pair with the crystal ball that asked Wes to come home and send it to Romania. In the center of Mo Lake's crystal ball, there should have been a dim moon spinning quietly. However, at this moment, the dark moon became extremely bright. Yorkshire, England, 2 months ago. An extremely weak life appeared outside the village of Little Hangleton. It was worse than a ghost and weaker than the humblest wandering spirit. This is a remnant of Voldemort's soul. On the day he stole the Philosopher's Stone, the soul power that Voldemort had spent 11 years accumulating was completely annihilated by Dracula's bloody water prison. Now he can only rely entirely on the existence of Horcruxes to barely guarantee that his soul is still alive. Today, Voldemort's existence is like a bubble that is so transparent that it is almost indistinguishable with the naked eye. His facial features are like a lake, and he has no hands or feet. It flutters with the cold wind that blows from time to time, and it seems that it may collapse at any time. He was a little unconscious, but he was still muttering unconsciously. I haven't lost yet. I still have other cards that I haven't used. I will definitely come back. While chanting, he worked hard against the wind and drifted towards Little Hanglitten in Yorkshire. In fact, he originally wanted to return to the Albanian forest where he had stayed for 11 years. At least that place was familiar enough to him, and there was also a viper named Nagini who could accompany him to prevent him from completely alone. But after using his Horcrux diary to restore his strength, he has discovered a more efficient and faster recovery method. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to wait for another 11 years of suffering. So he chose Little Hanglitten, where the ancestral home of the Gaunt family was located. After an unknown amount of time, Voldemort floated weakly to the edge of a valley on the outskirts of Little Hanglitten. In the dense woods on the edge of the valley, there is a dilapidated shack half hidden among a pile of tree trunks. Miscellaneous trees grow near the shed, blocking all light and the view of the valley below, giving the building among the trees a somewhat eerie feel. The walls of the shed were covered with green moss, and so many tiles on the roof had fallen off that the rafters were visible in places. Unidentified vines grew around it, their tips reaching up to the small, thick, grimy windows. The bubbles transformed by Voldemort showed anticipation and ecstasy, got through the cracks in the stained glass, and floated into the interior of the shed. The shack was dilapidated and filled with rusty pots and pans, moldy furniture, and all kinds of garbage, just like the scene when Voldemort first came here when he was 16 years old. The dilapidated scene of Gunter's ancestral home at that time made the young Riddle feel disgusted and disappointed with this miserable family, and it also gave him a new understanding of those so-called pure-blood supremacists. However, this time he returned in embarrassment, looking like a bereaved dog. He didn't have any thoughts of remembering the past or criticizing this decadent family. There was only one thing on his mind. Get back the Horcrux he hid under the floorboards? The bubbles transformed by Voldemort followed the warped, tattered wooden floor and entered the dark bottom of the floor. A ring lay quietly in the cracks of the muddy floor. The ring was gold and set with a large, dark stone. The workmanship of the ring does not seem to be very fine, and it even looks a bit ugly. The gold ring material seems a bit awkward and uncoordinated. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. The black stone on the ring is engraved with a conspicuous symbol, a triangle with a circle inside, both bisected by a vertical line. According to Marvolo Gaunt, the name of this emblem was the Paviral coat of arms. And if Dumbledore were to see this symbol, there was a high probability that he would involuntarily say its true name, the Deathly Hallows? However, Voldemort did not know that this was the legendary Deathly Hallows. In the past, he only knew that this ring could be used to control corpses and create an army of inferi, but now he only knew that this ring could bring him a more efficient recovery speed and help him in his resurrection. After truly seeing the ring, Voldemort's face showed a hint of relief, and then he quickly threw his entire body into the black stone on the ring. This Horcrux did not absorb Voldemort's knowledge and personality, so it did not give birth to its own consciousness like the diary. In addition, Voldemort also placed a curse on the Horcrux ring that was completely under his control and powerful enough to harm the Great Wizard. Under these two conditions, even if he was extremely weak, Voldemort could still forcibly absorb the soul fragments in the Horcrux back into his own soul. A burst of light suddenly shone from beneath the rotting floor. The already fragile wooden floor was blown to pieces, and countless fragmented tiles fell down and piled up on the floor. Then, an illusory figure with an ugly face stood up from the debris. My power is not enough, I need a real body, Voldemort murmured hoarsely in a terrifying voice. The next moment, he appeared in an extremely dark and overgrown cemetery. To the right of the churchyard is a tall yew tree, with the black outline of a small church behind it. There is an exquisite old house on a hillside on the left, the Old Riddle House, an extremely luxurious and bright building that is in sharp contrast to the Gaunt family's shed. Voldemort just glanced over there and didn't pay any more attention. After all, the people there had been killed by him decades ago. Walking along the path of the cemetery, he looked at the tombstones one by one until he found a well-repaired marble tombstone with a name written on it. Tom Riddle. Voldemort looked at the tombstone with the same name engraved on it, without any sadness or joy in his heart. He has long abandoned everything that belongs to this name. He raised his hand and pointed the black stone on the ring at the cemetery. The tomb suddenly opened, and a corpse with only bones floating up from the tomb floated towards Voldemort's illusory figure. Under the influence of the resurrection stone, a white light enveloped the corpse, separating all the dirt attached to the skeleton, gradually removing all impurities, leaving only a pure white complete skeleton without a trace of dust. Then, old Tom Riddle's skeleton suddenly accelerated and crashed straight into Voldemort's illusory figure. White light emitted from the bones, covering Voldemort's whole body. After a moment, the light slowly dissipated. A man with a terrifying face appeared in front of the cracked grave. He has bone-white skin, a skinny and shriveled body, and scarlet eyes. The face, which is paler than chalk, is like a skull, the bridge of the nose is sunken, and the fingers are unnaturally slender, like a few deformed spider legs. Voldemort clenched his fists, feeling the feeling of having a body that he had not experienced for a long time, and his deformed face was full of intoxication. It's so wonderful, the feeling of having a body. He took a deep breath of the stale atmosphere in the cemetery and whispered to himself. The father's bones, unintentionally donated, can regenerate his son. Hehe, this damn old thing is somewhat useful. Voldemort sneered, showing no apology for digging his biological father's grave. There are more below. What is left? The flesh of your servants and the blood of your enemies. In fact, Voldemort does not have a complete body now. He just borrowed the power of the resurrection stone in his hand that he didn't recognize, and used his father's bones as a framework to build a simple but practical body. But the flesh and blood on this body is still not real, but fictionalized by magic. The flesh of the servant is easy for me to get. As for the blood of the enemy, it depends on whether my diary can take Potter's blood under the eyes of Dracula and Dumbledore. Thinking of the scene when Dracula completely wiped out the origin of his soul, Voldemort's scarlet eyes flashed with malice. Oh, doesn't Dracula like to have fun? He sneered. In that case, I might as well find some fun for him first, and hope he can have a good time. Voldemort put the ring on his middle finger and clenched his fist suddenly. The next moment, all the graves in the cemetery split into two halves, and skeletons that had been dead for a long time crawled out stiffly from the graves. Their bodies were rotting, their hair fell off, and their eyes were cloudy. They gathered towards Voldemort with twisted and weird steps. An evil smile appeared on Voldemort's lips. Then, a black smoke covered a group of newly made Inferi, and he apparat with these Inferi to the outside of a dark cave. Inside the cave lay many half-clothed humans. They were all in ragged clothes and covered in mud, and their eyes were full of hatred and despair. The sudden visit of Voldemort, who had a deformed face and led a large group of extremely weird-looking Inferi, made these people look wary and blocked him at the entrance of the cave with bared teeth. What are you here for? Outsiders are not welcome here. A leading man who was obviously dressed more appropriately than others walked up and said in a bad tone. Boom. No movement was seen from Voldemort. The leading man immediately flew up, hit the rocks above the cave hard, and then fell down hard, passing out. Next time you see me, remember to speak nicely, Voldemort said coldly. Many people in ragged clothes were not frightened when they saw this beating scene. They seemed to have become accustomed to it. They crowded together and rushed towards Voldemort, trying to bite and scratch his body with their teeth and long nails. Voldemort looked cold and waved the wand in his hand. A large area of people at the cave entrance was instantly cleared, leaving a wide space for Voldemort and the Inferi behind him to walk. As we go deeper into the cave, there are more and more people inside, but they all look like they are drinking blood and looking fierce. They looked at Voldemort and the numerous Inferi eagerly, as if they were waiting for an order to rush forward and bite them as much as they wanted. Who dares to come here to cause trouble? A tall man walked out from the deepest part of the cave aggressively. Is there anyone in this area who doesn't know whose territory this is? This tall man had gray hair and a beard, and a ferocious expression. The sharp teeth he showed when he spoke and the long yellow nails on his fingers made him look almost like a beast. However, when he saw the person coming, he froze on the spot and lost his previous momentum. You are. His voice trembled, and then he knelt on the ground directly. Dark Lord, it turns out you are not dead. Long time no see, Fenrir Greyback. Voldemort said coldly, is this how you welcome my return? I failed to take care of my men and made you laugh. Fenrir Greyback lowered his head, his eyes stern, and then he jumped to the side of the leader at the beginning. His eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light. He opened his bloody mouth, and suddenly bit the man's neck, biting him into two pieces. Lord Dark Lord, can this calm your anger? Greyback lifted his blood-stained face from the pool of blood and looked at Voldemort. Very good. Voldemort laughed. Since you are so sensible, I have an important opportunity to give it to you. Haven't you always wanted to conquer the large number of werewolves in Romania? No problem, these Inferi will be your most effective subordinates. If you feel that these are not enough, I have endless Inferi hidden in a cave on the seaside in London. The corpse is at your disposal. My request is that all the werewolves over there must be brought under your command within 2 months. Contrary to the scene where Voldemort was, there was a peaceful and joyful atmosphere in Hogwarts Castle. The torturous exam week is finally over, and the little wizards have got rid of the trouble of review and worries about exams. Moreover, the results will not be officially announced until a week later, which means that before then, even the little wizard who does poorly will have a whole week of carefree time. The weather in June is still very hot, but this does not stop the joyful atmosphere in the castle. On the edge of the Black Lake, a giant octopus was lying in the warm shallow water basking in the sun. The Wessler twins and their roommate Lee Jordan were gently stroking its tentacles. Professor, I haven't seen you go out for a while. Have you finished correcting the test papers? George scratched the suckers on the tentacles of the big octopus and looked back at a big tree next to the Black Lake. It was a very tall Pinus sylvestris. In the hot summer, it used its lush branches and leaves to cast a large shade, shrouding the silver-haired figure leaning on the trunk in a cool shade. Dracula leaned quietly against the trunk of the Scots pine tree, ignored George's question, and stared at the crystal ball in his hand in trance. The dark moon in the crystal ball has turned from dim to bright, and is now spinning quietly in the center of the sphere. This is the signal coming from Romania. When the dark moon becomes bright, it means that the vampire group in Romania has encountered a special situation, but it is not important. Dracula does not have to go over to support and help. Only when the dark moon turns into a bright red blood moon does it mean that the ethnic group over there has encountered an emergency that they cannot contend with and needs the Lord Vampire Count to come to the rescue. Dracula waited at Hogwarts for a week, until the entire exam week had passed, and the moon in the crystal ball showed no sign of transforming into a blood moon. This means that the other side can completely handle this special situation. Or maybe they just want to meet Dracula. This is actually normal. After all, it has been less than a year since Dracula just sent the crystal ball. This year is just a short moment for the vampire family, and they will not encounter anything like this at this moment. Something particularly critical. But they and Dracula have not seen each other for 100 years, so it is inevitable that they will not miss him. Thinking of this, Dracula sighed softly. He had no intention of returning to Romania, because he knew that there would be a lot of trouble waiting for him to deal with after returning to Brown Castle. As early as the beginning of this school year, he was very curious about the current situation of the vampire community in Romania, and he even questioned Quirrell at that time. However, for Dracula, it was not complicated to go to Romania to learn the information of the vampire tribe personally, it was just a matter of using a dark moon to teleport magic. As for why not, the fundamental reason remains the same, he doesn't want to return to Romania. Seeing the bright dark moon still rotating uniformly in the sphere, Dracula curled his lips and put the crystal ball back into his pocket. "Professor, can you hear us?" After returning to his thoughts, Dracula suddenly heard Fred's voice from the lake shore. Dracula looked towards the lake and found that the twins had abandoned the big octopus basking in the sun and ran towards the Scotch pine where he was. "What's the matter with you two?" Dracula had a headache when he saw these two guys, and asked angrily. "Professor, since you are free to go out today, you must have finished grading the test papers, right?" George blinked and looked at him expectantly. Fred also looked over with piercing eyes. "Yes, Professor, are you sure who can get the 3 amulets? It doesn't have anything to do with you two anyway, so what are you expecting?" Dracula raised his eyebrows. These two people are not usually such ignorant people. At this time, the twins' roommate Lee Jordan ran over panting. "Professor, I'm reporting this." Fred and George started another bet. Lee Jordan wiped the sweat from his face and complained. "They bet that Cedric and Hermione Granger can get your production amulet, prepare to make a big fortune." "Hey, Lee, how could you betray us?" The twins looked at Lee Jordan with dissatisfied eyes. "We agreed to make money together." "You have the nerve to say that." Lee Jordan protested loudly. "Last time we agreed to give me half of the money we earned, but what did you do in the end? Regardless of the type, you only gave me the money according to the total number of coins. I divided the money. Half of them are copper nuts." Dracula looked at Fred and George, who couldn't take any time off, and shook his head speechlessly. "If you are really too free, then come over and help me correct the test papers." He opened an umbrella and walked out of the shade of the tree. "But you are disappointed." "In fact, I have no intention of correcting the papers myself." Fred and George didn't win this time. Cedric Diggory did live up to expectations and won first place in the defense against the dark arts exam in his 3rd year, and successfully obtained the spooky wooden amulet that Dracula randomly made. The first place in the 2nd year was won by a Ravenclaw girl named Autumn Jong. However, to their surprise, first-year Hermione Granger did not get the first place in defense against the dark arts as they expected, although she was first in all other subjects. Name. First-year defense against the dark arts winner is Harry Potter. "Harry, do you think we treat you well?" On the night of the results, Fred and George each put their arms around Harry's shoulders and asked seriously. "It's quite good, whether it's in the Gryffindor common room or on the Quidditch pitch, you all take good care of me," Harry said in a daze, not knowing what the two of them meant. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" "No, you did nothing wrong," George said sadly, "but you caused serious harm to us." What's wrong with me?" The kind-hearted Harry suddenly felt guilty. He didn't know what he had done unintentionally. "Harry, how could you steal Hermione's first place in defense against the dark arts?" Fred said sadly, patting Harry on the shoulder. Harry was horrified, and subconsciously glanced at the schoolbag in his arms, thinking that he had exposed a diary tutoring matter. However, what George said next made him lose his desire to communicate with the two of them. "The two of us made a bet with the stupid rich guys from Slytherin that Hermione could get Professor Dracula's amulet. Do you know the psychology of those purebloods who claim to be extraordinary? They don't believe it. It was impossible for a little muggle-born wizard to get first place, so they bet me a full 10 galleons. Originally we all thought everything was safe, but in the end it was you who got the amulet." George made exaggerated gestures with his hands, wiping tears while crying exaggeratedly. "That's 10 galleons, Harry? That's what my dad earns in a week." Listening to George's complaint, Harry's eyes seemed to flash with a red light. "Fred, George, I think you should stop gambling," he suddenly shouted. "You also know that 10 galleons is Mr. Vilay's weekly salary. Then have you ever thought about it, if you will do it in the future? Lose more. Those guys in Slytherin can afford to lose. If they lose money, the most they can do is go back and get scolded. But what about you? If you lose to an extent that you can't afford, it may affect your younger brothers and sisters. There's this whole Westlaw home life. Fred and George looked at the emotional Harry and stayed there in confusion. We know we were wrong, Harry. George said without confidence. Why are you shouting so loudly? You're scaring us to death. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. Harry also felt his loss at this time. He quickly straightened his glasses that were tilted to one side, said I'm sorry, and hurriedly said goodbye to the twins with his school bag in his arms. The twins looked at each other with a question mark in their eyes. Is that really Harry just now? Fred asked George. He hasn't yelled at people like this before, has he? I don't know. Maybe he got first place in defense against the dark arts. Something is different. George shrugged non-committally. The final Quidditch match is held on the third day after final exams. This match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw will determine whether Gryffindor can win the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. This can be said to be a crucial game. Slytherin College currently ranks first in the college score rankings. Thanks to Snape's unremitting efforts, Slytherin College has scored a total of 442 points, followed closely by Slytherin College. It was Ravenclaw with 426 points, and Gryffindor ranked third with 412 points. Although Gryffindor is only in third place, the point gap between them and Slytherin is not big. As long as Gryffindor's team can win the Quidditch Cup, they can get 50 points. A large amount of extra points, thus overtaking Slytherin and winning the Academy Cup. And the Gryffindor team has a good chance of winning. Thanks to Harry's outstanding performance, they have defeated the Hufflepuff team and the Slytherin team one after another, opening up a big gap with the second-placed Slytherin team. Therefore, as long as they can defeat Ravenclaw, or even if they don't get too far behind, they can win the final Quidditch trophy. In this crucial game, Harry, who defeated Quirrell and drove away Voldemort, was in very good condition. Within an hour, he successfully caught the Golden Snitch and won the victory for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Victory. Including the 50 points from the Quidditch Cup, Gryffindor's house score reached 462 points in one time, surpassing Slytherin and Ravenclaw and ranking first. As soon as the game was over, the Gryffindor Little Lions couldn't wait to lift Harry up and throw him high into the sky. In the evening, Gryffindor Tower was decorated with lights and the celebrations had begun in advance. They celebrated enthusiastically that Gryffindor blocked Slytherin's record of winning the House Cup for 6 consecutive years and successfully took over the honor of the House Cup. However, they forgot that there were still 3 days left until the year-end banquet officially started. Snape didn't know whether he really wanted Slytherin to keep his position in the House Cup, or whether he wanted Harry to convert his gratitude to him into disgust, or both. In the remaining 3 days, he was like crazy, deducting points from Gryffindor day and night. If he caught any small problem, he would deduct 5 or 10 points. Soon, Gryffindor it's basically the same as Slytherin's score. So, on the afternoon of the last day of his first year, Harry came to Snape's potions professor's office and had a heated argument with him. Professor Snape, why did you do this? Harry asked with a painful expression. You can obviously be a good person. Why do you have to make me hate you? On the one hand, Snape's usual behavior is indeed very unpleasant, especially the little lions of Gryffindor, who are deeply disgusted with him, as was Harry in the past. On the other hand, Snape happened to try to save his life twice in a row, so now Harry couldn't bear any hatred towards him. Snape was organizing his potion ingredients nonchalantly, as if he didn't hear Harry's question. However, if you look carefully, you can see that his expression is very stiff, and the movements of his hands are just unconsciously breaking off the herbs one after another. You are overthinking, Potter. After a long silence, he slowly said, Isn't it normal for me to want my college to win the College Cup? Or do you think I should help Griffin in turn? Get more trophies so that you can be considered a good person as you call me. Don't be so self-righteous, Potter. Don't think the whole world revolves around you. Snape threw the last 2 herbs into the jar in front of him and spoke carefully. Facing Snape's taunt, Harry's face turned red. A red light flashed from his eyes, and his emotions suddenly became excited. Don't you just want me to hate you? Come on, deduct points from me. He shouted uncontrollably. I tell you, I was really blind to be grateful to you. Snape stopped and raised the corners of his mouth indifferently. Sure enough, the Potter family has always been so stupid, arrogant, and self-righteous. He said coldly, then as you wish. For contradicting the professor, 50 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. That night, Harry left the potions master's office alone and distraught, climbed the spiral staircase leading to the entrance courtyard, and arrived at the Great Hall for the end-of-year banquet. When he arrived at the auditorium, it was already full of people. The Great Hall was decked out in Slytherin's green and silver colors to celebrate their 7th consecutive House Cup win. A huge banner with a snake hanging on the wall behind the guest of honor seat. As soon as Harry walked in, he was pulled to the Gryffindor table by Ron and Hermione. Harry, do you know? Gryffindor was suddenly deducted 50 points just now. Ron said to Harry angrily, now we can't catch up with him even if we win another Quidditch Cup. Trin. Yeah, I don't know who allowed Snape to seize such a big opportunity. Hermione slapped the book in her hand on the table angrily, not even in the mood to study anymore. Harry was startled for a moment, and his mood suddenly dropped. Stop talking, that person is me, he said softly. Ron and Hermione fell silent and looked at Harry in surprise. What happened, Harry? Ron asked. Didn't you reconcile with Snape? I feel like we will never reconcile in this life, Harry said sadly. He didn't know why he was so easily emotional these days. I want to talk to him about deducting points from Gryffindor. We talked, but I couldn't control my emotions, and we got into a fight later. Hermione wanted to continue asking, but just then, Dumbledore walked into the Great Hall. He walked out from the side of the professor's chair with a smile and waved enthusiastically to everyone. The noise in the auditorium gradually subsided, and Hermione chose not to ask any more questions. After all, the deal was done. Another year has passed. Dumbledore walked to his seat, did not sit down, but stood there happily and said, "Before enjoying these delicious dishes, I must trouble everyone to listen to an old man's words. It's a cliché, let me just say a few words." Unlike the speeches given by the principals of various Muggle schools, what Dumbledore said about speaking a few words was really speaking a few words. After he finished his two-sentence speech and motivational speech, he immediately began the link that the little snakes of Slytherin were most looking forward to and the little lions of Gryffindor least wanted to face. Now, as far as I know, we first have to conduct the Academy Cup award ceremony. The specific scores of each academy are as follows: 4th place, Hufflepuff, 352 points, 3rd place, Gryffindor, 387 points, Ravenclaw 426 points, Slytherin 442 points. A burst of thunderous cheers and stamping of feet erupted from the Slytherin table, and Draco Malfoy banged the table with his goblet, making a ding, 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 ding sound. At the same time, on the professor's seat, Dracula was holding a goblet and drinking bright red wine comfortably. He heard Slytherin's deafening cheers and subconsciously glanced over there, just in time to see Draco destroying the goblet. Dracula frowned in dissatisfaction and snapped his fingers. An entire Slytherin house's goblets disappeared from the table in an instant, so much so that a group of little Slytherin wizards who were drinking water from cheering until their throats hurt didn't even react. They sucked hard into their palms. He breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, the cheers at the Slytherin table turned into a chorus of choked coughs. The young wizards from the other 3 colleges were delighted to see this scene. Slytherin's pain caused everyone to burst into laughter, and the air inside and outside the auditorium was filled with joy. Yes, the Slytherin students performed very well. Dumbledore suppressed a smile and said, however, several other things that happened this semester must also be taken into account. The laughter in the auditorium subsided a little, and the air gradually became quiet. The little wizards of Slytherin also suppressed their painful coughs and looked around a few times in confusion. They didn't know why the cups in their hands suddenly disappeared. Ahem, Dumbledore cleared his throat. I still have some final points to distribute. Let me see, by the way, the first item, Mr. Ron Weiss. Ron's face suddenly turned red, like a carrot dried by the sun. He won the most exciting game of chess at Hogwarts in many years, and I award 50 points to Gryffindor for that. The Gryffindor's cheers almost brought down the enchanted ceiling. The stars above their heads seemed to be shaken slightly. All of a sudden, the Academy points increased by 50 points, which meant that they once again moved from 3rd place to 2nd place, and were only 5 points behind Slytherin, who was in 1st place. Many smart Gryffindor little lions turned their attention to Hermione and Harry. They knew that these 3 first-year wizards had always acted together. Since Dumbledore alone gave Ron 50 points, Hermione and Harry must also have contributed. The second item, Miss Hermione Granger. She faced the fire and calmly carried out logical reasoning. I will award 50 points to Gryffindor House. As expected, Hermione also received 50 points. The Gryffindor students around them were all ecstatic, jumping up and down at the dining table. They had risen a full 100 points, surpassing Slytherin's 442 points, and once again one returned to the top spot in the Academy. The third item, Harry Potter. Dumbledore said. Now that Gryffindor had taken 1st place, Harry's score was no longer so important. But the little lions still calmed down in a dignified manner, wanting to see how many points Harry could score. He showed fearless courage and extraordinary courage. For this, I will also award Gryffindor House 60 points. Amid fierce cheers, Dumbledore gave Neville another 10 points. In the end, Gryffindor's score was fixed at 557 points, surpassing Slytherin's score by more than 100 points. The Gryffindor table cheered loudly as they hugged and celebrated. The Ravenclaws next to them and even the last Hufflepuff were infected by their emotions and began to cheer for Gryffindor. This is because Slytherin and the annoying Snape were finally defeated, and Gryffindor successfully prevented Slytherin from winning its 7th consecutive House Cup. Even Professor McGonagall rarely stopped the chaotic crowd. Instead, he raised his head, glanced at Snape proudly, and then happily walked over to shake hands with him. Snape's face was frighteningly dark, but he could only force out an awkward smile to show off his amazing grace. This means, Dumbledore had to use an amplifying spell on his throat to drown out the thunderous cheers, that we need to make some small changes to the decoration here. He clapped his hands, and immediately, the green hanging ribbons turned into bright red, and the silver ones turned into gold. The huge Slytherin snake disappeared, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. A shady story. This is definitely a shady story. Draco loudly rebuked the principal for being unfair at the Slytherin table, feeling that Dumbledore favored his former college. However, after these words were spoken, the most embarrassed person was not Dumbledore, but Snape with a dark face. As we all know, the Dean of Slytherin is the biggest shady person in the College Cup competition. The day after the year-end party, the long-awaited holiday for the little wizards finally arrived. Hagrid led the first-year wizards onto the boat fleet across the lake, then escorted them all the way to Hogsmeade Station and watched them board the Hogwarts Express. The senior students came to the main entrance of the castle, passed by the 2 warthog statues with wings, and took the carriage pulled by the Thestrals, who had been waiting for a long time, to the station. The entire Hogwarts castle seemed to be quiet all of a sudden, with only a few professors standing at the entrance of the castle, watching the little wizards leave. Any plans for the holidays, Professor Dracula? Dumbledore looked at the departing little wizards emotionally. He didn't ask until the carriage turned a corner and completely disappeared from sight. Dracula once again took out his bright crystal ball and stared at it quietly. I think it's time for me to learn more about the news over there, he said softly. Gilderoy Lockhart was in a good mood. Once again, he was voted Most Charming Smile by Witch Weekly and was featured on the cover of this popular magazine. In order to celebrate this good news, or to use this incident to stir up a wave of enthusiasm, Lockhart decided to hold a tea party at Mrs. Podeff's tea house in Hogsmeade Village to talk face-to-face with his loyal fans. Mrs. Puddy's tea house is located on a street corner in Hogsmeade. The owner of the tea house is Mrs. Pudeffa, who has the same name as the tea house. She hung all kinds of strange hanging decorations on the window outside the tea house, most of which were very tender pink, just like the favorite color of little girls in their prime. The tea house was small and cramped, the steam from the tea made the place look steamy, and almost all the furnishings were decorated with tacky lace. At this time, the students at Hogwarts were already on vacation, and few young wizards appeared in the Hogsmeade village. Therefore, most of the people in the tea house came all the way to attend the tea party. They were housewives and older witches who had free time and energy. At this time, the small shop was already filled with groups of witches. They looked expectantly at the small stage set aside in front of the tea house. My dear family, how are you? As a loud voice sounded, a wizard dressed like a peacock came out from behind the curtain of the tea house. Gilderoy Lockhart looks handsome in appearance. He has wavy blonde hair, teeth so white they reflect the light, and his robes are extremely gorgeous, covered with complex and luxurious patterns, making him look like a peacock with its tail spread. Lockhart walked onto the stage holding a golden microphone and greeted everyone in the tea house enthusiastically. Screams immediately erupted in Mrs. Pudeffa's tea house. The witches shouted Lockhart's name and desperately tried to move forward with their own small stools. Please be patient, everyone. I have deliberately left enough free time to interact closely with my fans. Lockhart showed his signature smile, his smooth and flat teeth reflecting the light. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Every fan is treated equally, and everyone can get my autograph, and a hug. The witches in the audience became even more excited, and one even fainted from excitement. Lockhart seemed prepared for this situation and waved towards the inside of the tea house counter. The owner of the tea house, who was waiting nearby, Mrs. Pudeffa, who was fat and had a shiny black bun on the back of her hair, immediately held a cup of herbal tea and struggled to squeeze through the crowd towards the fainted witch. This episode did not affect Lockhart's mood at all. He walked onto a small specially built stage and stood in a place surrounded by many candles. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. First of all, although everyone must know me, I still need to introduce myself as a routine, he said with a smile. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, a third-class holder of the Order of Merlin and an honorary member of the League Against the Dark Arts, just a few days ago won the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award for the 5th time. Of course, I won't talk about this award. I didn't drive away the banshees in Wanlun City with my smile. The audience burst into warm applause, and the witches' hands turned red. Very good, I see that everyone has picked up the complete set of my works. Then I will first check how well your family members understand these works of mine. First of all, in my book Traveling with a Vampire, what food did the vampire become obsessed with after meeting me? Please raise your hand to answer. Almost all the witches raised their hands. Even the witch who had just fainted with excitement regained some energy after drinking the herbal tea made by Mrs. Pudeffa and raised her right hand high. Okay, it's you, beautiful lady. Lockhart chose a middle-aged witch with fiery red hair, a short and pudgy figure, and a very gentle and kind appearance. What's your name? He asked. The witch seemed unable to believe that she had been chosen, and covered her face like a shy little girl. Molly, here comes Molly Weiss, Mr. Lockhart. She stood up and said excitedly, the answer to the question just now is lettuce. Excellent. Perfect answer. Lockhart smiled and took out a bright pink rose from his pocket and handed it to Mrs. Weasley. This is your gift. Thank you very much for reading my answer carefully. Writings. Mrs. Weasley took the pink rose with joy on her face. The other witches had envious looks in their eyes. In the midst of the noise, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded from the window, breaking the chaos. So, why did the vampire eat lettuce? Lockhart was stunned for a moment, then looked at the window of Mrs. Pudeff's tea house, and found that the originally closed window had been opened at some point. A silver-haired figure sat on the windowsill. He stepped on the window frame with one foot, and drooped the other foot casually, holding an open book Traveling with a Vampire in his hand. As soon as he opened his mouth, he attracted the attention of most of the witches present. The witches looked at the handsome man who suddenly appeared curiously, secretly comparing him with Lockhart. They felt that after the comparison, Lockhart seemed not as handsome as before, right? Mrs. Pudeffa, why is there a wizard here? Looking at the sudden appearance, Lockhart was a little unhappy and asked Mrs. Beautiful with a straight face, "Didn't I say? You must hold my a full set of collector's edition books and a limited edition invitation are required to let people in. How is the security of your tea house done?" Seeing that this business was going to receive bad reviews, Mrs. Pootief quickly squeezed through the crowd towards the window, preparing to drive away this uninvited guest. At this moment, Mrs. Weasley, who had just received the pink rose, suddenly said, "Ouch. You must be Professor Dracula, right?" She squeezed to the window first and greeted Dracula enthusiastically, silver hair, burgundy eyes, and ruthlessly handsome. "You must be right. You are." Dracula looked at Mrs. Weasley's fiery red hair and thought of her last name. He suddenly felt a little strange. It couldn't be such a coincidence. It was Weasley again? "I'm the mother of Percy, Fred, George, and Ron," Mrs. Weasley said happily. "The boys in my family talk about you all the time, especially Fred and George. What a brat, you're the best defense against the dark arts professor they've ever seen. Have you forgotten, you asked my husband and me to send the crystal ball to Romania?" "Ah, that's right. Thank you very much for your help." Dracula was stunned for a moment, and then said in realization. He almost forgot about it, but he finally remembered it after Mrs. Weasley mentioned it. Speaking of which, if Wes hadn't asked the twins' parents to help deliver the crystal ball to Brown Castle, he wouldn't have received the message from there now, and he wouldn't have been free to interfere with Luha, a special tea party. Mrs. Weasley expressed her gratitude to Dracula warmly and cheerfully, thanking him for taking care of her sons at school, and introduced him to Lockhart, the so-called defense against the dark arts expert. She felt that they the two must have a lot in common. On the other side of Pootifus tea house, after Lockhart learned that Dracula was the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, he was not in a hurry to drive him away. Instead, he rolled his eyes and came up with the idea. A better plan. He walked to the side of the stage and explained to the photographer responsible for taking pictures and the reporter recording the scene. "Did you see that Hogwarts professor over there? I'll go over and take a photo with him in a while. The content in your newspaper can be written like this: shocking. The defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Actually, he is also a fan of the famous defense master, member of the Anti-Dark Arts Alliance, famous writer, and Gilderoy Lockhart." After saying these words, Lockhart still felt a little uneasy thinking about Dracula's handsome face, and repeatedly told the photographer, "Remember, when we take a group photo later, be sure not to capture the professor's face. Put my most beautiful smile in the center of the picture and find a small place in the corner for him." The cameraman made an okay gesture. Lockhart finally felt relieved, smiled what he thought was a very decent smile, and walked towards the window where Dracula was. "Ah, Professor Dracula, I have long admired your name," he said in an exaggerated tone. At the same time, he gracefully extended a hand to Dracula, and then gave what he thought was a perfect smile to the camera. However, Dracula frowned in disgust and had no intention of shaking hands with Lockhart. He smelled a rich perfume on Lockhart that was as strong as Quirrell's, or even worse. The smell was too much for the vampire's sensitive sense of smell. After the incident of stealing the sorcerer's stone ended, everyone knew about Quirrell. He sprayed perfume on himself just to cover up the rotten smell caused by Voldemort's parasitism. He was not a weak-hearted, wretched man as students always thought. However, the Lockhart in front of him was energetic and full of emotions, and it was obvious that he was not entangled in any black magic. So when such a person sprays such a strong perfume on his body, it is difficult not to make people wonder if he has any other physical problems. Kaka. The photographer took a precious image. The famous writer Gilderoy Lockhart stretched out a hand and smiled awkwardly at the camera, while the defense against the dark arts professor next to him crossed his arms and looked out the window with a look of disgust. "Ahem, I didn't ask you to take pictures like this." Lockhart coughed dryly and shouted anxiously to the photographer on the other side, "This photo will be destroyed immediately, do you hear me?" After saying this, in order to avoid the subsequent embarrassment, he thought of another way. Lockhart took the copy of Traveling with the Vampire that Dracula had just placed on the windowsill, then took out an emerald peacock quill pen from his breast pocket and signed the title page of the book elegantly. Put down his name. He plans to let the newspaper name it like this when the time comes. "Look, Gilderoy Lockhart, the well-known author and defense against the dark arts expert, personally autographs the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts." After signing his name, Lockhart handed the book back to Dracula with great satisfaction. "Professor Dracula, I found that you were reading my work just now, and you were so fascinated. You must be a fan of mine too, right?" he said with a smile. "I am my biggest fan, what else? If you need other books signed, you can bring them out at any time, I will be happy to serve you." Dracula ignored him, but took the book and looked at the title page. Lockhart's handwriting is quite good, and he has the style of a well-known writer. So Dracula nodded with satisfaction, and then handed the book Traveling with the Vampire to Mrs. Weasley. "Mrs. Weiss, could you please bring this book to your son Ron Weiss?" he said. "This is a book by his good friend Hermione Granger. I borrowed it some time ago. I looked at it and forgot to give it back to her." "No problem." Mrs. Weasley agreed readily and put the book into the basket on her arm. The vegetable basket contained not only this book, but also a set of Lockhart's collector's books, which made Lockhart feel heartbroken. Of course, a fan's actions didn't matter to Lockhart. He quickly turned his attention to Dracula. Lockhart had noticed that the defense against the dark arts professor didn't seem to want to pay attention to him. But he was not discouraged. As a well-known person who has been famous for many years, he has experienced many battles in the cheeky world, and he soon found another way based on his past experience. He walked straight to the podium and picked up the microphone. I hope the little episode just now didn't disturb everyone's interest. Lockhart showed a big smile and said to the witches in the audience, "This is the defense against the dark arts professor from Hogwarts, Professor Dracula. He has been admiring me for a long time. After learning that I was holding a tea party here, he came to Hogsmeade to ask for my autograph. I hope everyone can give him a little applause, okay?" There was a round of applause from the audience. During the applause, the middle-aged witches looked back and forth at the faces of Dracula and Lockhart, admiring the two handsome wizards with relish. They felt that they had never seen such a pleasing sight. As everyone knows, I am a third-class holder of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts Alliance, and a well-known expert in defense against dark arts. Seeing the performance of the audience, Lockhart began his speech, hoping to bring the audience to the stage. All the attention is drawn to himself. Just a few days ago, I won the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award for the 5th time. Oh, let's not mention this one. All my honors have nothing to do with my handsomeness. I don't rely on my smile. Protection against dark magic. In fact, to be honest with you, I have always wanted to apply for the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Because as far as I know, all the previous defense against the dark arts professors had accidents and were unable to continue as the defense against the dark arts professor in the second year. Professorship. I think if I were to serve as a professor, I would definitely break this rule and save more colleagues in this position. An expression of compassion appeared on Lockhart's face at the right moment, causing the witches to wipe their tears in emotion. This Professor Dracula must have read many of my works, so he withstood the experience of being a defense against the dark arts professor and persisted until the next year. And I will definitely not be stingy with my experience. Even more, I sincerely answer this professor's confusion and contribute a lot to the future of this position. There was warm applause in Pewterfooty House. Dracula leaned against the wall, watching Lockhart's shameless performance with interest. Can such a flamboyant, conceited, and extremely stupid man really survive so many adventures in his books? Dracula was not convinced, so he became interested in how Lockhart fabricated these detailed and complete experiences. He took a step forward, and before anyone else noticed, he had crossed the crowd and appeared next to Lockhart. Since you are willing to sincerely answer my questions, please answer my question first. That vampire you're traveling with, why is he eating lettuce? When Lockhart heard this question, the smile suddenly froze on his face. This. He stumbled and organized his words for a long time before he came up with an answer. Yes, that evil vampire was impressed by my personality charm. After my persuasion, he changed his mind. I gave up my bad habit of sucking human blood and started eating lettuce instead. The further he talked, the more confident he became, and he even convinced himself in the end. Dracula shook his head helplessly. Not to mention answering doubts, I'm afraid this well-known writer has even forgotten what he wrote in his own book. In Traveling with a Vampire, the personality charm of the protagonist is rarely mentioned. Even if it is mentioned occasionally, it seems to be superfluous and deliberate. Besides, there's a big difference just based on the attitudes toward vampires in the books. In that book, even though the protagonist and the vampire traveling on the same ship had some misunderstandings at first, by the middle and later stages of the book, the two had formed a deep friendship, and the protagonist even had a vague admiration for the vampire. However, just now Lockhart called the vampire in the book evil. This adjective is completely contrary to the purpose of the entire book. Mr. Lockhart, do you need to read your book again before answering my question? Dracula was about to give Lockhart another chance. Of course not, my answer is the correct answer. Lockhart was completely unaware of the danger and said confidently, Professor Dracula, believe me, I am not wrong. Okay. Dracula shrugged, in that case, please come with me. He lightly snapped his fingers, and the two people disappeared instantly. That night, the bold headline on the front page of the Daily Prophet attracted the attention of wizards from all walks of life. The wizards were silent, the witches were in tears, and the famous writer was abducted by a Hogwarts professor in public, and his whereabouts are unknown. A scream suddenly came from an uninhabited island in the Black Lake. An unsuspecting disapparition made Lockhart fall heavily to the ground, and his handsome face smashed into the soft soil. He pulled his face out of the dirt without any image, coughed twice, and spit the dirt in his mouth on the ground. I'm telling you, your sneak attack is immoral. You are not worthy of being a professor at Hogwarts. Lockhart brushed back his muddy blonde hair and faced Germany with a cocky face. Gula, I'm telling you, you've pissed off the greatest defense against the dark arts expert in the world. Then I want to ask, how come the world's greatest expert can't even deal with an apparition? Dracula shook his head with a smile. Is that because I'm not coping well? No, that's not the case. Lockhart said stiffly, it's because you don't have martial ethics. It's just a little clever to attack an author like me who has great trust in his fans. What you can do? There is no way you can touch a hair on my head in a head-to-head confrontation. Dracula's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that Lockhart could continue to be harsh at this point. Then as you wish, great defense expert. He made a pleased gesture. In a head-to-head confrontation, let me see what the so-called members of the Anti-Dark Magic Alliance are like. Lockhart's expression became solemn and determined. However, most of his face was covered with dirt. This expression did not look solemn, but looked a little funny. He fumbled in his pocket for a long time with dirty hands before pulling out his expensive cherrywood wand and pointing it at Dracula with trembling fingers. Don't regret it? If you don't want to bear the wrath of the world's greatest defense against the dark arts master, just apologize to me and admit defeat? Seeing as you are my fan, I might forgive you. Lockhart S.A. shouted inwardly. Hurry up and take action. If you don't take action, you will have no chance. Dracula crossed his arms and said impatiently. Lockhart gritted his teeth when he saw that Dracula showed no sign of changing his attitude. He thought about it in his mind for a long time before finally thinking of an attack spell, and then waved his wand resolutely. Indio. Dracula watched helplessly as a small, weak flame slowly emerged from the tip of Lockhart's wand. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. When the cold wind on the island blew, the small flames became unstable and seemed to be extinguished at any time. Is this a fire-making spell? Looking at the flames in front of him, Dracula almost couldn't help laughing. If I hold a cigar, are you going to come over and light it for me? Lockhart's expression froze along with the mud on his face. He also didn't expect that he could forget even the most basic fire-making spell. Well, I'm just trying to liven up the atmosphere, haha. Lockhart smiled awkwardly and put away his wand. You know, as a star with high quality, I am the most beloved fan. How could I do anything to my own fans? I remember you said you were an author just now, why are you a star now? Dracula asked with a half-smile. You don't understand, there is a difference between a street author and a great author. Lockhart seemed to have regained some of his confidence, straightened his chest, and adjusted his luxurious robe. And the stars in the magic world who sing and act in dramas, they all have little cultural literacy. Unlike me, a knowledgeable wizard who can write books to improve everyone's knowledge. By the way, can I go? He asked, moving his steps, trying to sneak away from Dracula. However, the next moment, the air suddenly turned cold, as if he had returned to the coldest days of winter, and Lockhart was shivering from the cold. Did I let you go? Dracula's expression suddenly turned cold. The water of the Black Lake quietly spread to the island at some point, climbed up Lockhart's feet, and froze him on the muddy ground. Don't get excited, Professor Dracula. Lockhart saw that the ice had spread to his chest, and he had completely lost consciousness below his chest. A look of panic finally appeared on his face. I was wrong. Okay, please spare me this time. Tell me, how did you write down the experiences in those books? Dracula raised his hand, temporarily stopped the spread of ice, and walked slowly towards Lockhart's position. It's all my fault, Professor Dracula. Lockhart felt his unconscious lower limbs and said with a sad face, but I did it all to write a book. If people don't think that I did all those things, yes, the sales of the book are so bad. Readers won't want to read about an ugly old American wizard who saved a village from the scourge of werewolves. If his picture were on the cover, no one would want to read the book. Open it. There is also the old witch who expelled the banshee. She is a mouth opener. Think about it. I'm not interested in what you're talking about, and I'm not interested in hearing how you record things that others do in your own account. Dracula moved his fingers impatiently, and Lockhart's firmness the ice spread another inch upwards, causing him to shut his mouth immediately in fear. I just need you to tell me straight up, how did you write the book Traveling with a Vampire? So you are interested in that book? The same goes for that book. The protagonist in the story was originally just an old man hiding in the mountains and old forests growing vegetables. No one would be interested in him at all. Lockhart, he didn't understand Dracula's problem, he just kept complaining and shirking responsibility. You have to be considerate of me, Professor Dracula. My job is actually not as easy as everyone thinks. I have to track these people and ask them how they can do those things, and then I have to give them they cast a forgetting spell to make them forget all about it. I have worked so hard to become famous. I believe that as a professor at Hogwarts, you must be a good and upright person. I have nothing to say if I am caught by someone like you, but please have mercy on me. Pity me for my efforts, please let me go. After saying a long sentence, he breathed out weakly and looked at Dracula expectantly. Because of his inherent impression, he never believed that the professors at Hogwarts would cause him any harm. However, all he saw was careless indifference. The next moment, the ice completely covered Lockhart's entire body, leaving only a head covered in mud exposed. Good man, I think you may have some misunderstandings about me. He raised his lips indifferently. If you don't know anything, then what's the use of me keeping your life? As Dracula's voice fell, the cold ice began to move upward again. Wait a minute, I'm still useful. I really am still useful. Lockhart felt the threat to his life and shouted in panic, I can know everything. Only then did he finally realize that the defense against the dark arts professor in front of him was different from the upright and kind-hearted Hogwarts professors he had remembered. This Professor Dracula seemed to have no regard for the rules of the wizarding world, and he would do it whenever he was told. When it fell into his hands, Lockhart knew that he would really lose his life. The biting ice stopped. I'll give you one last chance. Dracula's voice was very soft, but had a creepy coldness to it. Tell me, what use are you to me? I can find the memory of the old man who walked with the vampire. Lockhart swallowed, but the saliva turned into ice before he could swallow it, making his expression even more painful. My memory magic has always been excellent. If I think about it carefully, I will be able to completely find the old man's memory. I hope so, said Dracula. I'll give you a minute. Lockhart closed his eyes tightly, frowned, and his face was as pale as a piece of paper. Dracula, on the other hand, lay comfortably on his back next to Lockhart's frozen icicle. A wave formed by the lake water surged up at the right time, hitting Dracula's back, and the moment it was about to touch the black-red robe, it condensed into a gracefully curved piece of ice, which just supported Dracula's tilted body. Dracula took out a goblet and a bottle of brightly colored red wine from his pocket and tasted them carefully. A minute flies by. With an extremely strong desire to survive, Lockhart opened his eyes on time and took a big breath. Have you found his memory? Dracula leaned on the ice formed by the waves, took a comfortable sip of the wine in the glass, and asked. Lockhart nodded hard. I remembered that the old man's name was Robert, and he was originally an oar captain in Serbia. After retiring, he no longer wanted to continue to experience a life of fighting with others, so he lived alone in seclusion among the rarely visited mountains and rivers, living a peaceful life. To a life of farming, he narrated eloquently. Robert, the former orar of Serbia, got tired of fighting after he retired and lived alone in a mountain forest. He had no heirs, no relatives, and no friends, so he thought he would die alone in the mountains and forests. Until one day, while he was hard at work plowing the fields, a wounded vampire broke into his secluded mountain forest. Because wizards have always been prejudiced against vampires, Robert took out the wand that he had not used for a long time from his pocket and wanted to fight to the death with the unkind vampire. However, the vampire had no desire to fight with him. He just begged Robert to find him some food. He needed to replenish the energy he was in urgent need of. Robert was tired of fighting, so he agreed to his request and took out a large piece of lettuce from the warehouse. This was a crop he had just picked, and there was so much of it that he couldn't finish it all. One by one, the vampires nibbled on the lettuce. But his injuries were too serious, and the blood reserve in his body was almost exhausted, and he could not replenish enough energy with anything other than blood. Robert was surprised and asked him why he didn't try to suck his own blood to make up for the lack of energy. However, the vampire flatly rejected his idea. After the vampire's narration, Robert learned that his name was Tesla and he was a high-level vampire. Tesla said that their high-level vampires can control the urge to drink blood and will not be as crazy as those low-level vampires. He also said that what the leaders of the vampire clan looked down upon the most were idiots who couldn't control their desire to eat and sucked human blood everywhere, ruining the reputation of the vampire clan. He said that those vampires only deserve to be classified as beasts, not vampires. Robert was very surprised by this. Because of such a principled vampire, his desire for adventure once again aroused in his heart, and he wanted to personally escort Tesla back to his home. However, the old Robert, who had not used a wand for a long time, had long forgotten how to apparate, so he could only take Tesla on his own canoe and store a large amount of lettuce in the cabin for supplies. One person and one vampire were drifting on the Danube River together, heading from Serbia to Romania. This is the story of traveling with a vampire. Lockhart said. Tesla later became Robert's only friend, but because of their different races, the two of them didn't have close contact, so I took the opportunity. Tampering with Robert's memory. Lockhart is indeed a well-known writer. His storytelling ability is very good, and it is easy for Dracula to understand this cross-race friendship between wizards and vampires. However, Lockhart's approach dissatisfied Dracula. It took a lot of effort for the vampires to have such a principled and bottom-line vampire appear. However, the memory of such a high-quality vampire friend was tampered with by Lockhart, and he no longer remembers his only friend. Actually, according to Robert's living habit of living in seclusion in the mountains, even if you don't tamper with his memory, he has no chance of discovering that you have stolen his experience. Dracula said softly, what's more, he hates fighting with others. Even if I really find out, I'm afraid I won't complain to you. So why do you want him to forget his only friend? Lockhart saw that Dracula's face was gloomy and scary. I also want to guard against the possibility of 1 in 10,000. Lockhart hurriedly defended, Professor Dracula, please be considerate of me. As a celebrity, the slightest mistake will be punished. Magnified countless times, those fans who don't pay attention will abandon me because of these trivial things. Dracula straightened up from the ice, walked to Lockhart's side, and sneered indifferently. The next moment, a dark full moon suddenly appeared next to the two of them. The icicles wrapping Lockhart shattered inch by inch. Dracula reached out and grabbed his collar, picked him up like a chicken, and stepped into the dark moonlight. Lockhart closed his eyes in horror. When he opened his eyes again, the two of them had appeared high in the sky. He saw a clear blue river, flowing quietly among the well-proportioned earth houses and green trees, with ripples appearing in layers under the gentle breeze and the shining sunlight. From a distance, the river looks like a blue ribbon dotted with dark green gems. This is the Danube River. Lockhart's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering how Dracula could go from almost the westernmost side of Europe to the Danube River in the east in an instant. Open your eyes and tell me at any time which mountain forest Robert lives in. Dracula's somewhat irritable voice sounded in Lockhart's ears because he hated the sunshine in the sky. Immediately, a huge shadow shrouded Lockhart's head, darkening his vision. He turned his head with difficulty and was shocked to see a pair of huge wings supported by numerous sharp bone spurs spread out behind Dracula, which looked very much like the wings of the legendary devil. Lockhart opened his mouth wide, and the words in his mind almost came out, but they got stuck in his throat at the last moment. He is a vampire. The defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is a vampire. Thinking of what he had done to his vampire friend Robert, Lockhart's heart beat wildly, thinking that he might be in danger. Dracula's speed was so fast that the towns passing below him turned into shadows and could not be clearly identified at all. Only the broad and long mountains could move backward at a slow speed. Have you found the place where Robert hides? The cold voice passed through the howling wind and sounded accurately in Lockhart's ears. Lockhart shivered and pointed to a hill. Dracula glanced at him, then grabbed him by the collar and smashed him against the hill like a meteorite falling to the ground. The loud sound of breaking wind even reached the small town dozens of miles away. Before landing, just when Lockhart thought he was going to be smashed into pieces alive, Dracula's speed suddenly slowed down. The huge gap between movement and silence almost scared Lockhart into having a heart attack. Come down and show us the way, Mr. Star. Dracula retracted the wings behind his back as if nothing had happened, and threw Lockhart on the ground. Where is Robert's hiding place? Lockhart lay trembling on the ground, breathing heavily. It took a long time before he slowly pointed to his right with trembling hands. Just, right over there, you should be able to see it if you take a few steps forward. He said weakly, I can't do it anymore, I want to rest for a while. Dracula took a few steps in the direction of his finger and looked down the hill. The moment he turned around, Lockhart seemed to be a different person. He was no longer trembling and his face was not as pale as before. He decisively took out his wand and pointed it at Dracula, who had his back turned to him. Obliviate, shouted Lockhart. This is the only spell he is good at, and it is also a spell that far exceeds the level of ordinary wizards. For his own life and future, he must win. The next moment, he saw Dracula suddenly turning around, his burgundy eyes shining with a breathtaking brilliance. A white light shot out from the tip of Lockhart's wand and hit Dracula with great momentum. However, Dracula just stared at him indifferently, the light in his eyes flowing, and he allowed the beam of the forgetting curse to fall on him. The next moment, the spell took effect, creating a connection between Lockhart's memory and Dracula. 1,000 years were like a huge raging wave, slamming into Lockhart's mind, shattering his fragile memories to pieces in an instant. The many memories locked in Lockhart's mind are like the debris washed away on the shore after a tsunami. As the waves recede, they are completely integrated into the sea. Dracula quietly flipped through Lockhart's disorganized memories, searching for the contents he had plundered. After rummaging for a while, he found something about Robert in a corner and learned the specific location of his seclusion. I knew he really wasn't here, Dracula said softly. Then, he looked at Lockhart, whose eyes became dull, and smiled to himself. If I hadn't been infected by Tesla's principles and bottom line, there would be no need to go to such trouble. In fact, he had already had the idea of using legilimency to search Lockhart's memory after listening to Lockhart's story. But in the story told by Lockhart, Tesla, as a younger generation, adheres to the pride and principles of being a vampire and does not suck the blood of innocent people. Dracula was a little touched by Tesla's behavior, so he insisted on his principles a little bit. Instead of directly forcibly occupying Lockhart's memory, he tricked Lockhart into using the Oblivion Curse first, and then backfired his brain with a millennium-long memory capacity that ordinary wizards could not bear. This may seem like doing it directly, but it makes Dracula feel happier. Therefore, Dracula deliberately spread his wings in the sky above the Danube River to let Lockhart recognize his vampire identity. After recognizing the vampire's identity, Lockhart would of course worry about his own safety, and in a panic, he would choose to rise up and resist, and then of course he would be killed by the Earl, who had already seen through everything. Hello. Lockhart's voice rose. Dracula looked at Lockhart and found that he was sitting on the ground with a confused look on his face, looking up at the front with dull eyes. This place is really remote, isn't it? He asked. Do you live here alone? No. Dracula raised his eyebrows with interest. He felt that Lockhart, who had lost his memory, became more pleasing to the eye. What can you remember now, Mr. Lockhart? Mr. Lockhart, is this my name? Lockhart showed an affable expression. Oh, let me think about it. I vaguely remember that I am a professional liar. Hey, lying is not a good thing. Did I remember something wrong? Forget it if you can't remember, Mr. Lockhart. Dracula chuckled. If you believe me, just follow me. Of course, you look like a good and upright person. Lockhart looked honest. So Dracula grabbed Lockhart by the collar, spread his wings again and flew into the sky. He followed the direction found in Lockhart's memory, kept identifying the direction, and flew towards the mountain forest where Robert lived in seclusion. Lockhart hung beneath Dracula's hand, the cold air blowing through his hair. It's amazing, it's amazing, it's like magic, he kept shouting. Robert's residence was not far from the previous hill. After a while, Dracula retracted his wings and landed in a wooden house that looked very simple, but was also exquisitely repaired. Not far from the wooden house there is a green lettuce field. An old man was holding a sickle, cutting off the lettuce seedlings one by one, and putting them into the basket woven behind his back. The old man's face looked very vicissitudes of life, covered with deep and shallow wrinkles, his hands were very rough, and the gaps between his nails were filled with black soil. His clothes were also very simple and shabby, and there was a dirty towel hanging around his neck, which he used to wipe his sweat from time to time. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. He seemed to be just an old farmer, with no trace of his former glory as a Serbian or captain. Seemingly catching a glimpse of Dracula and Lockhart next to the wooden house, the old man straightened up and stepped out of the ground. Are you wizards? He looked at the robes worn by the two of them, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's really rare. Very few wizards come to such a remote place. Hello, Mr. Robert. Dracula looked at the old man who was friends with vampires curiously, and pointed to Lockhart beside him. Do you know this guy? The old man took off the vegetable basket from behind and placed it lightly at his feet, then turned his head to look at Lockhart. Lockhart showed an amiable expression at the right time. I've never seen it before. He looked at Lockhart's face covered with dry soil and asked doubtfully, is he also a vegetable grower? Ah, it turns out I grow vegetables. Lockhart showed an expression of sudden realization. Shut your mouth first. Dracula twitched the corners of his mouth and directly connected Lockhart's lips. Don't worry about this fool for now. I want to ask if you still remember what you have. Friends. What kind of friends can a bad old man like me have? He patted the dirt on his hands and shook his head indifferently. My friends either died in a duel with the dark wizard, or they were too old and left before me. I am now alone and have nothing to worry about. I understand. Dracula was silent for a moment and then said. Then he said goodbye to Robert and took Lockhart away from the forest where Robert lived in seclusion. What two strange wizards. Robert looked at the two people leaving, shook his head inexplicably, turned around and continued to harvest his lettuce. Dracula walked quietly by the Danube River, and Lockhart followed him with an honest face, constantly signaling to Dracula, trying to break the spell on his mouth. However, Dracula found his constant questioning annoying and ignored him. He realized that Robert's memory of the vampire Tesla had been completely erased, and even the memory of meeting Lockhart had disappeared. It has to be said that Lockhart is indeed very proficient in the use of the forgetting curse. Judging from Robert's performance, there is no sign that he has been brainwashed by the forgetting curse on a large scale. His behavior was extremely normal, and he seemed to have no sequelae. Under such circumstances, if Robert's erased memories were forced into his mind, it would probably only cause more harm to him. Dracula turned to look at the culprit who caused this incident with some irritation, only to see that he was still pointing his finger at his mouth with an innocent face, gesturing for Dracula to help him untie it. Dracula snapped his fingers boredly. Ah, I can finally speak. Lockhart opened his mouth wide and shouted with emotion, so angry that Dracula almost stopped sticking it on him. Lockhart then asked with admiration, was this magic just now? Did I meet a magician? There's another thing. I wasn't originally a liar, right? He said. I know it's wrong to be a liar. I must be a vegetable farmer. Dracula rubbed his brow helplessly and sealed Lockhart's mouth again. How could there be such an annoying wizard? He was actually able to give people the urge to beat him up regardless of whether he had lost his memory or not. At this moment, Dracula's eyes suddenly moved. He quickly took out the moonlight crystal ball from his pocket and looked towards the center of the ball. I saw that the dark moon that was previously exuding a dull light had been soaked in blood and completely turned into a blood moon. An extremely ferocious aura quickly spread to the surroundings as the bloody moonlight shone. Dracula disappeared instantly. On the bank of the Danube River where he was originally, Lockhart looked at the empty scene except for himself and scratched his head in confusion, not knowing what happened. Romania, Brown Castle. This magnificent castle is located in central and western Romania, 30 kilometers away from Brașov. In the eyes of Muggles, this was a building started by the King of Hungary in 1377 as a fortification against the Turks. Now Brown Castle has been transformed by the Muggle regime into a history and art museum, displaying classic objects from various periods. But those are all appearances, things outside the magical world. In addition to Brown's castle, there is also Dracula's castle in Romania, which has been cast an unplottable curse and is impregnable as well as countless protective spells. It is also surrounded by a wide range of Muggle expulsion spells. This is a spell used to protect Muggles. Because there are a large number of low-level vampires here, they will not show any mercy to those powerless Muggles. Once someone approaches, they will be targeted by the hungry vampires and become their delicacies. There is a mysterious room in Brown Castle, where senior vampires from Dracula's castle are often stationed, in order to introduce visitors from the magical world into the real vampire territory. Arthur Weiss and Molly Weiss sent the crystal ball to Brown Castle. The senior vampire on duty there received the crystal ball and immediately sent it back to the main tower of Dracula's castle. However, when Dracula arrived, the room in Brown Castle was empty. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, he operated again and came to the real Dracula's castle. Few people know that Count Dracula was born in Romania. Brad Dracula was originally born in a very prominent aristocratic family in Romania in the 10th century AD. His father was a Grand Duke at the time, with a high reputation and a powerful army. However, Dracula was never interested in ordinary things such as inheriting a title or learning aristocratic etiquette. He was only curious about some magical things that happened to him. He was gifted and taught himself many methods to apply this magical power. Later, a wizard named Salazar Slytherin traveled to Romania. He tells Dracula that this magical thing is called magic. A sudden infectious disease swept across the territory of Dracula's father at that time. Almost all the population in the territory lost their lives to the infectious disease, and even the Duke was not spared. However, Dracula is still alive and well, becoming a rare survivor. At the same time, his physique began to mutate, and he gradually became different from normal people. He loved the dark night, the moonlight, was obsessed with the taste of blood, and lost interest in ordinary food. The dukedom was sparsely populated and its troops were scarce, so this area was targeted by other knights. And Dracula has no interest in competing with those ordinary people for territory. So he used magic to protect Dracula's castle from the Muggles. After doing this, he went to Scotland with his friend Slytherin, taking most of the wealth left by Duke Dracula and the army willing to follow him. The Grand Duke of Scotland welcomed Dracula's arrival and gave him the title of earldom in Scotland and a large area of land. This is the story of the birth of Count Dracula. Things became familiar later on, and Slytherin made 3 more friends, all of whom were very talented wizards. These 4 wizards with lofty ideals want to create a magic school to teach young wizards who have awakened their magical talents to use their powers and protect wizards from the persecution of wizards by early Muggles. Dracula Kong generously leased a large area of territory to them for a period of 1,000 years, starting in 991 AD and ending in 1991. The school was named Hogwarts. As for the Dracula castle that was sealed by Dracula with magic, it later became a pure land exclusively for vampires. Since the end of the infectious disease that spread throughout the country, many people whose bodies have been changed have appeared in Romania one after another. They have become vampires with a physique similar to Dracula. This kind of people are different from those vampires born from the grave. They have the ability to control their desire to eat and do not rely on instinct. In addition, they can often have magic power gradually generated in their bodies, so they can use magic like other magical creatures. My own innate magic. All these unique beings, including Dracula, are called advanced vampires, and they also have another more pleasant name, vampires. As vampires, they are not afraid of sunlight, garlic, silver utensils, and other items like low-level vampires, but they only have some disgust towards these things. In addition, I don't know whether it's because their physiques are not compatible enough, or because Dracula is the closest to the source of the infection. No other vampire has ever had such powerful magic power as Dracula, let alone him. That way you can control a complete dark moon. As the most powerful vampire, Dracula gathered these newly born and still very weak beings in Dracula's castle, using magic to ensure that they would not be captured and hunted by vampire hunters. As time goes by, Dracula's castle gradually becomes a holy place for the vampire family. Dracula's castle is located on a steep mountain peak and is extremely majestic. Different from the white-walled brown castle, the walls of this castle are as dark as ink. Occasionally, bats spread their wings and fly out from the walls. It is eerie and gives people a deep sense of depression. The castle seems to have always been shrouded in clouds, and a piece of mist gently covers the jagged city wall, making it softer. However, the suffocating feeling and strong pressure still make it difficult for the creatures passing by. But the things surrounding the castle weren't even living things. When Dracula arrived at Dracula's castle, which he had not seen for a long time, he saw this scene. Countless inferi filled the outside of the cloud-shrouded castle, gathering together in a disorderly manner, densely covering the entire mountainside, foot of the mountain, and the plains extending far and far downwards. However, there was almost no sound among such a large group of inferi. There was only the sound of stiff, rotten, and smelly inferi's feet dragging on the ground, which was particularly harsh. Suddenly, a loud wolf howl burst out from the leading position of the inferi group. Next, the silent scene was broken, and the howls of wolves spread one after another in the dark formation, bringing an atmosphere even more eerie than the pitch-black Dracula's castle. Dracula frowned and appeared silently on the outermost wall of the castle. What's going on? He casually walked up to the vampire and asked. The vampire's face was very nervous, and he stared at the group of inferi under the city wall without blinking. After hearing the question, he said without looking back, "Don't you know? Master Alcatel discovered that there were many inferi in the werewolf tribe 2 months ago. I don't know what happened specifically, because werewolves have never been a big threat to our vampire tribe, so she just let us more vigilance and no more response. But maybe Mr. Alcatel didn't expect that there would be so many of those inferi, and they would actually be controlled by werewolves." After saying this, the vampire realized something was wrong and asked, "Where are you? If you are not on duty at your post, what are you doing here to ask questions?" He turned his head and looked at Dracula. Dracula crossed his arms and looked at him with a chuckle. The next moment, his face showed shock at first, and then a look of extreme fanaticism appeared on his face, and he knelt heavily on one knee on the ground. "Lord Dracula, get up, don't worry about me." Dracula shook his head gently, "Just be on duty as you did just now, don't let your guard down." As he spoke, he walked slowly along the city wall, looking thoughtfully at the werewolves and inferi under the city wall. At this moment, a young female voice suddenly came from the sky. "Are you finally willing to come back, Lord Earl?" Dracula raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. "That is a very heroic girl. Her hair is half black and half white, with a pair of red eyes unique to vampires. She wears a dagger-like hair accessory on the temples next to her right ear, and wears a short cloak and a long dress that are black on the outside and red on the inside. Long time no see, Serena. Dracula chuckled and waved to her. It's been a long time. Serena descended from the sky, retracted her two wings, one black and one white, with the same color as her hair, and looked at Dracula angrily. I have been living outside for more than 100 years. Aren't you ashamed to leave Dracula's castle to a kid like me? Ahem, Dracula coughed twice and smiled sarcastically. You are no longer a child, Serena, you are already over 100 years old. Is it time for me to take care of the castle for you when I'm over 100 years old? Serena imitated Dracula's movements and crossed her arms. I finally understand. You picked me back just to find someone to manage the territory. Coolly, and then happily become a hands-off shopkeeper. There is actually nothing wrong with Serena's accusation. Dracula really was too lazy to take care of all the troubles in Dracula's castle, so he wanted to find an agent of his own. However, except for Dracula, a powerful vampire lord who has lived long enough and is also the master of the castle, the arrogant vampire does not agree with the leadership of anyone else at all. So more than 100 years ago, Dracula, who was really too lazy to take care of things, adopted a little girl from an orphanage who was malnourished and almost weak to death. After bringing her back to the castle, Dracula personally transformed her into a member of the vampire family, and successfully allowed her to survive the weak years of malnutrition with the super strong physique of the vampire family. As for her name, she was also named after Dracula, Serena Alcatal. Selena represents the moon, and Alcatal, Alucard, is formed by inverting the surname Dracula. When Serena grew up, she quickly gained considerable strength with the help of the pure blood passed on to her by Dracula. In addition, she inherited Dracula's bloodline and was equivalent to Dracula's daughter, so the vampires in the castle had to give her some respect. As a result, Serena soon gained the ability to stand alone. Dracula left Castle Dracula with peace of mind and became a glorious hands-off shopkeeper. Not only that, when he felt bored soon, he even shut himself into a coffin that had been prepared and slept for 100 years without any worries. Although he really wanted to be a hands-off shopkeeper in his heart, Dracula naturally did not dare to say this verbally, otherwise his cheap daughter would probably lose his temper. The reason why Dracula didn't want to return to Dracula's castle was actually because he was afraid of Selena being upset. Isn't this just to cultivate your abilities, Serena? Dracula quickly thought of his words and said to this cheap daughter earnestly, in the future, the world will eventually be dominated by you young people. Elderly people over 1,000 years old should have withdrawn from the stage of history long ago. You are the moon that has just risen at night. Before he finished speaking, Dracula saw Selena looking at him with contempt. Do you listen to what you said is what a vampire should say? Serena curled her lips and said speechlessly, since you said that we are the moon that has just risen at night, let me ask you, you have already risen, will the moon set in midair? Dracula was silent for a moment and said without confidence, it's not impossible to go down the mountain. I can lie down in the coffin. Why are you lying down? Serena yelled angrily, you have been lying silently for 100 years, and you feel relaxed. I am exhausted from taking care of such a large group of unruly vampires. So I told you before, just abandon those low-level vampires who have no self-control and let them fend for themselves. Dracula's voice became much softer and he said to her softly, this way you can relax a lot. No. Serena shook her head persistently, even the lowest vampires are transformed from ordinary people like me. Besides, they still have their will and obsession deep in their consciousness, and they cannot be said to be abandoned. Just abandon it. As you wish. Dracula shrugged. At this moment, the werewolf under the city wall couldn't stand it anymore. We are already preparing to attack the city, but you still dare to chat on top. A tall man shouted ferociously from under the city wall, I think you don't take me seriously. Dracula and Selena looked down together. I saw a man standing under the city wall with grey hair and beard, a ferocious expression, sharp teeth showing when he spoke, and long yellow nails on his fingers, just like a real evil wolf. Who is he? The leader of the werewolves? Dracula asked. Probably. Serena said with some uncertainty. Probably. Dracula raised his eyebrows. Dracula's castle has been neighbors with the werewolf tribe in Romania for such a long time. As the current vampire leader, you haven't figured out who the leader of the werewolves is. Of course I know who their leader is. After hearing Dracula's mocking words, Serena jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and eagerly defended herself. The leader of the werewolf tribe was another person some time ago, and he has a pretty good relationship with us, she said, and the name of this werewolf is Fenrir Greyback, and he came from the UK. He didn't know where he brought such a large number of Inferi from, and put them into the werewolf team to expand their combat power. The non-emergency signal I sent you before was because of the discovery of a large number of Inferi. Given that we didn't see the previous leader today, and that the werewolves suddenly and uncharacteristically launched an attack on Dracula's castle, I guess that the former leader has been killed by this Fenrir. From England. Dracula frowned thoughtfully. Fenrir Greyback below saw that the two people on the wall still ignored him, and he couldn't help but became so angry that his hair stood on end and he let out an unpleasant roar. You wait, when the moonlight comes, I will be the first to tear you into pieces. The surrounding werewolves also responded to their leader's call and howled loudly. Most of the vampires on the city wall felt strong pressure, their faces were paler than usual, and their bodies were trembling slightly in the cold wind, appearing to be crumbling. But one vampire stood there with a confident face, which was in sharp contrast to the other weak vampires. He just saw their vampire pillar, Lord Dracula? With that adult present, there's no way some tiny inferi could break through the castle's defenses. As for Dracula and Selina, it was even easier. Selina, you can catch him later and let me see if you have made any progress in the past 100 years. Dracula chuckled. Why don't you catch him yourself? Serena rolled her eyes, or you can get rid of all the inferi down there and let me see if you have become weaker in the past 100 years. It's not impossible. Dracula looked at the group of inferi under the city wall and raised the corner of his mouth. The last trace of sunlight in the sky completely disappeared, and the entire area became dark. A full moon rose from the end of the sky, and the moonlight shone on the werewolves mixed in with the inferi. One after another howls of wolves resounded around the castle, and immediately afterwards, countless werewolves who were originally in human form began to twitch. Their front beaks elongate into wolf kisses, their backs are arched, their hands are stretched out, and their bodies are covered in thick fur. Fenrir was the first to jump up from under the city wall, using his amazing jumping ability to get over the wall's obstruction in one fell swoop, rushing all the way to Dracula and Serena's side. It's just you two who ignored me, right? His wolf mouth spat out vague human words, you will pay the price for your arrogance. A new breed. Dracula's eyes lit up, can today's werewolves stay awake while transforming? You may not know that someone developed Wolfsbane potion a few years ago. Serena introduced, some wealthy werewolves will take Wolfsbane potion before transforming, so that they can keep people conscious. When people remain conscious, their attacks are more targeted and can cause greater damage. What a luxury. Dracula smacked his lips, other werewolves can't even afford a bottle of Wolfsbane potion to keep them awake, but these evil rich wolves actually use Wolfsbane potion to cause destruction. Fenrir saw that Dracula and Serena still ignored him, and finally couldn't help the strong anger in his heart, and rushed towards them with all his strength. The next moment, he saw the silver-haired male vampire raise his hand. Then Fenrir felt that his limbs were no longer under his control, and hung limply beside his body. And his wolf body flew up lightly, like an old dog being held by the back of the neck by an invisible force, hanging in front of the two people. Tell me, who are you working for? A mellow voice rang in his ears, you can't summon so many inferi for a bitch like you. Damn it, put me down. Fenrir struggled violently, if you can use this weird magic, let's give me a fair fight. Dracula glanced at Selena and found that she was looking at him with a smile. Are you thinking of playing games again? Serena asked teasingly. Indeed, it is rare to encounter such a species that has good physical strength and can also maintain human sanity. Dracula admitted straightforwardly, you watch here, if we can't hold back the inferi, if you feel any pressure, just call me. Serena nodded with a smile and stepped aside, leaving ample space for the two of them on the city wall. Dracula put Fenrir down with great interest and untied all the magic restraints on him. Come on, let's listen to you and let's have a fair fight. He smiled playfully. Fenrir lay on the ground in confusion, feeling his limbs regain consciousness, and his head was buzzing. Is there such a good thing? A high-level vampire with high magic power chooses to fight a werewolf hand-to-hand without using magic? Fenrir knew in his heart that although vampires were relatively strong physically, they were still creatures that retained human form. These races that are still limited to human appearance cannot be as powerful as werewolves who have directly changed their body shape. He will definitely win this battle? Don't go back on your word and use magic secretly. He wrinkled his nose and said fiercely. Seeing Dracula nod, he moved his limbs fiercely and rushed towards Dracula with all his strength. Dracula moved his wrist calmly, and at the same time, the sharp nails on his long fingers suddenly extended, flashing with an icy cold light. Seeing the ugly werewolf getting closer and closer, Dracula moved slightly and nimbly avoided Fenrir's impact. While passing by, he quickly turned around and grabbed the werewolf's short tail from behind. Fenrir suddenly felt that his tail was being pulled by a huge force, and the part connected to the tail vertebra seemed to be broken. The next moment, he was hit hard by Dracula against the dark city wall, knocking him unconscious. Your physical fitness is not as good as you think, Dracula said heartily. After hearing this, Fenrir was completely angry. The effect of the Wolfsbane potion dropped sharply, and an urge to devour others emerged deep in his heart. Ouch! A wolf howl echoed throughout Dracula's castle. Then, Fenrir's eyes turned scarlet, and his sharp teeth were drooling. He opened his bloody mouth and rushed towards Dracula. Snapped. A big-eared melon slapped Fenrir in the face. The werewolf's two big scarlet eyes instantly rolled open and he fell heavily to the ground. This werewolf is not interesting. Dracula stretched out a hand to Selena. Serena took out a handkerchief and handed it to Dracula with a wink, curled her lips and said, you should have thought of this before the fight started. It's not like you haven't fought with a more powerful wolf king before. Dracula casually wiped his hands with a handkerchief, then handed it back to Selena. Serena glanced at the dirty werewolf with disgust, jumped back, and shook her head quickly. You're right. Dracula chuckled and ignited a white flame on his finger, burning the handkerchief to ashes. Forget it, let's deal with these inferi first. A pair of broad wings spread out behind Dracula, driving him to fly over Dracula's castle, casting a dark shadow under the cold moonlight. The vampires on the city wall raised their heads and looked at the figure suspended in midair. They were shocked at first, and then expressions of admiration and ecstasy appeared on their faces. The senior vampires spread their wings and flew into the air, folded their hands on their chests, lowered their heads in the air, and paid high respect to the pillars of the race. The low-level vampires didn't understand the current situation, and they couldn't conjure a pair of wings out of thin air, so some of them turned into bats and surrounded the high-level vampires. The lowest vampires, who couldn't even change into bats, prostrate themselves on the spot. Dracula chuckled and waved downwards. Then, countless small bats fluttered out from the shadow he cast, and in an instant they densely covered half of the battlefield. Their wings were all burning with forest white flames, and each one had its own goal. They each found an inferi with stiff movements and festering body, and landed on the back of their necks, just like settling on a rotting corpse to make a home. The clawed butterfly caused the bodies of every corpse to ignite with white flames. The inferi are not afraid of pain and have no emotions. They let the flames burn on their bodies and still drag their heavy footsteps towards the dark city wall. However, the flame would not go out and began to burn from the neck. The head connected to the neck was the first to turn into ashes with an indifferent and dull expression. But the footsteps of the inferi are still moving. Then, the flames slowly burned downward until the entire spine pillar was burned away, and then the two rotten legs fell to the ground, losing all movement. Only the lingering white flames continued to burn, burning everything into ashes as white as snow. Under the dark night, flames ignited everywhere, like a different kind of starlight on the ground, reflecting each other with the stars in the sky. After all the inferi were eliminated, the remaining irrational werewolves completely lost their threat to the advanced vampires. The high-level vampires who greeted Dracula in midair flapped their wings and flew under the city wall. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. Use innate magic to stimulate the blood of werewolves and limit their ability to move. The low-level vampires rushed forward and used their arrogant bodies to confront the werewolves head-on. Seeing that everything was on track, Dracula retracted his wings and landed lightly next to Serena. At this time, Serena had tied up the werewolf Fenrir with a binding spell and hung him on a lamppost inside the city wall. She looked at the sparks scattered like stars on the battlefield, her eyes sparkling. Quick, teach me this, I want to learn. Seeing Dracula coming over, Serena quickly ran to his side, grabbed his arm and acted coquettishly. How can you hide such a beautiful magic? Didn't I teach you? Dracula glanced at her. I must have never been taught it, otherwise how could I not remember it? Serena raised her head and snorted angrily. Okay, then you watch. A strange smile appeared on Dracula's lips, and he stretched out a finger. Can the talented flame do it? Serena nodded. Can you summon a bat phantom? He stretched out his second finger. Serena nodded again. Then you still don't know how. Dracula chuckled. Ignite the flames on each bat phantom, and then control them to fly towards each inferi. Ah, Serena's face fell. Who can be as perverted as you and control so many bats at once? So, you still have a lot of room for improvement. After happily giving instructions on Sheep's daughter's flexible use of magic for a while, under Serena's angry eyes, Dracula walked towards the werewolf Fenrir Greyback who was hanging on the lamppost. Mr. Greyback, can you tell me who gave you these inferi? Dracula asked with a chuckle. I don't know whether it was because he was hanging upside down or because he was still in a state of transformation. Fenrir's eyes were bloodshot and he looked absently at the patches of fire burning under the city wall. Impossible. How could a being like you appear among vampires? He murmured, the Dark Lord can't be stronger than this. The Dark Lord. Dracula frowned, grasping the key point of his statement. So are these inferi created by Voldemort? As he said that, he shook his head again. Isn't that right? I just annihilated the origin of his soul a few months ago. Logically speaking, he should still be wandering around like a lonely ghost at this moment. What did you say? You defeated the Dark Lord. Fenrir suddenly opened his eyes. Is there anything strange about this? Dracula looked at him in confusion. Just such a little guy with no style and no body. Do you think it's difficult to deal with him? Fenrir opened his mouth and suddenly made an extremely ugly smile with his ugly wolf face. Master Vampire, as long as you can lead our dark forces to rule the magic world, I am willing to join you. He said flatteringly. We werewolves and vampires both belong to the dark camp, so naturally they are not on opposite sides. There is no need to fight and kill each other. Do you think so? Your mentality has changed quite quickly. Looking at the werewolf who had no position at all, Dracula curled his lips and casually took out a blood-flavored lollipop from his pocket. But why should I rule the magic world? It's troublesome for me to rule a castle, but wouldn't it be exhausting to rule the magical world? He was about to stuff the lollipop into his mouth, but Serena snatched it away and stuffed it into her own mouth first. It's troublesome to rule the castle, but you've been exposed, she said angrily while licking the lollipop. You just want to be the boss. Dracula shrugged helplessly, and had no choice but to take out another one and stuff it into his mouth. Forget it, it's a bit troublesome to talk to you. I'd better come and see it myself. He opened his eyes, and the light was flowing in his eyes. Fenrir's various messy memories appeared in front of Dracula's eyes one by one. Dracula saw that in the cave where many werewolves gathered, a wizard with twisted features and scarlet eyes led a group of inferi in. That was Voldemort. Not only did he not seem to become weaker, he even has a complete body. Something's wrong. Dracula frowned slightly. He carefully looked at Voldemort's body in Fenrir's memory again. Dracula discovered that although his flesh and blood looked very realistic, there was always a sense of alienation from the surrounding air, as if it was transformed by magic. Borrowing a pair of bones as a frame to build an entire body? Interesting. Dracula raised his lips. He casually gave Fenrir a stun spell to knock him out, then turned to Serena and said, "Put this dog in a cage." As Voldemort's subordinate, he may have other uses at some point. Did you have a conflict with the Dark Lord from the UK? Serena chewed the lollipop and threw the candy stick under the city wall. He came to win over us more than 10 years ago. The Dark Forces, our werewolf neighbors at that time, simply agreed. This was also one of the reasons why they had conflicts with us before. Dracula looked at Selena's action of throwing candy sticks, and felt that this behavior seemed familiar, so he subconsciously stretched out his hand. Fly, Io, dot. After taking Selena's leftover candy stick, Dracula summoned a flame and burned it to ashes. You have become an environmentalist after all. Serena looked at him burning the candy sticks and asked with great confusion, and wasn't this something that the Muggle world started to advocate 20 years ago? At that time, theoretically, you are still sound asleep. Ahem, it's not that bad. Dracula coughed twice. I'm just a little worried all of a sudden. I wonder if an energetic old lady will pop up here and suddenly rush into the house. Go to the city wall and teach you a lesson about the quality of your employees. Serena looked at him like she was an idiot. Forget it, let's not mention this. I guess I have some conditioned reflexes. Dracula felt a little embarrassed and silently changed the subject. Do we have a high-level vampire named Tesla here? There is indeed a Tesla. Serena nodded slightly, but he only became a vampire almost 50 years ago. When he came to Dracula's castle, it was already the second half of the 20th century. At that time you are still sleeping. I'm afraid the Tesla I'm telling you is not the same person. It must be him, Dracula said. Where is he now? Well, among the senior vampires over there who are teaming up to fight dogs. That's the one wearing formal clothes. Serena pouted towards the distance under the city wall. I don't understand how you know him. It's not that I know him, it's a wizard who knows him, or I once knew him. Dracula smiled inexplicably. Let them come back first. If we continue to pursue him, if we drive those werewolves completely crazy, there is no guarantee that there will be no casualties on our side. Serena nodded in agreement. She transformed a bat into the palm of her hand, ignited it with her talent flame, and then controlled it to fly high into the sky. After a moment, a brilliant white spark bloomed in the night sky, forming the shape of a pair of demon wings. Hey, you learn pretty quickly. Dracula looked at Selena's movements and praised in surprise. After the short period of teaching just now, Serena seemed to have understood the flexible use of magic and used it in practice. Of course. Serena raised her chin proudly, as if little stars were shining in her eyes. I must learn the magic you used to ignite the Inferi, it's so beautiful. Dracula smiled softly and leaned against the jagged wall comfortably. He looked at the stars in the night sky and the little flames extinguished on the battlefield, waiting for the arrival of the vampire named Tesla. Several pairs of wings flew across the night sky, and 9 high-level vampires appeared on the city top, all kneeling on one knee in front of Dracula and Serena. I've met Lord Dracula. Meet Lord Alcatel. Their voices all trembled with excitement. Because they haven't seen Dracula in more than 100 years. You all did well tonight, go back and have a good rest. Dracula said a few perfunctory words of relief while turning his gaze to the only new face among them. Are you new here? The vampire in formal clothes was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Dracula. His face doesn't have the evil charm of a vampire, but instead has a gentle look. Her hair was meticulously combed into a neat 5-part hairstyle, and seemed to be smeared with hair gel. There was a well-trimmed goatee above her mouth. Yes, Lord Earl. He only looked at Dracula, then lowered his head again, and said nervously, I became a glorious vampire 48 years ago, and learned about it 45 years ago. The existence of Castle Dracula came to seek refuge with Lord Alcatel. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. Dracula waved his hand to the other vampires. You guys go first, I'll have a few words with the new members, he said. The other senior vampires left the outer city wall after solemn salutes, spread their wings and disappeared into the night. Now there are only 3 vampires left on the city wall, Dracula, Selena, and Tesla. Dracula lowered his head and looked carefully at the nervous Tesla. The only memory in his mind was Lockhart's own memories. As for the content about Robert's vampire friends, it all relied on Lockhart's memory of the conversation with Robert, so he was not sure that this image-conscious newcomer vampire was the person he was looking for. Get up, we are just chatting casually. Dracula smiled softly and said to him, have you made any friends since you became a vampire? Tesla stood up, nervously holding the corners of his formal clothes with both hands, looking down at his feet, still not daring to look at the legendary Dracula. Every vampire in the castle is my friend, he said carefully. I'm not telling you that it's useless. Dracula turned around casually, rested his elbows on the grooves of the wall, and asked casually, I mean, have you ever made friends with any vampires? Other than that, friends from other races. Tesla was obviously startled. After a moment, he said in denial, Lord Dracula, since I came to the castle, I rarely go out. Where is the chance to make other friends? Dracula frowned slightly. Wasn't he really Robert's friend? If there really is another vampire named Tesla, then this would be too much of a coincidence. So he looked at Tesla in front of him and asked reluctantly again, so, you don't actually know a former Auror named Robert? Tesla's penis suddenly shrank, and then he suddenly knelt on the ground. Lord Dracula, I did not violate the regulations set by Castle Dracula regarding contact between vampires and humans, nor did I tell Robert any secrets of Castle Dracula. He knelt on the ground with one knee, lowered his head, and shouted loudly said, "If you want to punish, just punish me and don't implicate innocent people." Dracula was lost in thought. Now he was certain that Tesla was Robert's vampire friend he was looking for, but Tesla's excessive behavior left him a little confused. When did Dracula's castle have any vampire regulations? He looked at Serena with a questioning expression. Seeing Dracula's puzzled expression, Serena raised her head proudly. I told you not to come back for 100 years to see the changes in Dracula's castle. Now you don't understand the situation, she said to Dracula with her chin. Then she raised her head and walked up to Dracula with her hands behind her back, seemingly very happy. Don't you think that when you were managing Castle Dracula before, the vampires in the castle never knew what the rules were, nor did they understand what the code of conduct of a high-quality vampire is? Serena said happily. So when I was managing the castle, I put a lot of thought into setting up a set of tailor-made regulations and a special code of conduct for all the vampires in the castle. All vampires who violate these regulations and codes will be severely punished. Severe punishment. This way, the castle will be much easier to manage, and the reputation of the vampires in our castle among the outside world will no longer be the same as before. Serena held her head high, raised the corners of her mouth, and had an arrogant expression on her face that said, "Come on, praise me." Yes, as expected of you. Dracula gave her a thumbs up. Serena was even happier. But is the castle so difficult to manage? Do you actually need to write down any regulations and codes of conduct yourself? Withdrawing his thumb, Dracula asked with some confusion, I remember that I didn't need this kind of thing at all when I was here. Troublesome. Any vampire who dares not to do things according to my wishes will be beaten. You know what I mean, Serena. My rules are rules. He raised the corners of his mouth and showed an evil smile to Serena. Serena's original happy expression disappeared instantly. I'm not like you, who can defeat all the vampires alone. She curled her lips and muttered angrily. Tesla stood aside with a numb expression, watching the cheap father and daughter bickering here. He was very unsettled. The impression of Lord Dracula in his imagination that he was powerful, majestic, and just had completely disappeared, leaving only the image in front of him that didn't seem very reliable. So he violated the regulations and code of conduct you established. Dracula's next question caught Tesla's attention, and he turned his attention to Lord Alcatel. What did you do, Tesla? Serena looked at him and said doubtfully, you can actually let him, a hands-off shopkeeper, know about you. It seems that you are quite capable. Tesla was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly explained to Serena, 3 years ago, when the relationship between the werewolf group and us gradually improved, I received a task from you to go to Serbia to explore the werewolf forces there. Well, I have the impression. Serena nodded, I remember that you came back with injuries, but you completed the task well. So did anything else happen in the meantime? Yes. Tesla said in embarrassment, actually, I was seriously injured and basically lost the ability to fly. The reason why I was able to come back was because I met a kind wizard who used a wooden boat to fly. I sent him up the Danube and we floated all the way from Serbia to Romania. We were on the same ship and spent more than a week together, and I also let him know my identity as a vampire. He could even know that my tribe is located in Romania through the end of the voyage. Tesla knelt on one knee and said with a heavy expression, I have violated too many regulations by letting strange wizards know so much information. So why didn't you erase the wizard's memory when you left? Selena asked. Also, if you choose to suck part of his blood, you will soon regain enough strength to fly back to the vampire stronghold in Romania on your own. In this way, you won't violate so many regulations. Master Alcatel, the vampire code clearly stipulates that no vampire member is allowed to suck the blood of innocent humans without authorization. That is what the lowest vampires will do when they cannot control their appetite. Tesla said, I don't want to do something that goes against my identity. After hearing his principled and bottom-line words, Dracula showed approval in his eyes, and then looked at Selena with a half-smile. Serena looked a little embarrassed and looked away silently. Then why didn't you erase that wizard's memory? She asked a little unconvinced. I'm sorry, Lord Alcatel. But Robert has been fighting all his life, and now as a lonely old man, I am the only friend left. Tesla said in a low mood. I don't want him to give him even one I don't have any friends to die with. But Serena wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Dracula. Well, I can testify that the wizard named Robert is not a threat to us. Dracula sighed and said with emotion, and Robert has now lost all memories about Tesla. What? Tesla suddenly raised his head and looked at Dracula in disbelief. Master Dracula, Robert is innocent. He is just an old man plowing the fields. Don't worry. Dracula raised his hand to temporarily calm down Tesla's excitement. I did not erase Robert's memory. If you still want to see his current condition, then come with me. Tesla nodded quietly. The next moment, a dark moon enveloped the two men's figures, instantly taking them away from the dark city wall. Seeing the two people leaving, Serena stamped her feet angrily. Then she seemed to think of something and secretly took out a small notepad from her pocket. The words Code of Conduct for Highly Qualified Vampires are written crookedly on the book. She stretched out a slender index finger, and a drop of blood slowly appeared on the fingertip. Serena opened the last page of the book and wrote a line crookedly with her index finger. Code of Conduct, Emergency Escape. When a vampire encounters an emergency that may threaten his life, he can drink an appropriate amount of blood from nearby humans to ensure his own safety. Two vampires, Dracula and Tesla, emerged from the dark moon and appeared together in front of a wooden house that looked very simple, but was also exquisitely repaired. There is a green lettuce field not far from the wooden house. Almost half of the lettuce seedlings have been harvested, and the remaining lettuce is still green and growing happily under the moonlight. Seeing this familiar piece of lettuce, Tesla's eyes were deeply touched. It was these lettuces that made him eat them for a whole week when he was extremely hungry. It was also because these lettuces gave him a little energy supply that he dragged his weak body all the way from Serbia to Romania, and finally sent the valuable information back to Dracula's castle. Robert. Tesla couldn't control his inner emotion of seeing things and missing people. He stumbled towards the simple wooden house and shouted loudly, "Robert, are you there? I'm here to visit you." Call after call came from his mouth, but no one answered. Tesla's expression was a little confused at first, and then became more and more sentimental and desperate. Just when he was about to break open the door and enter the wooden house to see what happened to his old friend, the window of the wooden house suddenly opened. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use. Download it here. You can try it now. Who are you, lying here without sleeping at night? Robert's old face poked out from the window, looking out the window with an unhappy look on his face. It's really strange. I have lived in seclusion in such a remote place. Why? There are still people doing these bad things that disturb the people in this forest. Tesla's sentimental expression froze on his face. As a vampire, it was extremely normal for him to be active at night, so he subconsciously regarded Robert's sleeping time as daytime, thinking that he should not be resting at this time. Robert didn't have as good night vision as a vampire. He stuck his head out and looked for a long time, but he didn't see Dracula and Tesla, the two vampires wearing dark clothes. Seeing no one responded, he cursed and said bad luck and then slammed the wooden window in the room shut. How should I put it? Although Robert doesn't remember you, we can at least see that he is very confident. Dracula patted Tesla on the shoulder and comforted. Obviously, the sequelae of the forgetting curse do not exist. It didn't show up on him, so you don't have to worry about your friend's safety. Tesla listened to Dracula's consolation and nodded somewhat dumbfounded. But he still didn't want to believe that his old friend who had shared the difficulties together could forget him so hastily. So Tesla walked to the wooden window outside Robert's room without belief and lightly knocked on the window frame. "Robert, it's me, Tesla." Tesla said softly, "I'm here to visit you. Can you come out and chat with me for a while?" After a while, the wooden window was pushed open with a swish. "Are you the one yelling outside just now?" Robert was shirtless and looked at Tesla in front of the window with a displeased face. "Why don't I go to bed at night and instead come out to chat with you? Who do you think you are? Don't you recognize me? I am your friend traveling on the same ship, Tesla." Tesla said eagerly. Robert stared at him silently, his eyes moving as if he was thinking and recalling something. Tesla's eyes flashed with joy, thinking that Robert had recalled the existence of his vampire friend. However, the next moment, Robert spoke without mercy. "I don't know where you got my name and my secluded location. But I have to tell you one thing, young people, don't just think about taking shortcuts if you are unwilling to work hard all day long. I stopped being the Auror captain of the Serbian Ministry of Magic a long time ago, so it's almost useless for you to try to trick me. Listen to my old man's advice, work hard, and work at the grassroots level for a few more years. When it's your turn, it will naturally be your turn. Think about the time when I started as an ordinary trainee member of the Auror team and have been doing it all the time. It took more than 30 years to become the captain of an Auror team. Did I have any complaints? No. You must have a hard-working spirit like mine, and then the director of the Auror office will spot you from the crowd. Then you will have the opportunity to stand out. Coupled with your long-term training at the grassroots level, you will become like me. The same Auror captain is definitely not a dream." Tesla couldn't help but his eyes twitching as he listened to Robert's tireless and instructive teachings. In the distance, Dracula was leaning happily against a tree on the hillside in the distance, assuming his classic theater-watching posture. He never expected that he would help his subordinates visit the barren mountains and old forests in the middle of the night. A friend can actually find such great fun. This is definitely an unexpected surprise. Robert in the wooden house was still giving a speech. He regarded the young-looking Tesla as a trainee Auror who was eager for success. He thought that he came to such a remote place specially to build a relationship with the former Auror captain, and imagined that he could rise to the top through the relationship with the old captain. "Young man, I won't care about you interrupting my rest this time. But you must remember what I said to you today. Only by enduring hardship can you become a master." After saying that, the shirtless Robert patted Tesla's shoulder solemnly, and then closed the window of the room heavily. The air became extremely quiet for a moment. Tesla looked at the closed wooden window in front of him and felt a little want to laugh when he thought of Robert's heartfelt words just now. But the mood in his heart was very low. He knew that this good friend who had saved his life and rafted on the Danube together had really forgotten him. Dracula walked slowly from a distance, looked at Tesla's face that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and looking like crying but not crying, and sighed softly. "Tesla, what are your plans now?" he asked. When Tesla saw Dracula's arrival, he silently turned his head and wiped the tiny tears from the corners of his eyes to calm down his complicated emotions. "I made you laugh, Lord Dracula. he said softly, I wonder if in your hands, there are any clues about the villain who erased Robert's memory. I will definitely take blood for blood and avenge him. Well, I don't just have clues here, Dracula said with a chuckle. In fact, I have found the wizard who erased Robert's memory. It was from him that I learned that there was such a person as Robert. How dare you make friends with a vampire? Besides, you don't have to worry too much about finding someone. I've already arrested the wizard. Speaking of the word catch, the words in Dracula's mouth suddenly stopped. He remembered a very crucial question. In the evening, he received an emergency signal from Serena and became very anxious. So he completely ignored Lockhart, who was still following him at the time, left the Danube River in an instant, and went to Brown Castle in Romania. In other words, Lockhart, who had lost his memory, seemed to have been thrown on the bank of the Danube River by him. The Danube River at night looks thin and fragmented under the starry sky. Countless starlights were crushed into the ripples of the river. The gentle breeze blew by, causing ripples layer by layer. A few leaves floated up and down on the lake, adding some trivial flaws to the bright star points. Just beside such a beautiful river, there lay a dirty man wearing only a pair of shorts. This man's face and hair were covered with dried, hard chalky soil, and his whole body was covered in a dusty color, as if he had been rolled countless times on the dirty ground. Nonetheless, if you look carefully, you may be able to vaguely make out his beautiful face and facial features, as well as his golden hair covered with hair wax. When Dracula and Tesla came to the bank of the Danube River, what they saw was this scene. Lockhart fell to the ground, covered in dirt, grunting in pain from time to time. But because Dracula forgot to break the spell that silenced him, his lips were still stuck together and he couldn't shout out happily, which added to the desolation. Lord Dracula, this subordinate is too stupid and I don't understand why you brought me here to find such a down-and-out homeless man. Tesla looked at Lockhart lying on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't bear it. Asked Dracula. Even with the look in Dracula's eyes, he hesitated for a long time before he could barely recognize that this was Lockhart. At this time, he had no idea where to start. Well, he said depressingly, I don't know how to explain it to you, but the homeless man you talk about is actually the wizard who erased Robert's memory. Looking at Lockhart's current situation, not to mention Tesla, Dracula is also in a state of confusion. He didn't understand how Lockhart managed to get himself into this state in just a few hours. After listening to Dracula's explanation, Tesla couldn't help but screamed in shock, is Robert having his memory wiped out by such a guy? Tesla felt a little uncomfortable when he thought that Robert would be tricked by such a miserable homeless man. At this time, Lockhart also raised his head because of Tesla's scream and saw Dracula approaching. His lips were stuck together and he could only shout with his mouth closed. He stood up crying and rushed towards Dracula with tears in his eyes. Dracula stretched out his hand in disgust, fixed Lockhart 1 foot in front of him, and at the same time released the silencing spell on his mouth. His cries can be considered heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, and painful to the bone. It makes anyone who sees it sad and those who hear it cry. Okay, tell me what happened tonight. How did you get yourself into this? Seeing him crying so sadly, Dracula was too embarrassed to speak harshly anymore, so he asked in a child-friendly tone. After crying for a while, Lockhart sobbed and trembled and told Dracula what happened before. Where did you go before? Why did you leave me alone? He let the tears and snot flow into his mouth and cried loudly, not long after you left, I felt very hungry. But I don't dare to go far, for fear that I won't find anyone when I come back. So I just dare to look for something nearby to fill my stomach. Lockhart is indeed a well-known writer in the wizarding world. Even if he has lost his memory, his storytelling ability is still quite outstanding. It turned out that in order to maintain his best image, Lockhart didn't even eat anything during the tea party held at Mrs. Putty's tea house. He stayed on an empty stomach from morning to afternoon, put on a tight robe with a good figure, and showed up in front of his fans. At night, Lockhart, who had not eaten all day, instinctively felt hungry even though he had lost his memory. But now he doesn't know anyone, he doesn't have any opinions, and he doesn't dare to leave Dracula, his only backbone. When Dracula received the urgent message and left the Danube River, Lockhart felt unprecedentedly panicked and did not dare to go far at all. He only dared to look for food nearby to fill his stomach. His luck was pretty good, there happened to be a few young guys having a picnic on the river bank. So Lockhart looked shy and gestured with his hands, trying to beg for some food from their hands. However, these young men are not good at all. Most of them are little gangsters on the street who bully others and hate others. The gangsters asked Lockhart for money on the spot. But where could Lockhart have muggle coins? He rummaged around and found a few gold galleons in his pocket, thinking that these gold coins could be exchanged for enough food. However, it was these pure gold currencies that made the gangsters have evil intentions. They surrounded Lockhart, beat him viciously, and then searched him all over. These gangsters found a total of more than a dozen gold coins and several silver coins from Lockhart, which made them very excited. Moreover, during the search, the gangsters also discovered that the material of Lockhart's robes was not of the highest quality. So they were cruel and took off all Lockhart's clothes. Finally, they kindly gave him a pair of shorts, and then walked away. After hearing Lockhart's story, Dracula was deeply moved. Who would have thought that a well-known writer in the magical world who was so proud in the morning and the dream lover of many witches would suddenly turn into a pitiful creature bullied by gangsters at night? He turned to look at Tesla beside him. You see, this wizard has lost his past memory, and his brain is probably completely damaged. Dracula said, now I leave him to you, you can take revenge as you want, I won't interfere. Tesla looked at the embarrassed Lockhart who was frozen next to him and was silent for a long time. Forget it. He sighed and said softly, he has learned enough lessons. To take revenge on him under such circumstances would make me lose my noble dignity as a vampire. Are you sure? Dracula asked with a chuckle. Well, I'm sure. Tesla nodded. I have other things to do, so there's no need to waste my time on a fool. He turned around and walked in the direction of Robert's cabin. Master Dracula, thank you very much for telling me this. Otherwise, I might not know until Robert passes away. He has lost all his memories of me. Tesla took 2 steps and suddenly stopped. He turned around and bowed solemnly to Dracula. Also, can I ask you and Master Alcatel for a period of leave? I want to attend to some personal matters. Dracula looked at Tesla's persistent expression with interest, chuckled, and nodded to him. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Dracula. Tesla bowed deeply again. Then, he walked towards Robert's cabin with firm eyes. Tesla stayed under the eaves of Robert's cabin until dawn. The sun slowly rose from the hills to the east, bringing a glow, and the layers of clouds in the distance reflected a strange light, shining into Robert's wooden window. As an old man living alone in seclusion, Robert had a very accurate biological clock. He got up on time, opened the wooden door, and walked out carrying a sickle. Looking at the bright sunshine, he yawned sleepily. I had a good sleep last night, but I was woken up by a young man who came from nowhere. Robert was a little depressed. Really, how can you get close to someone at night when others are resting? Such a young man with no vision will definitely not be able to please his boss, so he should rely on his unremitting efforts to make progress. Robert was very satisfied with his teaching last night. He couldn't help but smile happily, humming an old song, and walked towards the other half of the lettuce field that had not been harvested yesterday. Looking at the green lettuce seedlings, he felt even more comfortable. These simple crops could bring him spiritual comfort. Robert. At this moment, a voice called to him. Robert turned around in confusion and looked under the eaves. There was a figure wearing formal clothes, with 3/4 hair and a goatee, standing in the shadow of the eaves without sunlight. Young man, didn't I say that? I am no longer the Auror captain. Seeing the young man he met last night, Robert said helplessly, and how can anyone be so close to you? No matter how bad it is, you should have a couple. 3 days, come back when the leader has almost forgotten you. I'm telling you, young people like you should work hard at the grassroots level and hone your skills. Actually, I'm not here to get close to you. Tesla interrupted Robert's tirade and said with a smile. Oh, Robert was stunned for a moment. I'm a little hungry and haven't found anything to eat. Tesla looked at Robert deeply and said softly, Robert, can I have 2 lettuces? So you easily booked Tesla's vacation. In the gloomy reception hall of Dracula's castle, Selena was lying on a tall Gothic chair and asked with some dissatisfaction. Yeah, don't you think his story is very touching? Dracula sat casually on the long table in the center of the hall and glanced at Selena on the Gothic chair. Besides, I remember this chair seems to be my thing. Why did you occupy it? Who asked you to be the hands-off shopkeeper? Serena rolled her eyes. If you agree to come back to manage the castle, then I will return your chair to you immediately. Forget it, I'll give you the chair. Dracula decisively abandoned his chair, shook his head and refused. Actually, sitting on the table is quite comfortable. Of course, compared to the table, I still prefer to sit on the windowsill with a wider view. He looked at the empty long table and felt that something was missing behind him. So Dracula's figure disappeared from the table in an instant, and the next moment, he appeared on the tall windowsill on the side of the conference hall. He sat on the spacious windowsill, leaning against the glass that was dark enough to block the sun. He took out a glass of red wine in his hand and shook it gently. What happened to the wizard who erased the memory of Tesla's wizard friend and later turned into a fool? Serena turned her head and glanced at Dracula by the window, and asked helplessly, his experience on the banks of the Danube sounds pretty pathetic. Yeah, but this can be regarded as the punishment he deserves. I didn't do anything to Lockhart. Dracula shook his head. I thought about it and gave him to Dumbledore. As for the troublesome things like exposing his crimes, I still left it to Dumbledore. Let professionals like Leto handle it. Whether he spends the rest of his life in Azkaban or St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Maladies has nothing to do with me. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the reception hall. Come in. Serena immediately adjusted her posture from lying on the seat to a dignified posture, and at the same time she did not forget to look back at Dracula, hoping that he could show some image of a vampire leader. However, even after more than 100 years, Serena still looks a little childish. Her so-called solemn posture was, at best, a bit formal, without any sense of majesty or solemnity. As for Dracula, he has managed Dracula's castle for hundreds of years and does not need to rely on his usual majestic image to bring awe to his subordinates. The reason why he is respected by all vampires is because of his real strength and his achievements in taking in many vampires. Therefore, Dracula had no idea of sitting upright like Selena. Instead, he changed to a more comfortable position, slumped on the windowsill, and sipped wine lazily. Outside the door of the conference hall, 2 high-level vampires walked in. They stretched out their hands seriously, pressed down a tall man in ragged clothes, and pushed him to Serena's goth chair. Werewolf. Dracula glanced at the man, and immediately became interested when he saw the dense scratches on his clothes and the hair on his face that was slightly surprising to ordinary people. This is a middle-aged man with a pale face and an angular face. He has light brown hair with a lot of grey hair mixed in, making him look a bit old. His clothes were shabby and patched. It can be seen that this werewolf does not belong to the upper echelon of werewolves like Fenrir, and lives in a very poor life. You are right, Lord Dracula. One of the senior vampires stepped forward, knelt on one knee in front of the long table, and said respectfully to Serena and Dracula, "We are under Dracula's castle. While patrolling, I found this werewolf sneaking around to explore our castle, so I captured him. But what's a little strange is that he didn't resist our arrest. Instead, he told us that he was a member of the Order of the Phoenix and wanted to meet you." Order of the Phoenix. Dracula raised his eyebrows and looked at the unassuming werewolf. "Are you talking about Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix? The society he formed to fight against Voldemort." "It's the Order of the Phoenix, Count Dracula." The pale werewolf nodded. "My name is Remus Lupin. 2 months ago, Dumbledore noticed that Fenrir Greyback there was something strange about him, so I was asked to lurk in the werewolf group he led to find out the news. A few days ago, I learned from Fenrir's direct subordinates that the inferi obtained by Fenrir were summoned by a mysterious man to help Fenrir conquer the werewolf tribe in Romania. In return, Fenrir agreed to the mysterious man's request to attack Dracula's castle." Dracula drank the wine in the goblet and then jumped down from the windowsill. "Well, it's quite complete, but it's a bit late." He chuckled and said, "I have personally learned about this from Greyback's memory. Voldemort knew that these inferi would not do anything to him. What kind of threat do I pose? I just want to send cannon fodder to make me sick. But he may not know that these brainless things are not even trouble." Lupin looked surprised. "Don't you know? The Wolf King has become our prisoner and is now being held in a big dog cage." Dracula raised his hand and gestured to the 2 senior vampires. "Let him go." He didn't look like he was looking for trouble. Cough cough cough, don't move yet. Serena suddenly coughed a few times pretending to be serious. The 2 senior vampires froze in place, looking at Selena on the left and Dracula on the right, not knowing who to listen to. Serena turned back and glared at Dracula, as if to say that she was now the administrator of the castle. Dracula shook his head with a smile, took a step back, and made a pleased gesture. Serena nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, you can let him go," she said seriously. The 2 high-level vampires twitched their mouths, mentally complaining about the 2 people's clearly the same orders, while doing their best to untie Lupin's restraints one by one. "Okay, you can go out," Serena said. "We will interrogate this werewolf alone." When the 2 senior vampires left, Lupin moved his sore shoulders and looked at Dracula. "Professor Dracula, Dumbledore asked me to bring you a letter." He carefully took out a well-preserved envelope from his pocket and said solemnly, "But I must ensure that everyone present is trustworthy of." "Hey, what do you mean, you werewolf?" Serena was unhappy with this statement and walked over to snatch the envelope from Lupin's hand. However, Lupin pulled out his wand and looked at Dracula with a questioning look. "Show it to her, no problem." Looking at Serena's fierce eyes, Dracula nodded helplessly. What kind of shameful content can Dumbledore write, and why should he be so closely guarded? "Forget it, I don't care to watch it." Serena wrinkled her nose and sat back on the Gothic chair. "Maybe there is something wrong between you two. If you might feel uncomfortable after looking at it." Dracula pulled 2 black lines down his face and slapped Serena on the head. "At such a young age, what are you thinking about all day long? When you wanted me to help you manage the castle, you said I was over 100 years old and a big girl who could take care of myself." Serena held her head in frustration and retorted, "Then it's time to educate me. Started calling me young again. I think you just bully me but I can't beat you." Dracula put his hand on his forehead. He felt that he couldn't deal with this cheap daughter, so he silently turned his attention to the letter in his hand, pretending that he didn't hear her words. The envelope had a very good texture and seemed to be made of the same parchment as the Hogwarts admission notice. It had the words from Professor Dracula written on it. Opening the envelope, there was a small note inside. Unlike the nice texture of the envelope, the note was very sloppy and looked like it had been ripped out of a student's cheat sheet. There are very few words on the note, just one sentence. "Harry Potter may have become half of Voldemort's Horcrux by coincidence." Dracula's eyes widened instantly, thoughts racing in his mind. Can a living human being be made into a Horcrux? The despicable Hirebo didn't dare to do this back then, right? He had to admit that this young man Voldemort was indeed quite courageous. If Dumbledore hadn't made a mistake in judgment, would he have to kill Potter first if he wanted to kill Voldemort? This doesn't seem appropriate. After all, Potter is an innocent man, and such unscrupulous behavior is not even allowed by Serena's vampire code of conduct. Dracula thought about it for a long time and decided not to think about it. Just leave this kind of nerve-wracking matter to Dumbledore. What he would rather do is beat Voldemort every time he sees him. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. Suddenly, Dracula saw sparks suddenly appear around the note in his hand, and it spontaneously ignited. Dracula frowned, and a white flame appeared in his hand, suppressing the sparks that ignited on the note without damaging the note at all. and then he burned the note to ashes himself. Dracula was very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's desire to burn the things in his hands. That means, I can throw it away myself, but others can never take it away? Why do you have to burn a secret that can't be seen by anyone? Serena looked over and asked suspiciously, is there really something ulterior between the two of you? Dracula slapped Selena on the head again. Go and write down your Dracula Castle regulations and vampire code of conduct, don't stay here all day without learning from them. Oh. Serena curled her lips, took out her little notebook from her pocket, and secretly added another entry at the end. Nothing Dracula says can be trusted. Dracula didn't pay attention to Selena's little movements, but turned his attention to Lupin, who stood there awkwardly for a long time. Remus Lupin, right, he asked. Since you are here, you can help me explain as a werewolf why Greyback and those werewolves want to join Voldemort's camp. He wanted to know what the werewolf was thinking. Actually, this is not difficult to answer. Lupin sighed and explained softly, the situation of werewolves has always been very difficult. Because werewolves are uncontrollable and contagious, most wizards avoid us like snakes and scorpions. For example, when I revealed my identity as a werewolf, I couldn't find even the most menial job. You can tell it from my clothes, can't you? Lupin pointed to his clothes and smiled to himself. And Fenrir is a werewolf among werewolves. He completely abandoned his humanity a long time ago and is driven by a mentality he calls animal hedonism. He likes to attack people, especially children, and uses his cruelty to act for fun. After transforming other wizards into werewolves, he dragged these people into the same situation as him, being looked down upon and having difficulty surviving. So most of these transformed werewolves would choose to join his team and bully others. Humanity, expand the number of werewolves, and thus take revenge on the entire society. When they learned about the mysterious man's desire to rule the magical world, they naturally recognized this brutal rule and simply joined the ranks of Death Eaters. After all, the werewolves don't have Dracula's castle to provide shelter. At the end of the sentence, Lupin looked at Dracula in front of him with deep envy in his eyes. Dracula gently shook the empty goblet in his hand and fell silent. He's right. Serena suddenly said, although we are all classified as human, we vampires actually also encountered unfair treatment like werewolves. A few decades ago, few people there are vampires who can live peacefully in wizarding society. That is to say, Dracula's castle gave all vampires a place to stay and standardized the behavior and habits of low-level vampires. In addition, the emergence of star vampire singers like Lorcan and Dees later made vampires more popular among wizards. The image within the group has become slightly friendlier. So I think I was right in taking in those low-level vampires. What do you think, Father? Serena looked at Dracula and said seriously. Dracula also looked at Serena deeply, and then laughed softly. Well, you did the right thing. I didn't think carefully before. In such an atmosphere, something seemed to be brewing in Dracula's eyes. He turned his gaze to Lupin and gave him a strange expression. If you can't find a job. Dracula smiled strangely. Mr. Lupin, do you want to become the next Wolf King? Lupin's eyes widened in shock. No, I can't. He hurriedly refused. I'm not the material to be the Wolf King at all, and I've always been ostracized by the werewolf tribe. Don't refuse in a hurry. Dracula seemed to have found another extremely interesting thing, and unconsciously exposed two sharp-side teeth, with a burgundy light flowing in his eyes. Let me ask you, Lupin, don't you want to make some contribution to the werewolves who are as lonely as you? In other words, don't you want to change the impression of the werewolf family in the eyes of ordinary wizards? Don't you want to walk in Diagon Alley openly as a werewolf without being pointed at? The vampire family has spent hundreds of years trying to do this, and so far it has only achieved half of it. So I ask you, can you stand up and lead the werewolf family to become the first place that is not discriminated against by the magic world? Step. Lupin leaves Dracula's castle. When he left, his clothes were ragged, his hands were empty, and he didn't take away a single cloud. But a seed was planted in his heart, a seed to fight for the werewolves who live a hard life one day without being discriminated against by others. This is a dream planted by Dracula in Lupin's heart. He has a dream. He dreamed that one day, in the Tower of Hogwarts, children bitten by werewolves would be able to sit together with the descendants of ordinary wizards and talk about brotherhood. He dreamed that one day, the valleys would rise and the mountains would descend, the rough and tortuous roads would become smooth, and the light would be revealed and shine on the world. You are really good at deceiving people. Serena looked at Dracula, who poured herself another glass of bright red wine and was moistening his throat, and said in confusion, and why do I always feel you deceived him with those words? It doesn't seem like something you can say. Of course, these are not my words. Dracula took a sip of red wine elegantly. Lee Jordan, is a student I teach at Hogwarts, a pair of naughty black roommates. He had an assignment like this in his Muggle Studies class at Lake Nong. Professor Boobaji was moved to tears at the time, and even put this homework on display in the professor's lounge. However, it was later exposed by another little wizard of Muggle origin, saying that it was a work by a man named Martin 30 years ago. Speeches given by Luther King's people. So it sounds like you had a good time as a school teacher. Serena looked at him maliciously. So you can leave all the trivial matters in Dracula's castle to me with peace of mind. Right. Ahem. Dracula just took a sip of red wine, and then he was choked by Serena. Why can you bring this back to this matter? Humph, you've even become a hands-off shopkeeper. Why don't you allow me to complain? Serena continued sarcastically. Okay, as long as you can help me manage Dracula's castle well, you can complain as much as you want. Dracula smiled helplessly and shrugged. As he spoke, he placed the goblet casually on the table, held up a black parasol, and walked out the door. Let's go and clean up the battlefield again, Dracula said. Let's see if there are any good things left undiscovered in last night's battle. The sky was bright in the distance, most of the vampires in Dracula's castle had fallen into a deep sleep, and the air nearby was quiet. Under the influence of the dark aura of many vampires, the surroundings of the castle were gloomy, like a dawn where the sun would never rise. Dracula and Selina each held a parasol, jumped from the towering city wall, and then landed lightly on the ground. If someone hadn't personally experienced this battle between vampires and werewolves, they might not have been able to tell that a very large-scale war was taking place here just based on the traces on the ground. If other people passed by this place, they might just think that there was a heavy snow in June. There was no trace of blood on the ground below the city wall. Instead, there was a large expanse of pure snow like fine ash, evenly covering the entire battlefield. Occasionally a breeze blows, setting off a grey haze. Dracula and Selina quietly stepped on the ashes of the Inferi, leaving 2 lines of shallow footprints. I still remember that there were so many Inferi under the city wall last night that we couldn't even count them. Serena suddenly spoke, breaking the silence, but you can actually control countless bats to burn every Inferi. Grey. Of course. Dracula raised the corners of his lips and nodded to her. Not one of the Inferi within my range of perception has been left behind. Serena puffed her mouth and seemed a little depressed. Keep working hard, maybe you can reach this level in a few hundred years, Dracula said with a chuckle. However, the next moment, Serena's expression showed a hint of surprise, and she stretched out her hand and pointed to the other side of the battlefield. What do you think that is? It's definitely an Inferi, don't lie. She glanced at Dracula excitedly and said loudly, admit it, even if you take action, something will slip through the net. Dracula looked doubtfully in the direction of Serena's finger, and found that there seemed to be a pale body with cloudy eyes, stiff and slow movements, wandering aimlessly. He frowned and disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had already arrived next to the corpse. Unlike most other Inferi, the body of this Inferi is completely preserved, its limbs are sound, and its skin has few ulcers. It just seems to have some edema, as if it has been soaked in an unknown liquid for a long time. Dracula immediately looked at the back of his neck and found a piece of burnt black skin. Selina, look here. Dracula waved to Serena who had just flown over, pointing to the position behind the neck of the Inferi. Actually, I did not miss this Inferi. The flaming bat has fallen on the back of his neck, but somehow it wasn't set on fire. Serena looked thoughtful. Could it be that your flame failed? She asked. Look at him, it's obviously been soaked in water for a long time. Maybe the fire you asked the bat to carry was too small and was extinguished by the water. Dracula looked at Selina and was silent for a long time. Why are you looking at me like that? Serena asked weakly, is there anything wrong with what I said? I just suspect that you didn't have any brains when you went out this time. Dracula said speechlessly, tell me, when did the flame of our talent become so fragile that it can be extinguished by water? Not to mention the inherent nature in him. There's not much water left. What's the point? I'm just providing a guess. Serena said without confidence, after all, I've never seen such a confusing situation. Dracula was also a little confused about this, so he began to carefully look at the appearance of the Inferi. This is a somewhat thin Inferi. He has long and thick black hair. Even after being soaked for a long time, it has not fallen off. Because it has not been taken care of, it covers half of his face. Dracula waved his hand gently, and a gust of breeze blew his hair behind his ears, revealing a face that was still very handsome even if it was swollen. From the expression on his face, he could even vaguely tell I can see a hint of arrogance in life. He must not have been an ordinary person during his lifetime. I don't know how he ended up in this situation. Dracula sighed softly. His gaze continued to move downwards, looking at the body of the Inferi. Although the long-term soaking made the robes on the infernal corpse look a little faded, the preciousness of its material could still be vaguely discerned. Wait a minute, look here. Serena's voice suddenly sounded, this mark seems familiar. She stood next to the Inferi, raised his left arm, and pulled his sleeve up a little, showing the inner side of his forearm in front of Dracula's eyes. Just on the inside of his forearm, there was a bright red mark. It's a skull with a snake sticking out of its mouth. Is this the dark mark? Dracula looked at the mark in surprise, becoming even more confused. As the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, Dracula was of course inevitably exposed to information about the Dark Lord. Not only that, he even personally annihilated the Dark Lord's soul once. So he knew exactly what this mark was. This is the dark mark that only high-status Death Eaters possess. Death Eaters of Fenrir's level do not have this mark. But why does the dark mark appear on an Inferi summoned by Voldemort? Could it be that Voldemort was so insane that he even wanted to kill his own people mercilessly, and even made them into Inferi that would not let them die well? If he is a former Death Eater, then it should not be difficult to find the identity of this wizard during his lifetime. Dracula suppressed his doubts and pointed with his finger to the left breast of the robe worn by the Inferi. Reparo. A flash of light flashed, and a bright color appeared on the left chest of the clothes, as if it had returned to a brand new piece of fabric. There is an exquisite family crest. The coat of arms is decorated with a mountain symbol, 2 5-pointed stars and a shield with a short sword, flanked by 2 leaping greyhounds. If we use heraldry terms, it is black, with a mountain shape between 2 stars as the main body, a sword as the base, silver. On the other side, number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, England. Early in the morning, this disharmonious family had a dispute at the dinner table. This is the 3rd time this week. A man who was as fat as a fat pig growled across the table. If you can't control that owl, let it go. On the other side of the table, a thin boy wearing glasses tried to explain. It's bored. It's used to flying outside. If I could let it out at night. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by his uncle, Vernon Dursley. Do you think I'm a fool? Uncle Vernon yelled, a piece of fried egg that he had not yet swallowed dangling from his thick beard. I know what will happen if you let an owl out. The skinny boy hurriedly finished his breakfast angrily, then rushed back to his room upstairs, locked the door, and lay quietly on the old bed. This boy with glasses is the famous savior in the wizarding world, Harry Potter. However, the boy who survived, the hero who won the Academy Cup for Gryffindor, and the savior of the wizarding world, was locked in a small room and did not communicate with his friends for most of the holiday. Ever since Harry came home for the summer, Uncle Vernon had been treating him like a time bomb because Harry was not a normal child. To a muggle like Vernon Dursley, he was indeed quite abnormal. Harry is a wizard, a freak in the eyes of these muggles. He had just finished his first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and had to return to such a disharmonious family during the summer vacation. If the Dursleys were unhappy with him coming home for the summer, their unhappiness was nothing compared to Harry's feelings. He missed Hogwarts so much now that it made his insides ache. He missed the castle, the secret passages and ghosts, and his magic classes. And when he thought of the many subjects in school, he thought of Professor Dracula, the stern Professor McGonagall, the amiable Professor Sprout, whom he admired, and even thought of Snape, who was once extremely disgusted but now has complicated emotions. Professor. Harry clearly remembered that he had a big fight with Professor Snape before going home, which once again ruined the relationship that had just eased. Lying on the bed, he felt very awake now. However, when he recalled the quarrel with Snape more than a month ago, he always felt that his memory was not clear. Harry knew very well that he had lived in a difficult environment since he was a child and had been bullied by his cousin Dudley and his friends. However, he could still find a way to enjoy himself under such conditions and bring happiness to himself. Come for spiritual comfort. A teenager who grows up in such an environment rarely grows up to be an irritable person. Thinking about it now, the quarrel with Professor Snape at that time was probably due to my impulsiveness and my failure to control my eagerness to restore the relationship with him. Maybe I should write a letter of apology to Professor Snape. Harry thought silently as he looked at the yellowed ceiling in the room. But he couldn't write a letter. As soon as Harry arrived home, Uncle Vernon locked his spell book, wand, robes, cauldron and the most advanced Nimbus 2000 into the small, dark cabinet under the stairs. As for whether Harry will be expelled from the college Quidditch team because he didn't practice during the summer, the Dursleys don't care. Harry didn't finish any of his homework and couldn't hand it in when he returned to school. What did this have to do with them? The Dursleys are the most conformist muggles who hate change. In their opinion, having a wizard in the family is a great shame. Uncle Vernon even locked Harry's owl Hedwig in its cage, preventing it from delivering messages to anyone in the wizarding world. Ron, Hermione, Neville, why didn't you send me a letter? Harry lay on the bed in pain, missing his friends. If you can remember to send your owl, then it's not like I can't even send a letter. Just when Harry was about to burst into tears, the sound of turning pages in a book came from the window. Harry subconsciously turned around and saw a blank diary with a black cover, turning its pages automatically without wind. Tom. Harry walked to the window in surprise and looked at the blank diary with tears in his eyes. How did you get out of the cupboard under the stairs? Then he realized that the diary could not hear his voice directly, so he found a secretly hidden quill from the seam of the bed, dipped some saliva in his mouth, and wrote what he had just said in the diary. The problem. 2 lines of beautiful handwriting emerged from the blank page of the diary. Harry, I told you that I can use a small amount of magic. Then can you take me away from this hateful place? Harry wrote, I don't want to stay here anymore, but I lost my wand again, and I can't deal with them without the ability to use magic. Be patient, Harry. The diary wrote, although I don't have the power to take you out of here, I can give you a good idea. First of all, we must avenge you for all the suffering you have suffered. Seeing the scrawled writing on the diary, Harry hesitated. Isn't this bad? He wrote. I can't use magic outside of school. I'll be expelled. Don't worry, I will take revenge on them for you. The diary wrote seductively, there will be no flaws. On the day when school starts, you can still take the express train to Hogwarts as usual. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. Now tell me, does this family have anything important to do recently? I will destroy their affairs for you, and when the revenge is completed, I will get your wand back for you. Harry thought for a long time, but finally the idea of getting his wand back prevailed, so he gritted his teeth and wrote in his diary. Tonight, Uncle Vernon will receive a wealthy builder and his wife. They are very important guests. This is related to the sales of his drill bits this year. I see. Such writing appeared on the page of the diary, and then there was no movement. Harry carefully placed the diary under the mattress, fearing that it would be discovered by Uncle Vernon and the others. At night, in the restaurant at number 4 Privet Drive, Vernon Dursley was talking to the rich builder, and Mr. Mason and his wife were chatting awkwardly. "Mrs. Mason, tell Petunia those American plumber jokes, she's always wanted to hear them," Vernon Dursley said to the builder's wife with what he thought was a kind smile. At this moment, the diary quietly appeared on top of the cupboard in the corner of the dining room. "The curse is finite." The incantation of a universal breaking spell appeared on the blank page of the diary. The unplottable spell and the avoidance spell originally placed on this house by the diary were instantly lifted. The next moment, an owl that had been wandering nearby for several hours rushed into the house like a whirlwind. It was hovering near the ceiling in the living room, looking for direction, as if it had not yet reacted to the perception that it had just been blocked. After a while, it spread its wings and flew towards Harry's room. When Mrs. Mason saw the owl, she immediately let out a shrill scream and fled the house, shouting, "Madman, madman." Mr. Mason stayed for a moment longer. He told the Dursleys that his wife was terribly afraid of birds of all kinds, big and small, and asked if this was a deliberate joke on their part. Vernon Dursley smiled awkwardly and watched Mr. Mason leave. After Mr. Mason left, he immediately rushed up the stairs with a vigorous step that was not commensurate with his size. "What the hell? What are you doing?" "What? Ghost?" Uncle Vernon said through gritted teeth, and put his face in front of Harry, so close that it was terrifying. "I stayed in the room the whole time and didn't do anything." Harry glanced at the place under the mattress in a panic and said through gritted teeth. He really didn't do anything, he was just waiting for good news from Diary Tom. "Owl? Owl again?" Vernon's face turned red, and he was furious. "Last year it was this hateful bird that made our family homeless, and this year it's the one that ruined a big deal of my business." He pressed down on Harry like a big bulldog, teeth all exposed. "Owl," Vernon said with a crazy expression, I have news for you, boy. I'm going to lock you up. No owl can get close to you, you can never go back to that school. Forever?" Uncle Vernon was true to his word and had someone put bars on Harry's window the next day. He personally installed a trapdoor in the bedroom door and sent a small amount of food through it 3 times a day. They let Harry out to use the toilet every morning and evening and locked him in the house the rest of the time. "Tom, look at the good things you have done." Harry sat by the window, watching the sun set behind the window grill, thinking sadly about his future fate, and wrote in his diary, "Destroyed Uncle Vernon's the good things did make me happy, but I couldn't get out." A line of writing appeared on the diary, which was particularly dazzling in the strip of sunlight in front of the window grill. "Harry, don't forget that you are a wizard." The diary wrote, "A wizard will not be imprisoned and free by a group of muggles. But underage wizards cannot use magic outside of school." Harry wrote, "If I really use magic, I will be expelled from Hogwarts. Don't worry, Harry, the Ministry of Magic will only issue a warning to young wizards who violate the rules for the first time." The diary slyly wrote, "Would you rather be locked up in this small room for the rest of your life, or would you rather fight and leave? Where is this place of suffering? Think of the spell I taught you earlier, Harry." The diary turned again on its own, and finally closed it, leaving only the black cover hidden in the receding sunlight. Under the original cover of the diary, a holly wand lay quietly. Harry picked up his wand with a dazed expression. 11 inches, holly wood, phoenix feathers. Wands made from this wood have properties that repel evil. If the first time I used magic outside of school was just a warning, I might be able to. He looked at his wand, recalling the powerful spell the diary taught him. This spell should be very simple for you, but you must have a strong enough desire for destruction in your heart. The stronger the desire for destruction in your heart, the more powerful the spell you will cast. Wrote the diary wrote. Harry took a deep breath, slowly raised his wand, and pointed it at the solid iron cage fence outside the window. This fence is the biggest obstacle on his way to freedom. As long as he uses that magic spell, he can break out of the cage and run to King's Cross Station, to Diagon Alley, to Wesley's house. He can go anywhere, as long as he is not allowed to stay in this prison. In the house? He slowly opened his mouth and tried to pronounce the spell. But there always seemed to be a voice in his heart telling him, "Don't read or use that magic spell." This kind of curse that requires great destructive desire must be one of those evil and insidious magics, which will lead him to go down an evil path. Harry's hands were trembling. On one side was the desire and yearning for freedom in his heart, and on the other side was the worry and fear of this magic. He regrets it now. If he had been more diligent and learned the spells of the next few grades in advance like Hermione, would he have been able to choose to use the cutting curse to escape from the prison at this time, and wouldn't he have had to worry about whether to use this unknown secret? Where is the curse? No, I can't. Harry gently put down his wand, took out his quill and wrote in his diary, "Tom, can you teach me the cutting spell? I don't want to use this spell anymore. The cutting spell is not simple. It is difficult for me to teach you in a short time just by telling it in words." The diary wrote. In the diary, Tom's handwriting was a little messy, as if he was a little angry at Harry's hesitation. "The spell I taught you is easy to use, it just requires a little anger." He continued, "Think about how that fat pig named Vernon Dursley locked you up. Come on. Think about how this family treats you like a prisoner. Harry, don't you feel angry? Don't you want to leave this prison immediately? Come on, raise the magic wand in your hand, your future is up to you." The diary was filled with encouraging words, and Harry picked up and put down the wand in his hand many times. In the end, it seemed that the desire for freedom overcame his suspicion of the curse, and a red light flashed in Harry's eyes. He tightened his grip on the wand, raised it sharply, and pointed it at the window grill that was blocking his path to freedom. Avada. As Harry recited half of the spell, the wand in his hand shook violently, and at the same time, there was a chaotic sound, as if an invisible evil object silently flew through the air. At this moment, a dark, upside-down cross pendant around Harry's neck suddenly emitted a burgundy light. Its short and sloping horizontal bars were like a pair of unfolded demon wings. At this time, these wings seemed to be stained with blood, and the scarlet light in Harry's eyes was instantly driven out of the body. Harry's eyes immediately returned to clarity, and at the same time, he immediately closed his mouth and swallowed the second half of the spell in his throat. He lowered his trembling hands, and then his whole body fell heavily on the bed behind him, as if all his energy had been exhausted. "No, I can't." Harry murmured painfully, "I can't use that spell, Tom, I can't." The reverse cross pendant around Harry's neck slowly faded away, and the blood red on the wings gradually faded away, leaving only a deep pitch black color. After a long time, the diary by the window was slowly opened, revealing a line of slightly vague handwriting. "You disappoint me so much, Harry." At this moment, the trapdoor rang. Harry subconsciously hid his wand under his pillow, and then realized that the people outside didn't bother to look in from the small trapdoor. They didn't care about the poor people inside. Aunt Petunia's hand pushed a bowl of canned soup through the hole. In fact, Harry was so hungry that he had a stomachache. He quickly put his wand away, then jumped out of bed and picked up the broken bowl specially meant for him. The soup was cold, but he drank half the bowl in one go. Then he stopped without finishing, walked to Hedwig's cage, and poured the few soaked vegetables at the bottom of the bowl into her empty food plate. Hedwig ruffled her feathers and gave him a look of disgust. "Don't be so cocky, that's all we have," Harry said with a straight face. He put the empty bowl back by the trapdoor and lay down on the bed again, feeling hungrier than before the soup. What would happen if a month passed and he didn't starve to death but didn't report to Hogwarts? Will Professor Dumbledore send someone to investigate the reason why he did not go back? Can the professors ask the Dursleys to let him go? If Professor Dracula is willing to come here in person, then it must be okay, right? He never cared about those strict rules, and he might just turn the Dursleys into two big fat pigs and a carrot. The street lights outside the window grill gradually went out, and the room became completely dark. Harry was exhausted, the hunger in his stomach intertwined with the deeper pain in his heart. He didn't know if he did the right thing by not using the curse in the end, and he didn't know what his future would be like. He was in Mimi Lake, thinking about questions that he couldn't find answers to, and fell asleep unknowingly, sleeping very uneasily. Harry dreamed that he was once again standing in front of the grating that separated him from freedom, and once again he raised his wand. This time, he recited the dangerous spell in full. A dazzling and frightening green light shot out from his wand and struck towards the solid cage. However, the next moment, a red-haired boy with freckles on his face appeared outside the window and was severely hit by his spell. He fell down with lifeless eyes. "No, Ron?" Harry woke up suddenly, covered in cold sweat. He opened his eyes and saw the moonlight shining in from between the window bars, and someone staring at him through the iron bars, a boy with red hair, freckles, and a long nose. Just like in the dream, Ron Weasley actually appeared outside Harry's window. "Are you even dreaming about me, Harry?" Ron knocked on the glass and smiled at Harry. Under a dark night, the starry sky hung low and connected with the blood-colored lake. On the edge of this bright red flat mirror stood a majestic ancient tower. Behind Dracula's castle, there is a huge lake made of blood, lying quietly next to an ancient tower. Dracula and Selina, dressed in black and red robes, were standing on the shore of the lake. There was a bloated-looking Inferi floating next to them, floating as the two moved. The expression of this Inferi was dull, and his eyes were cloudy, but a trace of pride still remained on the corners of his lips. "Do you know how to use necromancy?" Serena asked curiously. "I've never seen you use it before." "I can't say I'm good at it." Dracula chuckled and waved his hand, soaking the Inferi in the lake of blood. "I can only say that. I'm very good at it." He took out the wand made of spooky wood after a long absence, and used the tip of the wand to write and draw in the air, gradually drawing a complex pattern. Then, Dracula waved his hand again and divided the picture into two parts. One part sank into the eyebrows of the Inferi, and the other slammed into the heart of the Inferi. After doing this, the endless blood-red lake water surged up, covering the Inferi's arms, chest, cheeks, and finally the tip of his nose. The next moment, the corpse suddenly started to move. He slowly stood up from the blood-colored lake water, then moved towards Dracula and Selina on the shore, stretched out his hand stiffly, as if trying to pull them into the lake. "Hey, is there any movement in necromancy so soon?" Serena looked at this scene with wide eyes. "No, the necromantic spell hasn't had time to take effect yet," Dracula said in amazement. "It seems that when it was created, the instructions received by this infernal corpse were related to water. No wonder the whole body is covered with blood." Paradmatus appearance. "What do you mean?" Serena pushed the Inferi back casually, her expression still a little confused. "Has he been soaked in water all this time? Then why did he attack us?" "This is a question about the mechanism of creating the Inferi." Dracula waved his wand, tightly bound the Inferi, and pressed him back into the lake of blood. Then he explained to Serena, there are two main mechanisms for creating inferi. One is to awaken corpses that died long ago. This kind of corpse has already been completely dead, and will not retain any movements or habits during life. It is like a blank piece of paper. It can only be ordered by the master who summoned the infernal corpse. The advantage is that it has 100% 100 obediences. But this kind of inferi has also lost all its plasticity and can only act according to the instructions of its master. Without being controlled, they are like aimless walking zombies and are easy to deal with. As for the other kind, it's like the inferi in front of us. Dracula pointed at the inferi that was completely soaked in the lake of blood, and only an outline could be seen. He should not be here yet. Before he died, the Dark Wizard used necromancy to issue an order first, and whenever this order was triggered, he would act in a unique way. Didn't you see it just now? The moment the lake water reached the tip of its nose, the inferi seemed to be activated. It immediately moved towards the two of us and launched an attack. So I guess that his action order is probably to attack all life on the shore when he is in the lake, and try to drag all the life on the shore into the lake where he is. Serena nodded thoughtfully, her slender eyebrows slightly furrowed as she looked at the inferi that had been so obedient but now began to struggle violently while soaking in the lake water. Wait a minute, I have a question. She asked, if the command is triggered to be able to act, why did this kind of inferi appear in the plain area below our Dracula castle? Is this so-called command to attack life on the shore? Can you make the distance so far? This is the second benefit of this kind of inferi. Dracula chuckled. Not only can they act through instructions when the summoner is absent, but they can also act like the Walking Dead without any consciousness, obey the summoner's orders. Given that the werewolf Greyback brought an extremely large number of inferi this time, Voldemort may have taken out most of the inferi that he had made before. He gave these orders to obey Greyback's instructions. As a result, these inferi that originally lived in the lake also came to the plains of Romania. At this time, the necromancy ritual has come to an end. Countless rays of black light passed through the blood from where the infernal corpse was, flying into the sky, and gradually outlined a huge skull with a snake spitting out of its mouth in the sky. Seeing this, Dracula waved his wand again and started making changes on the huge black skull. I have another question. Serena asked from the side while watching Dracula draw. Ask, it depends on my mood whether you want to answer or not. Dracula seemed to be very happy, with a faint smile on his face. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. Why was only this inferi not burned to death? Serena looked at Dracula's happy expression, knowing that he would probably answer this question. As far as I know, those inferi that act based on instructions there should be many, right? But in the end, only this one survived in your hands. Yes, that's why I'm interested in him. Dracula held up his wand and painted as smoothly as he could. At the same time, he could calmly answer Serena's questions while distracted. These instructions were given before his death. Most of the inferi can retain some of their consciousness and habits during their lifetime, which is also an important reason that distinguishes them from low-level inferi. And this inferi seems to have had a strong obsession that was not completed before it was alive, so it has retained a lot of subconscious consciousness and inherent habits, so that it can use its instinct to get rid of danger. Those phantom little bats are actually very easy to deal with, as long as they can be completely eliminated by the flames. Drive them away before they burn, and they themselves will be burned. There is another very strange thing. Voldemort's necromancy seems to be very advanced, and even seems to be superior to mine. Well, of course this is impossible. He must have borrowed some more powerful props to achieve it. This effect. Dracula's expression was quite confident, and at the same time he was quite disdainful of Voldemort, not believing that he could surpass him in necromancy. If you ask me, it should be the prop in Voldemort's hand that caused a qualitative change in his necromancy. I even suspect that this special inferi even retains some of its memories during its lifetime. Whether it is really as I guess depends on whether I can wake him up this time. Serena raised her head and looked curiously at the picture above the bloody lake. Under Dracula's painting, gradually, the floating skull in the sky seemed to be erased bit by a piece of eraser, and then another pen appeared, drawing on the original location of the skull. A pair of exquisite devil wings composed of several bone spurs. Done. Dracula clapped his hands with satisfaction and put his wand back into his pocket. What did you just do? Serena asked curiously. I thought you just suddenly became interested, so you drew a picture here. You didn't say anything wrong. I just did it because I was interested. Dracula shrugged. Actually, I only needed to change the necromancy mark left by Voldemort in this infernal body to mine. It's just fine, there's no need to project the mark. As he spoke, he smiled and winked at Serena. But don't you think the feeling of projecting and painting like this is very ritualistic and atmospheric? Dracula said with a smile. Forget it, just be happy. Serena looked at his happy expression, curled her lips helplessly, and looked towards the lake. At this moment, a large number of bubbles suddenly emerged from the blood-colored lake where the inferi were soaked. The people inside struggled violently, causing uneasy ripples to appear in the dead blood lake. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with your necromancy spell? Seeing this scene, Serena subconsciously stretched out her sharp nails and side teeth, and took a fighting stance. Dracula also looked at this scene with some confusion. There shouldn't be any problems. I have changed the marks in his body to everyone, and even awakened some of his withered organs. Having said this, he suddenly rubbed his temples. It's my fault it's broken, Dracula said. Serena looked at him confused. I only remember awakening his body organs, but I forgot to untie the bonds that were wrapped around him. Dracula snapped his fingers. The next moment, a handsome young man with black hair suddenly sat up from the bloody lake. Cough cough cough. As soon as he left the lake, he started coughing continuously. While coughing, he spit out a large amount of bright red lake water, which looked very painful. So you woke up this man's lungs, but you still soaked him in the lake water. Is that what you meant? Serena silently retracted her nails and side teeth and said with a speechless expression, "Don't worry about those details." Dracula smiled awkwardly, and then walked straight to the lake. At this time, the handsome young man with black hair finally spit out the blood-colored lake water that filled his lungs, and then subconsciously shouted, "Creaker. Hello, Mr. Black." Dracula walked up to the inferi, chuckled and looked down at his face hidden under the black hair. "It's Mr. Black, right? I'm with you. I saw the Black family crest on my chest." After Dracula's magical transformation, this inferi is completely different from its original appearance. His black hair, soaked in blood, hung loosely on his face, covering half of his cheeks. But from the image of the lower half of his face, you can still see his handsomeness and pride. At this time, the skin on his body no longer showed signs of swelling caused by long-term soaking. It was a little pale, but very fine. He looked like a rich young man who had not suffered much. Hearing Dracula's voice, he raised his head in confusion. "Ahem, who are you and why are you here?" he asked emotionally. "Where's Creaker? Where is Creaker? Calm down, Mr. Black." Dracula stretched out his index finger, and a pair of demon wings appeared on the fingertips. The young man sitting in the bloody lake seemed to have been poured a basin of cold water on him and immediately calmed down. "I guess you need to know what time it is now." Dracula couldn't help but recall the situation when he just woke up after 100 years of sleep, so he said, "It is 1992 now. I don't know if it is the same as what you remember. Is there some difference in time?" "What?" The black-haired young man suddenly opened his eyes. "Are you kidding? It is clearly 1979, which is 13 years different from the year you said. It seems that you lost your life 13 years ago." Dracula smiled. "Take a good look at the surrounding environment, Mr. Black. This is no longer the place where you were before you died. I put it there. You came to life." Hearing Dracula's horrifying words, the black-haired young man subconsciously turned his head and looked at everything around him blankly, with extremely confused emotions in his eyes. I remember, I should be in a very dark cave, dragged into the water by countless inferi." He murmured, "Yeah, I should be really dead already." Seeing that part of the young man's memory still existed, Dracula nodded with satisfaction. He casually sat back, and the blood-colored lake water surged up at the same time, forming a seat as clear as ruby under him. "Mr. Black, tell us your story." Dracula sat on the seat, crossed his legs leisurely, and looked attentive. "My name is Regulus Arcturus Black." The black-haired young man said calmly, "I can't remember much about the past. I only remember that I used to be a foodie. Dead apostle." He didn't know why, but he didn't resist the silver-haired man from the bottom of his heart. "It can be seen that you are a Death Eater." Dracula raised his eyes slightly. "I am more curious about why, as a core Death Eater with the Dark Mark, you were killed by Voldemort, and even cruelly made it into an inferi." "I don't know if I was made into an inferi, but I was not killed by the Dark Lord himself." A young man named Regulus Black said expressionlessly, "I remember it very clearly. I volunteered to die. I have discovered the secret to the Dark Lord's immortality, a secret that no other Death Eater has ever known." "Horcruxes, right?" Dracula said with interest. A look of surprise finally appeared on Regulus's face, and he looked back at Dracula. "Yes, it is indeed a Horcrux. I have learned about this kind of evil thing from the family's dark magic collection," he said softly. "In order to prevent the Dark Lord from immortality, I voluntarily entered the many traps he set and took his Horcrux." "Wait a minute." Serena didn't know when she came to the side of the two of them, frowning in confusion. "You should be the Dark Lord's trusted subordinate, right? Why would you want to destroy him? What about eternal life?" As she spoke, Serena glanced at Dracula, pointed at the chair he was sitting on, and then pointed behind her. Dracula laughed, waved his hand casually, and conjured a ruby chair of the same style for Serena. "The Dark Lord, his usual methods are too cruel. He doesn't care about anyone except him." Regulus closed his eyes in pain, as if he was recalling his past as a Death Eater. "But I was just hesitant at first, and actually didn't want to betray him. Until one day, the Dark Lord asked me for a house elf for experimentation. I recommended Creaker." At this point, Regulus showed an extremely sad and hateful expression. "I told Creaker that he must do what the Dark Lord asked of him and then go home. Creaker's mind is full of my orders, because I want him to go home, so that he can muster up his last energy in despair and use the house elf's unique disintegration to break through the Dark Lord's counter curse. Go back to Blake's house." Regulus's eyes shed blood-red tears. His body was not completely out of the realm of the inferi, so he had no tears. These tears are the blood Dracula uses to repair his organs. "I actually pushed Creaker into the center of pain and the edge of death with my own hands," he said with tears streaming down his face. "Creaker is my best friend and has been by my side since I was born. Family? But I personally pushed him into the sea of fire. Don't be too excited, Mr. Black. Calm down your emotions first. Dracula raised his hand, interrupting Regulus' grief. If you continue to be so excited, maybe the organs I just repaired will be damaged. It will break again, and I won't help you repair it again. It's not that it can't be repaired, it's just that Dracula hates repetitive tasks. Thank you, I will pay attention. Regulus raised his hand and brushed away the blood-red tears. Kreaker didn't tell me what he had gone through after he got home. After a moment, he continued, but I found clues from Kreaker's frightened expression and his weak body. So I ordered Kreaker, ask him to tell me exactly what happened before. After learning about the viciousness of the Dark Lord, I felt very angry, so I asked Kreaker to take me to the cave where the Dark Lord took him. It wasn't until that time that I finally found out that the Dark Lord wanted to use Horcruxes to gain eternal life. Regulus's mood became a little resentful again. A person like him can't even do it to his closest subordinates. Doesn't matter, he doesn't deserve eternal life. So I returned home and found someone to make a locket that was almost identical to the Dark Lord's Horcrux. Then I asked Kreaker to take me to the cave where he kept the Horcrux again. I personally drank the poison he arranged and took away the Dark Lord's Horcrux. Regulus fell silent, and the air fell into silence for a moment. So, you knew you were going to die from that moment on? After a while, Dracula asked. Yes, but I am willing to die. Regulus said, other than the Dark Lord, I should be the only one who knows about Horcruxes, and this has become my mission. If the Dark Lord really rules the entire world, there will no longer be happiness in the world. Even the Black family will eventually become a black dog at his mercy. What's more, the Dark Lord will discover his own destiny sooner or later. The Horcrux has been exchanged, so he will definitely not be able to let me go, and I will even implicate the entire family. So I can only die. This is the best ending for me. My parents and family, they don't know anything. As long as Voldemort doesn't want to expose the fact of Horcrux, he will not implicate the powerful Black family for no reason. The air was quiet again. Suddenly, a seat rose up from the lake, lifting Regulus' body still soaked in the lake water. This seat is no different from the ruby-shaped seat beneath Dracula and Selena. You are a hero, Mr. Black. Dracula stood up and patted Regulus on the shoulder with emotion. I didn't expect that an inferi that was resurrected casually would actually bring such wonderful story. I was initially interested in the inferi of Regulus because he was the only one who slipped through the net in that war. This made Dracula feel very embarrassed, so he wanted to study the reason. Later, when he discovered the emblem of the Black family on Regulus and the dark mark on the inside of his left arm, he became curious as to why such a Death Eater, who was obviously of high status, was killed by Voldemort, made into an inferi. So Dracula resurrected Regulus, hoping to have some fun with whatever memories he might have left. However, he did not expect that such a humble inferi would bring such a touching story. Dracula, who originally wanted to have fun, was moved instead, and he felt a little embarrassed. He turned his head and glanced at Serena secretly, only to find that she was burying her face in her hands, and her shoulders were twitching. Is little Serena moved to tears? Dracula raised the corners of his lips, chuckled and rubbed Serena's hair, messing up the place on her head where the black and white hair colors met. Dracula compared his performance with Serena's and suddenly no longer felt ashamed. No. Serena's mumbled voice came from between her hands. She shook her head resistingly, trying to shake off Dracula's hand, but failed. Mr. Black, please stay here during this period. Dracula gently smoothed Selena's hair, and at the same time turned to look at Regulus and said to him, you are no longer here. Now it's a wizard, at most it's a special inferi, a type of dark creature. The blood lake here has a very good nourishing effect on dark creatures. You should stay here for a few more days and try your best to recuperate the organs in your body that have long ceased to function. Cherish this opportunity, few people can enter this blood lake. Pulling in the tearful Serena, Dracula was ready to find something else to divert his attention. How could the indifferent Earl be moved by a young man? Wait a moment. Before taking a few steps, Dracula was stopped by Regulus behind him. Dracula stopped and turned to look at him. Sir, I don't know your name yet. Regulus seemed to have finally recovered from his excitement and stood up from the ruby-like seat. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. He adjusted his faded robe to make it look more appropriate. You rescued me from the inferi and even helped me retrieve my memories of my life. This is nothing short of a gift of reincarnation. He bowed deeply to Dracula. This kindness I will definitely look for opportunities to repay you in the future. You can call me Dracula. Looking at Regulus, who behaved solemnly, Dracula also turned around and looked at him head-on. As for the grace of reincarnation, there is no need to mention it. I will resurrect you. I don't have any good intentions, I just want to have some fun for myself. No matter what your original intention of saving me is, to me it is all about kindness and kindness. Regulus said with a solemn expression, members of the Black family will not ignore the kindness of others. Then, he became a little embarrassed again. In addition, I actually have another unkind request. Tell me about it. Dracula said with interest. I want to see Kreaker. I don't know if he listened to my order and tried to find a way to destroy the Dark Lord's Horcrux. Regulus said softly, I don't know if he has followed my orders in the 13 years since I was away. How are you doing, and how is my family? I also want to ask you what the situation is like outside now. I don't know if the Dark Lord was defeated by Dumbledore, or if the wizarding world was really ruled by him. I lost my wand, and I couldn't even feel the presence of magic all over my body, so I didn't know what to do. How to get out of here? Dracula looked at his serious expression and nodded silently. Just 11 years ago, the Dark Lord failed, he said, but he was not defeated at the hands of Dumbledore, but at the hands of a baby. Regulus looked extremely shocked. Don't question me yet. Dracula raised his hand to stop his questioning. You will naturally know these things after you go out. This is something everyone in the magic world knows. As for finding your house elf, no problem, I can take you there myself. Dracula originally did not intend to pay attention to Regulus's request, because the body of the inferi was far from being completely repaired, and Dracula was too lazy to help him repair it again. But when he heard what Regulus said about Horcruxes, he suddenly became interested. Since Voldemort was not completely killed by his own death curse 11 years ago, nor was he completely annihilated in Dracula's bloody water prison some time ago, it means that at least one of his Horcruxes still exists. World. In other words, the house elf in Regulus's house probably did not find a way to destroy the Horcrux. Dracula suddenly realized that he had an opportunity to obtain Voldemort's Horcrux. He has long wanted to study such strange things as Horcruxes, so Dracula agreed to Regulus' request without hesitation. Selena, you stay here to look after the house, and you must take good care of the castle. He looked at Serena and said to her, I will take Mr. Black home to have a look. At this time, Serena had not yet recovered from her emotional state, and her expression was blank. She watched helplessly as Dracula asked about the location of Black's house, and then a dark moon flashed past and the two disappeared. It was only then that Serena realized that she was once again thrown into the castle as a housekeeper by Dracula, while Dracula himself continued to be his hands-off shopkeeper. Ah, how could there be such a hateful vampire? Serena stamped her feet angrily, then spread her black and white wings and flew back to her room to sulk. Borough of Islington, London, England. A dark moon suddenly appeared in a small square, and Dracula and Regulus stood on a deserted and messy grassland in the center of the square. The houses around the small square all looked eerie and alienated from people thousands of miles away. Some houses have broken windows that gleam miserably in the street lights, paint is peeling off many doors, and a few have garbage piled outside their front steps. I came to the right place, right? The Black family lives here. Dracula looked at Regulus next to him and asked with some suspicion, I feel that this kind of place is more suitable for vampires and inferi to live. It is indeed here, but it seems that this area has not been taken care of for a long time. Regulus looked around, with a hint of bad emotion in his eyes. He took the lead out of the messy grass, crossed the road, and came to the sidewalk, looking at the gloomy doors and windows. Mr. Dracula, please remember an address, 12 Grimmauld Place. When he saw Dracula following him, Regulus turned to him and said, I understand, the loyalty spell, right? Dracula chuckled and nodded. As Dracula memorized the address 12 Grimmauld Place, a shabby door appeared out of thin air between numbers 11 and 13. Then came the grimy walls and grim windows, looking like an extra house that had suddenly swelled and pushed out everything on either side. Seeing the interested look on Dracula's face, Regulus couldn't help but show a proud expression. Mr. Dracula, please come this way. He stretched out his hand towards the door of number 12. The door in front of me looks very old, with peeling black paint and scratches all over it. The silver door knocker is in the shape of a coiled snake. There is no keyhole in the door, so it seems that it can only be opened by magic. Regulus walked to the door with extremely complicated emotions on his face. Then, he took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to ring the doorbell. Regulus pressed his hand on the old doorbell. Jingle bell. A harsh ringtone rang, instantly breaking the silence around him. Suddenly, a terrifying-sounding cry came from inside the door. It was hard to hear clearly through the door, but one could vaguely tell that it contained a lot of insults and curse words. Hearing this voice, Regulus seemed to be relieved. It sounds like my mother's voice. He glanced at Dracula and explained with some embarrassment, because I don't have a wand now and I have lost my magic power, so I can only ask my family to help me open the door. Dracula nodded and stood waiting at the door with Regulus. But no one opened the door for them. The shouts in the room gradually became noisy, as if many people's voices were superimposed together, making it noisy, and countless unpleasant and harsh words came from those voices. Regulus's face gradually changed, becoming paler than before. Dracula glanced at him and realized that the situation seemed to be different from Regulus' original expectation, so he raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. The door opened quietly. What they saw before them was an almost dark hallway. Waves of wet, dusty smell came out, and there was also a sweet rotten smell. It feels like an empty house that has been abandoned for a long time. Regulus took a few steps to the side. Even in this darkness, he easily found the gas light switch in the room by relying on the habits he had developed over the years. With a rustling sound, a row of old-fashioned gas lamps on the wall lit up, casting a dangling, unreal light into the long, gloomy foyer, illuminating the peeling wallpaper and on the threaded carpet. There is a spiderweb-shaped chandelier above the head that shines slightly. The branches of the chandelier above the head and the candlestick placed on a rickety table next to it are all made into the shape of a big snake, which seems to be showing the cloth. The identity of Slytherin throughout the generations of the Graham family. On the wall next to them hung crookedly some portraits blackened by age. At this time, all the portraits woke up, and those noisy shouts came from the mouths of these portraits. The whole house was deserted. Did my naughty son finally escape? A huge portrait hung beside a moth-eaten and moldy curtain. It showed an old lady wearing a black pointed hat, yelling angrily. It was also she who woke up the other portraits around her, causing them to shout with her. Is that pure blood disgrace, filthy traitor, and scum of the family finally willing to go home? The old lady shouted. I would rather he died in Azkaban. After seeing the portrait of the old lady, Regulus didn't even hear what she said. He lost control of his emotions and walked under her portrait tremblingly. The old lady's scolding voice suddenly became quiet. With an incredulous expression on her face, she stared blankly at Regulus, who was walking from the door step by step. Is it really you, Regulus, my good son? Her original fierce emotions seemed to be smoothed out in an instant, as if she had changed from a scolding old lady to a gentle mother. It's me. Regulus burst into tears. I'm back, mother. The other portraits around him gradually became quiet, staring at the scene in front of them in a daze. Without the portrait noticing, Dracula walked in from the corner of the corridor and looked curiously at the portraits all over the wall. He saw that the portrait of the old lady had the words Walburga Black written on it. You are not dead, Regulus. Mrs. Walburga Black said. Kriaker said you died in the Dark Lord's cave. You don't know how sad I was. Did you know? Your father Orion passed away not long after you left. And your rebellious and shameful brother never came back. Well, his pure-blooded traitor doesn't deserve to come back. The family home handed down from the ancestors of Black. She laughed crazily, but her eyes turned dark again. Then I was the only one left in this family. Regulus, after so many years, why haven't you come home to take a look? Regulus looked at his mother's eyes sadly, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, I am dead, mother. I was made into an inferi by the Dark Lord's magic, and my memory was restored by Mr. Dracula until yesterday. Oh, Merlin's beard. Walburga covered his mouth. You mean? I am no longer a wizard, mother. Regulus said, I am just the most despicable inferi now. In fact, I am no longer worthy of returning to this family. You actually turned into an inferi. A portrait of the older generation of the Black family suddenly spoke. You have become a shame to the Black family? Such a dirty species and stain on the bloodline cannot be ignored. Will be allowed into the Black family home? His words made Regulus look extremely ugly and feel extremely heavy. He turned around and prepared to leave this house that made him sad. Just then, Walburga Black spoke. Shut up, she shouted angrily at the stubborn old portrait. This is my son. I don't care what he becomes, he is my son no matter what. Regulus's steps stopped and his eyes became bright. He couldn't believe that his mother, who valued the purity of her bloodline and cared so much about the honor of her family, would say such a thing. She admitted a son who had become an inferi? By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. Regulus, stay at home. Walburga urged Regulus loudly, this will always be your home, no matter what you become. After you and your father leave, the many years I have spent here are enough for me to think about this matter clearly. Okay. Regulus turned around, blood-like tears filling his eyes again. However, more elders of the Black family stood up and jointly accused Walburga of violating the ancestral precepts. And Walburga also showed off her scolding momentum. She suppressed a group of old guys from the Black family by herself, verbally quarreled with the scholars, and scolded them unclearly from east to west. Dracula looked at this scene with a chuckle, and said to a painting next to him that was hiding in a corner and watching the fun. Your family portraits are very vibrant, Principal Black. Actually, they are not always so unqualified, Mr. Count. Phineas Black, who had sparse eyebrows and a goatee, smiled awkwardly. It's just that I saw little Regulus come back today, which made them a little excited. Phineas Black was embarrassed now. He was dozing off in the principal's office, but suddenly he sensed some considerable commotion in the Black ancestral residence, and thought of coming to take a look at the excitement. Who knew that when he arrived, he saw two groups of people yelling at each other and greeting each other's families. Moreover, these portraits seemed not to have occurred to them at all for a while. They all came from the same family, and the family members they greeted were all their own family members. What made Principal Black even more embarrassed was that he also met the powerful Count Dracula, a frequent visitor to the principal's office. Here. Now all the family scandal has been exposed. Let them argue first, Mr. Black. Dracula listened to the quarrel between these portraits for half an hour. When he got tired of hearing it, he walked over to Regulus who was stunned and patted him. We have other things to do, don't forget Voldemort's Horcrux. Regulus suddenly woke up and hurriedly left the noisy corridor, leading Dracula towards the stairs leading to the second floor. After walking past the long, bug-eyed curtains on both sides of the portrait, and around a large umbrella stand that looked like it was made of a severed leg of a troll, we arrived at the dark staircase. Walking up the dark stairs, there is a row of small wrinkled heads clustered on the wall panel next to the stairs. Dracula cast a dull glance at the heads and frowned. Those were the heads of house elves, and they all had the same distinctive big noses. These heads, are they all house elves who once served your family? Dracula's face darkened. Regulus's expression stiffened. Yes, they were all house elves who served the Black family all their lives, and their heads were chopped off after death. He explained with some embarrassment, this is passed down from grandmother Eladara's generation. Most of the bad habits were left behind by the old guys who were arguing with my mother. Tisk, The house elves have dedicated their lives to wizards like you, but they ended up like this in the end. Dracula said in a mocking tone, it seems that the decline of pure blood families in the magical world is not without reason. Dracula has always believed that the existence of the house elf race is deformed. This race clearly possesses considerable intelligence and considerable magical abilities, but they rely on wizards throughout their lives and regard serving wizards as the value of life. Such a race deserves at least the most basic respect from wizards. Actually, we have been working hard to change these bad habits, but time has not given us more opportunities. Regulus said softly, when it comes to my mother's generation, she has always gotten along very well with Kriakar, so she doesn't in favor of chopping off the heads of house elves. However, these heads left by the predecessors are stuck to the wall with permanent sticking spells. We, the descendants, have no way to remove them. He looked at the row of neatly arranged house elf heads in front of him and sighed deeply. Permanent sticking spell, right? Dracula looked at the wall next to him and raised the corners of his mouth coldly. The next moment, he stretched out his nails, pointed them like a knife, and suddenly swung his left hand. A sharp invisible light blade instantly cut through the wall, cutting off the heads of the row of house elves along with the entire outer layer of the wall. Reparo. Dracula waved his hand casually and repaired the wall he destroyed. Okay, the heads of these house elves are placed here. He placed the long piece of cut stone on the stairs leading to the second floor and said to Regulus, when you have time remember to bury them when they are empty, so that they can rest in peace. Regulus stared dumbfoundedly at Dracula's smooth movements, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. I understand, Mr. Dracula. He nodded. After smoothly handling the house elf head on the wall, the two came to the living room on the second floor. The second floor living room of Blake's house was a mess, with dust, cobwebs, and mold everywhere. Still, the layout gives a hint that at least it was once gorgeous and sophisticated. There was a large, dirty window in the living room that afforded an unobstructed view of the street in front of the house. A large fireplace without a flame for a long time is located in the front of the living room, flanked by two gorgeous glass cabinets. One wall of the living room is covered with a tapestry depicting a tree-like diagram. The tapestry looked very old, and the color was dull, as if foxes had bitten it in several places. However, the gold thread embroidered on it still shines. It is a branching family tree that can be traced back to the Middle Ages. There are several large words embroidered on the tapestry. The noble and oldest black family is always pure. So this is your family tree. Dracula looked at this tapestry and immediately became interested. He walked to the tapestry and looked at it carefully. He saw many celebrities from this family tree. Even if he didn't pay much attention to current events in the magical world, he could easily identify them. Near the top of the tapestry are the names of Phineas Nigelis, the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history, and near Headmaster Black's name is Araminta Meliver. Lun, she tried to force through a Ministry of Magic decree legalizing the killing of muggles. There are quite a few famous people in your family, Dracula said with a chuckle, but they don't seem to be good people. Because most of the good guys in the traditional sense don't really agree with the family's ideals, they were eventually removed from the family tree. Regulus said helplessly. Then your family is really interesting. Dracula laughed casually. Then, he pointed to the name at the bottom of the family tree Regulus Arcturus. Following the birth date is a death date, 1979. That's your name, right? Dracula asked. Regulus looked at his name vaguely, looked at the date of death after his birth date, and nodded slowly. Actually, I often think that I am still the same Regulus Black as before. He said softly, I forget that I have become an inferi, a stain on the pure bloodline that was spurned by my ancestors. If only their so-called pure blood was not a stain, then the Black family would not be reduced to what it is now. Dracula chuckled, if you ask me, dark creatures and wizards there is no big difference. Whether you can reach higher heights depends on your own choice. The four founders of Hogwarts can be said to be wizards with the most pure blood, right? But Godric and the others never cared about the purity of their blood, and even went as far as to let muggle-born wizards enter the school to study. Salazar fell out. As for Salazar, the founder of Slytherin that your family admires most, he actually doesn't care about the so-called purity of blood. He refuses admission to muggle-born wizards because he is just worried about Hogwarts. It's just concealment and safety. Dracula said this and patted Regulus on the shoulder happily. So be a dark creature, Mr. Black. But after I became an inferi, I couldn't even feel the existence of magic power in my body. Regulus said with some confusion, I don't know what to do in the future now. Maybe I can only stay at home and be one of them in your eyes. You are a traitor to your bloodline. It seems that you still don't trust my necromancy. Dracula raised his lips and said to Regulus, don't worry. After all your organs are repaired, your bloodline will also be restored. Once it is completed, the magic power will naturally be derived from your body again. Of course, there will still be some minor differences from before. The regenerated magic power in your body will be converted into dark attributes. But you don't have to worry about this, right? There are so many dark magic books in the Black family. Regulus was a little stunned at first, and then smiled in relief. At this moment, a house elf suddenly walked into the living room on the second floor tremblingly. Master Regulus, is that you? He opened his eyes wide, rubbed his bloodshot and muddy eyes in disbelief, and made a hoarse, low voice like a bullfrog. Dracula moved his eyes over and saw an extremely old and ugly house elf. His head was bald, but a lot of white hair grew out of his two big bat-like ears. Except for a dirty rag around his skinny waist, He was almost naked, and his exposed skin turned up countless times. There seemed to be many times more folds than his body actually needed. Regulus smiled happily when he saw this ugly house elf. "It's me," he said with a smile, "I'm back, Creaker." Hearing the familiar yet unfamiliar voice of Regulus, Creaker could no longer control the emotions in his heart. He rushed to the young master he longed for, knelt on the ground and hugged his legs. You, Master Regulus, you are finally back." He cried bitterly for a long time, and until he calmed down a little, he managed to say his first complete sentence. "Master Regulus, go and take a look. The wall on the stairs on the second floor has been demolished," he said in a panic. "I wanted to cut off the head and glue it back on like my mother, but now it's not. Opportunity." After hearing Creaker's words, Dracula's face immediately darkened. "Well, the house elf is hopeless. Ahem, Creaker, that plaque on the wall will not be used again," Regulus said awkwardly. "After today, even if your lifespan comes to an end, we will not use your heads again. It's hanging on the wall." "Huh." Creaker seemed a little disappointed and said in a sharp voice, but Creaker's biggest dream is to cut off his head like my mother and stick it on that plaque. This it is the highest honor for the house elves of our black family." Regulus held his forehead and saw Dracula's eyes watching the show from the corner of his eye, feeling a little embarrassed. "Creaker, actually this practice of cutting off the heads of house elves is not good." He tried to explain to Creaker, "This is disrespectful and irresponsible behavior towards you. Master Regulus, did Creaker do something wrong and you are dissatisfied with me?" Creaker continued to say aggrievedly in his ugly voice. Then he seemed to suddenly think of something and jumped up suddenly. "It occurred to me that Master Regulus must be blaming Creaker for not destroying that dim locket," he shouted. "To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple." As he spoke, he banged his head against the fireplace nearby, chanting painfully as he hit it. "Bad Creaker? Stupid Creaker. Stop, Creaker," Regulus shouted. Only then did Creaker stop his movements because of his instinct to obey orders. "Listen to me, Creaker. I don't blame you at all." Regulus knelt down, came to Creaker, and looked directly into his eyes. "Not everyone can destroy the Dark Lord's things. It's normal that it can't be destroyed. Now bring me that locket and I will find a way to destroy it." Creaker looked at the sincere expression of Master Regulus who was close to Chi-Chi, and tears flashed faintly in his eyes. However, at the next moment, his eyes suddenly changed and he suddenly took a few steps back. "No, the aura on your body is different from Master Regulus," he cried loudly, while trembling and speaking very firmly. "Master Regulus is dead. You must be the Dark Lord pretending to be. Yes, I want to defraud Master Regulus of the Horcrux he gave his life for. I will never hand over that locket to my death." After saying this, he wiped away his tears and disappeared with a bang. Regulus looked at this scene in astonishment, and then a deep feeling of powerlessness emerged in his heart. "Mr. Dracula, am I really no longer myself in this body of the Inferi?" he said sadly. "I never thought that even Creaker would not recognize me. My day. Of course the aura of the Inferi is different from that of wizards. It's normal for house elves to be suspicious." Dracula walked over from the tapestry and said to him, "After you and your mother passed away one after another, Creaker actually the master should become your brother, right? There is no master-servant contract between you? What's more, he saw you die in that cave with his own eyes, and you gave him countless instructions to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux, so he will be even more vigilant about this matter. You should be happy that your house elf is still as alert as it should be. But if Creaker doesn't recognize me, how can we get back the Dark Lord's Horcrux?" Regulus asked worriedly. "Didn't you tell me that the Dark Lord might come back at any time?" Dracula didn't reply, but crossed his arms and walked to the place where Creaker disappeared. "Even though I have seen it many times, I still have to sigh that the disappearation of house elves is much more interesting than that of wizards," he said with a chuckle. Then, Dracula stretched out a hand forward and groped carefully in the air, as if looking for something. When his hand touched the height of Creaker's shoulder, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly thrust his hand into the void. Dracula's slender fingers seemed to penetrate the space and disappeared into the living room of Blake's house. Then he exerted a little force, pulled his elbow back, and retracted his fingers from the other side of the space. He could see that he was holding the neck of a house elf with wrinkled skin and an ugly face in his hand. "This is the Creaker who just operated away." Creaker looked at the familiar living room and seemed a little dazed. However, the next second he was thrown out by Dracula. "Regulus, has your house elf not had a bath in decades?" He slapped his palms in disgust and glanced at Regulus. "Creaker's body is covered in mud, especially it's inside the folds of the skin. I suggest you give him a good cleansing later." At this time, Creaker finally reacted and climbed up from the floor in the living room. You are an evil demon. You should not be admitted to the Black family." There was fear and horror in his eyes. At the same time, he trembled and took 2 steps back, intending to use apparition to escape from here again. Seeing this, Dracula raised his hand and held it in vain. Creaker was instantly bound to the ground by an invisible force, unable to move at all. "You 2 devils, kill me." Seeing that he couldn't resist, Creaker simply closed his eyes and said as if he were dead, "I will never hand over what Master Regulus gave his life for." Seeing Creaker comfortably die, Dracula looked at Regulus with a smile. "Your house elf says you are a devil," he laughed. Regulus shook his head helplessly, came to Creaker, and knelt down. Creaker, I am really your master Regulus. He said softly to Creaker, open your eyes and take a closer look. Do you really not recognize me? This will make me very sad. It's sad. Creaker had no intention of opening his eyes, but tears were streaming down from the corners of his eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. Master Regulus is dead. He was dragged into the lake by Countless in fury. It's all my fault. I couldn't save Master Regulus. He sobbed loudly. But even if he is dead, you will not let him go. He will still be pretended to be him by you despicable, nasty, cruel devils to defraud him of the things he exchanged for his life. I won't let you succeed. Regulus smiled helplessly, sat cross-legged on the ground, and looked down at Creaker's ugly face. Let's do this, Creaker. He said gently, I will sit here and tell you the story of my childhood and our experiences together. This may make you no longer doubt my identity. Without waiting for Creaker to respond, Regulus continued to tell the story of his past. He told it very carefully, as if these stories were not told to Creaker, but were slowly retrieving the vague memories of his life. I still remember that I was the youngest child of my parents, and I had a rebellious brother. Growing up, my rebellious brother liked to go against his father and mother. He even broke the rules after he entered Hogwarts. The tradition of the Lycian family joins Gryffindor house. I know my parents' anger towards my older brother and their expectations for my younger son, so I try my best to obey them and live the way they want me to live. Because I know that only in this way can I make my parents happy. Later, I also entered Hogwarts. Living up to my parents' expectations, I entered Slytherin College. In my second year, I became the seeker of the Slytherin College Quidditch team, and I played hard. Beating the Gryffindor team ruthlessly made my Gryffindor brother very embarrassed. After I wrote the news to my mother, she was happy about it for a long time. Every time she saw me and my brother, she would make him angry about it. My parents also told him, Regulus I was a better son and I've always been proud of that. Creaker's raging tears gradually stopped, and he pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Everyone knows these things. There is no way for you to use these things to prove that you are Master Regulus. He muttered, but his heart had begun to waver a little. Okay. Regulus smiled softly, then I will tell you something that few people know. I have always admired the Dark Lord since I was a child and agreed with his ideal of pure blood supremacy. And I did really well. Before I graduated, I received a dark mark personally given by him. After graduation, of course I joined the Death Eaters. I am proud of it. But I later realized that I was still too young. In reality, the cruelty of Death Eaters is completely different from what I imagined. At first, I thought that Death Eaters would not torture Muggles and Muggle wizards as they did later. Everyone only followed the Dark Lord for their own blood and strength. But then I discovered that under the influence of the Dark Lord, everyone it became cruel, extreme, and violent. I didn't know that this was wrong, but I didn't have the courage to resist. What really made me decide to betray the Death Eaters was the moment the Dark Lord tried to kill you. Regulus looked at Creaker in front of him and said in a low tone, You respect my orders so much, because I told you to remember to go home after completing the Dark Lord's mission, so you used your remaining strength to return home. Creaker, I am sorry for you, and I have to kill you with my own hands. Pushed into that abyss. No, Master Regulus, you did not. Creaker finally opened his eyes and cried bitterly. Don't worry, listen to me. Regulus smiled reassuringly at him. After listening to what you told me, I became suspicious of the Dark Lord's confirmation that he would not die. I used to watch I have seen magic like Horcruxes, and his performance confirmed that the locket is his Horcrux. The Dark Lord is too arrogant. He thinks that no one will know this kind of profound magic, and he doesn't believe that a young man like me, who is less than 20 years old, has any knowledge of it. That's why he gave me the opportunity to exchange his soul. Opportunity. At this time, although Creaker was unable to move due to Dracula's imprisonment, he was already crying. Can you tell me what you wrote in the fake locket? He sobbed. That note is only known to Master Regulus and Creaker. Regulus smiled. To the Dark Lord. He read slowly, I know that when you read this letter, I will be dead, but I want you to know, I discovered this secret of yours, and I have taken it away. We have found the real Horcrux and will destroy it as soon as possible. I'm willing to risk my life for you, a mere mortal of flesh and blood when I meet my opponent. R.A.B. Regulus read the last 3 letters one by one, and Creaker finally burst into tears. You are really Master Regulus. Creaker suddenly felt that he could move. He stood up and banged his head against the corner of the table next to him. Creaker actually dared to doubt Regulus. With the identity of Master Lay, Creaker deserves to die. However, before he hit the corner of the table, he was held in Regulus's cold arms. Although the body of the Inferi is very cold, Creaker feels that this is the warmest moment in more than 10 years. Dracula looked at the warm scene in front of him with disgust. The handsome Inferi hugged the ugly house elf. He shrugged and walked to the sofa in the living room boredly. He drove away a few vixen eggs that were hatching under the sofa. He used the disappearing spell to clear away the dead velvet on the sofa and used the cleaning spell to clean the sofa. After cleaning the outside thoroughly, he lay down lazily. Now your Master Regulus is no longer a devil. Dracula poured himself a glass of red wine. While shaking the glass, he asked the 2 people hugging each other with a half smile. The 2 people hugging each other realized that there were guests in the living room and stood up awkwardly. If it weren't for the fact that the skin of the inferi and house elves didn't change color easily, I'm afraid they would have turned as red as a salamander's skin. Kriaker, it was Dracula who saved me from the state of a walking corpse. Regulus introduced Kriaker. He is my savior. Kriaker quickly bowed deeply to Dracula, his head almost touching the ground. Master Dracula is Master Regulus's savior, so he is also Kriaker's savior? The Black family welcomes Master Dracula, he said seriously. My face changed quite quickly. Dracula took a sip of wine and said with interest, just now he was screaming like a devil, but now he is welcoming me. Kriaker scratched the back of his head. Okay, hurry up and get Voldemort's Horcrux. Dracula said, I've been waiting for a long time. No problem, Lord Dracula. Kriaker nodded and disappeared with a bang again. But it doesn't take Dracula to bring him back this time. Within 2 minutes, with another bang, his figure appeared in the living room, holding an oval locket in his hand. Master Regulus, Master Dracula, this is what Master Regulus paid for with his life. Kriaker handed the locket to Regulus's hand, his expression sad again. I tried many ways, but there was no way to destroy it. Kriaker is a useless house elf. Regulus heard this and quickly grabbed Kriaker to prevent him from getting distracted again and doing something like grabbing the ground with his head again. Kriaker, there is no need to blame yourself. Dark magic items such as Horcruxes are indeed indestructible. He comforted, even if I were to do it, I wouldn't be sure to destroy it. Dracula looked at the locket in Regulus' hand and raised the corners of his mouth with interest. He placed the goblet on the low table next to him and extended a hand to Regulus. Let me take a look. Regulus handed the locket to Dracula naturally without any hesitation. Dracula was very satisfied with Regulus's performance, smiled and nodded to him, then looked down at the Horcrux in his hand. It was a golden locket with a sparkling green gemstone in the shape of a snake, like a real viper. Seeing the shape of the locket, Dracula's eyes showed surprise. Why does this thing look so familiar? He thought and pressed the button on the front of the locket. However, the lid did not pop open like an ordinary locket, and the upper and lower halves were still firmly stuck together. Master Dracula, I tried, but this box cannot be opened no matter what. Kriaker said next to him. Dracula didn't speak, just looked at the snake-shaped emerald on the box. He suddenly realized where he had seen this Horcrux. This was Salazar Slytherin's locket? Things are getting interesting. Dracula raised his lips and stuffed the locket into his pocket. Regulus looked at him with a puzzled look in his eyes. Mr. Dracula, haven't even you found a way to destroy the Dark Lord's Horcrux? He asked. In Regulus's opinion, Dracula, a being who is good at necromancy and can even recall the memories of the inferi, should be very familiar with dark magic items like Horcruxes. If even he couldn't destroy the Horcrux, wouldn't it be true that there was nothing he could do to deal with the Dark Lord? Wrong. Dracula chuckled. If you want to destroy it, I have countless ways to crack it with such a low-tech thing. Then why don't you do it now? Regulus asked doubtfully. Let's put it this way, this locket is related to an old friend of mine. Dracula said softly, he left too few things, so I don't want to destroy it directly. Just leave this thing here with me. Believe me, when the time is right, I will solve this problem. Dracula chuckled. Number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging. Harry was picked up in a flying car by Wes's 3 brothers, Fred, George, and Ron. Listening to Uncle Vernon's angry roar from the window, he happily rolled down the window and let the evening breeze flap his hair. Harry couldn't believe it. He was free. See you next summer. Harry stuck his head out of the window and shouted to Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Cousin Dudley who were standing blankly at the window. The Weasley brothers laughed, and Harry leaned back in his chair, grinning from ear to ear. Harry, can you tell us what happened during this holiday? Ron asked impatiently after the car flew completely into the night sky. You didn't even reply to a letter. I was really worried to death. At first I thought something was wrong with Errol. Who is Errol? Harry asked. We have an owl at home, Ron explained. It's old and exhausted when delivering letters. So I wanted to borrow Hermes Dash. Who is Gems? The owl that Percy's parents bought for him when he became a prefect. Fred, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned around and said. Harry was afraid that he would accidentally drive and hit something. But Percy wouldn't lend it to me, said Ron, saying he wanted to use it himself. Percy is very weird this summer, George complained with a frown. He asked Hermes to send a lot of letters, and he always locked himself in the room. I don't understand. The prefect's badge needs to be polished. So many times. You're driving too far west, Fred. As he spoke, he pointed at a compass on the dashboard. Fred turned the wheel. Then you drove the car out. Does your father know? In fact, Harry had already guessed the truth before asking this question. Oh, I don't know, Ron said. He's working overtime tonight. I hope we can drive the car into the garage quietly without my mother finding out. Otherwise, my father will be killed badly by us. Harry mentally observed 2 seconds of silence for Mr. Weasley. Suddenly, Ron seemed to realize something and turned to look at Harry with wide eyes. Wait a minute, were you changing the subject just now? He asked. I didn't. Harry turned his head in embarrassment when the truth was revealed and looked at the big moon outside the window. You're just changing the subject. Ron said firmly, tell us quickly, what did you do during the holidays? Harry instinctively didn't want to tell others about the diary, so he hesitated and concealed Tom's role in the incident. I locked up my Hedwig in order to take revenge on the Dursleys, so I ruined a big business of Uncle Vernon. He muttered, then I was completely nailed to the room, and only 2 meals and only 2 chances to go to the toilet. They are too abominable. Fred clenched his fists and waved angrily. His movements frightened George next to him and quickly reached out his hand to help straighten the vacant steering wheel. Hedwig was imprisoned by them, so it's understandable that you didn't send us a letter. Ron nodded thoughtfully, but why can't Errol find you? What? He couldn't find me. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, at first I thought Errol had painted the lake. It wasn't until Hermione wrote to tell me that her owl couldn't find you that Fred and George realized something was wrong. Ron said, it's because of this problem that we decided to secretly come to your house to see if there is anything wrong with you. That's right, the reason why the owl can't find you is probably because of a spell called the avoidance curse. George said from the passenger seat. Fred and I used to do something to prevent our mother's roaring letters from coming to our door. I've researched this spell, but unfortunately it didn't work. He showed a very regretful expression. This is a very advanced spell. Wizards who don't want to be disturbed by owls or found by others will use this spell. Fred said, but if this spell appears in the Muggle community, and it's been covered for a whole month, which is very wrong. Anyway, Fred and George were right. Ron said happily. If they hadn't realized something was wrong, I might not have found out that you were locked up until school started. A happy smile also appeared on Harry's face. The flying car sped along, and when the 4 little wizards approached the destination of their trip, a faint red glow appeared on the eastern horizon. The rising sun gradually turned the clear, cloudless sky into a rose-like color. This rosy red glow seemed to indicate that a beautiful day was about to begin. The village of Ottery St. Catchpole arrived. Fred skillfully landed the car next to a shabby garage. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had stolen Mr. Weasley's flying car. There is a small yard surrounding the garage. This small courtyard seemed to have been a large pigsty built with stones. Later, some rooms were added here and there, and it was built up to several stories high, crookedly. No serious architect would build such a house, and such a crooked house would be completely impossible to appear in the Muggle world. After all, even the Leaning Tower of Pisa cannot violate physics so seriously, let alone be so different from human aesthetics. Then there is only one answer. This house is pieced together by magic. The 4 of them got out of the car quietly. Harry saw 4 or 5 chimneys standing on the crooked red roof. A sign was inserted diagonally in front of the house that read the Burrow. It's not that good here, Harry. Ron said uneasily. I know the construction here, is a bit crude, but I promise, the house will never fall down suddenly while you are sleeping. What a shame. Harry shook his head and said excitedly, on the contrary, this place is great. After escaping from the prison of number 4 Privet Drive, he felt that everywhere was paradise. What's more, this burrow owned by Wesley's family completely matches his yearning for all kinds of strange facilities in the magical world. After hearing Harry's comments, the 3 brothers West came to the house were very happy. They decided to go upstairs quietly and wait for Mrs. Weiss to surprise her when she called them for breakfast. However, the next moment, Ron's words of introduction were stuck in his mouth, his face suddenly turned green, and his eyes were staring straight in the direction of the house. Fred and George felt something was wrong and turned to look where Ron was looking. Mrs. Weasley walked quickly from across the yard, frightening the old hens and the big roosters in the yard and fled in all directions. What surprised Harry was that Mrs. Weasley, a fat, kind-hearted woman, could be as fierce as a grinning tigress. Not good, Fred said. It's not just bad, it's dead, George added. Mrs. Weasley stopped in front of them, with her hands on her hips, looking at the guilty faces of Fred, George, and Ron one by one. This atmosphere made Harry feel guilty and lowered his head silently. Mrs. Weasley wore a floral apron and carried a wand in her pocket. Okay, you 3, she said. Good morning, Mom. George winked and said cutely in what he thought was a relaxed and cute tone. Do you know how anxious I am? Mrs. Weasley ignored him and said in a heart-stopping low voice. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. I'm sorry, Mom, but we have to. Mrs. Weasley's 3 sons were all taller than she was, but when her anger broke out, they were all too frightened to answer. The bed is empty. No note was left. The car is gone. Maybe there was a car accident. I'm going crazy. She scolded loudly. Have you ever thought about it? I have so many children in my life, but you are the only one. The 3 are the most troublesome. Let's see how your father deals with you when he comes back. Bill, Charlie, and Percy have never had anything like this happen. Mrs. Weasley lectured them for what seemed like an hour, and Harry stood nearby, listening with trepidation. During the scolding, seeing that his mother had entered a state of selflessness, Fred quietly nudged George's hip with his elbow. George, you are 14 years old and you are not cute at all. His lips almost did not move, but the words he spoke were clearly transmitted to George's ears. There is no use being cute anymore. Mom won't take this trick. The only one who can save us now is Harry. George understood immediately and bumped Harry's left arm, who was standing on his right, with his hip bone, startling him. Harry, our lives are all in your hands. His lips barely moved, but Harry heard his voice. Now it's your turn, Harry, talk to Mom. Say hello and make her aware of your presence. Mom will be very happy to see you as a guest. She will soon forget about us secretly driving. Harry's lips moved. Looking at Mrs. Weasley who looked like an angry tigress, he hesitated a little. He didn't know if interrupting her lecture would make her even more angry, and he didn't know if his face would really be that useful. In short, he was a little timid. Quick, Harry, the sooner you divert Mother's attention, the sooner she will let us go. George's voice sounded again. Harry gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. After all, it was Wes's 3 brothers who rescued him from that cage. What's the big deal about getting scolded for them? So he stood up as if he was dead. Hello, Mrs. Weiss, Harry said weakly. Harry's voice immediately attracted Mrs. Weasley's attention. Ah, nice to see you, dear Harry, she shouted for a long time. Her voice was a little hoarse, but it was completely different from the rage just now. She said to Harry very kindly, come in and eat. Let's have some breakfast. She seemed to have forgotten about scolding the 3 boys who came to Wes's house, and turned around and walked back into the house with a cheerful face. Harry glanced nervously at Ron and the 3 of them, and found that they all gave him a thumbs up. The expressions in Fred and George's eyes could be seen at a glance, as if they were saying to him, well done. Life at the Burrow was very different from life at Privet Drive. The Dursleys like everything to be in order, but Wes's visit is full of magic and surprises. The mirror on the kitchen mantelpiece startled Harry. The first time he looked in the mirror suddenly shouted, tuck your shirt into your pants, you are so sloppy. There are also a few ghouls living in the attic of the Burrow. Whenever they feel that the home is too quiet, they will howl loudly and bang on the pipes. In addition, there were always small explosions in Fred and George's bedroom, which was considered completely normal by the Weasley family. Harry couldn't help but think of Fred and George whispering at last year's Christmas party the lofty ideal discussed. They want to create a firework that can engulf the entire Hogwarts castle. You can't really make them both succeed, can you? Harry was a little worried about the safety of Hogwarts castle. But none of the above is the most unusual thing about the Weiss family. In Harry's opinion, the most unusual part of Wesley's life is not the talking mirror, nor the knocking ghouls, nor the twins' bedrooms that make explosions all day long, but everything here. Everyone seems to like him. Mrs. Weasley very thoughtfully mended his old socks that had holes in them and Dudley couldn't fit them in. She forced Harry to add more to every meal several times, complaining that he was too thin. When you are growing, you must eat more. Mr. Weasley likes to let Harry sit next to him when eating, and keeps asking Harry about Muggle life, asking him about the plug and the post office. About a week after arriving at the Burrow, one fine morning, Harry received a letter from Hogwarts. Letter from the school, said Mr. Weasley, holding in his hand several letters from Hogwarts Public Owl. Harry and Ron both received an envelope of yellow parchment with green writing on it. Harry, Dumbledore already knows you are here, he said with emotion. Nothing can be hidden from this man. Mr. Weasley handed the little wizard's letters to their corresponding owners and looked at them with a look of relief. No one spoke for a while, everyone read their own letters. Harry's letter told him that he would still take the Hogwarts Express from King's Cross Station back to Hogwarts Castle on September 1st. Attached to the letter is a list of new books for the 2nd grade. Standard Spells, Level 2, by Miranda Gorshak. The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1,000 Miracle Herbs and Mushrooms by Phil Lidaspar. Except for Standard Spells written by Miranda Gorshak, which has been changed from Level 1 to Level 2, the other books are basically the same as the 1st grade book list, and there is nothing that requires additional purchase. But when he saw the last line, Harry's eyes widened. The last line of the book list reads, Randomly Picked Mistakes from Dark Arts, A Guide to Self-Defense by Brad Dracula. The title of this book does not look like a serious textbook at all, but more like a critical book that uses the influence of other authors. Generally, this kind of book is the least popular. But the crux of the matter is not here. Professor Dracula wrote a book. Harry looked at Ron sitting beside him with a blank look on his face. No way, a person as lazy as Professor Dracula actually wants to write a book. The look of confusion on Ron's face was no weaker than Harry's. He clearly didn't even bother to correct his homework. It seemed like he didn't even bother to correct the last one. None of the papers were written by him. After hearing Ron's words, Mr. Weasley looked up from the newspaper in his hand and frowned. So, you have met another unreliable defense against the dark arts professor, he said. Really, Hogwarts has not recruited many reliable defense against the dark arts professors in the past few decades. Professor? No, Dad, Professor Dracula is the most reliable defense against the dark arts professor I have seen in the past 5 years. Percy retorted after reading his letter. He told it in class, there are some problems in the book Black Magic, Self-Defense Guide, and this book may be published this year to help us correct the problems. Wait, you mean, this Professor Dracula has been re-elected for the 2nd year? Mr. Weasley opened his mouth wide, and the newspaper in his hand fell on his knees. Mr. Weiss was shocked to see the children in the living room nodding in unison. He took a breath. This Professor Dracula is too scary. I have never seen a defense against the dark arts professor who can be re-elected for a 2nd year in my life. Actually, there's nothing surprising about it. Mrs. Weasley, who started clearing the table, gave Mr. Weasley a rollicking look and said to him, I met Professor Dracula when I attended Lockhart's tea party at Mrs. Putty's tea house. He looks like an extremely powerful wizard at first glance. More importantly, he is also very handsome. Mrs. Weasley had stars in her eyes. It's such a pity that I was deceived by that liar Lockhart for so many years. She said sadly, if Professor Dracula hadn't captured Lockhart at that tea party, Dumbledore would have exposed it himself. His scandalous act of robbing other people's memories. I didn't even know Lockhart could be such a despicable and shameless villain. And have you forgotten? Professor Dracula also asked us to take something with us, which is the crystal ball we sent to Brown Castle when we went to Romania to visit Charlie. Mr. Weasley suddenly understood and slapped his thigh hard. So, Professor Dracula must be terrifyingly powerful. He looked at Ron and said, in that case, wouldn't it be great if he could publish a book? Okay, it's indeed very good, but I always feel that writing a book is not in line with the professor's style. Ron spread his hands. Just then, Fred and George walked over side by side. Actually, the two of us know the reason why Professor Dracula published the book. The two held their heads high and spoke inscrutably. How do you know the reason why Professor Dracula published the book? Ron looked at Fred and George and asked suspiciously. In the living room, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Percy and Harry also looked over with curiosity on their faces. Fred and George nodded with satisfaction and began to tell what they knew. You know Cedric Diggory, right? Fred said, he's in the 3rd grade. No, he's in the 4th grade now. Anyway, he was the one who took first place in the final exam of our grade. Then why don't you two hurry up and learn from Cedric? Mrs. Weasley put the piles of bowls aside, put her hands on her hips, and looked at the two naughty boys with apathy. Mom, that's not the point. George protested dissatisfied, the two of us are talking about things. Okay, I'd like to see what tricks you can come up with. Mrs. Weasley nodded and became quiet. Then, she picked up the bowl and threw it into the kitchen, letting the sponge floating in the air rub the bowl to create sparkling foam. Harry should know about this, right? Fred continued. Cedric got a pendant made by Professor Dracula. I remember you also got one at that time. Not only did he remember it, he even made the twin brothers lose 10 galleons. Harry nodded uncomfortably. He had a diary and Tom tutored him in his favorite defense against the dark arts class, and his grades naturally improved quickly. Yes, everyone knows that Cedric is number 1. But few people know that he almost became number 2. Fred didn't know what Harry was thinking, and continued to talk about the living room. Everyone inside said, how could it be? Isn't Cedric's score far ahead of the 2nd place? At this time, Mr. Vicey spoke. Amos Diggory has been showing off his performance in front of me all day long. Son, my ears are about to get calluses. Isn't Cedric as good as he says he is? Dad, as much as I hate to admit it, Cedric is just that good. George shrugged. His usual results can indeed keep him far away from the 2nd place. Oh, then why did you make a mistake this time? Did you make a mistake? Mr. Weiss folded the newspaper, put it on the table that had just been cleared, and looked at Fred and George intently. No, Cedric didn't make a mistake. George said mysteriously, it's just that he went to Professor Dracula's office before the exam. Get to the point, George. Percy couldn't stand the twins' constant show-off, and he yelled at the two of them. Percy really has no sense of humor. Fred curled his lips. Let's get to the point, George. They may be impatient to wait. The important point is later. George glanced at Percy sideways and said dissatisfiedly, before the final exam, Cedric went to Professor Dracula's office and asked a question. The general meaning was, when answering the questions in the test paper, should I write according to the content in the textbook Dark Magic, A Guide to Self-Defense, or according to what Professor Dracula taught in class? What George said is right, but do you know how Professor Dracula answered? Fred smirked and imitated Dracula's tone and said, Professor Dracula told him on the spot, I said the content that has been passed is correct. Any conflict with the textbook means there is a problem in the textbook. That's not right. Percy said in surprise, I filled in the answers on the test paper all from the textbook, but there was no deduction of points. This is the crux of the matter. George said to Percy, the final exam papers were not written by Professor Dracula at all, nor were they marked by him. He even forgot to tell Dumbledore, who was marking the papers, Professor, please explain this clearly. So, Cedric, who filled in his answers exactly according to Professor Dracula's lecture content, was tragically deducted a lot of points. Fred and George sang in harmony, if it weren't for the book the content is not too different from what the professor taught, so Cedric's first place is probably on the line. Alas, Cedric is really pitiful. Mr. Weiss shook his head with sigh, raised his cup and took a sip of water. Then, his eyes suddenly changed and he squirted out the water in his mouth. Wait, you just said, who is the person who corrects the test papers? He asked in shock. Dad, you heard that right, it's Professor Dumbledore. George said with a playful smile, the person who gave the paper was also Professor Dumbledore. I don't know what private deal he and Professor Dracula had reached. That's right, so it actually makes sense for Harry and Ron to have doubts about Professor Dracula being able to write a book. Fred said, how could Professor Dracula, such a lazy person, suddenly Kixayang ran to write a book? Yes, Fred. Ron asked in confusion, what does Professor Dracula's publication of a book have to do with Cedric's exam being deducted? By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. You don't understand this, little Luo. George said with a bad smile, a few days ago we invited you to go to the hillside opposite to play Quidditch with Cedric. On that day, Cedric Grams told us the secret. But at that time you actually refused our kindness in order to study your wizard chess at home. Hearing the shameful nickname Little Luo, Ron stood up and tried to fight George. Harry held him tightly beside him. Cedric told us that after he got his results, he went to Professor Dracula's office again. Fred continued, but this time he went to Professor Dracula to reason and asked him why he was so many points were deducted. This is why Professor Dracula published a book. George smiled. Cedric told us that the professor felt very embarrassed about this matter, so he planned to publish a book himself and select the characters from our textbooks. Everything wrong. Everyone present agreed with this explanation. If they were surprised that Dracula would take the trouble to write a book, then it was in keeping with Professor Dracula's character that he wrote a book because he had lost face. Just then, a dusty feather duster fell in from the crooked window. Harry looked at the feather duster and found that it was actually breathing. Errol! Ron shouted. He picked up the dirty, sick owl from the ground and pulled out a letter from under its wings. It finally brought Hermione's reply. I wrote to her before and told her that we were going to Dursley. The family will rescue you. He carried Errol to a crossbar by the back door and tried to get him to stand on it, but Errol was so tired that he fell down. Ron had no choice but to place it on the wider table and muttered, poor Errol. This feather duster. No, how old is this owl? Harry almost said what he was thinking, but in the middle of the sentence he changed his words to Fred in embarrassment. Fortunately, Wesley's family didn't care, maybe they thought so too. Errol, he is the owl that Bill's family bought for him when he first went to school. Fred shrugged and said to Harry, now, Bill has graduated 5 years ago. Harry counted on his fingers and found that Errol was already 12 years old, which was about the same age as the oldest owl. Then it's really not young anymore. Harry glanced at Errol sympathetically. Actually, we have long wanted him to enjoy his old age, but the family has always been too poor to open up the pot. Ginny will also go to school this year, and there are a lot of things to buy. Mr. Weasley sighed next to him, so we can only continue. It's been a hard time for old Errol for a while. When the family is rich, we will definitely find a good place for him to retire. Harry glanced at the old owl slumped on the table again, hoping that he could live until Wes came home and had a lot of money. By this time, Ron had finished reading Hermione's letter. Merlin's beard. Hermione is still busy doing homework during the summer vacation. He was shocked. That's right, so it's unreasonable to say that Hermione didn't get first place in the final exam of defense against the dark arts, George said, patting Harry on the shoulder. He was still a little sad that Harry had cost him and Fred 10 galleons. Then why don't you guys learn a lesson quickly? Mrs. Weasley glared at him. You, Fred, and Ron are the only 3 children who give me the most trouble. The days at the Burrow passed quickly, and the time soon came to the day when Hermione and I made an appointment to go to Diagon Alley to buy textbooks. Mrs. Weasley woke the little wizards early in the morning. They each ate 5 or 6 quick sandwiches and put on their coats. Mrs. Weasley lifted a flower pot from the kitchen mantelpiece and handed it to Harry first. Guests come first, she said to Harry with a smile. Harry, you come first. Harry looked at the flower pot in front of his face and froze on the spot. Should I water the flower pot? He asked, stammering. At the same time, his eyes began to search around for containers to collect water. I was wondering if watering the flower pots before departure might be some strange tradition among wizarding families. Mom, he has never used Flo powder to travel. Looking at Harry, who was confused, Ron suddenly said, I'm sorry, Harry, I forgot about this. You've never used Flo powder? Mr. Weiss asked in surprise. Then how did you go to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies last year? I went there by subway, Harry said weakly. Hey, a new thing in the Muggle world. Mr. Weasley asked enthusiastically, what kind of transportation is the subway? Is it similar to a car? How does it operate? Don't ask now, Arthur. Mrs. Weasley interrupted, using Flo powder will definitely be much faster than using the subway, but, Merlin, if you have never used it before. He's fine, Mom. Fred was inexplicably confident in Harry and patted his shoulder and said, Harry, let's see what we do first. He picked up a handful of sparkling powder from the flower pot, walked to the stove, and threw the powder into the flames. With the sound of whoo, the fire turned green. The green flames rose higher than Fred's body. He walked straight into the fire and shouted one word clearly in his mouth. Diagon Alley. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. You must say these words clearly, child. Mrs. Weasley said to Harry, don't go through the wrong door when you come out. At the same time George put his hand into the flower pot and disappeared into the flames of the fireplace. Mrs. Weasley and Ron told Harry many more things to note. Harry nervously memorized them and nodded from time to time. After Mr. Weasley also left the fireplace, Harry looked at Mrs. Weasley and Ron's encouraging eyes and nodded firmly. He tried his best to remember all the previous precautions in his mind, then reached for a pinch of Flo powder and walked to the flames. Harry took a deep breath, sprinkled Flo powder into the flames, and walked forward. The green flame suddenly shot up, bringing with it a blast of hot wind. As soon as he immediately inhaled a large mouthful of hot cigarette ash. Ahem, yes, Diagon Alley. Harry coughed and muttered. The next moment, he seemed to be sucked into a giant socket hole. His body was spinning rapidly, and deafening whistling sounds kept coming from his ears. He desperately tried to open his eyes, but the rapidly rotating green flames made him feel dizzy. Harry didn't know how long he kept spinning before he fell face down onto the cold stone ground. He felt like the lenses of his glasses were broken. Harry was dizzy, his skin was bruised and covered in soot. He climbed up carefully, put the broken glasses on the bridge of his nose, and looked at the strange place in front of him. This seemed to be a spacious and dim wizard's shop, and he was standing in front of the stone fireplace in the shop. but the things here are all extremely weird, and none of them seem likely to be on the Hogwarts school shopping list. On the mat in a glass box next to it, there is a withered human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards and a glass eyeball that is motionless. A ferocious mask stared down from the wall, various human bones were placed on the counter, and rusty, tooth-like instruments hung from the ceiling. Looking out from the dusty shop window, one can see a dark and narrow alley. This is definitely not Diagon Alley, London, Nocturne Alley, White Dragon Bar. This is an old-looking bar located on the second floor of a dark wizard tattoo shop. Its outer wall is made of exquisite marble, and a huge metal tag hangs outside the door. On the tag is engraved a bipedal flying dragon covered with white scales. Unlike most noisy and chaotic bars, this one is quiet. The interior of the bar is divided into secret compartments, and extremely strict protective magic is placed on the door of each compartment to ensure that each group of guests has an extremely safe and secret space. There is a luxurious compartment in the Bifilong bar. Its walls are all made of gold, the windows are carved with crystal, the chandeliers are hung with blood-red gems, and the edges of the wine table are inlaid with many pure diamonds. The decoration style of this compartment fully reflects the luxurious atmosphere of Filong. The bar has been around for at least hundreds of years, but it has never been open. However, today, the guests in Bifilong Bar were surprised to see that the bar owner's wife, whose appearance had not changed in decades and who was usually extremely cold, was respectfully leading a silver-haired man in and stood there. At the door of the luxurious compartment, she stretched out her finger and drew a pattern on the door decorated with gold. The next moment, the door that had not been opened for hundreds of years quietly opened. The guests in the store looked at this scene in shock and couldn't help but ask each other about the identity of the silver-haired man. The quiet bar rarely became noisy. At this moment, the landlady with a streak of blood red in her snow-white hair and a pair of black and red dragon horns extending from her head suddenly turned her head and glared at the whispering guests with a strange yellow stick. "Have you forgotten the rules of keeping quiet in the bar?" she said coldly. Everyone present felt cold and shivered at the same time. They decisively shut their mouths. The landlady then calmed down her cold expression and walked through the door respectfully again. "Master Dracula, do you have any other instructions?" she asked softly. Dracula sat casually on the soft sofa and looked at the landlady in front of him. "Bring me a bottle of wine, the kind of blood wine that your Filong clan collected in the early years." He chuckled and said, "Also, someone will come to me in a while. It's not a big shot. You can arrange for a waiter to bring him up." "Good. Yes." The bar owner nodded gently, turned and left. Not long after, a wizard with a pale pointed face, a pair of cold grey eyes, and light blonde hair walked into the Bifilong bar carrying a cane. "I'm looking for Mr. Dracula," he said to the waiter at the door. "Mr. Malfoy, right." The waiter gave a standard smile. Lucius nodded haughtily, obviously very confident in his surname. However, the waiter did not pay any attention to the surname Malfoy, and just politely extended his hand to the door. "This way please." The two passed by a quiet hall, where many wizards were drinking quietly and talking very quietly. Lucius saw many acquaintances among these people. They nodded to each other, but did not say hello, because they were afraid of breaking the rules of this bar and making the terrible landlady angry. There was once a very powerful wizard who did not believe in evil and made a lot of noise here. Later, he turned into a ball of charcoal. Lucius followed the waiter and walked all the way to the most luxuriously decorated door. When he saw the waiter making a pleased gesture towards the door, he opened his eyes wide in shock. "Mr. Dracula, is he in this room?" Lucius looked at the waiter next to him with wide eyes and asked in a low voice. "Mr. Dracula is in this cubicle, Mr. Malfoy." The waiter smiled. Lucius swallowed, raised his hand several times to try to knock on the door, and then put his hand down again. He still couldn't believe that this door would really be opened one day, and that he would actually have the opportunity to step into it. "Come in, Lucius." At this time, Dracula's unique mellow voice came from the door, and the door to the dazzlingly luxurious room opened. Lucius breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door, and walked into the compartment quietly. Although as the current head of the Malfoy family, Lucius thought he had seen many big scenes, but when he entered this compartment, he still took a breath and couldn't help but look around a few times. "Tell me, is there something important you asked me to meet with?" Dracula took a sip of the golden red wine contained in the crystal cup and smiled with satisfaction. However, Lucius was still in shock at this time, and it was as if he was deaf and did not hear Dracula's words. He hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help being curious and asked, "Mr. Dracula, why are you here?" "Huh." Dracula put down his wine glass and turned to look at Lucius. "Mr. Malfoy, if my memory is correct, didn't you stay after the school board meeting and hide it from others? Did the school director invite me to meet at Bifilong Bar?" No, I mean, why are you in this compartment?" Lucius said quickly. "I heard that this door has never been opened in more than 100 years. Because this compartment was originally reserved for me." Dracula picked up the wine glass again and leaned comfortably on the soft cushions. "Do you have any questions?" At this time, Lucius was calm on the surface, but there was already a huge wave in his heart. As far as he knew, this luxurious compartment had a history of at least 100 years. If the reason for not opening the door for more than 100 years was really because of the Dracula in front of him, then this person would never look more than 30 years old. Man, how old is he? Thinking of this, Lucius completely lowered his mentality, lowered his head and replied, No more questions, Mr. Dracula. In that case, it's time to tell me what's important. Dracula refilled a glass of wine for himself, without any intention of giving Lucius a drink as well. What's the matter? Can we just say it at the school board meeting? Lucius carefully placed his cane by his side, looked around and found that the compartment was quite tightly sealed, and then lowered his voice and said, Mr. Dracula, the Dark Lord is back. Dracula paused with the wine glass raised to his lips, then he chuckled and put the glass down. How could you think of telling me such a secret piece of news? He laughed. You don't look surprised at all. Lucius looked stunned. He had expected Dracula to be at least a little surprised. I have known this news for a long time. Dracula looked at the faintly exposed dark mark on Lucius's left arm and said casually, Fenrir Greyback, a fellow Death Eater, you should know is this a werewolf? He was a werewolf who surrendered to the Dark Lord during the last Wizarding War. Lucius's identity was exposed by Dracula, and his expression was a little unnatural, but he is not a Death Eater at all, just a black man. It's just a tool used by the devil. Has this idiot already revealed the news? Lucius felt a little depressed. If Dracula already knew the news about the Dark Lord's return, the value of the information he would provide would be greatly reduced. No, he didn't tell the news. Dracula said, the werewolf got the inferi made by Voldemort and was sent to cause trouble for me. But now that he has been captured, I found this news from his memory. But the information Fenrir received must not be comprehensive enough. Lucius gritted his teeth and said further, he was sent out by the Dark Lord to perform a mission a few months ago, and the latest information must not exist in his memory. It turns out that Lucius really wanted to be a fence-sitter like before, jumping completely off the wall to whichever side's situation was better. But after arriving at the Bifi Long Bar today, he saw that the proud proprietress had reserved a luxurious compartment for Dracula for hundreds of years. This incident really shocked Lucius. So he believed that Dracula deserved more information from him. Well, it's normal that the information about werewolves is not comprehensive enough. Dracula nodded and looked into Lucius's grey eyes with deep eyes, but those are not important. What I am more curious about is, do you want to tell me information about Voldemort? Is it because you got tired of being a Death Eater, did something wrong, and fell out of favor in front of Voldemort? Or is it because you, the Malfoy family, are used to being mere wallflowers and want to find more backup escape routes? Lucius's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Mr. Dracula, I don't mean to be a faggot, he said with force, it's just that I did something wrong and I can't survive in the Dark Lord's team. In order to guard against inspection by the Ministry of Magic, I took action on a very important black magic equipment of the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord is extremely dissatisfied with me, and it seems that he may kill me at any time. And in my impression, I can only imagine that you have the ability to fight against Voldemort. So I immediately came to join you. An extremely important dark magic device. Dracula was originally not interested in Lucius's defense, but when he heard this sentence, he instantly became interested. If the dark magic equipment Lucius took action was really something that Voldemort valued very much, it might be another of his Horcruxes. After learning about Regulus's theft of the Horcrux, Dracula had already seen that Voldemort did not seem to attach as much importance to the secret of his immortality as most people imagined. Otherwise, the Horcrux would never leave his body, or he should hide it alone in a place where no one could find it. However, Slytherin's locket was discovered by a house elf, thus indirectly letting Regulus, his subordinate, also know the location of the Horcrux. Although there was a reason for Voldemort's overconfidence, there was still a reason why he did not pay the highest attention to it. So Dracula guessed that Voldemort definitely made more than one Horcrux. From this point of view, if Lucius lost a Horcrux and was not killed by Voldemort, it can generally be proved that Voldemort had more than one Horcrux. What kind of black magic device did you take? Dracula asked Lucius with great interest. Lucius froze on the spot. Is this important? The main reason is that I had quite a lot of dark magic supplies at home during the raid by the Ministry of Magic. There were too many items for sale at that time. I can't even remember the specific ones. And the Dark Lord, he didn't ask me what I lost at all, as if he already knew. Okay, I understand. Dracula nodded. When we meet next time, please count up the black magic supplies you sold. It's best to make a list and give it to me. But, it's been half a year since this happened, and I've almost forgotten all those things. Lucius looked a little bitter. Some things are not forgotten at all, but are deeply pressed into your mind. Dracula looked quite malicious. Make a choice. I will personally use legilimency to help you. Digging out the memory, or do you think carefully and make a list for me? To tell you the truth, Mr. Dracula, I seem to suddenly remember what I did at that time. Lucius changed his expression instantly and said righteously, for your cause, even if I rack my brains, I also need to search out those black magic supplies for you. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use, download it here. You can try it now. Hey, there's no need to pretend in front of me. Dracula sneered. Well, as compensation for providing this information, you can just be your wallflower. Mr. Dracula, you don't need to test me like this. Lucius stood up suddenly, stabbed the ground heavily with his cane, and continued to speak righteously. How can I, Lucius Malfoy, be that kind of leader? Where are the two-pronged and treacherous people? The Dark Lord and I are sworn in. Okay, Lucius. Looking at Lucius's exaggerated expression, Dracula raised his lips. In that case, help me assassinate Voldemort. The magical world will remember your righteous behavior. Lucius' expression froze on his face. You are really good at joking, Mr. Dracula. He sat back on the sofa awkwardly. Okay, don't play nonsense with me. Dracula sat upright, resting his elbows on the luxurious table, crossing his hands to support his chin, staring straight into Lucius's eyes. Lucius S.I., what I need is just a wallflower. You continue to follow Voldemort. You just need to tell me a few words about the situation there every time the school board meeting is held. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? For Dracula, a surrendered Lucius Malfoy was of no use to him. He neither lacks such a weak fighting force, nor lacks the wealth of the Malfoy family, which they consider to be very wealthy. He just lacked an insider who could regularly report to him Voldemort's movements. A young man writing on the wall just met his needs. Lucius was also ecstatic at this time. He thought he would choose a side today, but who knew that Dracula would allow him to continue to be such a wallflower that no one looked down upon. There is such a good thing. Lucius blurted out, and then he realized something was wrong and quickly changed his words. Oh no, I am happy to serve you, Mr. Dracula. After receiving Dracula's promise, Lucius carefully recounted what happened to various Death Eaters recently. It turned out that one day at the beginning of the summer vacation for the students at Hogwarts, all the Death Eaters with the dark mark tattooed on their left arms felt strangeness coming from their arms. They all quietly found a place where no one else was, and secretly looked at the mark on their arm. The originally pale red dark mark gradually turned scarlet, and as time went by, the scarlet color gradually changed to a burnt black color. Seeing such a situation, some people feel flustered and frightened, some feel confused and at a loss, and some feel ecstatic. But all former Death Eaters know one thing. The Dark Lord is back. Due to the terrifying deterrent power of the Dark Lord, no matter what mentality they were in regarding the return of the Dark Lord, all the Death Eaters still active in the British wizarding world dissipated and rushed to Little Hangleton and Riddle where Voldemort was. Family Cemetery. Among them are Alecto Caro, Amicus Caro, Antonin Dolohov, August Lukewood, and many others who escaped during the Wizarding War more than 10 years ago. The wizards imprisoned in Azkaban, Severus Snape, and Lucius Malfoy are among them. Voldemort successfully frightened everyone with the body he created using the bones of old Tom Riddle. In other words, even if he only had an incomplete body, he was more powerful than all Death Eaters. Facing the army of Death Eaters who were still quite large after more than 10 years apart, Voldemort expressed to them that he was very pleased, whether they were sincere or not. As for why he was eager to show up before he had regained his full strength, it was actually because he was worried that the former Death Eaters would be gradually divided and cannibalized by Dumbledore and Dracula. In fact, Voldemort was never worried about the most powerful wizard Dumbledore, but the Count Dracula of the vampire family. Voldemort knew that Dracula did not have a strong enough moral bottom line like Dumbledore. If he wanted to weaken the Death Eaters wholeheartedly, he would probably use any means to force, threaten, or even kill the Death Eaters. Vigorous. This will have a great impact on Voldemort, who has not appeared for more than 10 years. So Voldemort appeared, summoned his Death Eaters, and told them personally, I am immortal, no one can kill me, and none of you can even think of escaping from my control. At the same time, he once again reiterated his philosophy of pure blood supremacy, allowing these wizards who want their families to gain more benefits to see from his words the future of pure blood they want. Voldemort's words of cruelty and pie in the sky were also extremely effective. Many wavering wizards gave up their thoughts of turning to the Ministry of Magic or Dumbledore, and instead returned to the arms of the Death Eaters. After all, they all thought that Dumbledore was old, but Voldemort was immortal. Lucius originally wanted to regain his once glorious status as a Death Eater and seize the benefits of pure blood society for the Malfoy family. It wasn't until Voldemort praised Snape's contribution to Hogwarts as an undercover agent that he severely reprimanded him for losing his important things. Lucius even received a painful punch on the first day Voldemort announced his return. The Cruciatus Curse of Bone Marrow. For this reason, Lucius changed. He knew that he had fallen out of favor in the Death Eater camp, and there would be no future for him if he continued. However, in Lucius's heart, Dumbledore, the only one who could fight against Voldemort, would not make dirty deals with him. Then he thought of Dracula. After witnessing Dracula's actions at that school board meeting, and hearing his son Draco's praise of the professor, Lucius realized with a sudden glance that Dracula's strength was definitely not weak. In his opinion, even if Dracula loses to great wizards like Voldemort and Dumbledore, he will not be far behind them. Most importantly, the defense against the dark arts professor has a more flexible moral bottom line, which is very suitable for his cooperation needs. So he used the school board meeting before the start of school to invite Dracula to the White Dragon Bar in Nocturne Alley, hoping to discuss cooperation matters in such a confidential place. When Lucius came to the White Dragon Bar and saw Dracula sitting in the cubicle that had been closed for 100 years, he thought of the parchment in Dracula's hand that could expel members of the school board. Lucius suddenly realized that Dracula's identity might be much more complicated and profound than he imagined. Interesting. After listening to Lucius's story, Dracula raised his lips with interest. I'm thinking that when Voldemort summons you with the Dark Mark next time, I will directly follow you and apparate there. How about disposing of his new body? Lucius was shocked. Mr. Dracula, please don't. He quickly dissuaded him. Even if you can defeat the Dark Lord, as long as you don't kill him completely, he will doubt me the next time he comes back. I hope you will spare my life for the sake of me providing you with information. Okay, it seems that I can't bully him for a while. Dracula curled his lips and said a little boringly, you can go. Remember to send me the list of the black magic equipment you took. Definitely. Lucius wiped the cold sweat from his head and hurriedly left the luxurious compartment. Talking to a person who always talks about bullying the Dark Lord is really a bit stressful. After Lucius left, Dracula gave himself another glass of red wine, but he suddenly lost interest in drinking. School is about to start. Why haven't I found a tool? A teaching assistant. Dracula collapsed on the soft sofa and looked out the window with some worry. Through the crystal window, he looked at the shabby-looking wizards and various dark creatures on the narrow streets of Nocturne Alley. Huh. Dracula suddenly said softly. He saw a thin figure wearing round glasses. Harry quietly slipped out of the Borgenberg antique store, put his cracked glasses on his nose, and looked around. In front of him was a dirty alley, seemingly lined with black magic shops. Borkenbach seemed to be the largest, and some shrunken human heads were eerily displayed in the window of the store opposite. Separated from the two facades, a large cage was filled with huge black spiders. In a dark doorway, two ragged wizards were looking at him and whispering, and some non-humanoid creatures were licking their lips at him. Harry felt horrified and wanted to leave this weird place as quickly as possible. He trotted along, holding on to his broken glasses from time to time. However, 2 minutes later, he still sadly found that he had lost his previous direction. Aren't you lost, my dear? Suddenly, an old, unpleasant voice sounded in Harry's ears, startling him. An old witch stood before him, holding a dish of what looked like a dead man's fingernail. She looked at him grimly, showing teeth that looked like they were covered with moss. Harry shivered and backed away hastily. I'm fine, thank you, he said tremblingly, At this moment, Harry suddenly felt something grabbing his shoulder and flying up. The old witch below stretched out her sharp nails and tried to pull Harry down from the sky, but his body rose too quickly, and the hunched-back old witch couldn't reach him at all. Harry's feet were off the ground now, and he was flapping his legs in panic, trying to break free from the air, but he was afraid of falling and becoming the prey of the old witch again. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. So Harry bravely turned his head and took a look, just hoping that the thing grabbing him had learned it in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. As the first-year Defense Against the Dark Arts final exam, he might be able to find the answer solution. Turning his head, Harry saw a huge bat grabbing his back and flapping its wings continuously. This bat seems to look familiar. Like the one that caught him on the Quidditch pitch? Harry's anxious heart suddenly relaxed, and he was even in the mood to start admiring the scenery seen from above. He saw the unwilling expression of the ugly old witch, saw many shady-looking wizards on the narrow streets looking at him in the sky in surprise, and saw a window so luxurious that it was incompatible with the entire alley. A silver-haired man was sitting inside the window, elegantly holding a crystal glass and tasting wine. The beating speed of the bat's wings slowed down, and it hovered next to the window. Then, he suddenly accelerated and threw Harry's thin body towards the wall next to the window. Harry looked at the wall getting closer and closer in front of him and screamed in horror. The moment Harry was about to collide with the marble wall, the silver-haired man in the window glanced sideways at him. The next moment, the marble wall seemed to turn into liquid, with waves of spiral ripples appearing. Harry went straight through the thick wall and fell heavily onto the soft sofa. Mr. Potter, I think you need to explain to me why you appear in a dangerous place like Nocturne Alley. Dracula's dull voice came from next to Harry. I'm curious about this place, secretly. Sneaked in. Professor Dracula. Hearing this voice, Harry's heart was completely relieved, and he shouted in a hoarse voice, I'm lost. I used flu powder for the first time today, and I sucked soot into my throat. Here, so I may have pronounced the wrong word. The words Diagon and No don't seem to be very similar. How much soot have you inhaled? Dracula said with a playful smile. Immediately, he discovered that Harry's body was indeed covered with soot, and the soot even stained the cushions of the luxurious sofa in the compartment. Dracula frowned. Well, it can be seen that you really suck a lot of soot. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. The soot in the compartment disappeared instantly, and even Harry's glasses were repaired and looked brand new. Thank you, Professor. Harry said weakly, why does this Nocturne Alley not feel like a place where serious people would come? No, Professor, I didn't mean to say you are not serious. Dracula's face immediately darkened. Do you know who the old witch who stopped you just now is? He sneered and asked maliciously, this is the content that will be taught after the second grade starts. As long as you prepare well at home, this question shouldn't be a problem. Difficult to answer. Harry was stunned. Isn't she an old witch with a weird appearance and personality? It seems that you haven't previewed the following content at all. Dracula showed a pleasant smile. If you observe carefully, you will find that the old witch has many warts on her face and neck, similar to fungus or solid blisters on the skin. If you observe more carefully, you may also be able to find that the front end of her feet is much narrower than ordinary people, because this creature only has 4 toes. That means, that old witch just now was not a wizard. Harry asked in shock. Yes, she is a dominatrix. Dracula chuckled. Dominatrixes like to eat raw livers the most, especially the livers of children. If I hadn't happened to find you nearby, you would be very happy at this time. He may have had his heart and liver stolen by that dominatrix, and he won't even leave his whole body behind when he dies. Harry broke into a cold sweat and felt frightened. He swore that he would never come to this ghost place like Nocturne Alley again. Well, since you didn't prepare properly at home, you will have twice as much homework as others in the first 2 weeks after returning to Hogwarts. Dracula glanced at Harry, whose face turned green with fright. Said casually, "Professor, there is a reason why I didn't preview my lessons." Harry quickly explained, "After returning to the Muggle community, my uncle and aunt hid all my magic-related things, so I had no chance to preview my lessons." "Ah, what a poor child," said Dracula. When Harry heard this, a hint of joy appeared on his face, thinking that his homework would not need to be doubled. "But what does this have to do with me?" Dracula's next words broke Harry's joy. "And how would I know if this was your excuse? I assume that what you said is true, but since you used flu powder to come to Nocturne Alley, it means that you must have left a Muggle family and lived in a wizarding family for a while. I guess it's Wes coming home. So when Wes came to stay at our house, did you just focus on having fun and completely forget about your homework?" Harry stared blankly at Professor Dracula's long speech, and finally understood. It didn't matter whether he had previewed his homework or not. This petty professor simply wanted to take revenge for the word irregular he just casually said. He stood up indignantly, stared straight at Dracula, and said loudly, "Professor, I am willing to accept twice as much homework." Seeing Professor Dracula's half-smiling expression in front of him, Harry decisively chose to surrender. There is definitely no way to resist, so it is better to agree quickly to prevent the workload from tripling. Anyway, Professor Dracula doesn't assign much homework to begin with. Well, the premise is to stop Hermione from reminding him. "Professor, you are right, I do live at Wes' house now," Harry said. "I mispronounced the word and came to Nocturne Alley, and now I am separated from them. They must be very anxious. So, could you please take me to Diagon Alley?" Dracula glanced at him and placed the crystal cup in his hand casually on the table. "Then let's go. It's time for me to leave." He stood up, walked to the window of the compartment, and lifted the closed window. In fact, when this compartment was first built, in order to ensure the privacy of the compartment, this luxurious window could not be opened. But Dracula thought that the process of going around the middle hall, passing through the many booths, and then walking down the stairs from the entrance of the White Felong Bar on the second floor to the entrance of the Black Wizard Tattoo Shop on the first floor was too cumbersome. It's better to jump out of the window faster. So in order to take care of Dracula's preferences, the proprietress of the Bai Felong Bar ordered someone to transform the window into a form that could be opened and closed. At this time, Dracula opened the window and jumped down from the building. Because Harry had previous experience in the defense against the dark arts class, he just gritted his teeth and jumped out of the window with Dracula. Sure enough, just before landing, a bat flew lightly under Harry's feet, providing enough cushion for his landing, allowing him to land smoothly in this dark, narrow alley. After the two left, the luxurious window of Bai Felong Bar also closed automatically, returning to its previous tight state, not giving any chance for curious people to pry. Dracula crossed his arms and led Harry leisurely through the twists and turns of the narrow alleys, heading towards Diagon Alley. Harry noticed that the evil looks in the alley that had ulterior motives towards him changed. After seeing Dracula next to Harry, their eyes showed fear and awe. Their eyes didn't even dare to stay on the two of them, and they quickly looked away after taking a brief look. "Professor, the people in this alley seem to be afraid of you," Harry asked curiously. "Have you ever found an opportunity to deal with these people before?" Dracula casually glanced at the various dark wizards and dark creatures on both sides of the street, and sneered disdainfully, "Just them? I don't even bother to deal with these people." Regarding Professor Dracula's extremely confident words, Harry could only silently give a thumbs up, because he had no way to refute. The real reason is actually not complicated. In an alley like Nocturne Alley that is filled with the aura of black magic, a source of darkness like Dracula, even the slightest hint of darkness, can have a huge impact on the dark wizards and dark creatures here. The people or animals who can survive here are not fools, at least their senses are much more sensitive than ordinary people, so even if they have never met Dracula, they can deeply understand that this silver-haired man is not easy to mess with. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, the light in front of Nocturne Alley became brighter and brighter, gradually dispelling the haze and darkness in the alley. The two finally walked into the bright sunshine outside, and Harry saw a familiar snow-white marble building in the distance, Gringotts Bank. "You don't need me to take you the rest of the way, right?" Dracula stopped and asked. He glanced at the sunlight shining into the alley with disgust, moved a step to the side, and stood in the shadow under the eaves of a shop. "Yes." Harry nodded heavily. "Thank you for your help today, Professor Dracula." As he spoke, he ran towards the direction of Gringotts Bank, because he had already seen Hermione standing on the white steps of Gringotts, waving happily to him. Dracula looked at Harry's leaving back, and then caught a glimpse of the Weiss family hurriedly coming from a distance. He chuckled and shook his head. The next moment, his figure disappeared into the shadows under the eaves. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the faculty and staff are almost here. There is a very strange phenomenon in this magic school, that is, many Hogwarts professors live in the school. For example, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, etc. can all be regarded as older single wizards. None of them have family burdens and do not need to go back to spend time with their families after work. In other words, the students at Hogwarts are their family. Therefore, these professors basically stayed at Hogwarts throughout the summer vacation when they had no other academic research to go out for exchanges. At this time, Snape was lying in Dumbledore's ear and secretly whispering something to him. Professor McGonagall was busy sorting out the list of new students and the process of the opening banquet, and Professor Flitwick was happily chatting with Professor Sprout. Chatting. Suddenly, the light in the auditorium seemed to dim. Hey, is it going to rain? Professor Flitwick looked curiously at the enchanted ceiling of the auditorium. There don't seem to be any clouds in the sky. It's also possible that Professor Dracula is here. Professor McGonagall said to Professor Flitwick while writing on the parchment with a calm expression. As long as the students are away, he will often do this kind of thing. Sure enough, the next moment Dracula appeared on the professor's seat and sat elegantly on his chair. Dracula has never been very fond of the enchanted ceiling in the auditorium, because it would allow him to feel the sun shining indoors. So he used the title deed of Hogwarts to figure out a good way, that is to change the light transmittance of the ceiling by controlling the magic supply of the castle's magic nodes to the ceiling of the auditorium. In short, it is to adjust the brightness of the ceiling. However, this is not appropriate when there are too many students. On the one hand, it will affect the mood of the little wizards when eating in the auditorium. On the other hand, it will easily expose Dracula's identity as a vampire who doesn't like sunlight. Of course, Dracula himself never cared about his identity being revealed. It was just Dumbledore who was paying attention to him. Therefore, due to various reasons, the sky suddenly darkened. Seeing Dracula take his seat, Dumbledore sent Snape next to him to his own seat, and then took the lead in applauding. Let us congratulate Professor Dracula. He has become the first defense against the dark arts professor to be re-elected for a second year at Hogwarts in decades. Hearing Dumbledore's congratulations, the auditorium burst into warm applause. All the faculty and staff clapped willingly and wholeheartedly. After all, being able to be re-elected for a second year in such an unorthodox position as Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts is something that has never happened in decades. Professor Dracula seems to have good luck. He hasn't encountered any messy things since he took office. Professor Flitwick said with emotion, those defense against the dark arts professors before always encountered all kinds of strange things. Look, it has to be heart-wrenching. Phileas, you don't know something about this. Dumbledore looked at Professor Flitwick with a smile. Actually, Professor Dracula encountered many strange things, but they were all cleverly managed by him. It's just resolved. This is indeed the case. Voldemort's curse on the position of defense against the dark arts professor seems to have a limit, and the current professor cannot be killed directly. This curse is like a subtle influence, guiding and changing a person's fortune, amplifying their bad luck, making them choke their teeth when drinking cold water, fall down when they touch their left foot with the right foot, and make themselves laugh when they hear a joke. Die. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. The closer this fortune-changing effect is to the one-year deadline, the more obvious and damaging it will become. However, Dracula doesn't care about these little things that can make people unlucky, and there are no difficulties that can really affect him. For example, meeting Fred and George, two twins who want to make big news, being attacked by a troll from behind on Halloween, staring into the eyes of a basilisk that is about to die in a restricted area, and confronting the notorious wizard in the wizarding world. The Dark Lord fights. Dracula has encountered enough strange things, but these things have no impact on him at all. At most, they add a bit of fun to his boring life. In a lively atmosphere, this luncheon exclusively for faculty and staff ended unknowingly. After the dinner plate disappeared from the table, Dumbledore called Dracula, and the two of them left the Great Hall and walked to the Hogwarts headmaster's office. Professor Dracula, before you leave, I would like to trouble you to adjust the brightness of the ceiling of the auditorium to the previous state. Dumbledore smiled. In addition, in such bright sunshine, you probably don't want to go directly from the entrance courtyard. Fly up to the 8th floor. You're right. Dracula nodded non-committally, walked out of the auditorium door, and then restored the ceiling to its original state. But this doesn't mean that I will have the leisure to accompany you to climb the stairs. Before he finished speaking, Dracula disappeared from the spot, apparating into the principal's office before Dumbledore. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly, and called Phoenix Fox over, taking him into his office instantly. Professor Dracula, actually I don't think you need to seek excitement and fast pace in everything. You can try to feel the special fun from ordinary little things. As soon as Dumbledore appeared in the principal's office, he looked at the sofa lying on the sofa. Dracula, who was playing with the sorting hat, persuaded. As an old man over 100 years old, I have probably lost the impatience of my youth. Sometimes I feel that walking quietly on the stairs is also a beautiful thing. Happiness is not an emotional expression, but a state of life. It's about feeling the joy of every little thing in the castle with peace of mind. Dracula threw the squealing sorting hat aside and glanced at Dumbledore. That's right. As an old man over 100 years old, you can indeed feel pleasure from the little things around you, he said casually, but as an older man over 1,000 years old, those little things are not interesting. I'm tired of watching it a long time ago, so why should I walk up the stairs with you? Dumbledore's expression froze with emotion. Faced with such a young face and an out-of-the-box personality, he always subconsciously ignores the fact that Dracula is thousands of years old. Today, he actually uses age as an example in front of this old immortal who has lived for more than 1,000 years. Ah, Professor Dracula, have you heard any secret rumors recently? Dumbledore decisively changed the subject. Secret rumors? How secretive? Dracula became interested and sat up straighter. Dumbledore's face also became serious, and he looked deeply into Dracula's eyes. Voldemort is back, he said solemnly. However, Dracula curled his lips and lay back on the sofa. How do I feel? Someone always wants to tell me about Voldemort's return during this time. Have you already heard the news, Professor Dracula? Dumbledore was a little surprised. Yeah, is there anything strange? I've met so many people who know about this recently, I almost thought everyone knew about it. Dracula said casually, your news comes from Snape. Is it right? Do you even know this? Dumbledore felt a little numb. He looked helplessly at Dracula in front of him, with a rare feeling of powerlessness. Yeah, it's so obvious. Dracula said, when Snape was fighting with me in the defense against the dark arts classroom last year, I accidentally saw the dark mark on his arm, so I randomly checked his deeds. Since Snape, a former Death Eater with serious stains, can actually gain your trust, then the matter is already very clear. He must have defected to your side before the end of the last Wizarding War. Definitely not the kind of faggot who will change the family after Voldemort falls. It's a pity that Voldemort is a fool, otherwise he would have known with his nose that there must be something fishy in Snape's ability to gain the trust of a smart man like you. Dumbledore couldn't help but laugh and said, don't say that. Tom was actually very smart when he was young. Even now, his strength and intelligence cannot be underestimated, and we cannot take it lightly. Tisk, you use black magic to transform your body indiscriminately, and tear out your soul for such a boring thing as immortality. Dracula said with relish, I disagree with your use of the word smart to evaluate Voldemort. Let's get back to the topic, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. After being beaten by you and running away, Voldemort didn't seem to be seriously injured. He only used a few. Within a month, he returned to the magical world and even had a body. His experience is tantamount to a slap in your face, Lord Earl. Dumbledore looked into Dracula's eyes, deliberately used the honorific, and said to him with a half-smile. Dracula's eyes twitched. When he heard the news about Voldemort's return, he had not thought about this level. But after Dumbledore pointed out the matter bluntly, Dracula did feel a little embarrassed. Voldemort was able to recover so quickly after his soul was annihilated. This was completely a provocation to his face. No, the more I think about it, the more angry I get. Dracula sat up from the sofa bitterly. I'm going to catch Voldemort right now and deal with him again. Might as well wait a moment, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated Dracula's mood, and calmly took out a piece of parchment from the drawer with the words plan written on it. Instead of trying in vain to eliminate Voldemort's broken soul and resurrect him under the blessing of Horcruxes, we should think about how to completely eliminate him. He pushed the plan in front of Dracula. Dracula looked down at the parchment and saw 3 preparations that should be made in advance. The first point is to investigate the reason why Voldemort quickly recovered his strength and gained a body. The second point is to determine the actual number of Voldemort's Horcruxes and destroy them one by one. The third point is to use undercover agents to understand Voldemort's movements and prevent him from threatening the magical world in a timely manner. Dangerous action. At the same time, Voldemort himself, who was being intensely discussed by Dracula and Dumbledore, was walking on a path in the Albanian forest with a happy face. After retiring for more than 10 years, Voldemort was very satisfied that there were still so many men who could respond to the call of the Dark Mark and obey his orders. What's more, among these people are many powerful figures in the wizarding world, and even Dumbledore's confidants like Snape. Voldemort had an evil smile on his face and silently laughed at Dumbledore in his heart. Dumbledore prides himself on seeing people's hearts, but he doesn't know that Dean Slytherin, whom he trusts so much, has joined the Great Dark Lord and has been lurking in Hogwarts for more than 10 years, doing his best to spy on the Dark Lord. All kinds of information? Thinking of Hogwarts, Voldemort couldn't help but think of the vampire count who was looking for work as a teacher in the school, and his expression couldn't help but become ferocious. Why was Dracula born with the power of immortality, and even looked down upon his unremitting efforts for immortality because of it? Moreover, if Dracula is not a good vampire count, why would he go to Hogwarts to be the defense against the dark arts professor when he has nothing to do, and even sabotage his plan? Voldemort was so angry that he wanted to cast countless cruciatous curses on Dracula immediately, and finally used a death curse to end his effortless immortality. But he also knew that he was no match for Dracula now. He had to grow slowly until his Horcrux diary received Harry Potter's blood, and his body was completely molded, so that his strength could reach its peak. By that time, Voldemort is confident that he will be able to fight Dracula. In order to gain stronger power against Dracula, Voldemort decided to advance an important matter. He has always believed that the number 7 is a very magical number in the magic world, so he wants to divide his soul into 7 parts, thinking that he can obtain more powerful power. Voldemort didn't know that as early as 12 years ago in Godric's Hollow, he had accidentally left the 7th soul fragment in the body of Harry Potter, his old enemy. Therefore, he came to the Albanian forest this time to make what he thought was the last Horcrux. He had already chosen the target of the 6th Horcrux. That was the big snake that often accompanied him during that time when he was worse than the humblest wandering soul, Nagini. Of course, there are risks. Even masters of soul-splitting and Horcrux-making like Voldemort have never experienced splitting souls in living creatures with their own hands. But he liked Nagini too much. Unlike those stupid snakes who only follow orders, this viper named Nagini has extremely high intelligence. She can talk to him fluently, understand his difficulties, and share his anger. Not only that, even the name Nagini was learned by Voldemort from the mouth of Viper. Therefore, he must make this magical viper into his Horcrux so that she can always be by his side and become the only partner who can communicate with him when he feels too cold at high places. Walking in the Albanian forest, Voldemort looked for traces of Nagini with a smile on his face. Several hours passed, and Voldemort kept calling loudly in the forest in a snake-like voice, trying to get a response from Nagini. However, walking throughout the forest and using snake accents continuously made Voldemort's voice hoarse. The only responses he received were all kinds of stupid little snakes living in the forest. Nagini seemed to disappear out of thin air. Voldemort's face became extremely gloomy. In a hidden cave, two snakes, one large and one small, were hiding quietly in the dim shadows. To say they are one big and one small is actually just a comparison. In fact, both snakes are so huge that the appearance of either snake in front of a muggle would cause an uproar in the biological world. One of them is a big dazzling green snake, about 50 feet long, with a bright red feather on its head. The other big snake is a viper with spots all over its body, and its body is as long as 12 feet. Although it was much smaller than the big snake next to him, it was still a huge creature. At this time, two big snakes were hiding in the shadows and shivering. From time to time, the snake's hissing voice came from outside the cave, but they pretended not to hear it. Suddenly, Voldemort outside the cave changed his previous tone and shouted in a commanding tone, "Nagini, come out to me." Hearing the commanding tone of the old snake, the smaller viper instantly lost its mind, swung its body, and was about to climb out of the cave. However, the huge basilisk relied on its size advantage to tightly restrain Nagini's body at this moment, preventing her from going out and throwing herself into Voldemort's trap. After Voldemort left, Nagini finally regained her consciousness and looked a little dazed. "I'm right, Nagini," the basilisk hissed, "but if you don't see him for a while, he will yell at you in such a fierce tone. Let me tell you, this Voldemort is definitely not a good person." Nagini tapped the snake's head twice and looked at the basilisk next to her with a clear conscience. "Thank you this time, Grandpa," she hissed in response. "If it weren't for you, I might not be able to see through this man's true face for another 12 years. The acquaintance between Basilisk and Nagini started a few months ago. After Voldemort's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone failed, Dracula completely annihilated his soul over the Forbidden Forest, then returned to the restricted area where the Philosopher's Stone was kept and released the Basilisk. Dracula placed the Basilisk in the Albanian forest and wanted him to help him find Ravenclaw's diadem so that he could fulfill his promise to Helena. In view of the powerful deterrent power of Dracula who tortured the Basilisk many times 1,000 years ago, after the Basilisk came to the Albanian forest, it began to search for the crown very quickly, and every hollow tree had no let it go. He searched almost the entire forest, but found no trace of Ravenclaw's diadem. Therefore, the most likely possibility is that the crown has been taken away by Voldemort. For the Basilisk, the question now is whether to tell Dracula that the crown was taken away by Voldemort. The Basilisk secretly compared Dracula with Voldemort. One is a friend of the original owner Salazar Slytherin from thousands of years ago. He is very powerful and can always inadvertently torture the Basilisk. The other is a descendant of Slytherin for who knows how many generations, and his strength seems to be still there. Okay, but it just rolled over on a baby. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close friends. As a mixed-blood descendant of Slytherin who was separated for more than 1,000 years, it is impossible to say how much Slytherin blood is left in Voldemort's body. However, Dracula actually lived for more than 1,000 years. Has always been that Slytherin's best friend. So the Basilisk made up its mind to stand on Count Dracula's side. Of course, he would not admit that he had only been cured by Dracula's torture 1,000 years ago, nor would he admit that Dracula's method of using legilimency to explore memories could not be concealed even if he wanted to. Live him. Thinking of this, the Basilisk felt relieved and began to wander around in the forest, exploring the environment where it would make its home and live in the future. In the Albanian forest, the Basilisk encountered another sizable viper while wandering around. Her name was Nagini. The two snakes hit it off immediately, and both found that the other was a smart snake with enough intelligence to communicate, so they decided to get together. When the scope of the conversation between the two became more in-depth, the Basilisk discovered that the world was really small, and a wise snake that he met casually was the unlucky snake that also had dealings with Voldemort. Deep down in his heart, the Basilisk that had surrendered to Dracula began to turn his head, feeling that he must not let the smart snake he finally found go astray and join a camp with no future like Voldemort. So he told Nagini all kinds of bad things about Voldemort. "Nagini, you don't know, I was originally a very decent snake," he hissed righteously. "1,000 years ago, the great Salazar Slytherin left me in Hogwarts castle. I hope that one day I can help the descendants of Slytherin and protect the magic school in danger." A book chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. But those glorious deeds I imagined of winning glory for the school and fighting for Slytherin never happened. You have no idea what I went through later. Nagini looked at the nearly 1,000-year-old basilisk grandfather in front of her, and listened curiously to his story about his past. My master guessed wrong. After Hogwarts Castle recruited Muggle-born wizards, it was not exposed as he thought and was attacked by Muggles on a large scale. The basilisk said, so it's been a long time since I had a chance to take action, and I've been sleeping in the extremely dark dungeon. Because of the hidden nature of the secret room, it is usually rare for me to see a living person once in 100 or 200 years. Even if descendants of Slytherin do find the secret room, they will be very frightened when they see me. I didn't expect what I could bring to them. Although the master is very great, his descendants do not have the same courage as him. Almost no one of them dares to release me. Even if they release me, they want to control a powerful 5x like me with Snakelow accent. Level magical animal, and then thought that he could do evil in the magical world. It is precisely because of this that I changed from a good snake with a strong sense of justice to a monster in the secret room that people say. I have been living in such a muddle-headed way, sleeping for 100 or 200 years, and when I wake up, I catch a few underground snakes. The rats and bugs barely had enough to eat, and it was extremely miserable. It wasn't until hundreds of years later that a descendant of Slytherin named Corvinus Gaunt couldn't stand my condition, and then he thought of using magic to transform the secret room where I was, so that I could have a slightly more beautiful place. Decent environment. Nagini listened carefully to the basilisk's story for a long time, and patted the basilisk's thick body with her tail to express her comfort. But you haven't said anything about the Dark Lord yet, she hissed. Why do you think he is an unreliable villain? The basilisk nodded his huge green head, and the red feathers on his head swayed slightly as he nodded. This matter started 60 years ago. The first time I met the Dark Lord, his name was still Tom Riddle. He must have been only 15 or 16 years old at the time. At that time, I hadn't seen anyone for more than 100 years. Looking at the pretty good looks and polite actions of young Tom Riddle, I thought that there was finally an outstanding person among the descendants of Slytherin. But I obviously made a mistake. Not only is Tom Riddle not a serious and good student, he has already become brooding and dark even when he has just started 5th grade. When we first met, he only exchanged a few words with me in a snake-like voice. From now on, I can't wait to deploy my big plan. He doesn't know why, but he completely misunderstood what my great master meant. He thought that Slytherin looked down on Muggle-born wizards and wanted to remove these Muggle-born wizards who were not worthy of being in Hogwarts from the school. Not only that, Tom Riddle also has a very violent temper. He used his snake-like voice to control me and caused countless terrorist attacks in Hogwarts. If I hadn't secretly restrained my power, all of them would have been caused by mirrors or water stains. When the reflection looks at those little wizards and turns them into stone, I'm afraid Hogwarts should have closed long ago. But if I often walk by the river, my shoes won't get wet. Later, once I just came out of the secret room, without realizing it, I looked at a fat little witch and accidentally killed her. Killed her, so Hogwarts is really going to close. What happened next? Nagini hissed nervously. Did that school really close? No, it's not closed. The basilisk's big yellow eyes showed a somewhat contemptuous expression. Tom Riddle is not worthy of being a descendant of Slytherin. He actually gave up his pride as the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, putting the blame on an innocent third-year student. That big third-year student happened to have a disgusting magical animal like an acromantula, so he was expelled from Hogwarts. If what you say is true, then the Dark Lord seems to be quite despicable. Nagini hesitated for a moment and hissed in a low voice, but before he spent more than 10 years in this forest, I often stay with him, and I don't think he is such a person. Well, he is very gentle, good at talking, and tells many interesting stories. Nagini recalled Voldemort's previous state. The Dark Lord said. He said that he was plotted by others and tried his best to only then did he retain a trace of his soul and come to this forest. What are you talking about? The basilisk sneered. Master Dracula told me that Lord Voldemort clearly wanted to kill a baby who might be a threat to him in the future, but he didn't succeed. Instead, he rolled over on the baby and was bounced back by his own death curse. With all his achievements, I don't even want to admit that he has the blood of the great Slytherin flowing in his body. Nagini was puzzled by the basilisk's words. This, rolling over a baby? Are you kidding me, Grandpa? I'm not kidding, the basilisk hissed. Don't believe it. Just a while ago, he returned to Hogwarts and wanted to steal a stone used to restore strength. I almost hate him to death, and he actually has the nerve to come to me for help. If we snakes hadn't been unable to resist the power of snake talk, I wouldn't have even ignored him. So did he steal the stone? Nagini asked curiously. No, the basilisk hissed with a hint of schadenfreude. Voldemort certainly didn't expect that he would meet an old friend of his ancestors in Hogwarts. The difference in generation gap is not ordinary. Seemingly seeing that Nagini still didn't believe it, the basilisk glanced at her and then said, Nagini, if you still think Voldemort is a gentle and good wizard who understands snakes, why don't we test it, one time? Later, there was a scene where two snakes were hiding in the cave after Voldemort found him. During the time he lived in the Albanian forest, the basilisk took in many snake brothers, and his eyes spread throughout the forest. Relying on the information provided by his younger brothers, the basilisk discovered the traces of Voldemort in advance, and immediately took Nagini to hide in a cave that was difficult to be discovered. Voldemort lost his patience after walking around the forest twice. In addition, he had just conquered many high-ranking Death Eaters, and his mentality changed back from his previous low-key state and became a little drifting. So he stopped pretending, he showed his cards, and he was too lazy to call Nagini in a gentle and considerate tone. Voldemort directly used the most severe snake-like voice, trying to control Nagini to crawl out of her hiding place to meet him, and then directly turn her into a Horcrux. But what Voldemort didn't expect was that the basilisk relied on its size advantage to tightly restrain Nagini's snake body, preventing her from rushing out to find Voldemort and throwing herself into the trap. Seeing that no snake responded to his snake-like tone, Voldemort cursed secretly, guessing that Nagini had temporarily left the Albanian forest for some reason, so he apparat away. It was not until Voldemort left that Nagini's uncontrollable state returned to normal, and she barely regained consciousness, but her expression was still a little dazed. What I said is correct, Nagini. The basilisk hissed to Nagini, but if you don't see him for a while, he will yell at you in such a fierce tone. Let me tell you, this Voldemort is definitely not a good person. Nagini tapped the snake's head twice and looked at the basilisk next to her with a clear conscience. Thank you this time, Grandpa. She hissed in response, if it weren't for you, I might not be able to see through this man's true face for another 12 years. Hey, you're welcome, the basilisk said proudly. It's rare to meet someone of the same kind who has the same intelligence as me. Of course we have to work together. Oh, no, of course we have to work together to help each other. Voldemort couldn't find Nagini and couldn't make his 6th Horcrux, so he was very distressed. Equally troubled is Voldemort's Horcrux diary. Diary Riddle has been lurking next to Harry Potter for a long time, but his biggest goal, to steal Harry's blood, has never been achieved. In fact, when Voldemort returned the soul body of Riddle in the diary to him, he also gave him a lot of soul power. It was also with this power that Riddle successfully entered the 4th Privet Drive in Little Whinging. The number deployed profound spells such as the Unplottable Curse and the Avoidance Curse to prevent many owls from delivering letters to Harry. Diary Riddle thought this task was simple at first. He thought that as long as he could lurk next to Harry Potter, find a quiet night, secretly cast a heavy coma spell on Harry, and then slit Harry's wrist while he was sleeping, it would be easy to collect the blood of the savior. However, Riddle encountered setbacks the first time he did this. After slitting Harry's wrist, he wanted to use the diary's ability to hold ink to directly collect Harry's blood. Unfortunately, things didn't work out as expected. When Harry's blood came into contact with the Horcrux diary, the ordinary blood seemed to turn into the highest concentration of sulfuric acid, directly corroding a big hole in the blank page of paper. Riddle spent a lot of soul power to repair the big hole, and while repairing it, he also had to use a healing spell on the little wizard he hated so much to prevent him from finding anything strange when he woke up. During the second operation, Riddle learned a bloody lesson and became smarter. He found a glass container and used a cutting spell to cut an opening on Harry's wrist, hoping to put the blood in the container. Riddle's prediction was correct. As long as he did not touch Harry's blood with the diary itself, it would not be corroded by the blood. However, he was not happy for long. When Harry's blood accumulated in the glass container to a volume close to enough for resurrection, it seemed as if a spell that Riddle had never seen came from the blood, and even led Harry's whole body to launch a passive resistance at the same time. Riddle instantly felt a devastating power coming from Harry's body. He spent a lot of effort to get the blood that had flowed out to flow back into Harry's blood vessels, preventing the attack of magic in the blood, but it also consumed more soul power. Since then, Riddle understood that there was an unknown force in Harry Potter's body guarding him, so cutting his wrists to extract blood was not available. But Riddle was not discouraged, but thought of a more appropriate solution. He decided to lurk next to Harry, subtly gaining Harry's trust, and finally allowed himself to bring his blood to Voldemort to help Voldemort realize his true resurrection. As a result, Harry had a patient, friendly, and high-level magic tutor, and he successfully won the first place in the final exam of defense against the dark arts. When Harry returned to his aunt and uncle's house from Hogwarts, all of his magical equipment was locked up, including Riddle's Horcrux diary. But Riddle did not feel disappointed, but felt a burst of ecstasy. Based on his own experience in the orphanage as a child, he believed that when Harry was ostracized by his family, he must have wanted to have a friend with whom he could sympathize and share hardships. So he cast the avoidance charm and the unplottable charm to prevent Harry from receiving letters from his friends, making him feel extremely lonely. Riddle, on the other hand, was waiting in the cupboard, waiting specifically for Harry to be squeezed out by his uncle, aunt, and forms for quite some time. It wasn't until it was close to his birthday that no one celebrated for him that he thought the time was right. He got out of the cupboard and came to Harry before his birthday. "Don't worry, Harry," Riddle wrote in his diary, "although I don't have the power to take you out of here, I can give you a good idea. First of all, we must avenge you for all the suffering you have suffered." Riddle thought about his life in an orphanage as a child. At that time, when he was ostracized by others, he just wanted one person to give him the strength to take revenge crazily on anyone who bullied him. Riddle thought that Harry would be like him and wanted to desperately seek revenge on the Dursleys, thinking that in this way he could completely gain Harry's trust. But he was wrong. So wrong? Harry Potter is essentially a kind, loving boy who is good at finding luck in an unfortunate life. He has a heartfelt fear and disgust for such an evil and terrifying curse as the death curse. Therefore, Harry did not use the death curse to completely change his original character as Voldemort imagined. Not only that, Harry even had some doubts about the diary because of this, and no longer talked to Riddle when he had something on his mind like before. After Harry was picked up by Ron, Fred, and George in a flying car, Riddle felt that things were getting out of control.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.